As is known, every person living on this planet has a soul, and the essence of this very soul was called idea. One day, people managed to learn about the soul's idea, and from that moment on, they learned to manifest their own. Each person's soul essence manifested itself differently, so when one of the guys said that his idea was in the form of a sharp sword, his interlocutor asked with interest to demonstrate it. Having proven his words, the guy surprised his friend, which once again showed that people had finally learned to materialize idea. The guy in the red jacket asked what kind of idea his interlocutor had. He looked away and became a little embarrassed, after which he replied that he had earthen blocks. Having shown his essence, he noticed that the brunette rolled his eyes, as if he had seen something so mediocre that he regretted wasting a precious couple of seconds. People in modern realities began to rank each other. Once equal souls were now divided into different categories, so the brunette assumed that his friend had rank E. People started to be labeled, so the brunette said that he would never communicate with such a weakling who could only achieve such a low rank. The school now became a tool for raising the country's status, and during military operations, people with the highest rank were sent to the front lines. Hyundai Special Training High School was no exception to the rule, and like the others, worked entirely for this system. There was unrest on the football field. Several school students surrounded some guy and shouted for the others to catch him. The guys were clearly up to something bad. But the boy who got into this unpleasant situation was not at all scared. On the contrary, he grinned, as if he was interested in what this crowd of school children was capable of. He darted towards the nearest student, who jumped back, because he didn't expect that their victim would suddenly turn into a hunter and show his teeth. The boy manifested his idea, which materialized into a huge iron axe, and now he was ready to play big with these school children. Brandishing his fearsome weapon, the boy smiled broadly and asked if screaming, running, and attacking exclusively in a crowd was really all that 10th graders were capable of. The boys looked at the guy with apprehension. They didn't know what to do, especially after they heard the call to show what they were capable of. The red-haired 10th grader materialized his tonfa, but he understood that it was too weak a weapon, which was significantly inferior to the enemy's huge axe. He barely managed to stay on his feet as the axe crashed into the wooden handles of his weapon. It was clear that he would not last long and something had to be done. The student already felt his legs giving way, so he made every effort not to simply fall to the ground. Meanwhile, the enemy was advancing, with a crazy smile on his face. The guy was waving his sword so that everyone around understood that he needed to be stopped immediately, because trouble could happen. The red-haired student saw a boy named Park Jin soon standing modestly at the end of the football field. He shouted at him not to just stand there, but to do something. Park Jin Soon wasn't particularly enthusiastic about helping the red-haired 10th grader. He only said reservedly that he was unlikely to be able to do anything. He scratched the back of his head and said absent-mindedly that he couldn't even think of how to help in this situation. These words made the red-haired guy furious. He bared his teeth and told the guy with glasses that he was a useless fool who never came to the rescue at the right moment. Then dust rose up over the football field and sounds of fighting could be heard. But even then, the 10th grader was able to threaten Park Jin-sung, saying that they would talk about how useful he was. The unpleasant conversation didn't take long to happen, because as soon as one fight ended, another one immediately began. But now the victim was Park Jin-soon, who was kicked so hard that he flew back and crashed right into the school lockers. As he was trying to catch his breath, he felt a heavy boot land on his shoulder, the red-haired guy asking how long he would continue to cause trouble since they lost because of him. Adjusting his fiery hair, the boy said that he couldn't believe that they were studying with this worthless person. His friend added that it was stupid to expect anything more from the last one on the list. Trying to remove his foot from his shoulder, Park Jin soon began to apologize, and then added with a smile that he really shouldn't have been expected to do anything bold. These words further inflamed the 10th grader, whose eyes did not bode well and clearly promised violence. Shouting that Park Jin soon should burn in hell because he was an F-rank loser, he swung his fist straight at the guy's head, but he managed to jump back, so the blow landed on the lockers. The boy with glasses chuckled and asked if it was too cruel to wish him dead, since he could easily just admit his guilt and they could go their separate ways. While the red-haired man was recovering from the fact that his fist had not found its target, his comrade said that they were already tired so the bespectacled man would simply get hit 10 times for each injured team member. Park Young-sung said that maybe it would be better for them all to rest instead of starting another fight, since the boys would be punished if they beat him. He looked at the locker, the surface of which was badly damaged from the impact, and realized that he could be beaten up for the entire break. Therefore, the guy decided that the best option was to escape by running away. He started running, shouting for help along the way, but his offenders did not stand still either, but decided to catch him at any cost. The other students who were in the classroom at the time didn't even think about helping Park Jin-soon. They just laughed and said that he was running away like a beaten bug. When the boy's strength was already leaving him, he noticed that there were more and more people around him. This did not bode well, because they were clearly not in the mood to help him. Park Jin-sung stopped in his tracks and stood up straight to look around and assess the situation. But when he saw that the enemies had already caught up with him, he knew that he had to prepare for the worst. The guys started approaching him and telling him not to even think about using idea. They promised to beat him not too hard, just enough so that he wouldn't be able to complain to teacher Yang Ho. Following these words, the first kick followed, knocking Park Jin-sung off his feet and knocking all the air out of his lungs as it hit him straight in the solar plexus. Everyone who saw this brutal beating only nodded approvingly, and said that they also wanted to punch the loser who could only reach F-rank. His classmates said that they were ashamed to study in the same class with such a wretched person. They did not understand why he came to school at all, because nothing would help him become stronger anyway. Park Jin soon tried to catch his breath. He heard all these offensive phrases, but they had not affected him for a long time, because such behavior of his classmates was already familiar to him. When he was finally able to speak, he told the boys that he didn't think their team lost because of him. These words enraged the dark-haired guy. He shouted that such a loser should not even try to contradict those who were much stronger than him. But before he could deliver another blow, a man in a red suit entered the classroom and told all the rascals to take their seats immediately. Because he had good news. The bullies began to move away from Park Jin-soon, who was still sitting on the floor, but they said that they were not finished with this showdown yet, and if it weren't for the teacher, they would have happily continued. The students began asking the teacher why he was in such a good mood today. Someone even suggested that the man was finally getting married. These words caused a wave of laughter among the students, which died down only when the teacher shouted for everyone to be silent immediately. After this, the students began to take their seats so as not to anger the teacher, as this would only create new problems. The teacher banged his fist against the wall and told all the kids to listen to him very carefully because he was going to share information that was extremely important. The man stopped in the center of the class, spread his arms out to the sides, and proudly said that their school had been recognized by the state. It was clear that all the students were pleasantly surprised, and only one of them, unceremoniously throwing his feet on the desk, turned to the teacher. A blond boy named Byung-gi-young assumed that perhaps another offer had come from a dubious organization, which in the blonde's opinion never ended well. The teacher was extremely irritated by such impudent behavior. He reminded the student that the break was over and he should put his feet down from the table. Byung-gi-young lowered his legs, but no less boldly asked if it was time to stop participating in such nonsense, to which the teacher said that it was not up to him to decide, so all that was left was to resign himself. The teacher patted the boy on the shoulder and said that it was all thanks to the achievements of his elders. The blonde looked at him in bewilderment. The teacher explained that from that day on their school would become a military training ground, and they could only adapt to the circumstances, since they had no say in anything. But it was clear that the man was not at all upset by this news, because he added with a smile that now the students would be distributed according to military ranks. Everyone sitting in the class listened attentively to what the man would say next, because such innovations were very unusual for the students. With a look of maximum goodwill on his face, the teacher said that now all the students had become comrades in arms, which meant that all strife should be left behind. He continued by stating that from now on all teachers had been given a rank, from lieutenant to commander, and he was now to be called the commander of the 10th platoon. Byung-gi-young guessed that the platoon was number 10 because they were in the 10th grade. Then he asked what would happen to the students. The teacher said that there is no need to complain about this state initiative and try to shirk it. During training, the guys will have to salute. Now, there should be many people willing to take someone from their school, because from now on, all students were soldiers. Park Jin-sun thought hard about what this military training was really worth, because nothing is done for nothing, especially in the kind of country they lived in. The boy asked the teacher what to do if the student does not want to be a soldier and continue to develop in such a craft. The teacher narrowed his eyes, looking for who had asked such a question, and was silent for a few seconds, choosing the words to answer. After which he said that, of course, no one is forcing the students, and if they do not want to take part, then they should send a request to the authorities to transfer to another school. The teacher suggested that Jin-sun carefully consider this possibility, hinting that the guy himself should understand his capabilities and skills, since it was unlikely that he would succeed in military affairs. The boy raised his head and looked at the teacher. He didn't believe that from now on, even teachers would rub his nose in his weaknesses. But their dialogue ended when the other students began to inquire about why they suddenly decided to make the school a military one. They wanted to know at least the reason for these sudden changes. Smiling, the teacher picked up a box and said that one of the reasons was that the 11th graders had done very well. He emptied the contents of the box, and the students saw military chevrons. The teacher explained that it was the older students who helped give the school military status, and they all received the rank of sergeant. This news really shook up all the school children, because it was hard to believe that all 11th graders received such a high title. But the teacher said that it was the pure truth, because their senior students were the hope for a bright future for Korea, and the state took notice. The man began handing out chevrons to each of those present and explaining that only the best 10th graders would receive the rank of corporal, while the rest would wear the rank of lance corporal. The teacher handed out chevrons to everyone, and only Jin-sun was passed over as if nothing had happened. The teacher said that the platoon commander could re-evaluate the rank at any time. The boy wanted to say that he was let through, but the teacher didn't pay any attention to him and only continued to explain that until the students had an order on their uniform, they should try not to lose anything. With his hand raised, Jin-sung listened as a teacher's journal would be started later, in which the rank of each student would be recorded, although it would most likely be more accurate to call it a military journal. Without turning around, the man said that in the entire school, there was only one student who had failed to achieve the rank of private soldier. The boy immediately lowered his hand, realizing that they were talking about him. Although he knew that his academic performance left much to be desired, he didn't think that he wouldn't even be given a chance to prove himself. Seeing the disappointment on the student's face, the teacher told Jin-sung that he would just be a greenhorn among the rest of his more successful peers. A trickle of sweat began to run down Jin-sung's face from the tension, because he couldn't believe that they were just going to take him and throw him out of the game. What happened in class haunted the boy throughout the entire break, and it all came to a head when he was called to the teacher's room. Jin-sun obediently came into the office and, nervously wringing his hands, asked why the teacher had called him. The teacher said that nothing particularly important had happened. They just needed to talk about the boy's future, since there were new rules at school now, and some things needed to be discussed. Handing the guy some papers, the man said that he couldn't pull him out, so Jin-sung should think about changing schools. Then no one would have problems. The student didn't like this proposal at all, because he didn't even think about changing schools. Even though he had a hard time at this one, he would have preferred to study here. Seeing the boy's condition, the teacher noted that even regular schooling was quite difficult for him. Did he really think that he could cope with military training? It was obvious that he would not be able to withstand such a load. But the boy stood his ground, saying that the teacher would be able to help him reach his potential. He suggested that perhaps this time he would succeed. Hearing these words, the teacher even raised his head at him. The way Jin-sun said this so seriously was very strange, because he was usually not very confident in himself. The man knew this soft-bodied guy well enough that such words only made him laugh, because it was hard to believe that such a weak student would suddenly become successful. The sudden realization left Jin-sung confused and seriously offended, since the teacher had only paid attention to him for the first time in order to laugh. The boy gritted his teeth as he listened to the teacher tell him that the ranking system would make things even more difficult for him at school, and that he wouldn't be able to help everyone. The student realized that the teacher was aware of the bullying he was undergoing, and it became clear that he simply did not want to have an F-rank student in his class. Jin-sung thought that the man probably thought that he would give up due to the constant insults, since such a low-ranking disciple was simply useless to him. So the boy asked a question that made the man think. He asked, in the teacher's opinion, whether it is possible to divide souls by rank. A few seconds later, the teacher was overcome with a new wave of laughter. He asked if the student really decided to make such a strange joke. The guy nodded, as if he had just told the funniest joke in the world. In fact, Jung Song clenched his fists in resentment because he understood that no one took his aspirations seriously. When the teacher's laughter died down, the boy dared to say that he did not agree with the system that classified the students and divided them into ranks. Some time passed after this conversation, and here it was, again a lesson, again the noise of classmates, and again the shout of the teacher, who ordered everyone to return to their seats. The teacher, and now the commander of the 10th platoon, said that since the boys were now divided into squads, each sergeant must report on attendance. The red-haired girl turned around and looked at those present, after which she said that there were 10 people in the first detachment of the 10th platoon, and no one was missing. The fiery-haired boy who had bullied Jin Sung followed her example and said that in the second squad, the total number of students was 11, and there were no absentees. Jin Sung watched this whole show with a slight smile. He didn't understand why they needed these army games. After this, silence reigned in the class. The teacher impatiently said that now the third squad had to submit its report. Byun Gi-young asked if it was necessary to do this useless thing. The teacher was surprised that this guy was the sergeant in the squad, but he didn't show it and ordered the students to put aside their dissatisfaction. The guy turned away irritably and said in an indifferent voice that there were 10 people in the squad, 2 of whom were absent, and 1 was a complete loser. The blonde copied the teacher's commanding voice and said that there were 8 people in her squad and added that the count was over. Such behavior caused a storm of laughter from his classmates. Byun Gi-young was told that there were 9 people in his squad, but when the kids realized that he had deliberately left out Jin Sung, a new wave of laughter swept through the class. Classmates began to mock the boy, asking the teacher if they really had to count the losers when they could just pretend they didn't exist, since they were already useless. The teacher didn't even try to stop the student's behavior. Perhaps he hoped that the pressure would make the boy leave school. The man said that the most important thing was that everything was in order with attendance. The teacher announced that instead of lessons today, there would be an event in the field. He added that government intelligence agents were hiding in the school, although they did not know where exactly. These people will closely observe everything that is happening and note how the school students react to such sudden changes. The students didn't like the fact that the teacher was taking so long to tell them the important news, so they asked him to get to the point. The man rolled his eyes but complied with the request and said that there would be fights among the high school students, which would also be closely monitored. He also announced that all the students had already been assigned and that it had been decided who each of them would be paired with. One of the boys thought out loud that the 11th graders would fight among themselves, since weaker opponents would simply not be interesting to them. Park Jin soon thought that he could probably pass the time by observing, since no one would want to fight him. Suddenly, the teacher turned to Byun Gi-young, asking him if he really had a C-rank idea. The blonde turned his head irritably and asked in a cheeky voice why the man was bothered by this. The teacher asked the question again, this time asking what rank the boy's fighting abilities were. He replied that these questions were unnecessary because he could defeat anyone. The teacher said defiantly that in that case, his first battle would be against an 11th grader from the first squad of the 1st platoon. Upon hearing this news, Byun Gi-young flew up from his seat and shouted, asking how this could be since it would be an unfair fight. The teacher paid no attention to this act of indignation and said that everyone except the 3rd squad could go to the field, but the selected squad had 20 minutes to prepare for the fight. Laughing, the guys began to leave the class. You could hear them talking among themselves about how they felt sorry for the guys who wouldn't get a normal grade because there was a loser in the squad. Byun Gi-young couldn't stand to listen to his team members reflect on how it was simply impossible to defeat the best fighters with a weakling on the team. He slammed his fists on the table when he heard that they couldn't do anything to their opponents since they had such a wretched team. Jin Sung hadn't paid attention to such speeches for a long time. He was only thinking about how tired he was, and now he would have to fight with the senior students. Byun Gi-young came close to the source of his problems and called him trash, attracting the boy's attention. He raised his head and, with obvious alarm in his voice, asked what the sergeant wanted from him, since the blonde was clearly not very friendly towards him. Calling Jin Sung a worthless bastard, the squad leader swung his arm and hit the boy hard on the head, stunning him for a few seconds. Grabbing him by the hair, Gi-young growled that he was annoyed by Jin-sung's manner of speaking, as if it was making it clear that he wanted to get punched in the face before the fight even started. Pulling his face closer to his, the blonde said that he might give him a little thrashing before he got the full treatment. Throwing Jin-sung away, Gi-young said that the student from the first squad, named An Sung-ho, was simply a monster who fought as if he was born to do so. This guy would be hard to defeat even with a combined effort, and since Jin-sung was in the place of a normal warrior, the outcome was obvious. The boy decided to ask what the point was of him. If the team was going to lose anyway, maybe he shouldn't even show up on the battlefield. Byun Ki-yong grabbed him by the tie and asked him in a rage if he really couldn't tell the difference between shame and a simple defeat. The blonde pointed his finger at Jin-sung and said that it would be his fault if the fight led to a drop in the rankings. The boy told his squad sergeant that his place in the ranking was not so high that he should be so worried about it. These words made Gi-young even more furious, and a vein in his face pulsed nervously with anger. Then he moved away from the guy because he understood that unfortunately he couldn't be beaten yet, because he could be useful on the battlefield. Jin-sung smiled awkwardly and said that it didn't matter to him who ended up getting hit on the head, the blonde guy or some senior student. After analyzing what he heard, Gi-young smiled wryly and said that if the guy really thought so, then in that case, he would entrust him with one very important task. After these words, he ruffled the guy's hair and asked if he could handle it, to which Jin-sung replied that he would try to do whatever the sergeant ordered him to do. With one rough jerk, he pulled the boy to his feet and said that he would act as his personal shield. The blonde wasn't joking. When they took their positions on the battlefield, he really did use Jin-sung's body to cover himself while everyone else used normal shields. The commander of the 10th platoon appeared at the stadium and checked the microphone before announcing the start of the match. When the man finally spoke, the entire Hyundai High School froze in anticipation, each student wondering what other innovations would be introduced. The teacher told the leader of the 3rd squad of the 1st platoon to come to him. At that moment, a guy came out of the crowd, who exuded strength and confidence. Next, he called the leader of the 2nd squad of the 3rd platoon, and Byun Gi-yong, who looked less impressive compared to his opponent, moved towards him. The teacher asked with a grin if their troops were ready for the fight. It was a rhetorical question, because no matter what, the fight would still take place. The man patted the senior student on the shoulder approvingly, and announced to the students that the leader of the squad, An Sun-ho, stood before them. He knew that the guy had very good potential, so he asked him to show everything that his team was capable of, because government intelligence officers would be watching the fight. An Sun-ho confidently said that he would try his best to make his squad show its best side. The teacher patted him on the shoulder, saying that he was confident in his student. After the command was given to everyone to take their positions, the squad of 11th graders began to approach their leader. The 10th graders tried to roll their eyes as hard as possible so that everyone around them could see that they weren't that afraid of their opponents. When the two groups of school children drew level and stood opposite each other, the teacher announced that the squad battle could begin. Listening to the announcement that each squad leader must receive a bracelet that uses Idea's power for protection, Gi-young grabbed Jin-sung by the scruff of his neck and pulled him towards him. The blonde took the bracelet off his shield arm, because he heard that this decoration could break from damage, and when this happens, the participant is eliminated from the duel, and by taking it off, there was a chance to hold out longer. The boy screamed and asked not to grab him so hard, because he was a man, not a disobedient animal. At that moment, innovations were announced that took into account the difference in experience of the teams. Gi-young growled that Jin-sung was just a shield, and the boy realized that he was being treated like an object. The teacher announced that the victory would be counted to the team that lasted for 5 minutes. The members of the 10th grader squad groaned desperately, because they understood that with their composition, this was an impossible task, so most likely they would disgrace themselves right in front of everyone. Jin-sung knew he still had to endure the 5 minutes, but he wondered if the teacher would reconsider his transfer to another school if they won. The teacher ordered them to greet each other, and at that moment, Gi-young became truly scared, because his opponent was simply the embodiment of confidence and strength. Seeing the 10th graders' frightened eyes, the teacher became even more interested in how the fight would go, so he immediately announced its start. Before Jin-sung could blink, his classmate began to drag him to the side with such force that he couldn't even breathe air into his lungs. No one on the team dared to stand up for him, so all he could do was ask the sergeant to let him go. The blonde hysterically dragged his shield away from the enemies, hoping that their team would only be able to hold out for 5 minutes. The rest of the squad began asking their sergeant what their strategy was, as the enemy was approaching, and they were still unclear what to do. The 11th graders surrounded the boys from all sides, and they tried to hold Byun Ki-young accountable, because he was the one who should have given the orders. But the only order the sergeant gave was to cover up and just protect his skin, because if they could hold out for 5 minutes, they would emerge victorious. It will be very difficult to hold out, because the older students have already gone on the attack and started to break through the defensive circle that the 10th graders had built. Unlike Gi Young, An Soo-ho fought on par with the rest of his team and had already slammed one of his opponents face first into the ground. The bracelets that were used for protection flew off the 10th graders' hands one by one, and it seemed as if their opponents were making no effort to do so. The dark-haired high school girl rushed from one end of the field to the other, frightening her enemies with just one look. This girl was a true warrior. Her green eyes, which assessed each opponent, resembled the gaze of a wild cat that was in search of a new victim. When she looked at Gi Young, he almost lost consciousness, because he was afraid that she would approach him and destroy him, and his ego would suffer greatly from the fact that he was laid on his shoulder blades by a girl. The fearful blonde's fears were fully justified when this beast began to run towards him, and she clearly did not want to have a nice chat. There was a promise of violence in her eyes. He immediately started to cover himself with Jin Sung and shout for the boy to do something immediately. The guy began to say that he was unlikely to help him, and while they were arguing, the girl inexorably approached her new victims. Jin Sun himself was already starting to get really worried, so he suggested that his cowardly classmate run in the opposite direction from the brunette. But then a teacher appeared in front of his face, his mouth twisted into a mocking smile, which just said that the guy really was a loser. Jin Sung looked at the teacher and met his gaze, his expression saying that he would help the boy find a new school. He jerked his hand hard and broke free from Ji Yong's grip. He was unbearably angry that everyone around him treated him like an object and thought they had the right to make decisions for him. When the high school girl was literally a centimeter away from him and tried to grab her, the guy very skillfully dodged, as if he sensed where exactly his opponent was. Jin Sung looked at his opponent with such a look that she recoiled from him, because she did not expect to see so much determination in his eyes. She decided not to tempt fate, so she materialized her idea and showed this world a strong armor that covered every part of her body. Now the girl resembled a Valkyrie or some kind of war goddess. She was so majestic and terrifying. Jin Sung looked at her with bated breath and admiration. He said that the armor looked simply amazing, and her idea was not only strong, but also very beautiful. But the brunette did not fall for these compliments. She ordered the guy not to act like a fool, because the girl had already noticed that he was keeping up with her. In order to change the subject and distract his opponent, Jin Sung said in surprise that their leader was running away from the battlefield. He decided to check the time, because perhaps the 5 minutes were already coming to an end. But this was not the case. The timer showed that there were still 3 minutes and 5 seconds left. It was unclear how they could hold out for that long, especially considering that their leader was already running away, abandoning the team to its fate. Looking at the warrior standing right in front of him, Jin Sung realized that he had to immediately come up with some kind of plan that would help him hold out for as long as possible. So the guy decided to put on a fool's mask and started flirting with the girl very badly, asking her name and saying that he was in no way trying to pick her up. When he saw the genuine anger on his opponent's face, he became cartoonishly frightened and said that if she wanted, she could just be an acquaintance to him. The brunette clenched her teeth and in a threateningly calm tone told the guy to stop wasting time and reveal his idea right now. Jin Sung continued to act like a very inept suitor, saying that fate itself brought them together and they had to get to know each other. The girl replied that if he continued in this spirit, he would be in trouble. When his opponent began to approach, threateningly, and tell him to reveal idea, since she looked stronger than her comrades, the boy began to back away and say that he would now demonstrate everything. He tried to joke, saying that there was no hurry, and that consistency in actions was very important. But the girl didn't appreciate the humor, and looked at the guy in such a way that he realized that he had to stop joking immediately. The brunette's face reflected not just irritation, but real anger. She began to clench her fists and walk towards Jin Sung, who was still trying to save the situation with humor. He raised his hands up and told his opponent to calm down, because now he would reveal his idea to her and show her what she could be materialized into. A bluish light lit up in his hand, which was a harbinger of the fact that the guy was about to reveal his idea. The girl held her breath in anticipation and began to wait. It seemed to her that now she would see something grandiose, something that would sweep away the enemies of this boy. But after a few seconds of tense anticipation, an ordinary F-rank dagger with no advantages appeared in Jin Sung's hand. The brunette looked with distrust at the guy who proudly showed off this rather mediocre weapon, which could only be used to carve wooden figures. She grabbed her head and began to remember funny stories about how among the 10th graders there was one guy who was such an inept warrior that it was scary to even think about it. Seeing the girl's expression, Jin Sun began to ask if she was feeling ill. He even suggested calling a doctor or going to the medical center. Instead of answering, she put her hand to her face and asked if the guy was really the loser about whom there were legends. When the 10th grader confirmed her words, she closed her eyes in disappointment. Jin Sung stroked his dagger and said seriously that he considered his dagger to be a weapon that was no less than a C-rank equipment. The brunette turned around and walked away. The guy asked her where she was going, to which the girl replied that she considered him special, but it seemed he dodged by pure chance. The boy shouted that she couldn't just take and leave, because she herself wanted to look at his idea, so now she had no right to do that. Jin Sung said that if she didn't stop, he would sneak up and attack her from behind. The girl turned her head and said that she didn't see any point in wasting time on a loser F-rank like him. When she wanted to look at the boy, she saw that he jumped up to her very quickly and was already about to attack her with his small dagger. When Jin Sung realized that the moment of surprise had been failed, he became afraid, because he had expected that the student would continue to ignore him. The brunette watched as the tip of the dagger was literally a centimeter away from her face. She was surprised at how quickly and silently this loser was able to get to her. All she managed to do was put her hand forward, and then it was up to her armor, which did not allow her to cause the slightest harm to its owner. But still, the girl noticed that this small, worthless dagger was able to leave a small scratch on her armor, and not a single weapon, even of a high rank, could do this. The brunette looked in surprise at this eccentric guy, who smiled and said that his weapon was really very sharp. Jin Sung tried to appear as ridiculous as possible because he didn't want to be seen as a threat. The 10th grade squad burst into laughter, finding it amusing to watch how the strong warrior was scared of the loser F-rank who was unable to inflict any damage. The 11th grader looked at the guy as if she was seeing him for the first time. She looked and assessed, because she noticed much more than he wanted to demonstrate. After that, she said that Jin Sung had very good reflexes, but that wouldn't help him with such a low rank. The girl turned around and began to leave, saying at the end that she had seen enough and they could finish there. Jin Sung scratched the back of his head and quietly added that despite his weakness, he was able to buy his team some time. Looking at his wristwatch, he saw that they still had 2 minutes left. If they could hold out, they would win this fight. When Byung-ji-young saw the high school girl approaching him, he started running away and shouting to his team that they were not capable of lasting even 5 minutes on the battlefield. The brunette said that such accusations should be thrown at someone else and not at a coward like him, because not long ago, the blonde tried to run away and abandon his team. Ji-young put on a mask of confidence, hoping that his opponent would fall for it, and said that he was just giving in to her, so the girl had better stop right there. This phrase really amused the brunette. She understood perfectly well that this coward was bluffing, so she said that he could fight at full strength and not give in to her. She said that she wanted to see what the blonde was capable of. The girl challenged him to prove that he was better than An Sun-ho, since he praised his abilities so much. When the 10th grader already thought that he was completely out of luck, he suddenly stepped on a stone, which turned out to be of quite impressive size. At that moment, he realized that he could still save himself. He smiled widely when he realized that there were similar boulders all around the perimeter of the field, giving him a certain advantage that he would certainly take advantage of. His opponent asked how he would prove his superiority over the leader of her squad and over herself. The guy's eyes glowed with a crazy fire. He said that he would definitely show her his skills, after which he lowered his hand and it lit up with a blue light. The girl felt a flow of very powerful energy, which could indicate that trouble was approaching, which was caused by the materialization of Idea the blonde. Jin Sung also felt it. He immediately put everything together in his head and realized that Idea Gi-yeon was stronger than he claimed. It seemed like the guy was hiding it. He started running towards the brunette to warn her that this battle was very dangerous for her. The guy was afraid that he wouldn't make it in time, and something irreparable would happen. Byung-gi-yong did not sit idly by at this time, but began to use his strength to extract the boulders from the ground and put them into action. When he finished with the first stone, it emerged from the depths of the earth and was so huge that the guy could easily sit on its impressive top. The blonde used the extraction and swing skill, which was only available to those with Idea rank B or C+. With a sufficient level of warrior ability, it could be a deadly move. The guy's classmates began to say that the girl was clearly stronger, but some of them saw the size of the stone and understood that it was the brunette who should be worried. The girl guessed that her opponent was not just running away like a coward, but was distracting attention and waiting for a suitable stone to appear under his feet. The blonde laughed merrily and said that the girl was simply amazingly clever, after which he raised a huge stone above his head and was about to use it. He swung and threw the cobblestone straight at the girl, cursing at her with the most disgusting words. It was clear that he did not just want to harm, he wanted to destroy. Gi-yong did not hide his vile intentions, because he loudly shouted that he wanted to trample the girl and show everyone the power of his idea. The guy mockingly shouted that class meant nothing, and that he would be the winner. In this euphoria, he did not even notice how a new opponent was approaching him. The blonde realized that something was wrong. He fell silent, and then heard a familiar voice that made his blood run cold. Before he could do anything, An Sun-ho suddenly grabbed him and pushed him face down into the ground. It seemed like the 11th grader had put in absolutely no effort. When the guy managed to raise his head, he began to complain, saying that sneaking up like that was a dishonest move. From his prone position, he could watch as the brunette successfully repelled his attack, putting up a shield against the boulder that prevented any of the fragments from harming the girl. When he locked eyes with his opponent, her eyes blazed with the promise of violence. She whispered that she would catch the boy and make him answer for his vile attack. The girl threw the cobblestone aside and flew to the place where the blonde man was lying, over whom An Sun-ho was standing. She was extremely irritated when she asked her team leader why he interfered in the fight, since this was her opportunity to show her powers. The boy calmly replied that the attack was too dangerous and that his duty was to look after the welfare of his warriors. This answer angered the brunette even more, because it seemed that the commander did not believe that she was capable of defending herself. The commander called the girl by the name of Ju Ye and said that he was sure that she could handle it, but he could not risk the personnel of his unit like that. Moreover, it was clear that Byung-gi-yong was not going to stop, which meant that there was a risk of getting seriously injured due to the ambitions of this 10th grader. While An Su-ho was talking to the girl, the blonde man crept closer and closer, thinking that he was not noticed, but when he rushed to attack, the commander of the 11th graders, without blinking an eye, repelled it. He was able to react so quickly because the guy had the skill "I'll catch you," which allowed him to catch any target outside of time and space. Jin Sung watched all of this carefully and realized that they had been tricked. The older guys were impossible to defeat because their skills were simply unrealistically strong. Seeing that his actions were being closely monitored, An Sun-ho called out to Jin Sung and decided that it was worth dealing with him as well. The boy was so scared that he held out his dagger and started shouting that he was surrendering. He understood that he would never be able to hold out for even a second if the commander of the 11th graders decided to fight him. But instead of attacking, An Su-ho asked why the boy warned Ju Ye about the danger even before the blonde threw his boulder. Jin Sung said that his team sergeant might go overboard, so he decided to warn the brunette, because he himself did not know what to expect from the blonde. But the high school student was not entirely satisfied with this answer. Saying that the boy was completely incapable of lying, the commander rushed at Jin Sung and also used the skill "I'll catch you." The guy was grabbed so tightly that he couldn't even move his arms. His dagger fell out, and he had no way to see where it flew to. Seeing his weapon fly high into the air, Jin Sung managed to twist so that he managed to grab the dagger with one hand and hold it tightly, waiting for the right moment to attack. While his opponent considered himself the strongest and did not expect any resistance, Jin Sung decided to surprise him with an unexpected maneuver. The boy managed to pull his hands out of his opponent's grip, and then he swung his dagger and shouted at An Sun-ho that he should listen when someone spoke to him. The attack came as a real surprise to the 11th grader. He barely managed to jump aside and avoid being injured. An Sun-ho narrowed his eyes and tried to figure out whether the boy in front of him was really that incapable, or whether he was playing a game that no one had been able to expose yet. He was curious to understand who this inconspicuous guy was, who managed to surprise him and Ju-ye time after time, but then he again pulled on the image of a ridiculous fool. The boy said that he was an ordinary warrior from the 13th squad of the 10th platoon, who wielded an F-rank idea and did not have any outstanding abilities. An Sun-ho started to come closer, and Jin Sun decided to look at his watch. He was upset when he saw that there was still a whole minute left until the end of the fight. Seeing the expression on the 10th grader's face, the older student asked why his face showed so much anxiety and disappointment. Jin Sung decided to stall for time in every possible way, so he said that he was very wary of his opponent's intentions. He also decided to play on the sympathy a little, so he said that he was incredibly upset that the crowd was just waiting for him to finally screw up. An Sung-ho realized that his opponent was trying to buy time to help his team achieve victory, and he was irritated by people who wanted to win by chance rather than by their own efforts. Hearing this, Jin Sung began to shout that this was all he could do on his own, but the opponent asked why he didn't even want to try to win using his own strength. The boy was very surprised by such words. He reminded that he was the owner of a very low F rank, so trying was a pointless undertaking. The 10th grader was very surprised to hear that at the end of the battle, the scouts would select the worst students and send them to another school. Now it became clear why the teacher looked at the boy like that. The boy clenched his hands and realized that he didn't want to be written off so easily, so he decided to talk to the older student. He told An Sun-ho that he did not want to transfer to another school, to which he received the answer that in that case, he should behave like a warrior. Jin Sung took a few steps back and said that he knew what move he had to use to win this fight. Blood-red swirls began to swirl around the boy as he said that after his attack, he could not guarantee that the enemy would remain alive. After that, he threw his head back, and it looked like he was about to have some kind of attack. But when he opened his eyes, they were filled with power and glowed with a red light. The red haze became denser and denser, and now the guy was completely enveloped in this otherworldly fog, which was frightening and fascinated at the same time. He laughed as he felt his physical strength increase threefold, and he could now identify Idea and her weaknesses. The guy's eyes began to burn. This meant that power flowed through his veins instead of blood, and now he could easily deal with the enemy. The skill would turn off only after the death of the enemy or the destruction of his idea. Jin Sung felt the killing intent overwhelm him. His idea's rank rose to C, and then the skill-perfect massacre was used. The guy stood still and tried to open his eyes, which were incredibly burning from the energy filling every cell of his body. An Sun-ho could only watch what was happening and wait to see what his opponent, who turned out to be not as simple as he seemed at first glance, would do next. He took the risk of approaching the 10th grader, and saying that he had guessed that the dagger was only a part of his idea. He was too dexterous for someone who possessed F rank. An Sun-ho used the skill I'll catch you, which allowed him to catch any target, and began to prepare for a serious fight, since it was foolish to expect anything less. Park Jin-sung narrowed his eyes and assessed his opponent's skills and realized that they were worse than he thought. The high school student's face darkened with fear because he noticed a drastic change in the behavior of this shy and insecure guy. A guess flashed through his mind, and he realized that Jin Sung had a unique ability that allowed him to see the idea of other people. Instead of an answer, a mad laugh rang out, from which the blood ran cold in the veins. The once weak boy looked truly frightening because his strength finally began to show itself. Jin Sung smiled and brandished the dagger, asking if An Sun-ho would stop him if something happened, since it was very difficult for him to restrain his impulses. The high school student didn't know what to answer, because it was the first time he saw a person who was so changed by the use of force. He looked like a real madman who wanted to shed blood. An Sun-ho saw this unbearable killing intent, and said that he thought the boy had already outgrown this uncontrollable stage. Jin Sung didn't answer, but only made his smile even more bloodthirsty, and said that he believed that his opponent would endure for at least a couple of minutes. He twirled his dagger in his hands and wondered if he could rely on the 11th grader, because it would be very difficult to deal with him. The 10th graders started talking among themselves about how strange it was that An Sun-ho was standing there and doing nothing. Some even shouted for him to start the fight, because they wanted to see the fight. But he paid no attention to the shouts of the crowd because he was completely focused on assessing his enemy. He determined that Jin-sung was in an unprotected position, but despite this, there were no exposed body parts. It looked like a decoy. Ju-ye felt a strange energy and realized that her squad leader might be in trouble. Even though they had differences, she was ready to rush to his aid. The girl was also surprised by the sudden changes in the guy. Now he did not look like the loser they saw before. The brunette wanted to figure out what kind of strange energy his idea was emitting, because they couldn't allow their commander to deal with incomprehensible forces alone. She looked at this once unremarkable and ridiculous guy, and she felt truly terrified when she noticed what changes had happened to him. Ju-ye decided that she needed to take action, so she gave her team an order, hoping that it would somehow help improve the situation. She gave the command to attack the enemy and rushed straight at the guy, grabbing him by the shoulders and trying to knock him to the ground, and then disarm him. This behavior came as a surprise to the boys, because Jin-sun didn't expect that he would have to deal with each member of the 11th graders' squad, and An Sun-ho didn't think that help would come to him. The girl knocked the enemy to the ground and sat on top of him, completely immobilizing him. But Jin-sung only smiled and said that it would be hard for him in this battle. The leader of the 11th grader squad asked the girl with displeasure why she had started this operation to save his skin. Ju-ye met his gaze and reminded him that she bore the same duty as him. Protecting the squad came first. Looking at his classmates and loyal comrades, An Sun-ho said that he did not need protection, although he appreciated the desire to come to his aid. When, instead of approving nods, the leader heard the question of whether he was sure of his words, he really doubted them. He remembered that when Ju-ye attacked Jin-sung, his reaction was surprisingly fast and clear, as if he had already known where the girl's blow would land. Despite the fact that the girl moved incredibly fast, Jin-sung reacted with lightning speed. Not every experienced fighter could repeat his maneuver. After analyzing the situation, An Sun-ho realized that he would most likely need help after all, so his guys arrived just in time. He ordered Ju-ye to reveal her idea even more, since there was a risk that the girl would suffer at the hands of this unpredictable enemy. The girl wanted to object and say that she could handle it anyway, but suddenly she noticed that pieces of protective material began to fall off her armor. Her protective suit began to crumble before her eyes, and she simply could not believe that the lightning attack would cause her such severe damage. But what was even stranger was that all the members of the 11th grader squad began to have their bracelets, which they had received at the beginning of the battle, begin to crumble. While the brunette was trying to come to her senses after her idea stopped materializing, An Sun-ho was thinking about what kind of power this strange 10th grader possessed. He decided not to rack his brains, but to extract information from the guy, so he came up close to him and called him by name. Jin-sung was smiling stupidly again and talking nonsense about how the guys worked really well as a team. But such behavior could no longer deceive An Sun-ho, because his opponent had already revealed his true nature and now could not pretend that they were all imagining things. But Jin-sung really looked like he did before. The crazy smile was gone from his face, and there was confusion and a little regret in his eyes now. The leader of the seniors realized that the boy had come to his senses, but it remained questionable what state had gripped him a couple of minutes ago and what kind of red haze was swirling around him. The boy laughed stupidly again and said that 5 minutes had already passed, which meant that the guys could get off him and let him go. An Sun-ho began to move aside, but finally said that next time no one would stop him from dealing with the guy. Jin-sung asked what the second time meant, because if he was talking about a fight, then once was more than enough for him. The high school student said that he would give him one more piece of advice, which was that he needed to train even more, because now he would need it. The boy was tense about this phrase, so he decided to say it again that one fight was enough for him, but An Sun-ho didn't even turn in his direction. The rest of the squad followed him. Jin-sun stood in the middle of the field on all fours and understood that he had gotten into big trouble. This realization drained the boy's last strength, so he plopped down on the sand and closed his eyes. subconsciously hoping that right now his body would disappear somewhere. Everyone in the school watched in shock. Even the teacher couldn't believe that the 3rd squad of the 10th platoon had won. After this fight, an interesting meeting took place in the office of the principal of Hyundai High School, during which an equally interesting conversation took place. Placing several magazines on the table and taking a cup of freshly brewed coffee, the distinguished man announced that his arrival had been a secret. A young but very serious man, smiling affably, but his tone was as businesslike as possible, he asked if the director had prepared the data he had asked for earlier. The director tried to act no less respectable, but his facial expression and tone still betrayed his nervousness. He handed over the papers and said that they contained the necessary information. The man took the folder and began to flip through the contents. His gaze stopped on the description of An Sun-ho, and he began to carefully evaluate the description of his skills. The director began to praise the boy, saying that he was simply a brilliant student who was the best among the best, and the reputation of the Hyundai school owed a lot to him. Looking through the characteristics, the man noticed a strange pattern. An Sun-ho did not have a single award in middle school, but in high school, all the victories were his. But the director added that if the guy had a higher rank, he would have been able to achieve more. The man objected, saying that all his achievements were precisely thanks to the B rank. While going through the rest of the documents, it was discovered that among all the 10th grade students, there was one newcomer named Park Jin-soon. The man found this strange, since few people wanted to transfer to another school in high school, so he clarified this point with the principal. He replied that this guy's rank was lower than that of 9th graders, and after much discussion, it was decided to place him in the combat class. The guest stared at the guy's description without taking his eyes off him. He was interested in his rank and where he had studied previously. The man asked if he could read the description of the boy, which was on the back of the document. The director did not mind, but advised not to waste time on it. It was said that Jin Sung lost his parents at the age of 8. Due to the shock, he was unable to manifest idea, so he suffered from bullying from his aunt. At the age of 10, he survived a burglary, after which idea manifested. The guest asked the principal if children usually don't show their idea at the age of 8. The head of the school confirmed that in standard cases, this is exactly how it was. The man glanced over the additional information and noticed that his idea was not only due to the theft, but also due to the fact that his aunt and uncle were badly injured during the attack and sent to a mental hospital. It wasn't surprising that Idea showed up a little later due to life circumstances, but the fact that she was F rank was strange. The brunette asked if Jin Sung's abilities hadn't changed at all since he was 10 years old. The principal replied that he couldn't say for sure, but when he came to school, he had exactly that rank. The guy's overall combat abilities were also F rank, and a strange thought flashed through the man's mind that the student might be deliberately hiding his abilities. He put the documents aside and decided to find out everything on his own, so he expressed his desire to talk to the student in person. The principal said that it didn't make sense since Jin Soon would most likely change schools in the near future due to her rank and poor academic performance. The man did not answer, and then the head of the school decided to ask why they decided to introduce military training in their educational institution. Seeing that the brunette's face became very serious, the director thought that his words were incorrect, because this information could be a secret government project or a military plan. The school principal immediately apologized and began to say that he should not have asked such a question. But the man still answered. He explained that the state was preparing for attacks from the north, which is why such a decision was made regarding the school. He also added that with this type of combat training system, they hope they can help students change. According to the brunette, this was a good decision, both for the state and for the students themselves, because they will receive an excellent ticket to the future. But enough serious conversations, because you can be transported to an anxious student morning, which begins the same way every day, with the annoying beep of the alarm clock at 6 in the morning. To this unpleasant sound, Jin Sung gets out of bed and starts getting ready for school, which was not the most pleasant place for a guy. Every morning, he looked in the mirror, tied his tie, and told himself that this day would be better than the previous one. The boy tried to lift his spirits and convince himself that if he tried his best today, his position at school would improve. Jin Sung left home at 6:30 in the morning. Arriving at school so early was due to his assignment to clean up. As usual, the boy had barely entered the school when some bullies were already calling out to him, wanting to make fun of him. When the boys realized that he was a 10th grader, they decided that he was not worth wasting time on, but one of the bullies suggested that this was the same new guy the school was buzzing about. Jin Sung put on his silly act and said that he was very flattered by such unexpected popularity. The ploy worked, as the students immediately burst out laughing and began to say that the boy was even dumber than they could have thought, and they assumed that the 11th graders had simply let their guard down. They started to tease him, saying that idea in the form of a normal dagger was just pathetic. It seemed like An Sung-ho just made a mistake, that's why he lost. When Jin Sung finally got rid of the annoying students, he began cleaning the classroom. He tried to wipe all the dirt off the board, which was a very difficult task. And the guy had a question in his head. If the school is under the care of the state, then why can't they provide them with marker boards? After that, the boy began to wash the floor, and when he finished, the classroom was simply sparkling with cleanliness. Jin Sung did an excellent job. As classes neared their start time and more students gathered at the school, his classmates entered the classroom and said that Jin Sung's efforts to help the team had borne fruit. One of the guys patted him on the shoulder and said that he was able to surprise everyone, because before the boy did not behave like this and was not useful. More and more students came in, whispering and saying that they didn't expect any help from Jin Sung during the fight. Classmates said that it seemed like everything was against them during the fight, but the clumsy boy managed to turn the tide of the fight and buy time. After these events, Jin Sung began to be perceived a little differently, but there were also those whose attitude did not change at all, such as Gi Young, who calmly continued to humiliate him. The guy didn't know what to expect from characters like this bully. Most likely he just wanted to flex his fists. Bin Ki Young said that he couldn't get the math handouts, and since he needed to rewrite the answers now, he wanted the guy to solve his problem. Jin Sung was surprised by such a request, because he was almost 100% sure that the blonde would start beating him without saying 2 words. They stopped beating him, but began to use him for other purposes. One asked to do his homework for him, another ordered to take his notebook to the teacher. Physical violence turned into moral pressure and consumerism, so the guy's life did not change for the better, although there were fewer bruises on his body. Finally, his cleaning was finished, and it was time to go to the classroom to listen to the lecture. The lesson lasted so long that some students began to fall asleep right in their seats, but when it was over, everyone quickly perked up and became more cheerful. The teacher said he was not finished yet and ordered everyone to be silent. Then he asked if the students remembered that today was the last day to join the unit. Jin Sung listened tensely. This choice was mandatory for the 10th graders, so they had to hurry up and make a decision. The guy looked at the information sheet and thought about which unit to choose. Doubts were eating him up, because it was unclear whether they would take him somewhere. The teacher also announced that those who did not choose a unit on their own would be given a personal interview, and he asked if Jin Sun understood what he had said. The students began to laugh loudly, saying that no normal unit would accept an F-rank fighter into their ranks. They even suggested conducting an entrance test to ensure his worthlessness. The boy was used to hearing all this bullying, but he was more concerned about what he saw on the information sheet. He realized with dismay that all of the units were directly related to the army or IDEA, meaning that students had to have good combat skills to join them. Seeing Jin Sung's expression, his classmates began to laugh at him even more and asked him what he would choose in the end. But then the guy's attention switched to solving their own questions about which unit they would go to, because everyone wanted to get into a promising team. The students were extremely excited, because the rating for entering some units was quite high. But there they could gain experience that would definitely be useful in battle. Jin Sung sat and thought for so long that he didn't even notice how the classroom became empty, leaving only him and his thoughts about the future. He racked his brain over what to do. The only hope left was that the rank restrictions would be lifted, and he would be able to get somewhere. The 10th grader looked at the criteria for joining the unit and realized that the school administration was dividing students by ability. The guy crossed out one department after another because they didn't suit him, as they had inflated requirements for their candidates. When he was already in complete despair, his gaze fell upon one group that attracted his attention. There were no rank restrictions, and the classes seemed like simple training. Jin Sung thought that there wouldn't be many people there, so he should be accepted. He went to the place where this unit was based. It was strange that they gave him an entire hall. The boy walked and thought that no problems should arise, But these thoughts faded into the background when he saw many students who were arguing aggressively among themselves. Since the classes were not related to Idea, it was strange to see such a crowd that wanted to enroll in this group. The guy even thought that he was in the wrong hall. Through the whole crowd of students, he tried to see at least something that would help him understand whether he had mixed up the group he wanted to enroll in. He looked at the piece of paper and then looked around the room, and Jin-sun made sure several times that he had come to the right place. Noticing the boy, the kid started pointing at him and saying that an F-rank senior had come here. The younger students began to whisper and say that although he was older than them, his abilities were like those of a newbie. Jin-sun realized that among these guys, almost all were 9th graders. The boy thought irritably that they shouldn't be here, because they didn't have to join the units, but he was distracted from these thoughts by a shout that the leader was finally coming. All the boys turned their heads in admiration to see the one who would become their mentor. Jin-sung tried to push through the crowd to see this person too. When the 10th grader saw the one who would be his mentor, the papers fell out of his hands, and he realized that he needed to get out of this place immediately. In the hall was An Sun-ho, who immediately noticed the guy who was his opponent during the fight among the crowd. They met eyes, and it was clear that he recognized him. The boys walked towards each other. Jin-sung didn't plan to do this, but his legs carried him towards the senior student. The younger students began to say admiringly that they were fans of Sun-ho. In a tone of extreme uncertainty, the 10th grader asked if his former opponent would really be the leader of the training unit. An Sun-ho smirked, which was most likely a yes, and said that he didn't expect to see a clumsy boy here. When the leader told the students to go and get ready for class, the thought of running became even stronger in Jin-sung's mind. The boy knew that there would be a ruckus that would spread throughout the school if they got into a fight with Sun-ho, and he was about to leave when suddenly the unit leader called out to him, asking where he was going. Jin-sung put on a mask, pretending to be as awkward as possible. He said that it seemed like he had come to a completely different place than he had planned. He added that he would go and have a look around and come back right away, but An Sun-ho was not easy to deceive. The leader said that there were no rooms further down the corridor, so he should stay here. The 11th grader guessed that the boy came to this unit because he expected there would be few people there. Jin-sung confirmed his words, saying that there was simply an unimaginable crowd gathered here. It seems like the leader's reputation is working in his favor. Sun-ho ordered the boy to come in a serious tone, because it was not that easy to get into this group. The 10th grader said that his skills were below average, so he had no business here. But the leader ignored these words, and instead of letting the guy go, he grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and dragged him into the training room. He announced that he was going to conduct an entrance test now, and wanted Jin-sung to take it along with all the other applicants. The boy screamed that he wouldn't do it. Sun-ho told the students to line up. He noted that there were quite a lot of kids this year, but that was even a plus. The leader said that they would now begin testing. It would not be difficult. You just need to repeat a few exercises after him. 30 burpees, 30 push-ups, 30 burpees again, and then 30 squats. Some students were simply delighted with Sun-ho. They were fans of his personality, considered his voice very alluring and his body incredibly strong. Others were seriously determined to impress their commander, because it was not easy to do all these exercises in one go, but they resolutely declared that they could handle it. When Jin-sung heard that the only one who could do 10 sets would be in the unit, he shouted that they simply couldn't count on him, since he wouldn't be able to do even half of it. The test began. The students were sweating and ready to drop from fatigue, but they still continued to do the exercises, despite the fact that the leader often pointed out what they were doing wrong. The guys tried to take into account all the mistakes and continue to pass the tests. It was clear that they wanted to get into this particular unit. An Sun-ho did all the exercises together with the candidates to show by his example that they should be performed with the same ease as he did. But there was no talk of ease, because the students were literally lying on the floor of the training hall from fatigue, trying to breathe in precious air. Jin-sung looked at this ordeal, which was more like torture, and repeated in his head that he needed to do 30 burpees, 30 push-ups, 30 burpees again, then 30 squats in one set. The boy looked at the leader, who probably carried out his own orders with ease. Not a single muscle on his face even twitched, and this could not help but impress. The unit commander calmly did push-ups, while the candidates barely held their cases together with shaking hands. After some time, there began to be complaints that An Sun-ho was a real monster who did not spare his charges. After a few more minutes, some of the guys started to say that they were giving up. Sun-ho approached them and announced that the first group was out. After that, the guy said that now we can start testing the second group, because it was interesting to see how it would perform. The guys from this group were seriously scared, because they decided that they would not be able to cope with such a task. But it was even worse for Jin-sun, because he did not expect that his turn would come so quickly. The students who were on the same team with him began to push him forward and say that he would be the first to pass the tests. When the guy was already standing in front, all the ninth graders laughed and said that they would be interested to see how this loser would perform. An Sun-ho looked at the boy carefully. It was clear that he did not expect anything impressive from him, but at the same time, he was interested in how he would pass the test. Jin-sung began to joke that the leader seemed to be inhuman, since he was not tired at all after such intense training. But the 11th grader didn't buy these jokes, because it seemed he understood that the guy was using humor as protective armor. He turned to the second group and said that they could immediately begin to carry out all the instructions he had given earlier. Jin-sung was still shouting that he would not do anything. Well, for several minutes now, the boy had been doing vigorous push-ups. Beads of sweat were running down his forehead and dripping onto the floor of the training room. He didn't want to put up with the ridicule because he trained alone to be able to stand up for himself. The guy was already feeling sick from the effort he had put in, but he kept telling himself that he was not bad at sports, since he had some training after all. He looked at how easily An Sun-ho was able to do all these strength exercises and thought that an ordinary person would not be capable of such a thing. Both Jin-sun and all the other members of his team were ready to simply drop dead from helplessness. As they crouched and tried to catch their breath, the squad leader approached and said that the second group wasn't that bad, so he suggested they speed up. Jin-sun simply couldn't take it anymore, so he screamed loudly that he couldn't bear this torment any longer. A couple of students who had given up a little earlier were sitting and talking about how surprising it was that the 10th grader hadn't given up yet. More and more students watched as Jin-sung squatted on par with Sun-ho. It was obvious that he was having a hard time, but it seemed like the guy was serious. Gritting his teeth, Jin-sung squatted over and over again, feeling his legs start to shake. But then he told you that he had been training at home, so it should be easier for him to handle the load. The unit leader, who looked far from tired but rather full of energy, said that in order to achieve success, one must focus on one's actions. The guys continued to whisper, asking each other how many approaches they had already done. Someone said that it was the 7th. The girls started shouting that it was incredible, but they expected this from Sun-ho, but F-Rank, in their opinion, should have given up at the very beginning. Sun-ho smiled and said that the results of the ridiculous boy were quite good. He was even surprised by such persistence. Drenched in sweat, Jin-sung said that all these actions were too difficult for him, but he still continued to do them. The unit leader said he knew the boy's reaction speed wasn't just a coincidence, but that his stamina allowed him to keep up the pace. To test what the boy was capable of, Sun-ho decided to speed up, which caused the delight of his young fans, who were wondering if F-Rank could keep up with him. Jin-sung couldn't believe his eyes, because he was barely moving his legs anyway, and the leader decided to move even faster. It seemed like he was just mocking the guy. The students thought so too. They were talking among themselves that such speed was simply unrealistic for a student with such a low rank to keep up with it. But nevertheless, the 10th grader managed to surprise everyone again because he actually began to keep up with the leader and seemed to have entered his rhythm. Now the guys no longer mocked, but on the contrary, supported the newcomer, shouting that he would be able to pass the test. The boy felt uneasy about hearing support from the people around him, especially when they started telling him that he had almost reached his goal. Jin-sung felt like everything inside his body was already turning over from fatigue, but he still did the last 2 squats. Sun-ho smiled widely and said that F-Rank did an absolutely amazing job, sharing his thoughts that he didn't even expect such zeal from the boy. After these words, the 10th grader fell loudly to his knees. He tried to catch his breath, but the shouts of the crowd, which announced that he had succeeded, prevented him from coming to his senses. Jin-sung's lungs were burning like hell, but he listened with pleasure as the boys admired the fact that he was the only one who passed the test completely. While he was lying there catching his breath, 9th graders began to approach him and congratulate him on successfully completing the unit leader's mission. Finally, He relaxed and smiled. Now the guy understood that everything had not gone so badly, since even unfamiliar students praised him. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him. It was An Sung-ho, who extended his hand and said that he was glad to welcome him to the training unit. Jin-sung accepted the hand, but said that today he would no longer be able to fulfill any of the obligations that were required upon joining the group. Sun-ho pulled the boy to his feet and said that there was no need to explain anything. He could come over tomorrow without any worries. Jin-sung was so surprised by the leader's friendly attitude that he was so shocked that he couldn't let go of his hand. The unit leader said that training together was much more effective, and he had been waiting for a worthy opponent for a long time, and it seemed he had found him in the 10th grader. The boy countered by saying that if he gave him another approach, he would have simply died. Jin-sung guessed that Sun-ho was irritated by such weaklings. But in response to this, the 11th grader smiled and said that it took him a whole year to find a participant for his unit. Jin-sung was shocked by these words, because he just wanted to join a small and inconspicuous group, just so that he would not be bothered by teachers, but instead he ended up with the most popular leader. The large windows of the classroom showed a simply stunningly beautiful sunset, but even such a sight did not add to Jin-sung's enthusiasm. He closed his eyes and realized that he was so tired today that he had no desire to go to training. He wanted to hide under his desk so that no one would find him. He didn't like that all the attention was focused on him, because he ended up in this unit completely by accident. The boy did not understand how, out of all the units, he chose the group whose leader was Sun-ho. Now, in addition to the usual teasing, he endured ridicule for the fact that out of all the groups, he chose the one in which this 11th grader was. But besides the stupid jokes, there was also the envy he saw in the eyes of his classmates. They asked daily questions about how he managed to get into such a promising unit. Jin-sung didn't want An Sun-ho to pester him with questions about why he didn't come to practice, so he had to go. He was so desperate that he even considered breaking his arm to give himself a good reason to skip class. But the guy quickly dismissed this thought, because the 11th grader would simply send him to the medical center, and then everything would start over again. He was distracted from these thoughts by some unknown girl who was with him in the office. Lost in her thoughts, the guy did not even notice her. When he met her gaze, he tried to remember if he had seen her before, but he couldn't find the right memory in his head. The girl asked the guy how long he had been studying in this class, and Jin-sung couldn't find the right words, because he was thinking about why he hadn't noticed such a beauty before. She stood and waited for an answer to her question, but the guy could only mumble incoherently, because he was completely confused. Seeing Jin-sung's embarrassed state, the stranger showed her chevron and asked ironically if it was really customary in their class to introduce themselves in such a strange way. The boy realized with surprise that Miss Corporal was standing in front of him, which meant that the girl had extraordinary abilities. The girl raised an eyebrow and asked if the guy really didn't have any rank, since he was in no hurry to show her his chevron. She was irritated that she was not getting immediate answers to her questions, so she had to put on a commanding tone and ask the frightened guy his name and rank. It worked, because Jin-sung immediately replied that he was a newcomer from the 3rd squad of the 10th platoon. The stranger was very surprised that the guy, who was in the 10th grade, not only did not have any rank, but was also a newbie who was afraid that she would make fun of him. The girl said that his rank was unimportant, then extended her hand and said that she could be addressed as Corporal Kim Se-yeon. Jin-sung shook his hand and asked why she called out to him. Kim Se-yeon said that she wanted to know if he was from the 10th squad, since she would be transferring to it from another school starting tomorrow. The boy was surprised that she came to their class in the middle of the year, but he kept his thoughts to himself and said only that he hoped that they could get along. He had already started to leave the classroom, saying that he had urgent and very important things to do. But the girl didn't let him go far. Grabbing his backpack, she dragged the guy back to class. Jin-sung was a little shocked by this behavior because he had hopes that at least the new girl would not use physical violence against him. But things were getting weirder as Miss Corporal pinned him against the wall and placed her hands on either side of the boy's head, trapping him in a sort of way. This state of affairs scared Jin-sung even more than the possible beating, so he began to try to convey to the girl that he needed to leave immediately. But Kim Se-young ignored this information because she needed someone to show her around the school, and now she knows who that lucky person will be. The guy stood pressed against the wall by an attractive girl, but he could only think that An Sun-ho could come in at any moment, and then he would have to explain what was going on here. These thoughts disturbed Jin-sung so much that he nervously screamed and asked them to stop holding him by force. He tried to explain to the intrusive stranger once again that he was in a hurry and added that the corridor was full of people who would be happy to help her, but the corporal said that he was the one she was happy with. Making the most pitiful face possible, the guy asked at what point the girl noticed him. Kim Se-yeon looked at him so piercingly that it seemed like she was scanning him with her eyes, after which she said that she noticed him now. Hearing this, the boy thought that he was talking to a crazy woman. There was nowhere to go, and Jin-sung decided to show her the school. He asked where she needed to go. The answer was a request to take Miss Corporal to Sergeant An Sun-ho. The guy beamed and happily asked why she hadn't named her destination earlier, because then he would have agreed much faster. He was just saying that this was where he was heading when Sun-ho suddenly appeared at the door, apparently already looking for his unpunctual charge. The sergeant crept up so suddenly that the boy became frightened and jumped aside when he saw his frightening figure approaching him from behind. The unit leader asked if his dear Jin-sung was planning to skip training and avoid doing the new exercises. The guy fearfully replied that he was just on his way to the gym. Kim Se-yeon intervened in the conversation and asked if he was really Sergeant An Sun-ho, whom she was looking for. The 11th grader sternly said that one must respect one's elders and not interfere in other people's conversations. The girl ignored the remark and said that she had heard that there was a distribution by rank in this school. She unceremoniously grabbed the guy by the tie and asked if he really was stronger than her. Kim Se-young fluttered her eyelashes coquettishly and said that she thought their skills were about the same level. Unhappily adjusting the tie that this strange stranger had untied, An Sun-ho asked if the girl wanted to personally verify that her opinion was wrong. Park Jin-soon understood that he was between two fires right now. In this situation, the most important thing was not to be burned by the anger of these two. But instead of starting a fight, Kim Se-young decided to continue the psychological attack. So she asked Sun-ho if he had a girlfriend. The guy replied dispassionately that he had no one. Miss Corporal said that she thought so, because with all this training there was simply no time left for a personal life. The girl said that she simply couldn't stand inflexible types like him, to which the guy replied that he didn't like her either. Kim Se-young continued to morally destroy the guy. Words flew out of her mouth that he could at least lie for the sake of decency about not being so lonely. The 11th grader did not understand the essence of her monologue, so the girl had to explain that her family had rather conservative ways of life. She added that she said these words purely for the safety of the sergeant himself, so she strongly recommended that he listen. After that, Kim Se-young turned to Jin-sung and said with relief that at least the sergeant didn't like her, after which, with mischief in her eyes, she asked the newcomer to go out with her. The guy was simply shocked by her words. The girl had once again put him in a stupor. He could only ask why she was asking such serious things so suddenly. The new girl didn't answer his question, but instead came even closer and noted that they were the same height, after which she said that she liked it when their eyes were at the same level. Jin-sung recoiled from her as if she was sick with something very contagious. Embarrassed, he said that he did not know how to respond to her proposal. The girl looked at him with her piercing chocolate eyes. It seemed like she was tracking every reaction the boy gave. Afterwards, Kim Se-young smiled and said that she found such embarrassed and confused behavior very cute. Then the curious girl began to pester Jin-sung with questions about what rank his idea was, and the guy hesitantly said that she was F-rank. Kim Se-yeon stepped back and looked at him seriously. She couldn't believe that someone in the 10th grade could have such low abilities, so she decided that the guy was lying. The boy chuckled awkwardly and said that he was telling the purest truth. It just so happened that he was not particularly strong. The girl came closer and tried to put pressure on her interlocutor, saying that she did not think that people with such a rank even existed. But the guy calmly said that he was a living example. Kim Se-yeon wanted to get the truth and began to ask them to stop making fun of her, but An Sun-ho intervened, announcing that it was time for them to go to training. Due to these circumstances, he insistently asked the new girl to leave the classroom and not interfere with him and Jin-sung, starting training in the gym of his unit. The girl had no choice but to give in to the older and more influential student, so after a couple of minutes, the guys were already in the hall. The training began with the group leader ordering Jin Sung to do several dozen pull-ups on the horizontal bar. Kim Se-yeon watched as both boys worked hard to do pull-ups, but while Sun Ho was full of energy and life even after several attempts, his protege was simply dying of fatigue. The girl came closer and said that at first she thought the guys were just making up an excuse, but now she was convinced that they really did go to play sports. Jin Sung fell helplessly from the horizontal bar, and there was only one thought in his head. Why did the girl end up with them in the training room? When Miss Corporal asked the boy if he was okay, he began to plaintively ask for help. Hearing this, the girl asked if he helped her when she needed help. Jin Sung shouted that she asked him to show her the school, and he had already agreed to do so, when suddenly a sergeant from his unit interrupted them. When Kim Se-yeon saw that the boy was already completely desperate and exhausted, she asked Sun Ho why he was training with this low-ranking student. The 11th grader replied that the boy was just a newbie, so he was interested in whether he would show his potential in the future. The girl was pleasantly surprised when she heard that in the sergeant's classes, rank was not as important as skills, especially since he had been looking for a worthy partner for a long time. The new girl came indecently close and asked why he was spending so much time on the boy. She was wondering if he saw potential in him. Sun Ho was not used to being treated so frivolously and without due respect, so the girl's behavior left him a little discouraged, and he didn't know what to answer her. Ignoring her interlocutor's confusion, Miss Corporal asked him to tell her what the secret of this inconspicuous boy was. Adding an even more commanding tone to her tone, Kim Se-yeon said that the sergeant had seen what this guy was capable of, so she demanded an immediate answer to the question posed. Sun Ho grinned slightly and said that he didn't understand what exactly the girl wanted to hear, since she herself had built up expectations about his protege, and now she was waiting for some kind of confirmation. The new student looked slyly at the senior student and realized that she couldn't get the truth out of him. So she decided to ask the source of her curiosity this question. She ran up to the guy lying on the floor and demanded that he give her an answer. The boy laughed and said that the young lady was overestimating him too much, since he was nothing more than a useless F-rank rookie. Both the girl and the sergeant rolled their eyes at this senseless answer because everyone in the room understood that the guy was trying to fool them. Sun Ho exhaled loudly and ordered him to put aside this ignorance and begin a full-fledged training, after which he forcibly dragged his protege to the other end of the hall. The next morning arrived, and the sun was shining brightly right into the faces of the still sleepy 10th grade students. But what was more irritating than the overly bright rays hitting their eyes was the loud voice of the teacher, who announced that from now on there would be a new student in their class. He waved his hand towards the door and ordered the one standing behind the office door to enter. Kim Se-yeon walked into the classroom, looking absolutely stunning, her long braid playfully dangling behind her, and her brown eyes looking appraisingly at her new classmates. The entire male half of the class immediately perked up. Although they found it strange that she had transferred in the middle of the year, they could not deny the obvious attractiveness of this new girl. Se-yeon, blinking her eyes, asked the teacher where she could sit, and he, in a completely indifferent tone, replied that she would sit at the end, with the first group. But first, the man told her to introduce herself, because her new classmates had no idea who she was. At that moment, the girl caught Jin Sung's gaze. Se-yeon did not follow the teacher's instructions, and instead of giving her name, she said that she liked the third squad. So she headed towards where the guy she already knew was sitting. She walked with her head held high, which caused admiration and envy among the guys she passed by. The girl demanded that she be transferred to the third squad. The teacher angrily replied that there was not a single vacancy in the desired detachment, but even if there had been, he would hardly have given it to such an upstart. Se-yeon again pretended not to hear the teacher's words, and walking up to the place where Jin Sun was sitting with some guy, she declared that she wanted to sit right there. The boy who was sitting next to her new acquaintance dared to contradict her, saying that no matter what, she was aiming for his place. The girl came close to this rebel, and leaning over him smiled slightly madly, after which she asked if he would like to move to another seat. Having read in her eyes the promise of violence in case of refusal, the 10th grader realized that he had to run away, so he replied that he would be happy to find another place for himself. Pleased with herself, Se-yeon sat down next to Jin Sung when suddenly some unknown guy called her. Byun-gi-young asked her who she thought she was, since he was the one in charge of the third squad, so it was up to him to decide such issues. The blonde demanded that she state her name and rank. The girl smiled condescendingly at him and asked if his rank was really higher than hers, since among 10th graders the highest rank was considered to be corporal, which is what she was. So she ignored the blonde's question and asked the teacher if she could sit next to Jin Sung. Ji-young was shocked that he was so put down in the eyes of his classmates. The teacher didn't like her either. He thought the girl was strange and too self-confident, but he said that Se-young could stay in the chosen place. Jin Sung closed his eyes and rubbed them tiredly. He realized that he was in serious trouble, because this obsessive person would never leave him alone now. Noticing this behavior of the guy, Se-young irritably asked if he really didn't like her, since this was the only explanation for such an indifferent attitude towards her. The girl put her arm around the guy's shoulders and said that she thought they could get along, so she sat down next to him, but now she doesn't know what to do. After a short silence, Jin Sun said that he would like to be friends with her. He began to justify himself, saying that it was not at all that he didn't like her, but their dialogue was interrupted by the teacher, who called the new girl. Kim Se-yeon smiled and asked what the teacher wanted from her, but he irritably reminded her that she still hadn't introduced herself to the class. The girl began to nervously tug at the collar of her shirt. She began to justify her reluctance to introduce herself by saying that she had already sat down in her seat. When the teacher continued to look at her expectantly, she rolled her eyes and said that she would introduce herself from her seat, after which she rose from her chair. Byun-gi-young began shouting that they needed to go to the board and stand facing the class, reminding them that these were banal rules of decency. But Kim Se-yeon said that she didn't want to go anywhere because everyone could hear her just fine from where she was. She smiled broadly, introduced herself, and said that she was glad to greet all her classmates. All the guys in the class looked at each other and started whispering that the girl was acting too brazenly. Some assumed that this behavior was due to the fact that she was popular at her previous school. Her classmates were impressed that she was a corporal, and her idea was a white jade goblin. Some said that they already disliked her bad temper. Se-young said her parents helped her transfer here, but she hoped to have a productive time studying with her new classmates. When she finished her story, everyone including the teacher looked at her with their mouths open. This was because she possessed such a powerful idea. When the boys started making noise, the teacher could hardly calm them down, because they couldn't believe that the girl had a white jade goblin. Park Jin soon looked at her with admiration, because he too could not fully comprehend that such a capable fighter would study in the same class with them. The white jade goblin was a special idea, the only one of its kind that was passed down through generations. There were simply no others like it. Idea had never been the same since the beginning of time. The thing was that the engraving of the soul cannot be the same. But then people appeared who wanted to subjugate this power. They began to work to remake Idea and make it stronger. These innovators have put a lot of effort into making it more detailed, more accurate, and more dangerous. Ultimately, one family did manage to achieve their goal, and that was the Kim family, who were descendants of King Suro. The Kim clan members abandoned their families and devoted themselves entirely to education and fighting. To protect their bloodline from incest, they kept their marriages within the family, and all their children had unusually pale skin. It was thanks to all these actions that they managed to get a permanent idea. They could summon the white jade goblin. However, only the daughters could summon the goblin. The rest did not possess this unique ability. At present, the family's numbers have greatly diminished, and the Kim line has been almost completely cut off. In the last generation, a child was born with a goblin who wielded a sword, and the entire family rejoiced at this unique gift. The girl was very capable and perfectly adopted the skills and all the hidden abilities that were far superior to those of men. She was the last one to possess the highest level of swordsmanship, and her name was Kim Se-yeon. This girl was special from birth. She was recognized by her family in heaven. Therefore, this brilliant representative of her kind allowed herself to commit daring antics similar to those she demonstrated in class. When the teacher finally realized who exactly was standing in front of him, he stuttered and said that the girl could sit in her seat. He also stated that from that day on, Kim Se-yeon would become the vice leader of the third squad, and when the students began to murmur, he ordered everyone to immediately shut up. Byung-gi Young was the loudest in his indignation. The blonde indignantly asked how a new girl could immediately become vice leader. But instead of answering the student's question, the teacher shouted loudly and told everyone to shut their mouths immediately because his decisions were not up for discussion. Ji-young was very outraged by this attitude because it seemed that the teacher did not value them at all, but on the contrary, he put the new girl on a pedestal because she was of noble birth. Jin-sung told his deskmate that he noticed how popular the girl was. Se-young calmly said that she was simply gorgeous, and that was the only reason for the attention on her, after which she flirtatiously blinked her eyes and said that the guy was also special, because it's not often that you meet someone who had an F rank. At first, the guy laughed sheepishly and wanted to thank her, but then it dawned on him that the girl said it sarcastically. Jin-sung covered his face with his hands and asked him to stop attacking him since they were allies, but Se-yeon laughed and said that she enjoyed embarrassing him. Looking at the way this girl, who literally appeared out of nowhere, was acting, Byung-gi-young clenched his jaw in irritation. He turned around to look at this arrogant person, and seeing how she was happily chatting with Jin-sung and acting like she was the boss here, the guy felt a surge of anger. In the small cafeteria located on the school grounds, more and more students gathered and had very interesting conversations. A couple of guys were talking about how they thought they needed to replace the leader of the third squad. The boy and girl assessed the abilities of Kim Se-yeon and Byung-gi-young and came to the conclusion that the girl was superior to her opponent in everything, especially since her rank and overall combat abilities were higher. They also remembered that during the battle of the squads, he gave very strange orders, most likely wanting to look cooler in the eyes of others. At this time, Byung-gi-young himself was sitting in the cafeteria, listening to his classmates say that at first they thought the girl was too arrogant, but it turned out that she was excellent at giving orders. One of the members of the third squad said that she was simply delighted with Kim Se-young because the girl is simply unique in battle. Everyone who heard the boys' conversation confirmed their opinion and said that it would be better if she became the leader of their squad. Some of them were sure that this would soon happen. Hearing these words, Byung-gi-young squeezed his coffee cup so hard that it literally cracked in his hands. The guy's eyes burned with hatred. He understood that he just wanted to destroy this impudent upstart who appeared out of nowhere and wanted to take his place. When another lecture came to an end and the bell rang, the students joyfully shouted that they could finally have a snack because it was lunchtime. Kim Se-yeon turned her head towards her deskmate and called out the embarrassed boy's name. Smiling, she invited him to have lunch together, since she didn't know anyone at school yet, and she wanted to spend her free time in his company. Jin-sung said that he couldn't go with her because he had to clean the classroom. He explained that it was his direct responsibility. Kim Se-young said that she had no one to eat with, but the guy objected and said that she was lying because she was now the most popular student in school. The girl turned away from him in disappointment and said that she hated those who communicated with her because of her merits, because only the outer shell was important to them. They never approached her just to talk. She looked at the guy, hoping that these words convinced him, but he still said that he couldn't go with her because he was very busy. Se-yeon listened with irritation as he told her that he needed to clean the board, dust and rinse the rag, sweep and mop the classroom floor, and also help prepare for the next lesson. The girl said that all these tasks were too many for one person to complete. She was ready to bet that even the leader of the squad could not do it all alone. The boy's face became more satisfied, and he said that he completely agreed with this statement. A suspicion flashed through Se-yeon's mind, and she asked if the guy was carrying out an assignment from the other leaders. Moving even closer to Jin-sung, she ominously asked if he was really doing all the work of the entire class by himself. The boy raised his hands in a conciliatory manner and said that he was helping the others too, since he had started, because it seemed to him that confusion would start if the responsibilities were divided. The girl was shocked to realize everything she heard, and she was angered by the injustice that reigned in this class. She clenched her teeth in anger and decided that something needed to change, because this attitude towards Jin-sung was completely wrong. She grabbed the boy by the collar and said that he would go with her. He began to struggle and say that he was busy, but Miss Corporal did not listen to him. The girl said that they would go to those bastards who were hanging their responsibilities on him, and then Jin-sung began to struggle even more. He shouted that, as he had said earlier, he was happy with the way things were, but his new classmate continued to drag him along the corridor. A few minutes later, they had already reached the room where the cafeteria was located, and that was where all their classmates had gathered. The girl approached the guys who were sitting at the same table and said that she had a couple of questions for them. They were surprised by her attention, so they asked with interest what she wanted from them. They didn't even suspect that she knew about their tricks. Se-yeon asked the red-haired boy if he wasn't the one in charge of cleaning the 4th Squad's office. Without waiting for an answer, she asked why he was passing his responsibilities on to a member of her squad. The red-haired boy laughed loudly and said that it was not surprising, since the one he forced to do it was only an F rank. The girl couldn't stand it and covered the scoundrel's mouth with her hand, saying that she wasn't interested in his excuses. The guy stared at the new girl in shock. Without removing her hand, she smiled sweetly and said that everyone should mind their own business because it was fair. She also added that bullying the weak was a very low act, and she was not going to stoop that low, after which she chuckled and said that she hoped the guy understood what she was getting at. The red-haired man really understood everything, because compared to her, he really was weak, because he wouldn't have lasted even a minute in a fight with such an opponent. Se-yeon said that if he forced Jin-sung to do his job again, their conversation would be completely different. The confused guy replied that he understood everything and would not do it again. But these words were not enough for the girl. She demanded that he apologize to the one he had offended. Once she had gotten an apology from her new friend, she dragged him to the next place they needed to go, which was the teacher's office. When Se-young told the teacher about the bullying, he just laughed awkwardly and said that he didn't know about Jin-sun's situation, and he assigned the girl to deal with the distribution of responsibilities. The new girl beamed and said that she would be happy to take on her new duties. Jin-sung covered his eyes with his palms and thought about how he would have to face beatings from his classmates again. Se-yeon quickly informed everyone in her class that from now on, she would be in charge of distributing duties in the 3rd Squad. She handed one of the guys a mop and said that he would wash the floors, and the second one was given responsibility for the board. The guys were, to put it mildly, surprised by this state of affairs, because they had never been involved in such a routine before. They began to indignantly ask why they had to do such things, because it was a job for F rank. But the girl threw a mop at them, and the guys immediately stopped asking questions. In a threatening tone, she asked if they were really used to dumping absolutely everything in their lives on another person. The guys simultaneously muttered a negative answer. Seeing that the girl had already started to restore order in the 3rd Squad, Byung-gi-young called the vice leader to ask what she had done here. Se-yeon asked if the blonde wanted to help with the cleaning, to which he proudly replied that she should call him squad leader, but the girl ignored the remark and asked what he needed. Byung-gi-young was already boiling over with passive aggression. He said that he just wanted to talk to his subordinate. He didn't have to approach her only on business. Kim Se-yeon looked at her classmate and wondered how such a small guy could contain so much anger and bile. She smirked and said that the blonde guy was annoying every single member of their squad, so it would be better for her to become the new leader. Byung-gi-young felt like he had been electrocuted. He couldn't believe that this new girl was so brazenly trying to take his place, so he asked her again what she had said. The girl did not repeat anything, but only smiled arrogantly and in a mocking tone called the guy the leader of the squad, saying that if he finished, then she would go. The guy stopped her. He told her to come to the roof after school, where the blonde wanted to discuss something with her regarding the squad, but everyone understood that this was an outright lie. Se-yeon also understood this, but she was not at all afraid, although she was in no hurry to answer. Jin-sun, who was sitting in the office, was attentively eavesdropping on this conversation. When classes were over and his girlfriend was climbing the stairs that led to the roof of the school, he quietly followed her, hoping that he could somehow help the girl. He knew that she would accept Byung-gi-young's challenge, because Miss Corporal was too proud and stubborn to not go along with it. Looking at how her silhouette slowly but surely disappeared into the doorway, the guy thought that today the leader of the 3rd Squad was going to have serious problems. Jin-sung didn't want to go out onto the roof, so he hid behind the half-open door and began to eavesdrop on the conversation. The girl asked what the blonde wanted from her. The guy walked around the roof with his hands in his pockets as if he was the owner of this school, and in an arrogant voice he asked if it was really not clear why he had called her. After these words, other guys began to come out from behind his back. of which there were quite a decent number. Gi-yong said that now the girl should understand his intentions more clearly. Kim Se-yeon expected something like this, so she said that the leader lived up to her expectations and was not a slouch at all and seemed to be popular among his peers. After all, he managed to gather a whole crowd of aggressively minded school children. It seems that the guy really did have certain leadership qualities. Byun Ki-young said that he did not plan to raise his hands after this conversation, since Se-young was still a member of his squad. The girl asked why the guy couldn't talk to her without his friends behind him, or whether the leader had always been such a coward, unable to stand up for himself alone. These words awakened something very dark in the guy, because no one had ever behaved like that towards him, and this new girl would not be an exception to the rule. A crazy smile began to spread across his face, which did not bode well. It was clear that the guy was already thinking about a plan for how to deal with his classmate. While the blonde was laughing madly, each of his friends looked at the girl expectantly, as if expecting her to turn around and run away at any moment, especially after the words that she should be taught a lesson. Hearing this, the girl blinked in surprise and asked again if he really wanted to say that he would teach her a lesson, or if she had misheard it. This was not the reaction that Gi-yong expected to see, so he even felt a little embarrassed, because he wanted to scare the girl with his crazy behavior. Even though she was not a timid person, there was no turning back, so the guy said that he would make her regret her disrespectful behavior. Kim Se-yeon rolled her eyes and asked what exactly the blonde man meant, since she was acting like she always did, and no one had ever wanted to teach her a lesson for this kind of behavior before. Byun Gi-young clenched his fists and told her that she should obey the sergeant's orders, but instead, the girl imagined herself as a queen and aimed for his place. When Se-young realized that the cause of everything was simple jealousy and a hurt male ego, she couldn't help but smile. She asked the sergeant why she should suddenly try on the role of a subordinate, since the guy was neither stronger nor smarter than her. Waves of anger emanated from the blonde, but the girl continued, saying that strength was measured by rank, so in order to gain her respect, he had to be either more powerful or more far-sighted. She coquettishly adjusted her hair and playfully asked if he didn't have to fit at least one of the boxes to be considered cooler than her. Ji-young's composure was cracking at the seams. His smile looked more like a grin, and he couldn't help but call the new girl a bitch. He prepared for battle and shouted at his opponent to reveal her idea, which was so widely known. Kim Se-yeon wondered if this school brat was worth her energy and time. She visually assessed everyone who came to this roof with the purpose of harming her, and noticed that the guys had a lot of melee weapons but no additional skills. Seeing the enemy looking at his group, Gi-yong smirked and asked if she felt that her idea was too pitiful. Se-yeon didn't appreciate the attempt at humor and said that her idea was fine, but she had doubts about the blonde's abilities, because it wasn't for nothing that he went everywhere with his friends. Gi-yeon rudely cut her off, telling her to stop talking nonsense immediately, since she didn't know his abilities or the skills of the people around her. After these words, hooligans began to approach the girl, holding bats and wooden clubs in their hands. The new girl stood her ground and didn't even think about retreating, so Byun Gi-young decided to remind her that using idea in school was punishable. Se-yeon listened with a stony face as she was told that her power couldn't be used within the walls of this school, so it meant that she could be severely punished. She understood that these weaklings could easily use their idea and not be afraid of being caught. Life once again proved that it was an unfair thing. Byun Gi-young also understood the situation the girl was in, so his eyes flashed angrily, and he announced that he had managed to gather 15 guys. The guy knew perfectly well that in order to fully express her idea, the girl needed a blade, which she did not have. So if you compare a pro without idea and a large number of people who had it, but were much weaker, the latter will win. This is exactly what the guy said to his opponent, because he was sure that such a crowd could not be defeated alone, even by a representative of the noble Kim family. Byun Gi-young was already anticipating victory and said that he would make the girl regret her impudence towards him. The new girl put a thoughtful look on her face and silently looked in the direction of these school thugs. Then she said a very unexpected phrase. The girl shared the observation that An Sun-ho was very popular in this school. After that, she asked the students what thoughts came to mind when they looked at this tall, handsome, and incredibly strong 11th grader. Byun Gi-young had no idea what exactly the girl meant, so his confidence in his own abilities was slightly diminished, and he asked what kind of nonsense the new girl was talking about. Kim Se-yeon finally moved and started walking forward. She said that the blonde knew what rank her idea had, so she wanted to ask him one question. Getting closer, she asked if he knew what rank her fighting ability was, or if he underestimated her because she was a girl. The guys who were standing at the forefront of this group began to confidently shift from foot to foot. It was clear that the opponent's words had seriously scared them. Noticing this, Gi-young tried to cheer the guys up by saying that she was talking complete nonsense, and a swordsman without a sword was powerless. He reminded them that they had 15 people with idea on their side, so there was no need to listen to her. Se-yeon looked at the guy with disappointment, because he had proven once again that he was not distinguished by any special intellectual abilities. She decided to tease him, saying that it would be better if he tried so hard and encouraged his team during the Battle of the Squads. The blonde barely restrained himself from throwing his fists at her. Seeing that she had almost managed to drive the guy crazy, the girl decided not to stop and tapped him on the forehead and asked if he remembered what they had been taught in class. At the place where the finger touched the forehead, a small horn emerged, which shone with a faint light. Se-yeon said that the blonde needed to familiarize himself with statistics more often. The space around the new girl also began to glow, and she said that if statistics were to be believed, one A-rank fighter could easily defeat 100 less powerful fighters. The small horn signified the activation of Idea, who was in the form of a white jade goblin whose talent was swordsmanship. Seeing the confusion of the guys, Se-yeon said that when you are A-rank, the forces are always unequal. But the main thing that Gi-yeon must learn if he wants to get an A-rank is to go against the crowd alone. The guys who came to the roof with the blonde guy were increasingly losing confidence in this idea because they were just counting on teaching the new girl a lesson. They didn't want to fight with a high-ranking warrior. When Se-yeon asked what chance the team would have if she only had half the skills she had, the students' hands began to shake even more. Gi-young yelled at his buddies, asking why they were backing away from the new girl who didn't even have the chance to summon Idea. He pointed his finger at her and gave the order to catch the talkative girl, but the guys were in no hurry to immediately carry out this order. One of the guys, who was holding a baseball bat, decided to try to attack because he thought that one girl couldn't kill the whole crowd. The would-be warrior decided that if the girl didn't have a weapon with her, they could defeat her, since they had certain advantages in the form of clubs, numbers, and idea. So he swung and jumped straight at his opponent, not thinking at all about the consequences. Even when the guy was already very close and his club pierced the air in front of Kim Se-yeon's face, the girl did not move from her place and did not show a hint of fear. She liked this curiosity from her opponent, but she asked if he was too confident in his own strength. She smiled calmly, and it was clear from her look that she already had a plan of action that would help deal with the crowd of guys. For her opponent, such calmness was a real shock, because he expected that the girl would finally perceive their company as a serious threat and become scared. But instead, Se-yeon waited until the guy got as close to her as possible, and then she grabbed his baseball bat and let loose. She pushed him away so hard that the boy flew towards where the rest of the team was standing and knocked down a couple of inattentive guys who didn't have time to jump back. The rest began to gather around them and look at how serious the damage was, because losing fighters was simply unacceptable in their situation. The girl waved her hand cheerfully and said that she hit the bull's eye, hinting that she played bowling with the bodies of her opponents. After that, she decided it was time to attack, so she rushed at the next guy who was standing nearby with incredible speed. She knocked down one enemy after another because she moved so smoothly, clearly, and quickly that the guys simply did not have time to react and take a defensive position. Se-yeon stepped over those who were already lying on the ground and moved towards the next ones, those who did not yet suspect that she was following them. When she finished her dangerous dance, placing her foot on the defeated enemy, she felt like a winner who stood surrounded by her defeated offenders. The boy who attacked first tried to cough and said in a hoarse voice that Se-yeon was simply invincible even without a sword. He also added that they were powerless against A-rank Idea, and there was genuine despair in his voice. Se-yeon squatted down next to the student and told him that they had given up too quickly, and that was why they had no prospect of reaching A-rank. After these words, the guy plucked up his courage and asked her what she could possibly know about this, if she had been chosen from birth. The girl listened attentively to this cry from the soul of her opponent, who asked the question whether she really thought that he did not try to achieve a higher rank. He repeated over and over again that the one who was born with the strongest idea in history could not understand the bitterness and struggle of an ordinary person who creates himself from scratch. Kim Se-yeon looked away from him and said that he could think whatever he wanted, but in fact, her abilities were originally D rank. This information surprised her interlocutor because he thought that the girl was born with a golden spoon in her mouth and did not know any difficulties that could happen on the difficult path of training. Hearing this, Byung-gi-young told the girl not to lie, because there is not a single person in the entire country who has not heard about the Kim family and their special idea. The blonde shouted that she could come up with something more interesting for her manipulations, because no one would believe that someone like her didn't have innate talent. Se-yeon laughed and said sarcastically that she completely agreed with the guy, since she was so untalented, even though she had an A-rank idea and D-class combat abilities. She said that she didn't want to take out her sword, but Idea was asking her to, so she would have to give in and release her power. The guys, who were slowly getting back on their feet after her attack, couldn't believe what they heard, because they were completely sure that the girl was unarmed. Kim Se-yeon turned her back to them, showing that she was not afraid of their sudden attacks, and said that they would never acknowledge her efforts, thinking that everything was passed on to her, along with the family name. She looked at her amazingly fair skin, which spoke of her origins, and said that she had long since stopped caring what others thought. The best way to prove what she was capable of was to show in practice the amount of effort she put in, which is exactly what the Kim family representative planned to do. Byung-gi-young and his gang of underage bandits were already running towards their opponent, hoping to attack her before she could get her weapon out. But after a few moments, almost all of these guys were literally lying at her feet, and Se-yeon stood and realized that even with weapons, these students were no match for her. The evening was gradually approaching, but the student showdown on the roof was not yet going to end. The girl had only one enemy left to deal with, who was the main ringleader in this company of losers. The sergeant understood that his affairs were bad. She pointed her finger at the guys who were lying on the roof and not even moving, and told the blonde that she had left him for last on purpose so that he could fully taste his loss. But despite the obvious imminent loss, Gi-young did not lose his insolence and continued to say nasty things to the girl, trying to get her emotional. But Se-yeon didn't fall for such provocations, because she knew perfectly well that everything would end exactly when she finished with the guy. Her opponent understood this too, so he tried to find a way out and come up with a plan that would help him get out of this hopeless situation. He decided to go straight ahead, so he spread his arms out to the sides, grinned evilly, and calling the girl a goblin, said that they had to resolve everything here and now. Kim Se-yeon narrowed her eyes, scanning the guy with her gaze carefully, trying to find a catch, because his careless self-confidence was really annoying her. The girl thought that the enemy might be hiding something under his sweatshirt. If so, she would definitely find out. She jumped on the blonde and told him to relax his stomach, because then it wouldn't hurt so much when her fist reached the soft flesh. But in response to this, Byung-gi-young only laughed loudly. He realized that the girl had fallen for his trick, because he had predicted that she would avoid hitting him in the face, because she wanted to avoid punishment. So the guy decided that he would take this blow and not dodge, so he remained standing there, smiling madly and looking straight into the eyes of his opponent. When Se-yeon saw the blonde's gaze and realized that he wasn't going to defend himself in any way, she was confused, because it was very suspicious. Ah-young laughed to himself when he saw the confused expression on the girl's face. He realized that he had made the right decision after all. After all, if he created the appearance that Se-yeon had beaten him, he would hardly receive any punishment, and the pain was only a small price to pay for the girl's future suffering. And when the guy was already expecting a punch in the face, suddenly someone's palm appeared in front of him, which restrained the girl's ardor. Just a little more and the blonde's face would have turned into a bloody mess, but Jin Sung did not let this happen, as he understood Gi-young's insidious plan. It was very surprising to the sergeant that the loser of F-rank joined the battle and did not allow himself to be injured. Jin Sung said Gi-young's neat nose could have been hurt, and he did not want to witness it. When the blonde realized that his plan had gone down the drain, he was simply beside himself with anger, F-Rank had been ruining his plans all the time, and now he had intervened again, and all his intrigues had collapsed. While the sergeant was screaming in anger, Jin Sung, as if by accident, stepped on his hand and said that he did not mean to hurt him at all. The boy jumped back and awkwardly asked if the sergeant was feeling okay, because you could tell from his face that he was not in the best condition. Clutching his arm, which was hurting from supposedly accidentally walking on it, Byung-gi Young angrily asked his opponent if she really had invited F-Rank to the battle with her. She said that she didn't need to do this, because she was quite capable of putting 15 schoolchildren to bed on her own, and the boy himself followed her. Jin Sung was upset when he heard her words. He started whining and complaining that he was not welcome anywhere. The horn on Se-yeon's head disappeared, and she realized that she had managed to resolve the situation by shifting her focus to another part of Byung-gi Yeon's body. The girl turned around and mentally calculated how far it was from the place where she was standing to the door that led to the stairs. She couldn't understand how the boy had managed to get to them so quickly. It was incredible, because he managed to open the door and somehow miraculously get to the place where the fight with Gi Yong took place. Se-yeon wanted to figure out how he managed to run in time to stop her fist before it reached the blonde idiot's face. But what was even more surprising was that Jin Sung managed to completely prevent her strike, even though she had put in a lot of effort to carry it out. She realized that his overall combat ability simply couldn't be F-Rank, and she wanted to figure out who this guy was who was standing with his back to her and looking at the setting sun. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her arm, as if some small fragments were piercing her soft, light skin. She looked at her palm and indeed noticed pieces of some material. It looked like plastic, but where it came from was another mystery for today. She was distracted from these thoughts by Jin Sun's voice, who was telling the sergeant that it was already sunset, which meant that they needed to go home and preferably forget about what had happened. Byung-gi Young yelled at the boy, asking who he was to order him around and decide what to do. The blonde began to behave like a hysterical little girl. He pointed his finger at the girl, then at the boy, and shouted that they would both be finished if he complained to the teacher. Here, Jin Sung entered the game, putting on the mask of a completely innocent defender who saved the sergeant from being hit by the enemy's fist. He even naively asked if the sergeant should praise him. The girl confirmed that the boy had indeed saved Gi Yong's face, so the sergeant's antics came to an end, especially since no one would believe his story. The blonde's face twisted into a nasty smile, and he said that he had all the evidence that would ensure the teacher's trust. He pointed towards the fence and said that he had recorded the movements of every person present, so now he had definitely won. The guy was jubilant that with the video recording he could go not even to the teacher, but straight to the principal, to whom he could complain that they wanted to brutally beat him. But his joy ended when Se-yeon, barely holding back her laughter, asked if this was the camera they were talking about. She pointed to the ground where a small camera lay, damaged to the point that it was impossible to extract any data from it. The blonde's face showed inconsolable despair when he heard Jin Sung's awkward voice, asking if it was really a camera, since he thought it was part of the interior and accidentally crushed it. The boy apologized, saying that he didn't know it was the sergeant's thing. He just saw something in the wall and decided to use it to soften the blow. Se-yeon playfully kicked the broken camera with her foot and said that the thing was broken, so now the blonde's plans were over. But right now, she was interested in something else. She grabbed Jin Sung by the collar and rudely asked how the F-Rank rookie managed to stop her fist that was about to reach its target. The guy started to break free and shout that he helped her and that she shouldn't behave like that towards him. The guys who were gradually coming to their senses after the fight started to approach them, they were also disappointed that the camera was broken. Someone even suggested that luck was helping the A-rank fighters. The girl slowly looked around at her classmates, then looked at Jin Sung, and a plan formed in her head. She began to drag the boy straight to where the young hooligans were standing. Poor Jin Sung unsuccessfully tried to escape from her grip. The students looked at the new girl with interest and asked what she wanted from them. Kim Se-yeon shouted, urging them to stop whining about their low rank, as they should take an example from guys like the newbie who rushed into battle without any serious skills. She looked at each of her classmates and told them to think about her words before it was too late. Some of the students looked at her in fascination, because they understood that there really was meaning in the girl's words. As she and Jin Sung began to leave the rooftop, he admiringly said that she acted exactly like An Soon-ho, but Se-yeon replied that she had no interest in that thick-headed 11th grader. Byun-gi stood in the middle of the rooftop space, dumbfounded, watching as his two enemies calmly walked away. All his plans collapsed like a house of cards. The blonde looked around his gang and saw that each of its members was somehow injured or beaten. It dawned on him that he had gotten into an unequal fight, although he didn't want to admit it. Memories overtook him, and his consciousness displayed the events of the past with incredibly frightening realism. The blade that the boy held in his hand could be felt even in reality. He heard cries for help, smelled the disgusting smell of blood. Everything was exactly the same as on that terrible day. He saw from the side that when he approached the man with a dagger in his hand, he screamed and asked him not to come near him. But it was too late. Blood had already splattered the boy's face and t-shirt. His feet slipped on the floor, which was covered in thick blood, and when he heard the screams of being a monster, he only thought about how not to fall into the stinking red puddle. A flick of the hand and the dagger entered the soft flesh, releasing a fountain of blood that splattered the ceiling and walls of their home. After finishing his business, the boy headed towards the door, leaving bloody footprints behind him. He thought that maybe he was a monster, but his aunt and uncle were the same. He stopped by the window and looked at the result of his work in the gloomy moonlight. His face did not reflect pity. There was only acceptance. After which his face broke into a smile, and he asked his dead uncle if he agreed that they were all real monsters. Jin-sung woke up in a cold sweat. He hated it when memories from the past came to him in his dreams and made him relive those events over and over again. The alarm clock said 6 o'clock in the morning, which meant it was time to get out of bed and get ready for school. But the boy didn't feel rested at all. He covered his face with his hand, trying to erase the terrible feeling inside him that this dream had provoked, but nothing worked. Jin-sung sat in his bed, trying to regain his connection with reality, because this dream that had been tormenting him for so long had once again thrown him off track. The morning was simply beautiful. The sun was warming with its rays, and even the passers-by seemed to be a little kinder than usual. One Jin-sung was gloomy like a thundercloud. His new girlfriend noticed the guy's mood and tried to understand what could have happened, because the day had just begun. Se-yeon couldn't stand her friend's sour face and asked why he was so strange today. Maybe something was wrong and she wasn't aware of it. The boy knew he was acting suspiciously, so he put on his usual mask of an awkward and slightly stupid newbie and said he was just tired, then changed the subject, asking where they were going. The rest of the third squad walked ahead of them. The girl said that she had no idea where they were going because this information was only available to the sergeants. Stomping her sneakers on the sidewalk, she assumed they were heading to the first aid class since they were supposed to be having a lesson with them right now. The guy asked in surprise why the class would be held outside, but Se-young again replied that she didn't have that information. Byun-ki, who was leading the squad through the city streets, suddenly raised his hand and ordered the boys to stop where they were. Some unfamiliar guys came out to meet them and began to say in a defiant tone that they did not believe that such people had come to teach them a lesson. They asked if the boys were really from Hyundai School, and when they answered in the affirmative, some of them smiled welcomingly and said that it was the first time they had seen students from that school. For some unknown reason, Byun-gi was tensed by the behavior of the strangers, so the anger inside him flared up brightly. He stepped forward and asked in a rough voice who was standing in front of him. The guys looked at each other, because they clearly did not expect such an aggressive greeting. One of the unfamiliar guys stepped forward and said that they would rather take a look at Kim Se-young, because according to rumors, she was smart and beautiful. These words cut the blonde without a knife. He growled that Se-yeon was the vice leader of his squad, so whatever they wanted to say to her, they could say to him too. Hearing these words, the boys laughed. They talked among themselves. It seemed they understood what the ranking system was at Hyundai School. They found it funny to see that the students imagined themselves to be military. Unable to bear the ridicule, the blonde shouted that he was a sergeant of the 10th platoon of the special training high school, and demanded that the strangers immediately introduce themselves. Now a girl came forward and asked the sergeant who he thought they looked like. An angry Ji-young shouted that the boys reminded him of pieces of trash, a response that caused indignation among the strangers. One of the boys, named Y, wanted to go out and teach Gi-yeon a lesson, but a classmate stopped him, saying that it was not worth quarreling with other schools. He turned to the students of Hyundai High School and apologized. explaining his slightly sarcastic behavior by saying that the students were overexcited. The girls from the special training school froze in an instant, because they saw an unreal handsome man who was walking to make peace with Gi Yong. The stranger extended his hand to the blonde and said that he and his classmates were students from So-young High School. Byun Ki-young demonstratively did not rush to shake the guy's hand, but he was not at all embarrassed by such a reaction. He continued to say that he was glad to meet his comrades from Hyundai. The blonde was just a boorish, rude guy, so he slapped the guy's hand away and told him to shut up and explain what was going on. Behind the boy from So-jun's school, a crowd of people began to murmur, not liking the disrespectful attitude, but their leader asked everyone to calm down. Kim Se-yeon, who was tired of putting up with the rudeness of this young hooligan who was mistakenly made a sergeant, stepped forward and told the blonde to stop acting like a pig. She pushed him back with her shoulder and asked if he hadn't noticed how their squad's training rating had dropped. Gi-yeon turned away in irritation because he knew that the girl was right. Miss Corporal said that her squad was also glad to meet comrades from another school. The guy just looked at her with admiring eyes for a few seconds, after which he introduced himself as Lee Sun-hwa and said that he was very pleased to meet her. Kim Se-yeon explained that her unit had come to this place to have a joint lesson with the first aid class, so she was curious about what the students from Seo-jun were doing here. She asked Lee Sun-hwa to explain what was going on here, and why students from different schools were colliding in this strange place. The guy laughed and then said that they were the very first aid class they were looking for. Lee Sun-hwa explained that he and his classmates are 10th grade first aid students at So-young High School, adding that they were looking forward to today. The kids from two different schools simultaneously stared at the sign that announced that they had come to a bank, and none of them understood why their management had chosen this particular place. Lee Sun-hwa said that he only heard that they would have a joint lesson with students from Hyundai School. Opening the door for Se-yeon, the guy said that he heard that both schools supported cooperation with this bank, and its territory could easily accommodate two classes. Seeing the huge security guard, Song-hwa sheepishly said that the bank was indeed a great place to hold the lesson. The guy was very attentive, so he noticed that the bank was closed especially for them, because there was not a single visitor inside. The guard asked in a loud bass voice if the boys were there to get to class, and they nodded uncertainly. The security guard was joined by two of his colleagues, all of whom were tall and very impressive, which seemed to be the power of the security department staff. As always, the bravest came forward, and they were in the 3rd detachment of the 10th platoon, in the person of Kim Se-yeon. Without a shadow of fear or embarrassment, she introduced herself and told the guards that she was the vice leader of her squad, and the girl also added that she had been looking forward to this day. The men looked at each other and laughed approvingly. One of the guards said that the girl was smart beyond her years. These words had no effect on Se-young. She didn't need to feed her ego and boost her self-esteem through the approval of others, so she asked what they were going to do today. The guard continued to flatter the girl, saying that he liked her and would gladly hire her to work at the bank when she grew up. Se-young coldly said that she had to refuse. The girl looked around sullenly to hide her irritation at the fact that they were being treated like children, while completely ignoring their fighting abilities. She knew that there was little a student could do in a bank anyway, but that only meant that she would have to try hard. Se-yeon came up with a small plan of action that she decided to share with her ally today. She called Lee Sun-hwa and asked him to come over. He literally beamed when the girl gave him some time. He said that she could just call him Song-hwa. Se-young barely restrained herself from rolling her eyes. Se-yeon asked the boy to split his class into 4 temporary teams. This was necessary in order to appear in a good light in front of the bank. The girl was not sure whether the teachers were nearby, and if the students were not kept in check, they could behave undisciplined. One of the bank employees asked if the students wanted a snack, and everyone immediately started saying that they urgently needed breakfast. Se-yeon rolled her eyes and said that the boys were too careless and underage consumers. None of them took what was happening seriously. One of the students asked if Lee Sun-hwa and Se-young wanted to go to the cafeteria with him, since they could buy coffee and any other drinks there. The girl immediately thought of her favorite caramel latte and milkshake with added cherry syrup. She decided that if she left for just a couple of minutes, then nothing would happen. Se-yeon leaned her sword against the wall and followed the boys, asking along the way if the coffee shop really had any kind of drink. The bank premises were gradually emptying, because all the students had gone to the cafe to have breakfast. Only Jin's son remained in the main hall. and he was alarmed to see that everyone had relaxed, and that none of his classmates were taking the classes seriously. He himself began to think about what terrible thing could happen, when suddenly Lee Seong-hwa jumped up to him and began waving his hand in a friendly manner. The boy was confused by such enthusiasm, because this guy from another school was too friendly. It was even a little suspicious. Lee Seong-hwa began to ask if he was friends with Se-yeon. Jin-sung found it strange that a student from another school had this information. In order to test the intentions of the So-jun school student, a small plan formed in his mind. The boy put on his usual mask and asked if the boy really wanted him to ask Se-young out on a date with him. If so, he would do a great job with this task. Lee Sun-hwa was at a loss and raised his hands up, saying that he had never even thought of asking him for such a thing. The boy then assumed that the leader from the other school wanted him to buy him something in the cafeteria, but he didn't have any money with him today. Lee Seon-hwa said that he did not need such services. He was interested in something completely different. When Jin-sung looked at him with confusion in his eyes, the guy explained that he was specifically interested in him and his abilities. Before the boy could even express his surprise, Song-hwa asked him if he wanted something to drink. He pointed to the opposite side of the room and said that he saw a vending machine with drinks there. Jin-sung replied that they could go there and get something to drink, but he couldn't help but think that he should probably report the guy's strange behavior to the sergeant or vice leader. When they arrived at the cafeteria, they saw that every student was busy with their own business. Then Jin-sung thought that nothing bad would happen, so he decided not to rush into accusations. The guy walked up to the machine and got himself a bottle of soft drink. While he was drinking, he thought about why this strange guy from another school showed such interest in his person. He decided not to take off his awkward boy mask, so he laughed because the drink was too cold. Song-hwa said that Jin-sung seemed very carefree to him. The boy almost choked on his drink when he was asked if he was hiding his abilities from the entire senior Hyundai. Lee Seon-hwa carefully assessed him. He noticed that the boy did not fit into the class group at all and seemed odd, but it was unclear why he looked so carefree. Jin-sung cheerfully said that his motto in life was words that meant he didn't care about anything. Song-hwa responded that he found this approach very surprising, and then asked what rank his fighting ability was. The boy said that he had skills that fell into the F-rank category. High school student Seo-jun almost spat out his drink. He said that it couldn't be, but Jin-sung insisted that his idea was indeed F-rank. Song-hwa seriously asked if the guy was testing him, but Jin-sung said that there was no need for him to go through such manipulations. The guy from So-young's school couldn't get his head around this information. He wanted to understand what kind of wind was in Jin-sung's head that asked him what he wanted to talk to him about. While waiting for an answer, Jin-sung managed to throw the empty drink bottle into a trash can that was a few meters away from where he was standing. Such dexterity greatly surprised his interlocutor. It seemed to be a harmless little thing, but it demonstrated some of the boy's abilities. Song-hwa asked how the guy managed to hit the trash can so accurately, which was quite a distance away from them. Jin-sung was surprised by this reaction, saying that he simply threw a can, but a colleague from another school had a completely different opinion and thought that this throw was incredible. He also wanted to try to repeat the guy's trick, so he swung his empty tin can. Jin-sung encouraged him and said that he would succeed, but it was not to be. Sun-hwa's can flew away from the trash can and, hitting the wall, fell in the middle of the cafeteria. The guy ran there to pick up the trash he had scattered, saying along the way that it was not an easy task. Jin-sung said that it was probably due to poor reflexes. Song-hwa shared that he wasn't very good at fighting, so he transferred to the first aid department, and then seriously asked if his interlocutor was really an F-rank. Looking at the urn with empty cans, he asked how such a loser could survive in the combat class. Jin-sung cheerfully said that he now has Kim Se-young and countless amounts of luck helping him. To change the subject, the boy asked what kind of idea Lee Sun-hwa himself had. Without further explanation, he decided to demonstrate it, so he waved his hand, and Jin-sung saw how it transformed into a blade. Such a skill was approximately C rank. Jin-sung noted that he had a very good idea, who had great potential if she was developed. Song-hwa said that he kept hearing those words, but she hadn't changed a bit during all this time, no matter how hard he tried to change things. At this moment, a thought came to Jin-sung's mind, so he asked if the reason why the So-jun school student was asking about his rank was because he wanted to transfer to the combat class. The guy laughed awkwardly. clearly embarrassed that he had been found out, so he smiled and admitted that this was true. Jin Sung began to think about how good this idea was, because becoming a warrior meant choosing a less than ideal future for yourself. So after thinking for a bit, he said that he thought that first aid was better than combat class, since Song Hwa would be able to save lives instead of crippling them. The boy from Songjung thought about these words. He didn't look at his choice from this perspective, so Jin Sung's words made him think again. The boy noticed how what he said affected his interlocutor, so he bit his lip and thought that he could still be dissuaded. He patted him on the shoulder and said that Song Hwa just needed to gain confidence in himself, and then he wouldn't need to prove anything by force. Deep down, Jin Sung envied the boy, because he so much wanted his idea to be used to save lives. As thoughts of his abilities being only meant to kill began to consume Jin Sung, he decided that it was time to leave the cafeteria and suggested that they return to the main hall. Meanwhile, a bus was rushing through the busy streets of the city, carrying new visitors to the bank where the students were now located. Not far from the building where the boys were located, teachers from both schools met. The commander of the 10th platoon approached two of his colleagues and apologized for being a little late. One of the teachers at Sojun High School took out the school register and suggested that they start giving grades to the students. The Hyundai teacher countered by saying they hadn't even seen how the kids behaved yet, but his colleague said that was the power of improvisation. The teacher from So-young explained to the surprised colleague that the best students needed to be assessed first, and it was necessary to think about what grade they would earn in this lesson, which was quite typical. The man echoed another teacher's sentiment, saying that the lesson was indeed intended to reinforce theory rather than to learn anything new. Therefore, I decided to adopt the experience of my colleagues and began to put in the journal the points that I expected to see from my students. Of course, opposite Jin Sun, there was the letter F, which meant that he justified his rank. When the teachers finished improvising with the points, they decided to go to a cafe and drink a cup of aromatic coffee and have a relaxed conversation about the hard work of teachers. There was still nothing interesting happening in the bank, the corridors were empty, and only occasionally could you see students scurrying around doing nothing. The boy and girl stood near the front door and talked about how it was tiring just to guard the entrance, because nothing interesting was happening anyway. A student challenged a red-haired classmate to a game of rock, paper, scissors, and the loser had to buy drinks for both of them. The game began, and the guys didn't even pay attention to the fact that silhouettes of some strange people in military uniforms appeared behind the glass door. While gobbling up crispy chips, another classmate approached the boys and said that someone was going to the bank. Strangers were climbing the steps, dressed in equipment that greatly impressed the students of the military academy. Someone suggested that it was some kind of cosplay, but Byun Ki-young asked with noticeable fear in his voice what kind of uniform it was. When one of the bank security guards noticed these people, he cursed and rushed towards the glass doors. His face reflected genuine concern mixed with fear. He shouted for the students to get away and find a safe place. The guys did not react immediately because they did not fully realize that they were now in great danger. The guard didn't explain anything, but only shouted for the students to disperse and not interfere with his work. The man barely had time to put forward his tonfa, which became heavier with each blow, and he managed to repel the blow of the enemy, who had already made his way into the bank building. For now he was holding back the attacker's onslaught, but it was clear that this would not last long. So he shouted at the school children to run to the exit of the building. All the guys were alarmed because they didn't understand what was happening. But soon it began to dawn on them that this was some kind of training mission, but the rules were not explained to them. The eyes of the man in military uniform glowed red, and now he looked more like a monster, especially after the words were spoken that resistance was useless. The frightened guard saw that the boys were not running away, so he shouted at them to get out of there if they wanted to stay alive. The tonfa broke with a crack, and the student saw the guard turn into a bloody mess under the onslaught of the enemy sword, which was simply astonishingly huge in size. The man's body fell to the floor with a disgusting sound. The killer looked at the corpse and smiled contentedly, saying that he was glad to greet his comrades from South Korea. In the most sarcastic tone, he asked him to forgive him, because when he killed their friend, he did not think at all about the rules of behavior when visiting. Other members of the security service had already arrived to help, asking who the bandits were who had broken into the bank building, since they did not look like ordinary robbers. Instead of answering, The thug looked the men up and down and said that they looked strong and might even amuse him. The guards looked at each other, both noticing the strange dialect that could only be spoken by representatives of one country, and they asked if the people standing in front of them were North Korean spies. The masked men laughed and said that today they were more like beggars than spies. One of the thugs threw a large bag on the floor and said to fill it to the brim, otherwise someone present would be left without a head. The security guard bit his lip. He didn't want to risk the lives of the school children, but he wasn't going to give up without a fight. So he ordered everyone to take their positions. Several strong men prepared to repel the attack of the intruders, but there was no guarantee that they would succeed. The robber asked if the guards had not heard him. He repeated that the bag must be full and added that they should hurry, because his patience had its limits. But the bank employees were not going to comply with the thief's demands, so they told him to shut up immediately and stop acting like he was the boss. The criminal laughed and said ironically that he did not understand whether the people of South Korea had hearing problems or were unlucky enough to have poor eyesight. He raised his huge sword, which was already bathed in blood, and said that he was annoyed by weaklings who flocked to him like moths. Kim Se-yeon watched this scene. She understood that they were no match for such warriors, because their energy spoke of a high rank, so resistance could mean imminent death. The head guard had a steely sense of duty, so he ordered the robbers to be disarmed and subdued, because there were school children behind them who could barely defend themselves. The man shouted that the children should not be harmed, but Se-young knew that it was the man who could be harmed, so she shouted at him to step back. Again he swung the huge sword, and again the space was filled with red splashes and a disgusting metallic smell. The criminal said that the gentleman guards were bothering him too much. Kim Se-yeon couldn't believe that 2 guards had been killed in cold blood right in front of them, while they stood helplessly on the sidelines. She watched as the man twitched and groaned in pain and simply could not move from shock. When he froze, she realized that for him this battle was already over. One of the students from Hyundai High School asked in horror if the security guard was really dead. Se-yeon didn't answer, as she was trying to comprehend the fact that the attacker was able to kill a B-rank fighter with one blow, which indicated that Idea was very strong. Running his finger along the bloody blade, the criminal asked if this was all the resistance they could show, that they would soon realize that they were in vain trying so desperately to achieve order. He swung his sword once more and without much effort killed the 3rd guard. Everything indicated that his overall combat ability was not lower than A rank. Kim Se-yeon decided that she needed to take action, so she shouted loudly, ordering all the members of her squad to gather and prepare for battle. She began giving orders to her classmates, and the first thing she needed to do was provide cover from behind, so she ordered 2 guys with good abilities to provide it. At first, they were hesitant about getting involved in this matter, but then it dawned on them that if they sat back, they could become the next victim of the North Korean bandit. The boys decided that they needed to run to the tables because that place gave them the opportunity to do what Kim Se-yeon wanted from them. The villain walked around and mocked the frightened school children. He cheerfully asked if they had all decided to become bankers. He joked that he could even take a ticket if necessary. The girl did not stop giving instructions. She demanded that the students reveal their idea, after which she added that, from this moment on, the sergeants are responsible for their squads. The North Korean bandit was grinning from ear to ear as he saw the students running around the room, and he politely asked if he could take some money. Some of the guys closed their eyes and ears so as not to witness this nightmare. Some asked in panic why they were being forced to do all this. Kim Se-yeon said that now is not the time to become whiners, because they need to hold out until the police arrive or teachers come to the rescue. Hearing this, the attacker said that one should not be so hospitable, because they were all comrades, and comrades must be supported. Se-yeon carefully watched the enemy's habits and tried to determine his weak point. She understood that she urgently needed to come up with a plan of action. The girl was not sure that she could cope with such a strong opponent on her own, and his friends looked quite dangerous. The villain said that their wallets were empty, so they wanted to ask for help, after which he sadly asked if all Korean banks really had such a cold attitude towards visitors. As he approached Kim Se-yeon, the man's smile grew wider and he asked the name of such a brave young girl, and the student gave her name. The villain asked why she had remained silent all this time, since she had been so brave, and he jokingly suggested that the girl had been thinking about how to get more money for him from her friends. Se-yeon knew she needed to buy time, so she decided to distract the robbers with conversation, She said that the men did not look like spies, so she assumed that they had escaped from North Korea. The man smiled even wider when the girl said that they were not interested in money at all, because they had not come only for that. The bandit said that in order for the talk about spies to finally end, he would have to introduce himself. These words seemed extremely strange to Se-yeon, because she always thought that criminals would never reveal their identities to witnesses. The man spread his arms out to the sides and said that he didn't know if the girl had heard of them, but they were representatives of the Great Blight Consortium. Se-yeon realized that in front of her stood members of one of the most dangerous groups in the criminal world, which was popularly called the Plague. The location of this gang was unknown, as was the history of its creation, as well as the form of management. It accepted people regardless of race, status, and rank. This terrorist group was against all of humanity, and wherever they set foot, not even insects were left alive. The gang members were so cruel that the only trace they left was piles of dead bodies. They didn't care who they killed, a child or an old man. After their visit, there was only blood. Upon hearing that the representatives of the Plague were standing in front of them, the boys immediately realized that they were people from North Korea, because they were distinguished by their particular cruelty. The villain did not understand why they were called the Plague, so he decided that the children were too saturated with Western culture. He said that since they had figured everything out, they could start saving money. The students were terrified by the mere mention of the Plague, so they were willing to simply give them all the money and hope that they would be spared. But Kim Se-yeon wasn't going to give up so easily, so she activated her idea and decided to fight a little longer. The North Korean killer was surprised by such a surprise, because he thought that it would not be difficult to scare school children. But apparently, not all of them were cowardly children. Se-yeon looked straight into her opponent's eyes and tried to figure out how best to attack this ruthless killer who left a trail of blood wherever he went. The girl boldly stepped forward and told the students to calm down, because by panicking they were only bringing problems closer that could put their lives at risk. Se-yeon said something very obvious. The bandit didn't promise that if they gave him the money, all the students present would stay alive. Noticing the horn and comparing Idea with the girl's white hair and pale skin, the man guessed who was standing in front of him. From the expression on the bandit's face, Se-yeon realized that he had heard about her family. This made her task easier, because she could calmly use her skills. The girl offered the man a duel. She knew perfectly well that if his friends joined in, she would have no chance of winning, so she had to convince the terrorist to fight one-on-one, since he was the main one among them. The enemy laughed, saying that the girl was very smart, but he was an experienced warrior, not a fool, so it was difficult to make him fall for this trick. But Se-yeon did not give up trying to persuade him. She confidently stated that an adult, self-respecting man would not go in a crowd against one student. The criminal laughed and said that he liked the bravery of this young representative of the Kim family. He said that her behavior was expected. After all, how could someone who belonged to a crazy goblin family be less crazy than all her relatives? The girl put on the mask of a spoiled daughter of rich parents and said that there was too much chatter and she already wanted a fight. The terrorist called this provocation very cute. After this, he began to scratch the floor with his huge sword. As a result of these manipulations, deep furrows remained in the floor, the creation of which was accompanied by a disgusting sound. The man smiled creepily and said that he would gladly give in to this provocation of the little goblin and show her what a real bloodbath was. He ordered the girl to attack, because in his own opinion he was a gentleman who lets young ladies go first. Se-yeon said that it was very presumptuous of him to let her strike first, and she thought to herself that she was just lucky that the man fell for her trick. She knew he wouldn't be able to break his word to his friends, so she would be able to stay alive if she could immobilize him. The girl had to win to survive, so she reached behind her back to pull out her sword from its sheath, but to her surprise, the weapon was not there. Se-yeon froze and began to think in panic about where her sword could have gone, which at that moment she needed more than ever before. The girl remembered that she had taken off her sheath and left it standing against the wall when she went to the cafeteria. It was a terrible habit that she should have gotten rid of a long time ago. The enemy asked her what she was looking at, but she could not find an answer to satisfy his curiosity. The man said that if she was too scared to attack first, she could just admit it, after which he struck with his sword so hard that Se-yeon barely managed to duck. She literally saw the sharp blade cutting through the air above her face, a couple more centimeters, and the sword would have caught her unruly blonde strands of hair that had come loose from her braid. But fortunately, the girl was very agile, so she dodged and jumped to a safe distance. Despite her temporary luck, she knew that if the man landed even one direct blow, he would realize that she had no weapon to defend herself and fight off attacks. But Seon had one big advantage. The girl was very smart, so when she looked at the concrete slab that her opponent had cut, she came up with a plan. She saw not just damaged building material, but saw in it a weapon that could be used in a fight, and that is exactly what she did. The enemy did not expect such a turn of events, because he had never fought against a schoolgirl who was armed with a concrete slab, so he was a little discouraged. But he did not lose his head, and thanks to this, he was able to repel the attack of the young opponent. The terrorist asked where the girl's former courage had gone, because attacking from behind was extremely low. Se-yeon had hoped that her maneuver would work better, but now that her makeshift battle gear had been destroyed, she realized she needed a new plan. Noticing the confused expression on his opponent's face, the North Korean terrorist asked if she was sure she was a goblin, since she now looked more like a flying squirrel. The blonde dodged another attack. She didn't even want to respond to this stupid joke, because at that very moment she felt like a flying squirrel that could only dodge. But even this behavior during the battle greatly impressed her classmates, who were amazed that she was able to stand up to a man with a great blade. Kim Se-yeon heard her classmates emerge from their hiding places and shout words of encouragement to her as they watched the battle unfold. Somewhere behind the huge desk of the bank employee, a faint rustling sound was heard, as if a mouse was running there. But it was not a mouse, but Jin-sun himself, who was watching the fight and understood that now was not the time to be happy that he was alive. He needed to somehow help his friend. Next to him sat Lee Seon-hwa, who enthusiastically said that the girl was simply beautiful, and it was no coincidence that she was popular, because she was on the same level as this plague boss. Jin-sung said that now is not the time for compliments, because if they do not help Se-young, then her magnificent abilities will remain only in memory. The boy said that the leader of the school, So-young, needed to run away immediately, and his new acquaintance was so surprised that he didn't even immediately understand what he meant. The guy told Lee Seon-hwa that it would be best for him to go upstairs and look for a restroom or hide under a table in some remote office. At this time, Se-young tried not to miss a single move of her enemy because it could cost her life, and she had to buy time until the police arrived or the teachers came. The girl was already a little tired because the intensity of the fight was serious, so it became increasingly difficult to dodge. Her concentration was broken, so she missed one blow. For a second, the surrounding world flashed with bright stars. Se-young felt that she was losing her balance and flying somewhere towards the wall, but unfortunately, she could not do anything. She landed hard and felt the impact with every bone in her body. But the enemy did not give her any slack, as he was already approaching with his sword at the ready. He said ominously that it was time to stop playing children's games of cat and mouse, because they were playing like adults. Se-yeon couldn't answer because she started coughing and spitting blood onto the light floor of the bank hall. Her classmates found it hard to believe that the strongest of them had lost. The terrorist swung his sword and asked if young Kim had demonstrated all her skills. The girl smiled. There was dried blood on her lips. She invited the man to see for himself. The bandit really liked this idea because he smiled a bloodthirsty smile. It was obvious that he was dreaming about her lifeless body falling to the floor. He said that the annoying girl needed to learn to back off, but it was too late. Suddenly a scream was heard calling for everyone to move aside. At first the boys didn't understand what was happening, but then Jin's son appeared and advised them that they needed to run up immediately. Thanks to him, the school children realized that they needed to run away, and following the boys' example, they rushed to the stairs that led to the upper floors. It dawned on them that they couldn't afford to fall into the hands of terrorists, because if that happened, they would hardly get out of this building alive. The main bandit scratched the back of his head and absent-mindedly said that the guys had figured out what needed to be done too quickly, and that had made their job more difficult. The gang members asked their commander what the next order would be. The leader said that all the underage idiots needed to be caught. His subordinates responded in unison that they would do everything in the best possible way and bring every student who tried to hide in the bank building. The main terrorist was thinking out loud that even though his opponent was special, where could those narrow-minded school children have gone, silently watching their comrades' defeat? But then he decided not to focus on this, because he sent a whole pack of trained warriors to search for them, who would catch them all like annoying parasites. Se-yeon slowly came to her senses. From the leader's order, she understood that he was not going to kill the guys, because he ordered his henchmen to simply catch them. She decided that she could buy them a little more time, so she rose to her feet and looked defiantly at the killer who stood right in front of her. He looked at her with approval and said that he liked the girl's persistence, because she could be much more useful than he thought. The terrorist smiled slyly and offered the girl to join the Great Blight Consortium. Se-yeon recoiled from him and said that she would never accept such an offer. The man strongly recommended that she consider his generous offer because, according to him, girls were lining up to get to him. Se-yeon grimaced, her face expressing genuine disgust, and asked if she should really believe the tales of some robber. The man was not at all offended by these words. On the contrary, he decided to finally introduce himself and gave his name as Kim Il-jung. The girl couldn't believe her own ears. She knew this name well, and it was difficult for her to realize that this person was standing right in front of her. The bandit realized that his opponent knew who he was, so to dispel any remaining doubts, he said that he was the son of North Korea. Se-yeon recalled all the information she had heard about Kim Il-jung. He was a very famous figure in his country and beyond. This man was the most famous party chairman in North Korea. He is known as the best military commander and the greatest politician. He was the man with the strongest idea in North Korea, a monster by all accounts. He was a little nervous about rising to the top at an early age and wanted to have a talented woman by his side. Se-yeon understood what Il-jung was hinting at and decided that she would never become his companion in her life, but she wondered why such an influential person would come here in person. The man asked why the girl backed away so much. He said that it was precisely because of this reaction that he did not disclose his name. The student began to laugh and tease the man, saying that Kim Il-jung had quite a fortune. She assumed that he really had a lot of money since he came to rob a bank. She said that if she became his companion, she would use all the money to treat her friends to delicious tteokbokki. The criminal laughed at these words. He asked if the schoolgirl still had the courage to say something, because now her life depended only on when he decided to use the sword. The man began to understand why his arrival was so unwelcome, because the encounter with this blonde left an indelible impression. Looking at her, he realized that the order to rob a bank with students inside was not an accident, because no one was going to get rid of children. Coming here was worth it to see young Kim. In a honeyed voice, Kim Il-jung said that the winner had long been known, so he suggested that the girl be a little more polite while he was kind. The blonde confidently said that it was simply amazing how the robber had identified the winner so quickly, without even guessing what she was capable of. A scabbard with a sword appeared out of nowhere, and the girl happily said that she got it, although she almost died trying to do it, but now she was armed. She smirked and said that she still had a lot to learn, but she was happy to practice fighting with a famous warrior like Kim Il-jung. The space around the girl lit up with a bright blue fire, and among its rays the outlines of the goblin she had summoned became visible. She said that in order to summon Idea she needed the blade, and now that she had it, her enemy would be in trouble, for he would face the ancient power of her line. At this time, real chaos was taking place on the upper floors. The students were running in different directions, and the armed terrorists calmly followed them, because they knew that the children would not run far. From everywhere, one could hear the screams of panicked school children who were grabbed by the criminals and ordered to follow them. The children resisted and begged to let them go. The attackers decided to gather all the children in one room, so they caught them and literally threw them into one pile. But some of them still couldn't be caught. These guys hid in the men's room. These lucky ones were Jin Sung and Lee Sun-hwa. The two of them locked themselves in a booth and tried to catch their breath after running fast. It was clear that the guy from Sojung was panicking and didn't know what to do. Jin Sung decided to lighten the mood and said that the toilets were probably so clean because it was an elite bank building that was carefully kept clean. His new acquaintance did not appreciate this humor and said that they should go higher, because they were only on the 5th floor, and the others ran further, but Jin Sung assured him that everything would be fine. The boy said that there was no need to worry. The main thing was to get themselves back to normal and catch their breath, because if they didn't do this, they would become an easy target for the enemy. Lee Xianhua turned to his interlocutor and looked at him carefully. He asked if everything was okay with the guy, because he was acting rather strangely. Jin Sung pretended not to understand what his interlocutor was talking about, so he asked what exactly he meant. All the boy's thoughts revolved around the memory of how blood covered the floor of the bank. He understood that if they were caught, the same fate awaited them as the guards. The guy from So Young said that he didn't mean anything like that. He just noticed his companion's unusual behavior. Lee Xianhua said that they couldn't stay in that toilet for long anyway, because they would be quickly found and caught. So he suggested that they escape from there and find a new hiding place. He looked at the completely indifferent boy and said that they needed to go upstairs, but even when he tugged at his hand, there was no reaction. Jin Sung's mind wasn't there. He was with his girlfriend. He could only hope that Se-yeon could hold out for at least a little while. The boy threw his companion's hand away and said that there was simply no point in running because armed terrorists were everywhere, and it was only a matter of time before they were caught. To the surprise of his new acquaintance, he said that they had to fight because they simply had no other choice. Lee Xianhua asked in a panic. Didn't he see what happened to the guards? Even the teachers wouldn't be able to resist this group, and the students certainly wouldn't be able to do anything. The boy suddenly asked the most unexpected question that could be posed in this situation. He was interested in whether his interlocutor really believed that souls could be divided into ranks. Lee Sun-hwa didn't understand why he would suddenly ask such questions in this situation, but then Jin Sung said that he once accidentally heard some very interesting information. He shared that he learned that Kim Se-yeon used to have a general combat ability that was equal to D rank, but now it has risen to A rank. Jin Sung asked if his comrade thought that Idea was originally the same for everyone. If that was the case, then there was no need to be upset about his rank. Lee Xianhua listened to these words and at first perceived them as nonsense, but then he realized that there was logic in them too. At that moment, the guys heard the elevator door stop on their floor, after which they heard someone's footsteps, accompanied by the sound of heavy boots on the floor. Lee Xianhua's face was covered in sweat. He felt that the danger was inexorably approaching, but despite this, he decided to ask why Jin Sung decided to talk about such a topic. The sound of military boots became even louder. Someone was approaching their shelter, and soon the guys could be found. And then they definitely wouldn't help Kim Se-yeon. High school student So Jun began to fuss and panic. He was afraid to even think that they could be found. He did not know what to do or where to find a safer shelter. The gunman heard voices coming from the men's room. It was Jin Sung telling his comrade that he had a strong idea, and if he concentrated, he could make it even more powerful. Lee Xianhua, almost hysterically, told the guy to speak more quietly, because the terrorists might hear them. But instead, Jin Sung placed his palms on the boy's shoulders and squeezed them tightly, urging him to listen to what he was about to say. Disciple. So Jun's gaze was unfocused, and due to panic, he was completely unable to perceive the words that Jin Sun was trying to convey. But the boy still didn't give up trying to get through to him and asked him to trust him and just do what he said. The door to the toilet opened with a quiet creak. Someone cautiously entered the room, but he acted so cautiously that if you didn't listen, the stranger's presence could not be detected. Having made sure that there was someone in the booths, the terrorist said that the guys could be heard perfectly well, so he would give them a couple of seconds to get out on their own. The man stood near the toilets and told the boys to hurry up, because their boss really didn't like slow people. Jin Sun looked out from the far booth. The boy smiled and said that it was the first time he heard such an interesting dialect. He would really like the man to teach him to speak like that. The attacker told the guy to stop fooling around, because if he cut off his hand, the boss wouldn't scold him. Lee Xianhua watched in shock as his comrade mocked the terrorist, saying that he was much more talkative without his leader. When the boy realized that he had managed to provoke his opponent into emotion, he activated his idea and took out a dagger. He swung his weapon and pointed it at the criminal. The guy held himself as if he was holding a huge sword in his hands and not a small knife. Even through the balaclava, he could see the man smiling, and he wondered if it really was the guy's idea. The enemy told Jin Sung to stop fooling around and just accept the fact that he was caught, and now he couldn't escape. After these words, the terrorist rushed straight to where the guy's hideout was located, and it was clear that he was determined to act decisively. He was so fast, thanks to his idea, which helped him accelerate from 0 to 100 in a second, a skill that was equal to a B-rank ability. Jin Sung turned to his companion and reminded him that he had told him to run as far away as possible, and that was exactly what he had to do now. The armed criminal laughed evilly and said that the boys had nowhere to run, because they were both in a trap from which they would hardly be able to escape. Jin Sung didn't answer because the space around him was already filled with red light. He activated the skill Perfect Massacre, which was as high as rank C. A strange, very dark energy began to bubble around the guy, which literally sucked all the oxygen out of the restroom. He waited for his opponent to get closer, because now that his skills had been tripled, he could easily deal with this villain. Jin Sung stood motionless until the very moment his opponent's fist began to cut through the air, aiming for his face. Then he dodged sharply, so fast that it might have seemed like he had teleported to another place. The guy mockingly said that the gang members were very slow. The terrorist didn't even understand what had happened and how it happened that he had missed, so he angrily told the boy that his next blow would definitely find its target. But the next blow was not delivered by the criminal at all, but by Jin's son, who managed to slash his opponent with his small dagger, which was always mocked as a useless penknife. The guy kept hitting without stopping, because his weapon was separated from the enemy's soft flesh by a bulletproof vest, which could only be penetrated by putting in a lot of effort. He hacked at the terrorist and apologized with a smile, saying that he was very sorry that the man had fallen under the hot hand. He managed to cut the bandit's balaclava, and now that he finally met his gaze, he heard that he was simply crazy in battle. These words made Jin Sung laugh. He smiled and felt that there was dried blood of the enemy on his cheek. This made his smile become even wider. He examined the man and saw that he had wounded him in the thigh, perhaps even hit an artery, because the blood was flowing without stopping. Jin Sung did not reduce his offensive actions against the enemy, while he asked about how it was probably very convenient to accelerate from 0 to 100 in just 1 second. The man was stunned and scared when he heard this, because he didn't talk about his idea, which meant that the guy had a skill that allowed him to see the essence of the soul. The boy smiled and looked truly crazy as he asked if he should cut off the gang member's ankles, since it would be interesting to see what would happen if Idea's manifestation tool was destroyed. The bandit looked at this schoolboy, whose eyes burned with a thirst for violence, and understood that he could do the most cruel things to him. The boy began to stab him with his dagger, blood splattering everywhere, but Jin Sung was only interested in whether the man's rank would be lowered if his legs were unable to run. Lee Xianhua couldn't believe that his shy and slightly stupid friend had turned into such a cruel killer who mercilessly cut up his enemy with his small dagger. He noticed that Jin Sung was simply overwhelmed with the thirst for death, but he did not know what to do, because he himself began to be afraid of the guy. The boy was no longer a shy and awkward high school student. He was a real killer who dealt with his victims in the most brutal way. When he looked at Song Hua, he became frightened and stepped back, because seeing that bloodthirsty gaze on himself was simply unbearable. The boy said that he thought his friend was calling him, so he wondered what something so important could tear him away from what he was doing. Seeing the student from the Seo Jun school stepping away in fear, Jin Sung turned to him and, holding a bloody dagger in his hand, asked him why he was so scared. Li Xianhua couldn't even answer him, because he was only looking at the pool of blood spreading under his feet, threatening to stain his white shoes. He started screaming in panic that the guy had to stop finishing off this man, because they needed to run away before help came and caught them. Jin's son laughed and said that it was not they who should worry, but those who would stand in their way, because they would be able to protect themselves. The boy demanded that his schoolmate So Young tell him whether he agreed with his statement. When the frightened schoolboy didn't answer, Jin Sung looked at him carefully, scanning his insides with his gaze. The skill that helped Jin Sung kill all living things around him could only be turned off when the guy killed the enemy or destroyed his idea, so Li Sunhua had to be careful. Jin Sung looked at his comrade for a long time. He froze, like victims freeze when they meet the gaze of a predator. In his eyes there was a plea not to touch him. The boy repeated the name of his friend like a mantra that connected him to reality. It looked more than frightening. He raised his dagger, and just when his friend thought the blade would pierce his skin, the boy screamed at Song Hua to get out of the way. It turns out that the terrorist came to his senses and the guy just wanted to protect his comrade, so he attacked the criminal again, hitting him right in the face. A bloody fight broke out again, and Jin Sung again began to ask Song Hwa to run away from this place as far as possible, because it was difficult for him to fight the terrorist and protect his friend at the same time. But the guy couldn't leave Jin Sung alone, because his conscience didn't allow him to do this. He needed to help somehow, and he understood this. He listened as the boy reminded him that his idea was very strong. The hands that turned into daggers were capable of many things. If the hands were covered in a strong metal, it meant that in the future, Song Hwa's body could also become invulnerable. Jin Sung asked if that was possible. Lee Seon Hwa had never thought about it before. He thought that his idea was limited to just one arm, but it was possible that his friend was right. But the prospect of learning something new and discovering additional power seriously scared Sun Hwa. So the guy turned around and shouted that it was time for him to run, and ran away from the toilet. Jin Sung was glad that his comrade would not be in the way during the fight, but at the same time, he was disappointed that the students were closed to learning new powers. The guy was squeezing his opponent's throat and was not going to let go. The man coughed and repeated for the umpteenth time that the schoolboy had gone crazy. Jin Sung said that his enemy had no reason to rejoice, because he would deal with him as his 13th plan dictated. The man asked what the 13th plan was, and thought to himself that it was amazing how the guy had managed to hide his powers all this time. He needed to report to the boss, but now it was impossible. Jin Sung brandished his dagger and said that he himself didn't know what was in the 13th plan, because he was making up his next steps on the fly. The events on the lower floors were no less interesting. While the guy was fighting with the henchmen, in the main hall a battle was taking place with Kim Il-jung himself. Kim Se-yeon confidently raised her chin and said that she was finally able to draw her sword, and now the tide of the battle would turn in a different direction. Kim Il-jung looked the girl over from head to toe, which gave her disgusting goosebumps, and said that the sword matched her cute face. She said that a man would change his mind in an instant once he felt the first blow, so he might as well stop trying to seduce her. The lead terrorist laughed and asked Se-yeon if she really thought she could handle such an experienced and strong warrior like him. He demonstratively raised his huge sword, on which the dried blood of the guards was clearly visible. This gesture was supposed to frighten the girl, but it did not have the desired effect on her. Such self-confident behavior angered the bandit, and he decided to attack, but the girl steadfastly withstood the onslaught of his sword and was able to parry the blow. He was surprised that such a fragile-looking blade could withstand his huge sword, and young Kim did not seem very strong, but she was able to maintain her balance and resist. Seeing the enemy's shocked face, Se-yeon asked if he hadn't realized yet that he no longer had the advantage in the battle. Kim Il-jung answered his question with a question, wondering if the girl would not acknowledge him as Idea, and then asked if her blade had divine power. The girl ignored the question about her sword, and asked how she knew anything about his idea. Did the man really want to say that the effectiveness of the blow depended not on strength, but on the essence of the soul? The bandit thought that if her words were true, he would have cut her down long ago along with this strange family sword. The man said that his opponent had an amazing sword, but he kept quiet about the fact that this blade was capable of weakening his idea. Se-yeon proudly twirled the sword in her hand and said that often, people said that she robbed her family by taking this treasure for herself. This family weapon was called the Four Tiger Killer and was intended for use against very strong opponents. It was rumored that the constellations on the blade contained the power of actual stars, and with high skill, the wielder of the sword could destroy an A-rank or higher idea. But for Se-yeon, the sword's greatest value was that with it, she could fight back against anyone, and no one would be able to consider her weak. She activated her idea and used a skill called Goblin Sword Mastery, which allowed her to create a physical copy to attack. Seeing the girl's power, the man said with delight in his eyes that she was a very interesting opponent. He asked again if she wanted to join his gang. These words made Kim Se-yeon very angry. She said that she may have been impatient, but for idiots like Kim Il-jung, she only had one answer. The bandit raised his sword and carelessly asked that it would probably be stupid to kill the blonde right now, since their conversation had just begun, and interrupting women was bad form. While fighting off attacks from multiple physical copies of the girl, Kim Il-jung said that he enjoyed it so much that he couldn't even stop enjoying the battle. The enemy's onslaught was becoming more and more serious, and Se-yeon felt that she was already starting to get tired, but she had nowhere to go, so the battle continued. The gang leader continued to advance, and his attacks became more and more sophisticated. The girl barely managed to fight them off. Seeing how bravely the girl counterattacked him and deftly dodged his attacks, Kim Il-jung asked if she was really not afraid of anything. Se-yeon didn't respond as the man didn't stop, and soon came back at her, trying to cut her body in half with his sword. He proudly noted that it seemed that he was still superior in strength to the young representative of the Kim family, and even the family sword did not help her much in the battle against him. The girl categorically disagreed with this statement, because she had not yet shown him all the sword skills that she had mastered through hard training. She used the goblin sword art once again and decided that this time she would show her enemy her top class. Se-yeon challenged the man to try to dodge her attack this time and rushed straight at him. The girl understood that the enemy was delivering quick and strong blows, but if she managed to attack while he was fighting off her spears, she could cause him serious damage. But there was one problem. The enemy attacked again, and this time, Se-yeon realized that she could no longer withstand this pressure, and her hands began to shake from such a strong onslaught. But she still held out and was able to deflect the enemy's sword. The enemy smiled broadly and said that he definitely liked the young Kim. Thanks to this attack, the girl realized that Kim Il-jung was much better than her at delivering a direct strike. His was accurate and powerful. The man said that now his opponent had an idea of what he was capable of. Se-yeon understood that he would try to hurt her self-esteem, but in order to gain time, she had to play by his rules. Il-jung asked if his skills were good enough to convince her to join him. The girl needed to kill as much time as possible, so she replied that it was not enough. Her hands involuntarily clenched when she heard someone's heavy steps, followed by some kind of groaning. Then she heard screams and cries for help, and she turned her head to see Il-jung's henchmen dragging the captured students down the corridor. The gang leader also turned around and was surprised that in such a short period of time, they managed to catch so many schoolchildren who were unable to escape. Some of the guys were brought in from the street, and it was surprising that the police had not yet arrived in response to such noise. Perhaps nothing was being done because there were hostages in the building. Il-jung asked why the children who were trying to escape into the street were brought to him. He was interested in why the bandits who went upstairs did not appear. One of the subordinates said that they actually split into two squads. The first squad was busy cornering the upper floors. The second one waited on the street to catch those who dared to jump out of the windows in the hope of saving themselves. The criminal explained that those who had not yet returned went upstairs to find those who remained there and hid in different rooms. Hearing this, Se-yeon was simply shocked, because if an armed group was calmly walking down the street, it meant that during all this time, the police had not made a single attempt to help. The law enforcement did nothing, and the girl was willing to bet that it was not a matter of caution at all. She thought that it was all very suspicious. Il-jung said that all the fears and worries were written on the girl's face, so it would be better for her to stop this senseless resistance. The man asked if she was interested in why the police hadn't arrived yet, and when young Kim looked at him with interest, he explained that the gang had temporarily closed the bank with Idea's help. Everything inside Se-yeon froze. She understood that there was no point in wasting time now, because no one even suspected that they were in trouble. There was nowhere to expect help from. The leader of the criminals said that they would not have started a riot in broad daylight without proper preparation, so they made the building look completely normal from the outside. He smiled evilly and said that no one even suspected what was going on inside the building. At that moment, the girl became truly scared, because she understood that not a single living soul knew what could happen to them. She hoped that she just needed to stall for time until the police arrived. Se-yeon knew she had to somehow report what was going on, but she was afraid that if she ran away, all the boys would be dead when she returned. But she also had a feeling that she wouldn't be able to hold out for long, because the enemy didn't slow down his attacks, and she couldn't fight them off so quickly anymore. The girl didn't know what to do. The enemy noticed her confusion, so he asked her in a mocking tone if she had learned any unpleasant information. He felt like a winner when he asked where his opponent's fighting spirit had gone, because just a couple of minutes ago she was ready to tear him to pieces. Among the crowd of captured schoolchildren, there sat an adult man, who apparently was a bank employee. He looked strangely at the armed fighters. One of the criminals noticed this look. and decided that it was necessary to teach a lesson to the impudent fellow who was showing his hostility without fear. But before the bandit could get close, the man used his idea and jumped out of the crowd. Shouting that he couldn't sit idle, the bank employee rushed to one of the desks, hoping to press the emergency call button in time. The man began frantically pressing the button, trying to get through to security so that they, in turn, could call the police. He started shouting into the phone that the bank had been seized, and they needed immediate help because the bandits had taken schoolchildren hostage. The employee looked at the approaching fighters and shouted even louder that terrorists had entered the building. At that moment, it dawned on the man that he had not heard any response. There was simply no feedback, so he began desperately asking if anyone could hear him. He was confused when he looked at the office phone. The employee did not understand why there was no connection. While he was thinking, one of the criminals threw a large black bag at him, into which he had previously demanded that he put money. The man understood that now that he had given himself away and it was clear that he knew where the funds were, he would not be able to evade their order. The leader approached him and said that since the bank employee heard their conversation with young Kim, it meant that the man understood who was standing in front of him. Il-jung also reminded the frightened man that there was a soul among them that specialized in isolation, meaning that neither the phones nor the emergency call button would work. The guys started checking their phones and discovered that, indeed, they were all out of range. The bank employee said he didn't understand why Il-jun himself had to break into the bank in broad daylight. Instead of answering the question, the gang leader asked the employee if he was really belittling his position. He personally believed that all professions were equally important. Such was the ideal of great communism. The man shouted that if the special forces found out that he was here, all the criminals would be in trouble. Il-jung guessed that this young man was hinting at the trouble that old idiot Lei Xing might cause him. He knew this figure very well, who was widely known in South Korea. But the villain was not at all afraid of this name, so he laughed madly, which caused bewilderment to the man in the suit. The young man wanted to scare the bandits so that they would leave him alone, but instead, one of North Korea's most powerful military leaders pointed a bloody sword at him. Il-jung said that now was the time to learn one very important lesson. The comrade in the suit did not understand what he meant. The killer was getting closer and closer to him, and in a threateningly calm voice, said that the man should not be upset about the fact that everything would end like this for him. Just as the villain was about to swing his sword to take the life of the unfortunate man, suddenly someone behind him called him a monster and ordered him to stop. Il-jung turned around and saw that it was a familiar blonde who had shouted. Such insolence even confused the bandit a little. Kim Se-yeon came closer and once again offered him a one-on-one fight. In response, she again heard an arrogant laugh. She clenched her teeth in anger when the killer said that he had already heard this proposal, but it still did not arouse the slightest interest in him. Il-jung looked at the man in the suit crawling away and asked the girl if she understood what it meant to be a monster. Taking his sword out of its sheath, he said that young Kim could not answer, since she still had no idea what the word she had called him meant. He met her gaze and then, without even looking at his victim, he lowered his sword and wounded the unfortunate man. Se-yeon stepped aside in fear as the blood that was flowing like a fountain from the bank employee's body flew in all directions. Il-jung said that if Se-yeon knew the meaning of the word monster, she would never have called him that. Against the background of these phrases, the injured man screamed that his leg was in unbearable pain. The gang leader finally paid attention to his unfinished victim. The employee was crawling on the floor in tears and begging for mercy. He decided to take pity on him. But his pity was that he did not leave the man alone, as one might think, but ended his suffering, cutting his life off completely. Kim Se-yeon closed her eyes and bit her lip. It was unbearable for her to watch another death that came within the walls of this building, and she could not prevent it in any way. The girl understood that the difference in skills was too great. Even if she managed to buy a little more time, she would not be able to protect everyone present in the bank. She opened her eyes and saw that a huge pool of blood had already spread around her, flowing from the body of Il-jung's next victim. The killer raised his sword, from which fresh blood was dripping, and pointed it at the girl. He said that since she dared to challenge him, she would now become his new victim. Se-yeon listened in horror as the monster said that he would cut off her arms and legs, then put them in a bag and carry them with him as a good luck charm. Il-jung chuckled and said that she should accept such a fate as an honor, because it was not every day that one could fight a warrior like him, even if she was doomed to fail. But from this scene of gloating, the man was distracted by a loud sound. Turning around, he saw how some brave fool decided to open the door to the main hall with his foot and join their fun. All the bandits were prepared for an attack by another proactive schoolboy, so they took up combat positions. Li Xianhua came out from behind the door, raising his hands to indicate that he was giving up without a fight, and said that he didn't want to draw attention to himself. Il-jung took a break from his conversation with Se-young and asked the guy who he was and why he was preventing him from talking to his beloved blonde victim. The guy laughed nervously and greeted the bandit. One of the henchmen said that he would catch the impudent fellow right away, but the leader ordered to wait a little. Li Xianhua laughed again and began to come closer. It was clear that the guy had some kind of plan in mind, but it seemed like what could he do against such powerful enemies? The guy thought to himself that he had done everything that Jin Sun had told him to do. Now it was up to his comrade. High school student. So Jun looked around cautiously and saw what could be called a real hell. Students huddled in the corner, some were crying, some were shaking in panic, and literally a few meters away from them, there was one of the many pools of blood that spread with a stench across the light floor of the main hall of the bank. The boy remembered his conversation with Jin Sung, who said that there would be chaos on the first floor when he activated Idea. So Sun Hua should run there and tell everyone that there was an uncaught student on the 5th floor. The guy from So Young immediately started to get upset about this, because he didn't want to leave his friend alone. But Jin Sung calmly said that he had a plan, and his friend should trust him as much as he believed in him. Li Xianhua stood in the middle of the 1st floor hall and thought about how he had done exactly as the boy had ordered him. But still, he had doubts about the correctness of this action. Li Zhong approached the guy, and in an overly friendly voice asked his South Korean friend to introduce himself. He gave his name, and said that he was a 10th grader from Sojong School. Song Hua said that all the money was located on the 5th floor. That's how he and Jin Sung decided to lure the criminals there. The leader was surprised that all the bank's assets were in such a strange place. The guy explained to the man that his friend had moved all the money there, thinking that it would be possible to save it that way. The bandit was very surprised that his friend, and this indicated that it was a schoolboy, knew where the assets were located and was able to move them to another place. Here he had another question. Why the comrades he had sent to go around the upper floors had not yet returned. After that, he turned to his subordinates and said threateningly that a child was walking around their floors. Everyone immediately understood that they needed to find the boy. One of the armed bandits fell to his knees in repentance and said that he would immediately bring the teenager into the hall and seat him with the rest of the school children. He begged his commander to give him another chance to restore his reputation, the man promising that he would check every crack and nook on the upper floors. Il-jong silently listened to his subordinate's pleas and, in order to heat up the situation as much as possible, began to scratch the floor near him with his sword. The bandit was literally shaking with fear when suddenly the commander's hand comfortingly fell on his shoulders. The leader said that luck was on the bandit's side today. Because Il-jong did not want to stain his hands with the blood of his brother, he ordered to bring the student and seize all the money that he found. The soldier rose to his feet, saluted, and thanked his commander for the mercy shown. The gang leader said that the rest of the soldiers would also go up with him, because he would not forgive any more mistakes. The subordinate said that he would do everything for the sake of North Korea. After he gave the orders, he turned towards where Li Xianhua was standing and looked at him carefully, scanning him from head to toe. The guy immediately tensed up because such glances obviously did not promise him anything good. Kim Il-jung asked the guy from the upper floors if he was going to go up or if he could help him do so. Song Hua said decisively that he would go there on his own, because he understood that it was better not to argue with the terrorists. The killer grinned bloodthirstily and said that the guy was not stupid and made the right decision. Perhaps it would even save his life. The gang leader said that while his soldiers were busy with the guy's friend, he preferred to have a little fun. He began to walk between the rows of captive children and say that he was offering them a fight with the goblin girl. The bandit promised to spare the lives of those who managed to bring him the leg or arm of this impudent blonde. Kim Se-yeon tensed up, because she understood that if she was attacked by a whole crowd, then she would hardly be able to fight off everyone. Someone would manage to injure her. Il-jung continued to walk around the boys and ask what they would do, choose death or life, in exchange for the severed limb of their classmate. The girl froze and began to wait until at least one of the guys responded and said that they would not do this. But they all remained silent, frightened. It seemed as if the school children were afraid to make an extra move, let alone utter a word. One of the students convulsively clenched her hands and did not even feel the pain from the fact that her nails dug into the soft flesh of her palm until it bled. The girl was clearly not herself from the realization that they were being forced to go against Kim Sae-yeon, who was the strongest among them. The man was clearly satisfied with the position he had put the boys in, because now they had to betray one of their classmates. Suddenly, a red-haired girl stood up from the crowd and boldly said that they couldn't even suggest such a thing, since Se-yeon had been fighting for them from the very beginning. But not everyone agreed with this position, because among the guys there began to argue about the fact that the winner had long been known, and their lives were at stake. Someone started crying and for some reason looking for a watch, saying that he wanted to start the timer, because he was tired of waiting for it all to end. Some of the students frowned and said that they simply had no choice. They believed that Se-yeon had a wealthy family that would provide her with a normal life, even without one limb. The girl understood that some of her classmates were ready to commit a vile betrayal in order to ensure their survival, and this made her feel simply unbearably offended. But then Sunhwa jumped up to her. At first, the blonde tensed up, because she thought that this was the first person who wanted to cut off her leg, but the guy smiled and approached her face. After thinking for a bit, the girl decided that she had nothing left to lose, so she allowed him to whisper something in her ear. The guy said that she shouldn't worry because things would soon change, and she should try to hold out a little longer. Se-yeon looked at the so-young guy in surprise and asked him what he meant, because she had no idea what could help them in this hopeless situation. She wondered why this guy had come here instead of hiding somewhere secluded, and he had approached so quietly that it aroused suspicion. She sternly told him that he should have stayed in hiding, but now he was another hostage. Songhwa said that he came here to help. The guy looked at the students, who were clearly considering whether they should attack the blonde, and then asked if he had come at the wrong time. The girl sensed irony in his voice and said that as a token of gratitude for his help, he could take her hand and give it to the bandit in exchange for survival. Seeing that the blonde was in a terrible mood, the guy asked Se-yeon to look at him. The girl reluctantly raised her eyes. Songhwa laughed cheerfully and said that he and Jin Sung were now the best of friends. Se-yeon looked at her interlocutor with interest, but the guy didn't have time to say anything, because their opponent loudly hit the floor with his sword, and this didn't bode well for them. Il-jung said sullenly that he would kill every student in the room if the boys continued to waste his precious time. The students began to approach Se-yeon. It was clear that they had decided to try to attack her, but apparently, in order not to feel so guilty, they began to apologize to the girl. The boys said that they were very sorry and did not want to hurt her, but Il-jung left no other choice. The main thug asked Lee Sun-hwa if he had taken the girl's side and wanted to fight the school children with her. The guy laughed and absent-mindedly scratched the back of his head and said that apparently that was the case. He was forced to help Se-yeon. The leader said that he would allow him to do this because such a turn of events guaranteed him an even bloodier show than he had expected. The man informed the school children that he would now also need Songhwa's severed limb as payment for another life. Il-jung happily declared that now, thanks to his generosity, 10 people who would take part in the battle would be able to survive. Lee Xianhua smiled nervously and turned to Se-yeon, asking if she planned to protect them from the attacks of the bloodthirsty school children who wanted to survive. Instead of answering the guy's question, she called out to the bandit, calling him a North Korean puppet, who turned around irritably and asked if she had to call him that. Se-yeon looked at her hand and asked if she just killed everyone around him, he would leave her and Songhwa alive. The man thought for a moment. Then the girl added that it would be fair if they too had a chance to emerge from this battle alive. Il-jung laughed. He liked that Se-yeon was very cunning and tried to turn any situation to her advantage. He decided that watching her try to survive would be very entertaining, so he said that if they killed all the students, he would let them live. The girl prepared her sword and said that now she understood the plan of action and they could begin the battle. When the students saw the blonde approaching them, they were truly scared, because they knew that in a one-on-one fight, they would never be able to defeat her. The red-haired girl who had been advocating for not touching Se-yeon and was now at the forefront of harming her was scared. but the blonde repeated their line about how she had no choice. The student realized that their actions led to the girl not being merciful to them. She regretted that they all made the wrong choice. Il-jung noticed that the boys were starting to hesitate and realized that he needed to push them. So he said that it was up to them to decide what he would take, the blonde's leg or their heads. The red-haired girl was simply torn apart by the contradictory nature of this situation. She wanted to do the right thing, but who knew where that line was? She hysterically shouted at Seyeon that wouldn't it be right to save the majority? Because if she didn't fight, then 10 people would be able to survive. Otherwise, only 2 would remain alive. The student wanted to know if the blonde would really kill them all just to save her own skin. Instead of answering, Seyeon activated her idea and used a skill called Goblin Sword Art. After that, 3 of her physical copies rushed to attack the shocked red-haired classmate who simply froze in place. But when the copy of Seyeon was about to strike, the girl suddenly came to her senses and began to fight back. She used the skill Punching Glove. The blonde ordered her opponent, who was the sergeant of the first squad, to fight with all her might, because their survival depended on it. The red-haired student didn't understand what Seyeon meant, because it was illogical that she was asking her to use all the power she could muster. But the sergeant of the first squad decided to listen to this strange request and fight as if it was her last battle. Fist and sword touched, the 2 ideas met in a direct blow, and the power of this shook the entire main hall of the bank. The girls fought selflessly. Each of them did not want to lose, because many lives were at stake, which could end their earthly journey today. The red-haired schoolgirl realized that she had only attacked a clone of her opponent, but what was surprising to her was that it felt the same as the girl. While she was thinking about this, Seyeon herself arrived, knocking her opponent off her feet and knocking the air out of her lungs. The girl wanted to scream angrily, but Seyeon stopped her, telling her to listen very carefully to what she was about to say. She stopped kicking and pretended to lose consciousness so that the blonde could get to her ear and say what she planned. When the redhead heard what Seyeon told her, her pupils widened in surprise, but after that, her respect for the girl increased several times. When Seyoung was convinced that her classmate understood everything, she threw her hard into the crowd of other kids, because no matter what agreement they had between them, the fight had to look realistic. The schoolchildren began to fuss around the girl's limp body, wondering who would be the next to attack the blonde. The guys started to think that the copy of Seyoung simply dissolved. Someone said that someday the girl would run out of steam, and then they would be able to find her vulnerable spot. One of the students suggested to defeat Lee Seon-hwa first, since he looked more vulnerable and weak, especially since the bandit demanded his limbs for his perverted collection. Seyeon heard this conversation and closed her eyes tiredly. She thought that, in addition to protecting herself, she now had to take care of the guy's well-being as well. She ordered him to stand behind her and not stick his head out, then stepped forward and firmly grasped the hilt of the sword with her palm. Kim Il-jung watched the battle closely and couldn't take his eyes off it for a second, because his bloodthirsty gut was demanding a show. He laughed like crazy and shouted that it was the most exciting entertainment he had seen in a long time. The bandit ordered the boys to quickly go into battle, but they stood there with tears in their eyes and did not dare to go on the attack. The tired Seyeon took a defensive position because she knew that soon there would be a new fight with another opponent, and she would hardly be able to rest. The mad killer Kim Il-jung ordered school children to start killing each other because his rotten insides were starved for spectacle. He fell silent only when an empty tin can of some drink was thrown in his direction. It clattered loudly on the floor, and a tense silence fell over the room. The man was furious because some impudent child had shown such obvious disrespect that he was ready to kill him with his bare hands. Looking at the crowd of captured school children, he immediately realized that it was not them who did this, because the kids were very scared, so the bandit paid attention to the open door that led to the stairs. From there, someone's leisurely steps were heard, which were getting closer and closer. Il-jung was already irritated by this person, because he was behaving too calmly, which meant that he was not afraid of him at all. Now the time has come for Jin-sung, who was already ready to deal with the bloodthirsty monster that had captured his classmates, to enter the main battle. Il-jung didn't pay too much attention to the one coming down the stairs, so he decided to deal with the one who threw the can at him. Seyeon carefully looked at everyone who could theoretically do this, but her suspicions did not fall on anyone, because the students were too confused. The angry bandit threw the can straight at the door, from which the figure of a guy began to appear, slowly walking into the light. He noticed him and said that the appearance of new characters in the story always added color. Il-jung asked if Lee Sun-hwa was talking about him. The bandit asked the guy to wait a bit because he wasn't done with his current victims yet, and he really wanted to add to his collection of severed limbs. Jin Sung responded by attacking. Il-jung barely managed to put his hand out and cover his face to avoid being hit by the small fragments that the unknown daredevil was attacking him with. This behavior really angered the bandit because he was used to setting the rules, and then some teenager decided that he had the right to ruin his plans. Il-jung was blinded by anger. He began to ask why his opponent did not pronounce the name of his idea and why he was attacking him from behind. Then the man accidentally looked down and realized that the guy hadn't attacked him with shrapnel at all. He had thrown his own soldiers' masks at him. They were damaged and covered in blood. The gang leader began to think frantically about what could have happened to his comrades from the consortium of the Great Blight, but only the most disappointing thoughts came to mind. His eye began to twitch nervously, and he demanded that the schoolboy explain to him what was going on here. Il-jung tightened his grip on his weapon and asked if the enemy hidden in the shadows was underestimating him to act so boldly. The assassin began swinging his sword in different directions. When he activated his idea, his blows left behind a purple glow that cut through the air. He inexorably approached the side where the teenagers were sitting in a crowd. Apparently in this way, he wanted to lure out the mysterious daredevil. But when the bandit, in a fit of anger, waved his weapon, he inadvertently hit the ceiling, which now had large cracks. The boys watched in horror as the cracks grew larger and began to scream that the ceiling was about to collapse right on top of them. Kim Sa-yeon was also afraid that the ceiling might fall on her classmates, so she used the goblin clone skill and rushed to help. The ceiling began to collapse, but literally a few meters from the ground it suddenly stopped, as if something was holding it in zero gravity. Not something, but someone. It was Se-young, who winced, barely holding on, but still held the weight of the concrete ceiling on her shoulders, thereby saving the lives of her classmates. Il-jung was shocked to say that the girl was indeed very strong. He asked her to be patient for a little while, because for now, he had to deal with the new guest who had come to their party. Drenched in sweat, the blonde hissed for the second time that the bandit was a real North Korean monster who had no pity and did not value life. The man did not pay attention to these words, but warned the boys that if even one of them moved from the spot, then they would all die, because his soldiers were waiting for them outside, so there was no point in running. The students were so scared and shocked that they couldn't even nod in agreement. They just looked at their captor with empty eyes. He winked at the students and said that now was the perfect time to cut off Se-young's limbs and present them to him. The blonde once again called him a monster and asked if he really thought she would stand there and wait for that to happen. The man laughed and said that if it were any other way, she would not be standing now with the ceiling on her fragile shoulders. He wished her a good time and informed her that he would step away for a while. After that, he pushed off the ground with great force and literally flew into the air in order to deal with the impudent boy as quickly as possible. Se-yeon and her two clones were barely able to withstand the piece of concrete ceiling that hung over the students, threatening to turn them into mush. The girl didn't know how much longer her strength would last. She told the boys that if they didn't want to die, then they should get out from under the ceiling. Song-hwa agreed with this decision, saying that they should wait until all the students get out first, and then they will think of a way to help Se-young. One of the guys urged them to stay under the ceiling because if they went out, then in his opinion, the girl could easily kill them. Another guy asked if he was really suggesting that they stay under the rubble and be crushed by a concrete slab. The red-haired guy, who was quite aggressive, walked towards Song-hwa and said that they needed to deal with them, because sooner or later, it would have to be done anyway. Lee Seon-hwa hoped to reach their senses, so he began to explain that Se-young saved the students' lives. He did not understand whether the guys really thought that she would kill them. The guy suggested breaking the ceiling and running to the exit. He was sure that if they united, they would be able to survive. The red-haired man asked what would happen if Il-jung heard and came back. But this conversation was interrupted by the sergeant of the first squad, who finally came to her senses. She told everyone to stop, and then turned to Kim Se-yeon. The blonde was already barely breathing from exhaustion, so she couldn't show the proper interest in the speech of her red-haired classmate. Meanwhile, Jin Sung was in a state of mad euphoria from the fact that his enemy had finally appeared before him. Il-jong approached the very young boy carefully, surprised that he was all alone, because everything he had done could have been done by an army of trained soldiers. The man looked at the mountains of scattered, mutilated bodies of his guys, who lay motionless in their own blood. The boy said contentedly that he had been having fun with these bandits for a long time. Jin Sung's eyes burned with the lust for violence as he spoke about how he could have dealt with it much faster if the enemies had come at him en masse. The gang leader thought with a grin that today he had only surprises. First the goblin girl surprised him. Now this little monster appeared from somewhere. Hearing one of North Korea's most bloodthirsty thugs call him that, the boy laughed loudly and ran his finger along the bloody blade of his dagger. Seeing that the boy liked to kill, the man decided to offer him to join the ranks of the Great Blight Consortium. He even promised him a good position for such talent. Jin Sung put his hand to his face and pretended to be in deep thought. The man said that he had great prospects in this direction. The boy smiled and said that in this situation he would have to take the ninth path. After these incomprehensible words, he jumped up and headed towards his opponent with lightning speed. Il-jong only had time to move his eyes in different directions, trying to understand how the boy managed to move from place to place so quickly. He grabbed his sword and began to carefully track the movements of his opponent. The man said irritably that the guy's habits reminded him of an insect. When Jin Sung heard this comparison, he laughed cheerfully, because no one had ever compared him to such harmless creatures. Il-jong was disappointed to realize that his young opponent had not been hit by a single swing of the great sword, and he decided that he would have to show him his advantage. The man swung his weapon with all his might and cut the floor. It trembled and cracked like the ceiling that had collapsed in the hall. Il-jong ominously asked if his opponent liked this surprise, but in response he only heard the crazy laughter of this strange boy. The man was unbearably angry at this behavior, so he said that the guy had fallen for the bait, because he didn't even suspect what kind of idea he had. The essence of Il-jong's soul was that the swing of his sword was unstoppable, as this great weapon was taken out from the Baekdusan tiger cave. The man's sword was able to pass through any surface, allowing him to destroy literally everything around him. From the outside, the spectacle of the battle looked a little comical, because it seemed like a guy could seriously rush into battle against a great sword with a small dagger. But then Jin Sung said a phrase that made the blood in the veins of an experienced warrior freeze. The guy was surprised by the long name of the man Idea. Il-jong froze in place. He couldn't believe what he heard, because that would mean that his opponent could see the essence of the soul, which made him vulnerable. He decided not to look into it and just finish off the upstart. But Jin Sung, once again, dodged the great sword and jumped to the side. The boy decided to make fun of his opponent, so he began to inquire why the essence of his soul had such a long name. He wanted to know how Il-jong managed to name his idea with such a grandiose phrase. He asked the man to tell him this incredible story. The gang leader did not answer this obviously mocking question. He was more angered by the fact that the schoolboy had once again managed to dodge his blow. The man asked if the guy could see idea, and he nodded affirmatively, after which he began to bombard him with questions about why the bandit rank had so many advantages and what the enhancement factor was. Il-jong hadn't felt this irritated in a long time. He had the impression that this little bastard was reading him like an open book. He asked his name. The boy laughed like a madman again, and then began to chant his name, as if he was afraid that Il-jong would forget it. The gang leader said that Jin Sung had a unique vision that would help him achieve unprecedented heights if he joined the ranks of the Great Blight Consortium. Suddenly, Jin Sung said that he thought the man was the strongest person he had met in a long time. Il-jong asked why the guy suddenly brought that up, but instead of giving any intelligible answer, the boy shouted that he only saw 9. The bandit could only guess what this nonsense meant. Il-jong asked if the student could see anything else, and he replied that he could only see 9 ways to kill him. The man laughed loudly, because he was simply amazed by such unique abilities. He said that he sincerely envied the boy. Ignoring the praise, Jin Sung said that he didn't need 9 methods, because he would only use the one that was the most effective. Il-jong asked if their peace talks were over. He pretended to be very sorry, then said that he would beat the guy half to death and use his unique vision. After these words, the two bloodthirsty madmen clashed in battle. They both smiled, because violence brought them wild pleasure. At this time, one of the students found a way to hide from the cruel bandits. He hid in some far corner of the bank and sat there without leaving. This cunning character was Byun-ki-young, who put his feet up on the table and swayed carelessly on the chair. The elevator was broken, so it would take a long time to get to him. The boy was sure that he only needed to make one phone call and the police would arrive in no time, because they were in the very center of the city. The blonde understood that he would also get into trouble if he wanted to leave his hiding place, so the guy preferred to sit in his place and not stick his head out. Where there was stability was between two crazed killers who were happily trying to turn each other into a bloody mess. Jin-sung was in a state of pure euphoria as he stabbed with his dagger and moved so quickly that he could see his opponent's confused look. Il-jong threw one blow after another, but none of them had yet reached their target or even scratched this boy. He watched in fear as Jin-sung hovered above him, taking up the best positions to deliver a devastating blow. The man looked at that smiling face and couldn't believe that he had met someone as crazy as he was. But what angered him was that this little coward did not engage in direct confrontation with him, but only avoided attacks. He wanted to fight for real. Il-jong angrily shouted that the boy could only run away. He urged him to attack like a real warrior does, looking into the eyes of his opponent. A few seconds later, the gang leader realized that he might regret his words because he saw something so sinister in the guy's gaze that a chill ran down his skin. Jin-sung moved so fast that the enemy simply did not have time to react, so the guy managed to wound him and draw the first blood. The wound on Il-jung's shoulder was not deep, but it was still bleeding quite well, and the man realized that if he had been wounded deeper, he might have bled out before this fight was over. He glanced at his shoulder for only a moment, but then the guy appeared in front of him again, and somehow, miraculously, he reached him in the shortest possible time. The man again did not have time to react, and this cost him a new wound on his hand, which, although it did not bleed much, prevented his hand from functioning normally. Jin-sung struck again, and the enemy's blood splashed onto his small dagger. He walked away from Il-jung and listened to his cries that the bandit considered him a coward. An experienced warrior with many years of military experience considered himself a toy that a young sadist was playing with, because the guy seemed to be planning to cut him up all over with small wounds from which he would bleed to death. Jin-sung asked if such a powerful enemy was going to treat him to any kind of counterattack. This kind of impudent behavior made Il-jung angry. He didn't want to let the guy cross his boundaries, so he decided it was time to finish with him. The man smiled broadly and said that he could die if he continued to hide his secret. He really didn't like that outcome. So he decided to reveal the essence of his soul, and a moment later, a strange hand that was woven from shadows was already approaching Jin-sung. When this ghostly limb actually touched the guy and he felt its cold touch on his skin, he was scared, because it was the first time he saw such an ability. He jumped to the side in lightning speed when the hand wanted to attack him again. Jin-sung didn't understand what it was and how one could have such power. The guy finally looked at his opponent and saw that in place of one of his hands, there were now some strange tentacles that were capable of causing quite noticeable physical harm. Hundreds of thoughts immediately flashed through the student's head, because he was interested in who was standing in front of him and how he managed to achieve such amazing and at the same time frightening power. He saw that the man's idea rank had increased and the enhancement factor had increased, and an ability called Beast Hand had also been added, meaning he had 2 ideas. Il-jung said that speed would no longer help the guy because now he would not be able to escape from his hand, which could reach any end of the room in a second. The boy pretended not to take his threat seriously, so he called his enemy an old man and asked him what kind of hand it was. Il-jung asked why the student was so interested in this. The man sighed in disappointment and said that he thought he would fight someone more serious, but around him again, there were only mediocre people. Jin-sung didn't pay attention to this insult and thought out loud that the bandit had become stronger thanks to his arm. He was glad that now he could have some big fun. The gang leader told the schoolboy to stop fooling around, because if he continued to fight like this, he would be left without a single scratch. The boy asked if the old man wanted to run away. These words excited the old soldier even more. The shadows around him began to thicken, and he said that he had not heard such words addressed to him for a very long time. Jin-sung stood his ground and asked how he planned to escape and whether he seriously thought he could pull it off. The man supported these joking conversations and ironically said that he did not even know how he could force himself to run away from his new friend. Shadows swirled around the man and wrapped around him like snakes. He gripped his sword tighter and said that he remembered an opponent named Park Jin-sun. After saying these words, Il-jong used both of his ideas, causing his face to twist as the tension was simply unbearable. The force he used was simply astounding in scale. He literally destroyed the building with just the force of his soul essence. The bank building literally exploded from the inside, and the roof began to collapse. If it weren't for Edie hiding one of the bandits, people would have noticed all this long ago. Il-jong continued to destroy the building. He united the two ideas, and now the long shadow tentacles were an extension of his great sword. It created a devastating tornado that tore through the building, leaving behind a crater several stories deep. Byun-gi emerged from his hiding place, unable to believe what he saw. The blonde hoped that he had found a safe haven, but now he, like everyone else, was in danger. The guy looked at this massive destruction and thought that it was unlikely that Kim Sae-yeon could have done this. He came to the conclusion that the terrorist leader was to blame. Il-jung flew up and said cheerfully that now they had a wonderful opportunity to play hide and seek. Looking at what his opponent had done and how many victims it could lead to, the guy hissed that he would finish off the old monster. After that, Jin-sung said with delight that he could now speed up even more. This behavior greatly angered his opponent, who ordered him to stop these jokes, since he still would not be able to be faster than his tentacles. The boy began to move even faster than before, and said that he was not joking about his acceleration. The man thought that perhaps his opponent had gone crazy because he was acting like a madman. If so, then the bandit could have suffered in this battle. On one of the upper floors, a soldier noticed some kind of red spot. Looking closely, he saw a fair-haired guy who called his name in horror. A plan immediately formed in his head on how to use this schoolboy, who somehow miraculously managed to hide from these henchmen. Il-jung thought he had hope, so he jumped out of the hole that was created in the roof due to his punch. Byun-gi didn't understand what was going on and what Jin-sung was doing there. The blonde couldn't believe that this loser had gotten into a fight with such a powerful enemy as the military leader of North Korea. It was unclear how he had even managed to survive until this second. Jin-sung didn't care who he could attack and who he couldn't, because all he felt was an inexorable thirst for violence that grew with each passing second. But still, the guy did not completely lose his mind, because despite this confusion, he stopped when he realized that in front of him was not an enemy at all, but his classmate, albeit not the best one. Byun-gi immediately realized that something was wrong with the guy, because he had never seen his eyes glow red, and his face showed only the desire to kill in the bloodiest way. The blonde saw the internal struggle on his classmate's face as he decided whether to attack him or not. Everything inside him froze as the boy raised his dagger, but then suddenly jumped back as if he had come to his senses. Jin-sun landed painfully as he miscalculated the scale of the destruction and ran into a concrete ledge. He tried to get up, but apparently he was badly hurt because he felt pain all over his body. Byun-gi immediately jumped up to the boy and started asking where he came from and what kind of madness was going on around him, but Jin-sung was not in the best state to talk. Il-jung appeared on the horizon, looked at the blonde with interest, and asked if they were familiar with this annoying schoolboy. He said that Gi-young literally saved him. The leader of the third squad looked up in horror and asked if the man shouldn't be fighting the upstart Saeyeon, who was so eager to protect everyone that she had drawn attention to herself, thus ensuring his escape. Looking at this bloodthirsty killer, he began to ask Jin-sung in a panic what happened and why they all ended up in this dilapidated place, but he still didn't get answers to his questions. Looking at how awkwardly the guy was getting up, Gi-young thought that most likely it was the blonde who had driven the enemy to such an aggressive state, because Jin-sung could only evoke feelings of pity and disgust. But still, Il-jung said that he saved him from Jin-sun. The blonde understood that it was some kind of nonsense. He could not believe it, that the boy could do any harm. Ji-young decided to try again to get some kind of answer from his classmate, so he started to rudely ask him about what happened, but he slowed down a bit when he saw a red haze around the guy. Jin-sun rose to his feet and began to laugh madly. The blonde recoiled and hurried away from him because such behavior could not help but frighten him. He did not even want to think about what was happening to this loser. While the shocked leader of the third squad tried to come to his senses, Il-jung quietly laughed, after which he said that it was the blonde who helped him get rid of that leech. Tired of being completely in the dark, Byung-gi turned to the man and rudely asked him what he meant, because he was frightened by the behavior of his once shy and awkward classmate. Jin-sung heard what was said about him, but from time to time he lost touch with reality, because the desire to hurt someone and take a life was much stronger than common sense. The bandit chuckled and told Byung-gi that he always remembers kind gestures, especially ones like this one, even though he did it unconsciously. The blonde still didn't understand what action of his had helped the villain and why he began to think that they were on the same side. Il-jung gave one piece of advice to Gi-young. He said that if he wanted to stay alive, he should run to the 3rd floor as quickly as possible. The blonde looked at this cruel man in bewilderment and could not comprehend that he was now helping him save his life. But still, doubts crept into the guy's soul because he remembered that the 1st floor was full of other bandits. So he decided that he was being sent into a trap. Il-jung didn't care whether the student followed his advice or not. He wished him luck and thought that he had done the right thing when he decided to go to South Korea. The bandit turned around once more and took one last look at the guy around whom the blood-red haze was thickening. He realized that this country was full of young talents like the goblin girl, this guy. He could not even imagine that South Korea was hiding such talents. If someone had told him that he would meet such a young psychopath with an unquenchable thirst for blood, the man would not have believed it. Byung-gi stood and watched in silence as one of the strongest people he had ever met, tail between his legs, ran away from some loser who was bullied even at school. The guy understood that all this simply didn't make sense, because Jin-sung had weak skills that were only equal to F-rank. But turning around, the blonde saw that his classmate was not at all like the one he knew. Something had changed in him. Jin-sung laughed and asked if even the squad leader was here, sending a chill down Gi-yeon's spine. The boy smiled, and with a hint of sadness began to complain that because of the leader of the 3rd squad his opponent had run away. He asked with hope in his voice if the blonde would play with him. He recoiled when he heard the strange, creaky voice of his classmate, with which he asked this extremely frightening question. Gi-yeon looked into his eyes and noticed that his gaze was completely empty. He immediately realized that F-rank was no longer harmless. The blonde activated his idea, hoping that she could help him get out of here and find out what happened on the 1st floor. He began to make his way through the rubble, wanting to get to the door that led to the stairs to the lower floors. The guy started to run away, because he understood only one thing. Jin-sun was dangerous and he shouldn't be alone near him. The boy, whose clothes were covered in blood, stood and watched as the leader of his squad cowardly ran away from him. He smiled widely and asked if his classmate also wanted to play tag. Bursting into laughter, Jin-sung said that he was driving again. The young killer looked down and saw that his new victim was already far away, but it was not the first time he had to catch up. A few seconds later, the guy had already caught up with Gi-yeon, after which he said that he was tired of playing the same game. The blonde realized that he couldn't just run away, so he decided that he would have to fight his way to the lower floors. This was exactly what Jin-sung wanted, his eyes lighting up as he imagined drawing blood from his classmate. When Byung-gi attempted to attack, his opponent dodged so quickly that the guy didn't even notice his movements, as if he had simply been transported to another place. When he asked Jin-sung how he managed to do this, he only hissed that he wanted to play with the squad leader. After these words, Jin-sung rushed at his new victim and said that he had finally fallen into his trap. The boy began to choke the blonde so much that he could not fully fill his lungs with oxygen. When his eyes began to cloud over, he began to ask his opponent to stop. But instead, Jin-sung will offer his classmate a choice of games, with options including cutting off his leg or arm. Byung-gi hysterically shouted that the boy was out of his mind to suggest such games to him. Somehow, he managed to break free from Jin-sun's strong grip and jumped back a short distance. The guy had spent quite a lot of energy on resistance and now felt exhausted. Jin-sung pretended to be very sad that the games he suggested didn't impress his classmate. The blonde jumped down, straight into the abyss. His opponent quietly said that it would be better if the leader took care of his squad and not sit in safety. After that, Jin-sung jumped after him and grabbed him so that he completely restricted the guy's movements, saying that now he would not escape from him. Gi-yeon began to kick, screaming that if he didn't let go, they would both crash, because in such a position it was impossible to maneuver between the rubble. He began to panic, saying that even though the boy had always hated him, he shouldn't kill them both because of his cruelty. Jin Sung laughed and said that he wouldn't die, so the blonde only had to worry about his own skin. Gi Yong knew that if he landed on the hall floor from such a height, only a stain would remain of him, but suddenly he heard a familiar voice calling his name. He decided that he would put his pride aside as far as possible, because now the priority was to save his life. The guy started kicking even harder, trying to break free a little to get the chance to use his idea, because he wasn't going to die at the hands of this loser. But Jin Sung anticipated the attack and dodged it, saying that the sergeant was too slow. But suddenly, he saw some kind of sword flying towards him, so he looked down with interest. The boy thought with unhealthy joy that perhaps someone else wanted to join their perverted game of survival. He easily deflected the sword with his hand and asked who else wanted to play a game with him, the prize being a severed limb of the opponent. Byun Gi Young watched in horror as the psychopath managed to dodge the sudden sword attack, not understanding how the enemy even noticed the weapon flying at him. But he decided that he would think about it later, because now he was much more interested in his own survival. The guy needed to throw the stone he was trying to fight off Jin Sung with somewhere, so he had to shout loudly to get everyone to move aside. The blonde made a powerful throw that shook the space and made even the walls of the bank tremble. That was the last burst of strength he was capable of. So now Gi Yong flew to the side and lay powerless, hoping that someone would help him. Jin Sun landed quite successfully and was already ready for a new attack. He began to look around in search of his victim and to say that he really wanted to play. As he walked around the lower floor, he noticed a sword that was now stuck in the floor in the middle of the room, and he wondered who it belonged to. The boy realized that the game was starting from the beginning, and now it would be full of cruelty, just as he loved it. In the main hall of the bank premises, no less interesting events took place. The students asked how long the girl was going to hold the concrete slab above herself. Kim Se-yeon was exhausted, but holding on with all her might. She asked if the leader of the first squad had not had enough of her blow and needed a second one. She pretended that everything was fine, but in reality she was at her limit and could barely stand on her feet. Her limbs were shaking. The girl could barely withstand this tension. Se-yeon thought that if she gave in, she and some of her classmates might simply be crushed by this huge slab. The red-haired classmate approached her, using her soul essence, which was embodied in the form of striking gloves. She came closer and closer, and said that on behalf of the leader of the first detachment, she ordered to stop the resistance. The guys behind her started to get indignant, saying that they were the first ones who wanted to cut off the girl's limb, as Il-jong ordered to do. Lee Sun-hwa desperately screamed and asked them to stop. He said that they were all classmates and tried to reason with them, saying that Se-young was trying to save them. The blonde no longer had any strength to prove anything and say that she just wanted to help them. They started pushing Sun-hwa aside and telling him to go away if he didn't want to get it with her, but the guy said that he wouldn't budge for anything. He asked how the boys dared to do this to someone who had fought for them, and he was surprised that they were not at all troubled by their conscience. One of the bank employees said that the guy didn't understand anything, because he was too young. He personally had a family that was waiting for his return, so it would be better for everyone if he just got out of the way. Se-young understood that the guy's verbal battle would bring absolutely no results, because the students were fixated only on their own survival. Those who remained under the concrete slab and did not dare to come out began to panic, saying that they would now be crushed by a piece of the ceiling. The red-haired girl came closer and closer, saying that Se-yeon's strength was running out, which meant she needed to accept her fate and surrender. She urged Lee Sun-hwa to step aside and not interfere, otherwise he would also suffer. The guy said that if she made another move, he would have to defend himself, and she might not like it. The girl closed her eyes and said that he left her no other choice. She concentrated all her energy and directed it into her striking gloves. But then, unexpectedly for everyone, she turned around abruptly and ordered the first squad of the 10th platoon of the Hyeon Battalion to stand still. The leader ordered her classmates to start saving people under the ceiling. When they looked at her in surprise, the girl said that they had to protect their comrade and classmate, Kim Se-yeon. The guys were simply shocked by this turn of events, because they all thought that the sergeant was on the same side with them. The members of the first squad obeyed their leader without question and joined her. They lined up in a row and became a human shield that kept away those who wanted to cause any harm to Se-young. The blonde asked her red-haired ally to stop showing off and help her get out, as she reminded her that the concrete slab was quite heavy. Those students who were not part of the first squad were surprised and did not know what to do next, because they could not cope with such a number of opponents. They came closer and tried to persuade their classmates to sacrifice 2 people for the good of everyone else. The red-haired girl held out her punching glove and said that if any of them came closer, they would get to know her abilities better. She said that she would use force without hesitation, because they had to help the leader of the 3rd squad and the student from So Young's school. She promised not to attack first, but if the guys took another step, they would regret it. The young bank employee was taken aback by such threats, so he raised his hands and said that he heard her. The dark-haired girl who was in the 1st squad reported that they had brought all the students out from under the ruins of the ceiling. Now only Seyeon remained to be brought out. The guys teamed up and intercepted the concrete slab, holding it with their combined efforts so that the blonde could get out safely. While Song Hwa and the red-haired girl were somehow holding the huge weight above their heads, Seyeon was finally able to let go of it. She rolled her shoulders and grumbled about how her arms were still cramping, but she was glad she was finally able to get out. Lee Seon-hwa began to ask the girl what kind of performance they had put on with the leader of the 1st squad. The blonde tapped her red-haired ally on the shoulder and said that she was simply trusting in the skills of her comrades. The sergeant laughed and shared that she did what they were taught in school. Song-hwa looked at them like they were crazy. The girl said that when they were fighting among themselves, Se-young said that the redhead should pretend that she was scared. After that, for the sake of credibility, the blonde threw her opponent as hard as possible so that she would play her role 100%. Also, the red-haired girl said that she initially forgot the trick they were taught because she was really scared, especially when she remembered that their opponents were members of the plague group and they never left witnesses, so hoping for some kind of leniency was stupid. Out of fear, the sergeant made the wrong decision, because she thought it was logical to sacrifice one person for the well-being of everyone else. But then she realized that even if they killed Seyeon, Kim Il-jung would never leave any witnesses, so she decided to follow the plan the blonde suggested. The sergeant shared this plan of action with her squad members and said that following it was not a request, but an order. Listening to all this, Seyeon rolled her eyes and said that she told her to pretend that she was scared and not to show off. The red-haired girl smiled and said that it didn't matter because everything worked out. This sweet conversation was interrupted by some strange earthquake. It shook the entire building and forced the guys to duck. They all wondered if Kim Il-jung had decided to destroy some part of the bank again. When Lee Sun-hwa realized that Jin Sung might be somewhere on the destroyed floors, he shouted his name, causing Se-yeon to be confused. The guy asked if she had forgotten why Il-jung went upstairs, thinking, the girl said that someone lured him there. Song-hwa said that this was exactly the case, and that the volunteer was none other than their well-known friend. Se-yeon told the guy to stop making fun of her, because even though Jin Sung had good stamina, he was an F rank. Then the guy seriously asked her who else it could be, if almost all the guys were caught or were sitting in the hall, scared. The blonde thought about it. Among them, the only ones who weren't there were Jin Sung and Byun-gi Young. The second one definitely wouldn't risk his skin, but it was hard to believe that it was really F rank. Lee Seon-hwa said that he didn't have time to wait for the girl to decide whether to trust him. Then he turned around and started running away. He decided that it would be better to go to the rescue alone than to leave the one who saved them all alone with a monster like Il-jung. Se-yeon looked at the running boy and understood that his words did not sound like a joke, but it was difficult for her to comprehend that Park Jin-soon was actually fighting with the leader of the Chuma gang. The girl realized that it hadn't been that loud in the bank building, even when she had fought with that ruthless monster. But she couldn't understand how the guy with the F rank could stand up to him alone. Her hands shook as she thought about how a person like Il-jung would instantly smash the boy to pieces, and she was scared to think that he could die. The horn on Se-yeon's head glowed. Anger filled her veins with strength, and she decided that she would not allow her only friend in this school to die like this. A small plan formed in her head again, and she decided to share it with the leader of the first squad. She approached the red-haired girl with a request for a favor that she could only trust her with. The heart beat in unison with the sounds of footsteps, which beat out an alarming melody on the stairs. Lee Seon-hwa and Se-yeon rushed to help their friend, but the girl understood that in her current state she would not be able to resist the enemy. But perhaps she could at least help with something. They stood in front of the door and realized that Jin Sun and Il-jung were behind it, They were scared to see what was happening there, but it was too late to back out. The blonde turned around and looked at her new friend again, after which she said that she was opening the door. She was scared. She was worried that she might see the boy's torn body and wouldn't be able to bear the sight, but she still began to enter the room. The guys took literally 5 steps forward and stopped as they saw in front of them a bloody pile of bodies lying in the middle of the corridor. The friends were taken aback by this sight, and Song Hwa covered his mouth as he felt like he might vomit from what he saw. Se-yeon began to walk around the bodies and wonder if all these victims were really on Il-jun's conscience. She looked at the floor and walls and noticed many marks from the great sword. It looked like the man had made at least 30 swings. The girl began to wonder whether these two had really fought so long and so intensely, but one question remained. Where had they gone? Se-yeon thought that the answer to her question might be the hole that led all the way to the first floor. For now, that was the only clue. She looked at the entire tunnel that had appeared as a result of a blow of simply unimaginable force, and realized that the destruction on the first floor was incomparable. It was a whole funnel that was drilled through the entire building. The girl wondered if Il-jung had always possessed such terrible power. Lee Seon-hwa couldn't help but wonder about the aftermath of the battle they missed, and he voiced his guess that their friend and his opponent might be up there. The girl raised her head and noticed that some red spot was flying down. She screamed that something was approaching them. She drew her sword and prepared to face the impending danger. Se-yeon thought there were only 2 options as to who it could be, either Park Jin-soon or Kim Il-jun. But her expectations were not met, because soon she recognized the owner of the red sweatshirt and the disgusting voice. It was none other than Byun Ki-young, who literally fell on them from the sky. But then she noticed another figure chasing the screaming guy. This was already Jin Sung, who for some reason was chasing the blonde. But something in the boy had changed. He no longer looked shy and awkward, and his eyes burned with the desire to kill, which scared the girl to death. Lee Sun-hwa asked with concern in his voice what was going on, but the blonde didn't know what to answer him, so she simply ordered him to step aside. The only thing she understood was that Byun Ki-young was a victim this time who apparently needed help, so she turned her blade around and used it. The girl threw her sword straight at the place where the boys were fighting. She hoped not to hurt anyone, but simply to distract Jin Sung, who was too carried away by the battle. Se-yeon didn't know if this action would help defuse the situation, but she now considered the lives of the students her responsibility. So she grabbed Lee Sun-hwa's hand and decided that it would be better if he didn't get caught in the middle of the battle. She dragged him down the destroyed corridor and told him that they should step aside so as not to get hurt when the boys landed. The landing was truly massive, shaking the building and raising a cloud of dust. Byun Ki-young flew several meters into the corridor and lay helplessly. One might have thought that he had lost consciousness. But the blonde was tenacious, because a couple of seconds later he was already standing on his feet and cursing Jin Sung with all his might. Se-yeon immediately rushed to the guy with questions about what happened. Ji-yeon looked at her and was surprised that she was still alive, but there was no joy on his face. The girl growled angrily at the guy to stop talking nonsense and tell him why Jin Sung was stalking him. All 3 of them turned around quickly when they heard the creepy voice of the boy calling for the squad leader. Jin Sung came out from the shadows and said with a crazy smile that since Song Hwa and Se-yeon were also here, they could join their game. He spread his arms wide and laughed so loudly that the boys got goosebumps. The guy said that finally they could all play. Se-yeon didn't know how to react to her friend's behavior. On the one hand, it was still Jin Sung, but on the other hand, something had changed dramatically in him. His eyes were blazing with madness and murderous intent, and his sinister laugh made one think that he was not quite right in the head. Lee Seon-hwa backed away and suggested that perhaps they had been wrong to go up to the 5th floor. The blonde couldn't believe that her friend was actually standing in front of her. But Jin Sung didn't pay any attention to the confused looks of his friends. He was interested in who wanted to play bloody games with him. Se-yeon hesitantly asked if the boy was really the same Jin Sung who allowed his classmates to take advantage of him and bully him. Instead, the boy said that he saw the essence of the girl's soul, and she was as interesting as she was nasty. Se-yeon didn't understand what he was talking about, because by looking at a person you couldn't just see his idea, you had to have a very rare gift. The boy said that her idea was very impressive, but rather useless. These words angered the blonde. Here Byun Ki-young reminded them of his presence. saying that the guy was no longer the loser they had known him to be. Se-yeon asked irritably what he was talking about. Gi-yeon explained that it was Jin-sung who was chasing after Il-jun, and not the other way around as one might think. The blonde decided to give the girl some advice, since it so happened that she helped him. He advised her to run as far as possible while the boy was busy with empty talk. Gi-young said that just recently, after Jin-soon finished ranting and attacked him, he once again strongly advised Se-young to run away. The blonde demanded that the guy explain properly what was going on, but instead, Gi-young simply left the room silently. Lee Sun-hwa said with concern that Jin-sung now looked even crazier. Se-yeon asked if he had ever seen the guy in such a state before. The student from So-jun's school said that it was like that, but last time he had retained a bit of sanity that made it possible to talk to him. But now there was no trace of this adequacy, because Jin-sung was not himself. He was constantly giggling and thinking out loud about how best to kill his new victims. He stared at Se-yeon without blinking and tried to choose the bloodiest way to kill her. Then his hand started shaking like a person with an addiction, and he screamed that he couldn't take it anymore. The blonde chuckled and said that the guy wouldn't get far with such a shockingly low level of patience. She sarcastically said that it wasn't that easy to please her, and then asked if the guy really planned to claim anything. Instead of answering, Jin-sung took out his small dagger, which was completely covered in thick blood. Se-yeon thought that the weapon had hit more than one person. Jin-sung asked the girl why she thought he couldn't kill everyone who came his way, not just her, since his thirst for death was too insatiable. Se-yeon realized that things were not going well, so she decided that at least one of them should be saved. She called Lee Sun-hwa and decided to tell him something. As soon as he approached, he heard the order to run away as quickly as possible. The girl rushed towards Jin-sung and said that she would buy some time. The blonde began to analyze her situation and realized that she would not last more than 30 seconds because she did not have a blade, and her strength was running out. When Jin-sung realized that his offer to play had finally been accepted, he rushed to meet the girl in delight. It was clear that he was happy about what might happen next. Se-yeon dodged the first strike and realized that the enemy's idea was fast and accurate, and also strong but hard to control, just like hers. When the girl felt the first cut on her skin, she realized that her affairs were much worse than she could have imagined, because the guy could hardly control his idea. Even with his fevered mind, Jin-sung realized that the girl had not just stopped and looked at him, but was carefully analyzing him, so he asked her what she had noticed. Se-yeon said that it must have been very difficult to handle such a huge force, but she thought that the guy did an excellent job. For just a moment, the blonde thought she saw a glimmer of light in her classmate's eyes, but that moment was too elusive. After that, the crazy smile returned to the boy's face, and he said that the girl had done well so far, too. After that, he waved his dagger and said goodbye to her. One could guess what exactly the young killer was planning to do. After the blow was delivered, the girl immediately fell, because her legs could not support her after what her body had endured. The sight of his opponent falling at his feet amused Jin-sung so much that he laughed loudly again, the sound spreading through the dead silence of the destroyed floor. But even in this state, intoxicated by violence, the boy was haunted by memories from the past about what happened a little while after he went to elementary school. The little frightened boy had been through too much, and was left without support when he needed it most. He lost his parents very early, who were killed during an armed robbery at their home. The bodies of his mother and father were so mutilated by the killers that it took a long time to establish their identity. The little child was left all alone, frightened, and with an irreparable loss he went to live with his uncle. My uncle and his wife were terribly cruel people who only had an F rank, and were therefore angry at the whole world for being such losers. They punished a small child for any childish mischief by tying him up with a rotting F rank rope that would break if not tied tightly enough. While the woman held the rope, the uncle beat the boy with a club made of rotting wood. He believed that this was a reliable method of education, or perhaps he simply enjoyed beating the weak. Every day, little Jin-sung was beaten, called names, and ignored, this pair of cruel losers asserting themselves at the expense of a child who could not fight back. As a result, the baby was downtrodden and scared of every rustle. It was difficult for him to establish communication with his peers and get along in a group. A memory from elementary school popped into his head when a cute girl came up to him and asked if he was too hot to wear a warm sweatshirt all the time. Her classmates called her to play, but instead she stayed in the classroom to talk to Jin Sung. She said that she and some other guys were going to go shopping and invited him to join them. The boy lowered his head because he was embarrassed to say that he had no money. Instead, he answered that he did not need anything. The girl said that he could go with them another time. He heard another classmate telling a cute girl that Jin Sung never had money and always wore dirty clothes. She advised her to stay away from him. The beatings were not only at home, the boy experienced them at school too. They kicked him, completely ignoring the fact that they were hitting existing bruises. He was bullied because he did not show his idea, when they demanded that he show it. He said that it was not there and then received another kick. The boys who bullied him said that they knew about the problem and wanted to help, because if he was shaken well, idea would appear. They kicked him and said they were doing it out of the kindness of their hearts and that he would thank them later. Both at home and outside its walls, the boy felt and received danger everywhere. There was no place where he felt calm as before, with his parents in their home. In order to earn less, young Jin Sung tried to stay late at school and come home as late as possible. One day, when he was returning home later than usual, something strange moved in the bushes, and the boy decided to check what was there. Jin Sung began to look there carefully because he was curious about what could have settled in the bushes near his house. Suddenly, a small puppy jumped out from there, happily wagging its tail and playfully barking, its soft red and white fur shining in the sun and beckoning to be touched. The puppy began to circle around the boy, wanting to get some attention and affection from him, and maybe even treats. Jin Sung squatted down and the dog immediately climbed onto his lap and began to gently rub against him. The boy stroked it and felt how his soul became lighter and more pleasant. The puppy licked the boy on the cheek, and he laughed merrily because he felt love from at least some living creature on this planet. Not cruelty, not anger, but something warm and bright. So he found his only friend. Every day the boy played with the puppy on the playground until late. It was the most favorite time of the day for both of them. Being late home became so frequent that eventually, one evening, the uncle went to look for his nephew, fearing that one of the neighbors considered him a bad guardian. Having found him on the playground, the man started shouting and asking what he was doing there. The boy felt that his uncle should not know about the puppy, so he was not going to give up his friend. But the dog decided differently. She also cared about her friend, so she decided to protect him from the evil uncle and bit the man, despite the fact that she put herself in danger. Uncle asked Jin Sung what kind of nasty dog it was, and he guessed that it was because of it that the boy was returning home later than usual. People came running to the scream, and a crowd of spectators gathered near the site, who turned out to be Uncle Jin Sung's neighbors. They began to notice that the child was afraid of his relative. Seeing that everyone was looking at them, the uncle made his voice as gentle as possible and said that if the reason for his late arrival's home was the dog, then the boy could take it home. Jin Sung's happiness knew no bounds. He believed that he was lucky for the first time in his life. He began to thank his uncle for allowing him to take his friend home. It was already night, but the light in the windows of the small house was still burning, indicating that the inhabitants were still awake. Jin Sung was reading a book while his best friend licked his cheek, happy that he had a home and a wonderful little owner who loved him very much. This idyll was destroyed by the uncle's scream, who was scolding him because the boy was still awake. The boy got scared, and this anxiety was transmitted even to the dog. He quickly turned off the light and said goodnight to his dog, Poppy. When Poppy was with him, the boy felt happy for the first time since his parents died and he moved into this house. Life in the small house went on as usual. The boy tried not to create problems, and his guardians tried to ignore his existence. Jin Sung was much happier than usual. He asked his uncle if he could play with the dog in the yard, and he said yes. The boy thought that perhaps his guardians weren't so bad after all, because lately he had been feeling much better and could find peace in his room next to Poppy. With such a positive attitude, they ran outside with the puppy to play, thinking that another bright and happy day awaited them. They came to the playground and started playing in the sand. Jin Sung was incredibly happy from the realization that he finally had a friend and was no longer lonely. He loved his dog so much that he was ready to dedicate every second of his life to her. The boy simply adored playing and taking care of her. Poppy was always close to her owner and was ready to share every joyful moment with him. Looking at this couple, one could say that two broken souls found each other and glued together what was damaged. The boy was so engrossed in playing with the puppy that he completely forgot about the time, and again sat on the playground until late. Anxiety and fear filled the boy's heart. He understood that his uncle would be furious, and this always ended badly. He called Poppy and told her to run home as fast as she could because they might get into serious trouble. Fear crept into Jin Sung's heart, and he had a very bad feeling about this. As soon as he came home, his uncle immediately called him and asked why he came back after dinner, because in his opinion, this was a demonstration of disrespect. The boy looked down and said that he was very sorry. He tried to explain that he got carried away in his game and completely forgot about the time. The uncle loudly put a tin can on the table and roared, saying that these words in no way justified the little brat. The man asked if he really had to run around the whole city looking for his nephew. The boy apologized again and promised that next time he would be more careful. But then Poppy intervened and began to bark aggressively at the man because he was talking too loudly to her owner. The boy began to panic because if the dog attracted attention, it could bring trouble upon itself, and he wanted to protect her from this, so he began to calm her down and ask what happened. The uncle was angered by the animal's behavior. He said that this mongrel had gotten something wrong and it was high time to make stew out of it. Looking at the man looming over him and the dog, Jin Sung began to frantically ask his uncle not to get angry. He promised to scold Poppy for disobedience. The boy's words were the last straw for the inadequate man. He swung and hit his nephew so hard that he flipped over on the floor. This cruel man said that he had been too soft with his nephew. Because he still opened his mouth, he asked his wife to tie the boy up because he wanted to teach him a lesson. The woman was delighted with this proposal. She took out her rotting ropes and said that their baby had become completely unruly, which meant that he needed to be brought to his senses. But Poppy barked again, trying to protect Jin Sung from the cruelty of his guardians, and Uncle roared in anger, shouting that this cur had completely forgotten his place. He began to walk towards the animal and tell it to close its mouth, because it could also get what it wanted, and he did what he planned. Jin Sung raised his head, and what he saw made his heart stop. He felt how all the wounds that had just healed began to hurt and bleed again. His Poppy lay on the floor and no longer made a sound, not even a quiet sigh that would indicate that she was alive. There was only a lifeless, furry body. This monster, who called himself a man, stood proudly and smiled, because thanks to his efforts the dog finally fell silent. Jin Sung realized that he had never seen more disgusting people than his guardians. While his aunt tied him up, he hysterically rushed towards his dog and tried to understand if everything was okay with Poppy. The woman only tied the knots tighter and ordered him to lie still. Jin Sung showed such disobedience for the first time in his life, because for the sake of his friend, he was ready to fight even against those who could cause him great harm. The uncle noticed this look, full of disobedience, and asked if the rebel in the boy had really woken up. He squeezed his club threateningly and said that this could be fixed. The man began to beat the child brutally, asking who taught him such tricks. He assumed that he got it from his mother or from his weak-willed brother. When they stopped beating the boy, he lay on the cold floor and shook with pain, so that they would not touch him anymore. He said that he was very sorry and apologized to his guardians. His uncle looked at him with disdain and said that the boy's weakness and arrogance were inherited from his parents. After this, the monster who raised the boy said that it was for these very qualities that he beat them to death. When Jin Sung heard this, the pain seemed to disappear. All his senses became more acute, and information reached him that simply couldn't fit in his head. The woman covered her mouth with her hand and asked her husband if he really thought it was worth talking about such things in front of the child. The man said that no one would believe the boy anyway. The guy repeated the words like a mantra that his parents were killed by a robber, because he couldn't believe that everything was not as he had been told before. But my uncle was generous with new information today. He said that he got angry and beat his brother and his wife to death because they didn't want to share the money, but some robber got in through the window. He and his wife burst into laughter and began to say that it was simply hilarious to watch him justify himself in court. The guardians said that they would remember the grimace of that innocent man for a long time. Shadows began to swirl around the boy. He clenched his teeth and asked again if his parents had really been killed by his uncle and aunt, whom he considered his only relatives. The man looked truly proud as he said that this was exactly how it happened. Suddenly the dog started showing signs of life. It got up from its place and started barking loudly. The uncle looked in that direction because he was sure that the animal had long since died and would not bother him anymore. But the exact opposite happened. Poppy sped up and jumped on her owner's offender. She grabbed his hand with her teeth and did not want to let go. Jin Sung began to hysterically scream at the dog to run away, because he didn't want to lose another soulmate to those monsters. The cruel man swung his club at the dog and did something the boy would never forget for the rest of his life. The lifeless, furry little body lay next to its owner, who couldn't even reach it because he was tied up, but the man was only interested in whether there would be a scar on his hand. Jin Sung realized that he had lost his only friend. He began to cry and apologize to the dog for bringing her to this house. She just wanted to play, but in the end, she went to the next world. The boy felt guilty for bringing Poppy to a place where she was unsafe, and he knew that it would have been better for her to have stayed on the playground rather than be beaten to death. He closed his eyes and cried so hard that for a second he felt as if his friend was alive again and licking his cheek, as she always did to calm him down. It was Poppy's farewell gesture. The boy opened his eyes, and it seemed to him that Poppy barked happily, as if to say that she did not blame her master for what had happened. She continued to love him even after death. But then this vision disappeared, and the boy again saw the puppy, who was lying on the floor of this terrible house and showed no signs of life. It seemed that even his fur had lost its former shine. His guardians began to gloat, saying that they wanted to take out the rest of their anger on this mongrel. The woman said that she wanted to fatten the dog up and then eat it. The uncle began to say that the boy's lesson was over for today, but in the boy's head there were only questions about why these people were killing everyone dear to him. Seeing that his nephew was not listening to the words spoken, the man decided that he needed to teach him a lesson again, and when his wife said that the child could die, he replied that he would not regret it. The boy wondered if killing was really so easy and fun. He felt such an inexplicable anger that it was impossible to contain inside himself. He felt a slight tingling sensation in his hand, and then he saw a red light, after which a dagger appeared out of nowhere in his palm. It was the essence of his soul. The boy felt a surge of enormous energy inside himself, which allowed him to break the bonds with which he was bound. Holding the dagger in his hands, he threw the ropes aside and, chuckling, began to walk towards his guardians, wanting them to answer for their crimes. The uncle looked at his nephew with interest, not understanding where he got the dagger from. Then it dawned on him that it was the boy's idea that had finally manifested. He and his wife laughed, asking if that was all he could do, deciding that he was as much of an F-rank loser as they were. The guardians began to mock him, saying that a child of such rank could only be born to loser parents. His uncle ironically asked if he was really repeating after him. These words made the boy laugh, because he felt such a surge of energy that simply could not be described as a power that was equal to a low rank. Hearing the mocking words that his parents would be proud of him, Jin Sung could not stand it and slashed his uncle with a dagger. The frightened woman rushed to her husband, whose hand was bleeding. None of them expected that the boy would seriously attack them. As he listened to his guardian's screams, the boy realized that this was indeed something to be enjoyed, especially seeing the thick blood running down his dagger. He liked the feeling of the blade entering his enemies' bodies up to the hilt, so he repeated it over and over again, filling the small house with blood and listening to the guardians finally apologize to him. He stood over his uncle's bloody body and demanded that he repeat the words he had mumbled a second ago. But instead, he heard his aunt's pleas for him to spare them. Jin Sung reassured the woman, saying that he would not kill her. The boy pointed the dagger straight at the woman's eye and said that it would be too easy, because they never spared him, even when he begged. He stood over the bloody corpse of a woman and laughed. He wanted to know why the guardians did this to his parents, but now he understood that it was very difficult to control the thirst for blood. Jin Sung inhaled that metallic smell that some might find disgusting, but he found beautiful. He realized that he now truly knew what death was. All his clothes were soaked with the blood of his enemies, and it was literally dripping from his dagger. At that moment, the boy thought that he had never felt better than he did now. Jin Sung opened his eyes in horror as he realized that he had returned to his past once again, and was once again visited by visions of events that he had preferred to forget. He lay on a hospital bed and tried to move away from what he had seen, because every time the events of the past days haunted him in his dreams, the guy could not return to reality for a long time. Fortunately, he was distracted from all these thoughts by a nurse who pulled aside the curtain and walked over to his bed. The guy immediately asked where he was. The woman explained that he had arrived at the hospital and had been unconscious for some time. When he tried to get out of bed, the nurse stopped him, saying that for now the guy should save his strength. She strongly recommended that he lie down and not move unnecessarily, since complete recovery is only possible with adequate rest. The guy held out his hand and noticed that it was shaking. His head hurt so much that it was impossible to even blink. He asked why he was in the hospital. The memories suddenly brought him back to events that had happened quite recently. He saw his hand, which was stained with the blood of other people. It was so unexpected that Jin Sung flinched and hid his hand so as not to provoke new visions. Disobeying the doctor, he jumped out of bed. Words about staying in bed had no effect on him. The woman tried to remain patient and said that the patient should calm down. But he had no time for calm and bed rest. He demanded that they tell him what happened to the other guys who were in the bank. The guy wanted to know what happened to Lee Sun-hwa and Kim Se-young, but then he began to remember that something terrible probably happened to the girl, and it was his efforts. The memories of what he had done came crashing down on him like an avalanche, and he recoiled from the doctor and fell to the floor. The woman jumped up to the patient and, seeing his insane state, said that he needed to take a deep breath because the guy was on the verge of a panic attack. The boy did as the doctor asked, after which he turned to her with another request to tell her about what had happened. The last thing he remembered was the blow he dealt to Se-yeon with his dagger. He needed to know where the girl was now. The woman said that Jin Sung needed to stay calm because Se-yeon would be coming soon. The guy realized that his girlfriend was alive, but if she needed to visit the hospital, then she might be seriously injured. The boy began to get up, saying that he would go to his girlfriend himself because he had to see her right now. He started running towards the door, despite all the doctor's warnings. He wanted to personally make sure that his girlfriend was alive. The doctor could only stand and watch as her patient escaped from his hospital bed. The woman thought sadly that it would be better if this boy lost his memory, at least for a while. Jin Sung ran through the hospital grounds, sweating profusely, feeling unbearably ill. But despite his state of health, he continued to run, thinking that he had brought himself to this state and had picked up a bunch of problems. The guy blamed himself for not being able to stop in time. It was all his damned Idea's fault and the fact that she couldn't be controlled. Carrying a bag of healthy snacks, the girl approached the hospital building to visit her friend. Se-yeon was alive and completely uninjured. Looking at how she was happily humming some song, one could say that the girl felt just great. When Jin Sung saw her, he stopped dead in his tracks. He couldn't believe his own eyes, because he was sure that he had cut her throat. Se-yeon noticed her classmate running barefoot through the hospital grounds and looked at him in surprise. The guy fell to his knees and was ready to cry from relief. His girlfriend was alive. He was so happy that he could not say a word. Kim Se-yeon didn't understand why her sick friend suddenly decided to fall on his knees in front of her. She didn't know how to react to such behavior. She tapped him on the shoulder and said that if he was already able to run, then it meant that he would soon be completely recovered. The boy didn't listen to what his friend was saying at all. He felt so relieved that he screamed loudly and burst into tears right in front of Se-yeon, who was completely confused. The girl fell down next to the guy in fear and began asking why he was crying. She thought that perhaps something hurt and that they needed to call medical personnel immediately. Se-yeon didn't know how to calm the guy down, so she told him to stop crying because passers-by might think that she had offended him. The boy learned that after their encounter with the Chuma gang, Hyundai High School was closed for a week. On the day of the incident, Byun-gi-young spread a rumor that the gang leader Il-jung had escaped, causing a great deal of alarm among the townspeople. The disaster claimed the lives of 17 security guards and 13 bank employees, but fortunately none of the high school students were hurt. The media's attention was drawn to the 10th grade of Hyundai High School, who were able to fight back against the plague, and everyone was especially interested in the White Goblin, Kim Se-young, who fought Il-jung alone. A few days ago, when she visited the unconscious Jin Sung, she knew she had to tell him that he, too, had made a huge contribution to the victory over the terrorists. But the journalists wouldn't believe that a guy with a low rank was capable of such a thing, and it was useless to bring him to his senses, because he had been lying like that for 3 days already. Se-yeon herself had a hard time believing what had happened. She still thought that it was all someone's imagination, but the memories haunted her. She replayed in her mind over and over again the moment when the guy stood in front of her and planned to plunge the dagger straight into her flesh. The girl did not recognize in that bloodthirsty guy her shy and awkward friend, who was afraid to say an extra word. She wanted to somehow bring him to his senses, to remind him that he was not the cruel killer he seemed to be now. But then his gaze became even more cloudy, and it seemed like the guy was about to lose consciousness. And so it happened. He had just raised his dagger to strike, when suddenly he fell on the girl with his whole body and hung unconscious on her. Se-yeon held Jin Sung and tried to talk to him to bring him to his senses, but it didn't help. She couldn't hold him for long, so she carefully sat down on the floor with him and again tried to bring her friend back to consciousness. Se-yeon took his hand again, but this time in real time, and said that if the guy had cried enough, then he needed to get up and go to the ward. Jin Sung looked at his friend and couldn't hold back his tears. He was so happy to see the blonde safe and sound that he couldn't describe it in words. He was afraid that he had killed someone again. Se-yeon moved closer and told the guy to calm down, because he hadn't hurt her in any way, and there were no problems with Idea. She growled harshly, asking if those weren't enough reasons to stop crying in the middle of the street. But Jin Sung couldn't stop the stream of tears that flowed from his eyes. He was so afraid that he had hurt his friends that he couldn't come to his senses. He thanked Se-yeon for her help, and she said that she could already see the doctor's reaction when they saw his tear-stained face. After a week of rest, everything returned to normal and Jin Sung returned to his old life. But still, people now looked at the 10th grade students of Hyundai High School differently. They did not forget that some of the guys fought against the plague gang. The students from other classes said that they also wanted to show their strength and skills in such dangerous circumstances. Jin Sung could only frown in displeasure when he heard these conclusions. The guy understood that this gang was a gathering of criminals who initially intended to kill them, but it was still unclear how they could be so cruel and inhumane. Jin Sung was also angry at himself, because he couldn't control his idea, as a result of which many people died, even though they were terrorists. But the guy was also among the killers. He gritted his teeth as he realized that Se-yeon had miraculously escaped death, as his idea had shut down on its own. Jin Sung wanted to study the essence of his soul better, because he had to make sure that this would not happen again. Only someone who had seen her in action, and had sufficient knowledge to figure out what could help him with this. As an assistant in this matter, the guy considered the candidacy of An Sun-ho, because he managed to bring his idea to perfection. When Jin Sung showed up at the gym, his coach Sun-ho was surprised, as he didn't expect to see the guy before a week had passed. The boy said in an unusually serious voice that he wanted to find out some information from the 11th grader. Sun-ho looked at Jin Sung carefully and noticed that there were some changes in him that were subtle but still there. Without getting off the horizontal bar, he asked what exactly the guy wanted to know, since perhaps he was not competent in this matter. Jin Sung plucked up his courage and asked the question that had always bothered him. The boy was interested in Sun-ho's opinion on whether souls could be divided into ranks. To say that the 11th grader was surprised would be an understatement, because he thought that he would be asked a more mundane question. Jin Sung continued to develop his thought and said that idea determined one's position in the ranking. All of a person's powers depended on rank. Sun-ho picked up on this thought and guessed that the guy was interested in whether the letter of the rank affected the soul. Jin Sung nodded affirmatively and began to wait for an answer. The 11th grader was silent, and the guy already thought that now he would hear the standard answer that everyone else told him. But Sun-ho really surprised the boy when he said no. The letter of the rank did not affect a person's soul. The 11th grader said that he was sure that rank opened access to various skills, but had nothing to do with the soul. Jin Sung felt a tear roll down his cheek when he heard that souls could not be divided by rank. The guy said that Sun-ho also knows that a fighter's strength directly depends on Idea's rank. The senior student said that this was indeed the case, but he repeated once again that this had no effect on the person's soul. The 11th grader realized that Jin Sung was trying to verify the truth of his guesses with the help of his statements. Hearing this, the boy became embarrassed because his coach hit the nail on the head. Jin Sung had always believed that souls could not be divided into ranks, as some souls could not be logically classified. After all, if we judge by the standard, then his soul, greedy for murder, obviously should have had the highest rank. He understood that his idea and the factors that provoked its emergence made him think about dividing souls into ranks. After all, if you think about it, you might decide that the main purpose of the guy's soul is murder, and he didn't want to be that kind of person. All these thoughts and conversations put the boy into a depressive state, which he could do nothing about. Continuing to work in the gym, Sun-ho said that when he first saw Jin-sung, he advised him to start working. After all, back then it seemed to the coach that the boy was not one of those who liked to work on himself and his body. But despite all the whining and complaints about muscle pain, Jin-sung did not miss training and did all the exercises that the trainer gave him. Not everyone could cope with the program that Sun-ho selected for his guys, but the boy met the established norm every time. Jin-sung listened attentively to the coach and tried to guess what he was getting at. Sun-ho continued to think out loud, saying that the higher a person's rank, the stronger their overall combat ability, which was how the ranking system worked. But still, one question remained: was it possible to obtain the highest level of combat ability with the lower idea? An Sung-ho was an example of just such a case. He defeated his opponents and possessed incredible strength, even though he possessed the strange idea. He squatted with a barbell and said that he understood perfectly well that Jin-sung did not come here because he forced him. The coach said that the boy wanted to make sure that he was right, thanks to him, because he had overall fighting abilities that were higher than idea. The boy listened to these words and believed more and more in the veracity of his thoughts about the fact that no ranks exist. He decided that he would simply deny his idea, which testified to the fact that inside himself, he was a bloodthirsty killer. Jin-sung knew that he didn't want to acknowledge such a dirty idea even if she was of high rank, so he became interested in An Sung-ho's personality. The guy who was training him asked if he had answered his question clearly enough. The 11th grader was the one who managed to raise his overall combat ability to rank A while having idea rank B. It was An Sun-ho who insisted that through training and effort, one can achieve the desired result. Jin-sung finally made a decision and told himself that the person standing in front of him could be trusted, and then he told him about what happened at the bank. Sun-ho listened carefully to the boy's story, and then spent a few seconds silently analyzing what he heard. He said that this strange state that arose during the battle was his idea. Jin-sung was surprised by the trainer's calm reaction. He asked if he really believed that an F-rank fighter could wield C-class strength. The guy emphasized that it was he who fought off the plague. Sun-ho hung up the barbell and said that he saw no reason why Jin-sung would lie to him. The guy thanked the coach for his trust, because few could believe him. Most would simply laugh at him, and that would be it. Sun-ho asked Jin-sung if he really wanted Idea to stop controlling his mind when he used her power. The guy said he thought he could at least control her a little, thought he had the strength inside him to resist her. But after he hit the gang member, everything was a blur. He remembered how Idea slowly consumed the remnants of his mind, and eventually, sanity left his body. As a result of losing control, he created a real bloodbath and killed a large number of terrorists. The guy did not want to lose control and repeat what happened in the bank building. Jin-sung asked the high school student what he would do in his place, how he would take control of the soul essence. He answered that it was necessary to create a healthy body and mind. An Sun-ho said that a healthy body can only be achieved through hard training. Jin-sung's patience was running out, so he shouted in irritation that he had trained all his life, but nothing had changed. Sun-ho looked at the boy carefully and said that people who couldn't control their powers had another peculiarity. When Jin-sung's full attention was focused on the coach, he said that such people basically did not love themselves. In his opinion, someone who didn't love himself couldn't acknowledge his efforts. He said that a guy should be proud of himself for the efforts he puts in. For Jin-sung, this information was a real revelation, because he had no idea that self-love was important. But the biggest difficulty was that he did not know how to love himself. He couldn't understand how one could even tolerate this killer personality in oneself, who derived pleasure from the suffering of his victims. Then Sun-ho asked the boy if all the efforts he had put in and the training he had attended were to become an assassin. The guy didn't understand the essence of this question, and then the coach helped him to draw a conclusion, which was that it was worth loving yourself. He said that it was possible to look at one's personality from a different side, one that was obsessed with killing, and with the one who desperately worked to suppress her thirst for blood. Jin-sung looked at himself from this perspective for the first time. He understood that if he started to highlight the good sides of himself, and not the bad ones, then he could achieve the desired result. The realization that he was not only a murderer, but also an ordinary guy who struggled with himself every day made his knees buckle. Seeing Jin-sung's realization come, Sunho shared part of his story about always wanting to be the best. But no matter how hard he tried, his idea was still not good enough in his eyes, and in the eyes of those around him too. The high school student could not achieve success no matter how hard he tried. It seemed to him that the level of his abilities was stagnant and was not going to improve. In all 3 years of high school, he never managed to reach an advanced match. Now the boy understood that it was all because he was devastated by his weakness and hated his low rank. So nothing changed. But one day, An Sunho thought about how well he knew the essence of his soul. After he realized that he clearly lacked this knowledge, the guy began to study his soul and realized his limit. He began to use his strengths, thereby protecting the weak and vulnerable. After such training, the boy finally encountered his idea. And when he stepped into the ring again, everything changed, and he felt that he had strength within himself. It was thanks to a new approach to training and self-acceptance that he was able to show a different result. The guy defeated his opponent and finally managed to surpass himself and go beyond the established limits. And even now, Sunho continued to improve and strive to become the best. The coach asked Jin Sung if he planned to become better and strive for complete control over his inner self. The boy looked through the glasses, which he wore only because they served as a kind of protective mask for him, which did not allow people to see the real him. He decisively threw them away and said that he too would begin to transform his consciousness. Jin Sung decided to follow his senior student's example and try to surpass himself as well. When the tests began at school, the boy decided to prove himself. The teachers said that firearms were useless against Idea. The 10th platoon sat in a closed chamber that was filled with gas and listened to information about how many weapons simply lost their meaning when Idea manifested. One of the instructors said that a chemical attack was nothing compared to that. It could take a person's life as soon as his idea was turned off. Byun Ki-young, as always, was the first to start a panic. He started screaming and kicking the door, shouting that he didn't want to die here. He pounded on the door with his hand and asked why such stability tests were needed at all if they put the students' lives at risk. Tears were already welling up in his eyes, either from the gas or from despair, but he did not give up trying to shout to the instructors who could release them. The teachers conferred among themselves and argued that the cloud of poison gas was too thick for them. One teacher said that the increase in strength was not worth the risk. The other teacher looked at his colleague with disdain and thought that this weakling simply did not know the value of real strength. A rude teacher ordered his students to sing the national anthem and promised to give extra points to anyone who finished the song. While all the students were begging for the door to be opened, Jin Sung stood up in the crowd and began to sing lines from the South Korean national anthem. As the boy sang the last words, the heavy door opened and a thick cloud of gas began to emerge, making his eyes water and his lungs burn. Other students from the academy began to run up to the place and shout that the third squad was finally leaving. They were surprised by the amount of gas that was coming out of the room. Most of the students were unable to walk on their own, so they were led out by instructors. Only Jin Sung staggered out of the training room on his own 2 feet. The boy told the chemistry teacher that all the officers had fallen, so he took on the role of speaker. The teacher coughed just from the smell of smoke that came from Jin Sung, who said that there were 11 people in the third squad, 10 of whom dropped out. These 10 people did not survive the training in the gas chamber, but one was able to complete the task. That one person was Jin Sung himself, who from now on gave his all in every lesson. Someone was secretly monitoring the rankings of the 10th platoon, and when this mysterious person found a document with the guy's characteristics, he saw Park Jin Sung in first place. The records also say that Park Jin Soon had simply amazing attentiveness. He did not miss the slightest rustle and could see all the details even in the dark. The guy took first place in all the rounds, upper, lower, and high. In all competitions, he was faster than his classmates by 5 seconds. The platoon leader's notes noted that his skills allowed him to represent the nation with dignity. The boy kept saying that he would surpass himself, and so far he had managed to do so. Jin Sung had the highest stealth skill score. No one was able to find him until the end of the test. The platoon leader wrote that his abilities were beyond the evaluation system. When the teacher brought the new rating to the director, he began to leaf through the papers, and everywhere Jin Sung was in first place. The head of the school had a question about where the guy got such physical indicators. It was hard to believe that an F-rank fighter was capable of such actions, but the rating didn't lie. The teacher said that he could not have been mistaken because the other students also received test marks and their results were at the same level. The director looked at the documents with a gloomy face and said that all this was not enough. The teacher smiled, pretending to understand what was being said, but his eyes said the opposite. The headmaster of Hyundai High School said that he received information that the 988th Brigade was heading their way. The teacher was shocked, but the director added that the group did not like the fact that the school had secured state support, and that they were obviously planning to disgrace them. The head of the school said that everything was fine with the 11th graders. They couldn't do anything with the 9th graders. The problem was only with the 10th grade. They needed to step up their training. The teacher asked what kind of intensive training he was talking about. The man said he was talking about short-term training to increase fighting strength. The director smiled ominously and said that such training should be made basic, and then the students would reach the level they needed. These training sessions were introduced literally the next day, with students barely able to carry heavy boxes that seemed to be filled with bricks. Se-yeon was able to bear the weight of the load well, but it was still hard for her. But Jin-sung was carrying 2 boxes and didn't even wince from the strain. The girl asked why he took more than he was allowed. The boy replied that since they were training, he decided to pump up his muscles at the same time, so to speak, doing 2 useful things at once. Se-young looked at her friend carefully and said that he was training even during lunch. The guy replied that this was a completely different conversation. The girl called him Mr. Excess and said that they needed to move forward. The guy was glad that they stopped calling him a newbie. Jin-sung noticed that all his classmates were staring at his friend. He said so, to which he received the answer that this was her reality. The guy was impressed by how self-confident this phrase sounded, but he noticed that today they were looking at her somehow differently. He shared this observation with his friend and said that he brought it up because the looks today had been too intense. Se-young said that the looks seemed strange to him because they were not directed at her at all, but at the guy himself. Jin-sung was very surprised by this discovery because he didn't understand why his classmates could suddenly stare at him like that. When the girl heard that he thought it was all because his beauty left no one indifferent, she decided to pretend that she had not heard it. The boy decided that the girl was being too rude towards him. He began to look more closely at his classmates and realized that their gazes were simply burning into him. The guy was distracted and did not notice Gi-yong, who was walking in front of him. Jin-sung tripped and almost missed one of the boxes. If it had fallen, the student who was following behind could have been injured. The boy saw Byung-gi-young's angry look and apologized, saying that he was just distracted. Seeing that it was the squad leader, he laughed tensely, because he knew that the blonde was a real pain. Gi-yong didn't say anything but just stared at F-Rank, who was now so successfully climbing up the rankings. The leader of the 3rd squad turned around and carried his box further, calling the guy trash. He advised him to watch his step. Jin-sung noticed that the leader had changed, somehow. He shared this observation with his friend, and she looked at him in surprise. The girl asked if the guy really didn't understand why no one had been hitting on him lately. Jin-sung thought about it and suggested that it was because he was spending time with her. Se-yeon ran her hand over her face in annoyance and said that it was because of the guy's changes. The girl opened the door with her foot and said that his lack of understanding made her feel sad. The boy didn't calm down and wanted to ask her another interesting question. The blonde barely restrained herself from rolling her eyes. When she heard the question, she almost fell on the spot. Her friend asked if she was not interested in his idea. The girl put the box down loudly and said that she was not interested in such things because they were too personal. Jin-sung said that if she wanted, he could explain to her what happened to him at the bank. Se-yeon said that Mr. Excessiveness didn't need to throw around phrases with explanations, especially when it came to relationships with girls. She explained that if anyone else had seen him in that state, they would have fainted, but she managed to restrain herself. The boy smiled and asked if he was only talking about girls, since he had already managed to tell An Sun-ho something. Se-yeon became furious and screamed. Did he really want to die? Because telling such details to the sergeant was extremely dangerous. She began to shake the boy and ask why he didn't go to her first, since she was more aware of his condition, since she had seen it all with her own eyes. This scene was observed by Byun-ki-young, who, since the events at the bank, began to simply hate this pair of friends. He remembered that oppressive feeling when he thought that Jin-sung would simply kill him. He remembered that even Il-jung ran away from this guy in fear. The blonde couldn't understand at what point everything went wrong, and this F-Rank began to surpass him in strength. He decided that until he figured it all out himself, he would not admit that the boy really did have some impressive skills. Jin-sung reminded his friend that there were people looking at them. He promised to tell her everything as soon as they were alone. Se-young said with a grin that she shouldn't tell other girls about privacy either, since she knew the guy, and others might perceive these words a little differently. Jin-sung decided to change the subject and asked why they were carrying these boxes, since this didn't look like a standard training session. The girl asked if he hadn't heard the new information, that it was all preparation for training. The guy asked with interest what kind of training it was. Se-yeon gave him a look that said he didn't even know the obvious, and explained that they would be facing a training called guerrilla. Soon this strange guerrilla war began, with students forced to pass a red baton from hand to hand. While some students were engaged in this strange activity, others were forced to set out on a hike, loaded with various equipment. Byun-gi-young was again dissatisfied with everything and, walking with a heavy backpack, asked why they had to do this at all. Jin-sung calmly carried his backpack and wondered if he should have brought the 5-kilogram weights. Se-yeon asked Mr. Excess if he had sunstroke. The guy looked at his friend with confusion, and she asked why the one who had previously tried with all his might to avoid An Sun-ho's training was now so into sports. The girl found these sudden changes incomprehensible and wanted to understand their reasons. This was exactly the question she wanted to ask her friend, but the guy interrupted her. He said that if you think about it, if An Sun-ho were in his place, he would already be carrying 10-kilogram weights in each hand. Se-yeon was surprised to hear this and asked if the 11th grader was really that diligent. The teacher said that the boys could take a 10-minute break, but they stopped right next to the bank where they were held captive. The blonde wondered if it was really possible to be so insensitive. Jin-sung noticed that the girl's face changed abruptly. He asked if she was feeling okay, because she looked shocked. The girl turned around and said that she should be the one asking the guy if he was okay, since it was Jin-sung who had suffered the most during the terrorist attack. The guy understood what she meant, so he flippantly asked if his friend really thought that the bank building would somehow trigger his memories. Se-yeon saw that her friend was not at all worried about the place where they were staying. She decided that she was worried for no reason, but she was distracted from her thoughts by people who began to approach her and ask if she really was that very Kim Se-yeon. People started coming up to her and saying that she was the White Goblin, the future of Korea, and so on. They admired her, complimented her, and asked for an autograph. All this incredibly embarrassed the girl, although she pretended that she was pleased and grateful for the support provided. She thought that it was not by chance that they ended up next to the bank. It was all the director's idea. They specially arranged a break in such a place to advertise the school. They were specially forced to stop right next to the bank where the incident with the plague took place, so that the heroes of the news feed could be seen again by the city residents. Just talking about the students of Hyundai High School was already a good boost to the school's ranking, and residents could also freely express their admiration for the students. And the shop owners were just happy when the students walked past them, even though they blocked the passage. The teachers had probably already agreed on everything in advance, since the students were a source of pride, and their presence near the stores created good advertising. However, it was clear that most students simply found it unbearable to be near this building. Some were sick. Some were on the verge of fainting. It was simply inhumane to treat the injured platoon like that. But the teachers simply basked in the rays of someone else's glory, and it was so disgusting to watch that Se-young could barely restrain herself from expressing everything she thought about it. After a couple of minutes, they were ordered to move on. Jin-sun looked at her friend with concern and asked if everything was okay, because the fans did not give her any rest. The girl said that she just had a headache, after which the guy looked at the bank building, and some memories still came to life inside him. He knew he would be lying if he said he felt nothing when he saw the bank. But the guy decided that he was above his soul, so he chose to move on. He was consoled by the thought that there were no ranks, and a person independently decided what power he would have, and hope arose that changes were possible. The principal of Hyundai High School was having a lively conversation on the phone. Someone was telling him that it would be a good idea to push Kim Se-young and the townspeople near the bank. The head of the school said that it was necessary to specially bring the 3rd platoon there, even though they had already gone 5 kilometers in the other direction. The man walked up to his car and said that he was ready to head to his destination. He continued to give advice to the battalion commander, even while he was driving. The director believed that it was worth sharing words of encouragement with the tired students. The head of the school was absolutely sure that without him, the functioning of the educational institution was simply impossible. He drove through the city and laughed, because he felt like the most important person in the area. The hike continued. This time, they decided to take a break before setting off on the next trail. Because it was very steep, the teacher told them to rest, but not to relax too much. The blonde addressed the guy, calling him by his new nickname. Jin Sung asked with displeasure when she would stop calling him Mr. Excess. Se-young offered the guy a chocolate bar, and he decided that for that reason, she could call him whatever she wanted. They were resting peacefully when they suddenly noticed a car driving along the rocky dirt road, heading straight towards them. The guys were extremely surprised, because cars didn't travel this road, which meant the driver was heading specifically to their platoon. To test this theory, Jin Soon and Se-young decided to see who was driving the white car. The teacher ran as fast as he could to meet the man who came out into the street and said that it was a bit hot. The teacher stood obediently next to the school principal, who smiled sweetly and greeted him. The headmaster saw Se-yeon and immediately approached her, asking if she was okay. The girl said that everything was fine. The man laughed cheerfully and said that such a successful student could be relied upon. This praise was unpleasant for Se-young, because the director was not praising her, but the benefit she brought to the school. The headmaster turned his gaze to the boy, and it was clear that he couldn't remember his name. Jin Sung introduced himself without further thought. The director looked at the student with displeasure. It became clear that he was about to receive some kind of complaint. The man asked if the student didn't know that he should be addressed as nothing less than the battalion commander. The boy immediately corrected his mistake and called him by the proper name. Se-yeon looked at this proud man with disgust. His bias was so obvious that it was disgusting to watch him. The battalion commander, who was also the director, noticed that the boy looked more cheerful than all the other students. Jin Sung was pleased that the headmaster noticed this. He began to tell him that he trained well, but the man clearly did not believe him, so he asked him to open his backpack. The guy fell silent, and at first did not even understand the meaning of this request. It was hard to believe that there was such a biased attitude towards students who did not particularly stand out. The principal announced that he had come to conduct an inspection, so he asked the leader of the 10th platoon to bring a list of students. Se-yeon began to suspect that the school administration was specifically trying to find a reason to suppress Jin Sung, but it was unclear why they were doing this. The girl knew that her friend was not one of those who would forget something, but if the boy accidentally forgot to take some equipment, he could get into serious trouble. The leader of the 10th platoon carefully checked the presence of each necessary item and reported that everything was in place. The director was clearly disappointed by the fact that the guy had not forgotten anything. He began to think about how else he could discredit the boy. The man asked if there was anything else in Jin Sung's backpack, since it seemed like he hadn't taken out all of the contents when he checked it. The boy happily opened his backpack and said that he could show what else he had. He laid out sandbags and said that he took them with him so that he could train even during breaks. The man was amazed. He asked the guy if he knew what kind of class they had. Jin Sung replied that they were doing guerrilla training and endurance training. Kim Se-yeon could no longer calmly watch as this unpleasant director continued to try to frame Jin Sung. But then the teacher intervened, and despite the head of the school's desire to continue the inspection, said that it was time for them to move on. The director disappointedly let them go. He escorted the head of the high school to his car and told him to be careful on the way, as the road was not designed for such cars. The teacher's behavior surprised the girl, because it seemed as if he wanted to get rid of his superiors as soon as possible. The senior students watched the younger students, and one of the boys reported that they would soon arrive at the scene. The brunette named Ju Ye asked Sun Ho if the most worthy of them all was the white goblin Se-yeon, and if so, she suggested testing her. But An Sun Ho said that they needed to focus on Park Jin soon. The brunette laughed and asked again if he really meant that guy with the dagger. She knew the leader thought highly of him, but it was still an odd choice. She expressed doubts that she was not sure whether they should waste their time on the boy. Ju Ye recalled the moment when she fought with him, and indeed this disciple had amazing stamina and reaction speed. But his idea did not correspond to these parameters at all. The girl doubted that he was worth their attention. An Sun Ho said that his classmate was absolutely right, but that didn't influence his decision in any way. Ju Ye asked if he rated Jin Sung so highly just because he was in his club, and it seemed to her that Sun Ho thought the boy was even cooler than the first squad. The leader looked at the girl and said in a serious voice that the guy fully deserved his titles. Ju-ye was shocked when she heard that her squad leader thought that Jin-sung was not just better than the first squad, but the best in the entire platoon. She turned angrily to the guy and asked him to repeat these loud words, looking into her eyes. When the brunette heard nothing in response, she repeated her request once again, because in her opinion, such behavior from the squad leader was outrageous. An Sun-ho calmly explained that the girl's attitude was based only on the previous battle of the squads and did not take into account his future successes at all. Ju-ye continued to object, saying that the boy had only joined the club 2 months ago, and she also mentioned the long break he had taken. Sun-ho decided that it was useless to prove anything with words, so he suggested that the brunette see for herself how much the guy had changed over the past months. The leader was confident that this test would eventually turn into a show performance by Park Jin-soon. The school was not without innovations. Now this concerned not only the training system, but also the living conditions of the students' place of residence. Jin-sung found it strange that the school administration decided to build a new building in a military style. But the other guys weren't too embarrassed by this, because without further ado, they began to put their things in the lockers. There were 300 students in the barracks in total, and Jin-sung was assigned number 300, which meant that his place was at the very end. The guys heard an announcement that a training report was about to take place, and that they needed to report the necessary information to the departmental center as soon as possible. The boy recognized the voice. It belonged to An Sun-ho, which meant that the rumors were true. The students began to whine with discontent, saying that with this partisan training they were all doomed because now they did not have a single free minute. Jin-sun looked at the guys and understood that with this approach, it would be very difficult for them to adapt to the new reality. All the 10th graders were gathered in a large room that could accommodate the entire platoon. An Sun-ho spoke up, announcing that from now on he would be conducting guerrilla training, and before the boys went out for a snack, he had to make a couple of important announcements. It was decided that the fighters from the first numbers would be placed in room number 1. The rest will be distributed among the remaining 9 rooms, according to the number they have already received. An Sun-ho said that the number given to the students was not just a number, but a school-determined rank of overall combat ability. But during training, the student's score will not depend on the number. This guerrilla training can have a significant impact on the final grade. Some students were unhappy that the score they had given would not be taken into account. The boys listened in confusion as they heard that, depending on their efforts in training, the overall rank of their combat abilities could change significantly. Sun-ho said that it was now 12 o'clock. Lunch was until 13, and rest time was until 14. A little later, the instructors would tell more detailed details of the schedule. When the senior student conveyed the important information to the children, he said that the meeting was over. This schedule did not suit some students. They complained all the time that they were hungry and that they did not have enough personal time. When they got to lunch, they saw that those who came before them had already eaten everything, only scraps were left. Kimchi and burnt rice were not enough. Some of the less intelligent ones came up with the idea of injuring themselves to get kicked out of training, but then they remembered that there was a nurse at the school, so the plan had some flaws. But then Park Jin's son walked into the barracks, carrying several bags of food in his hands and joyfully calling his comrades to join him for the meal. The happy students began to ask where the student from the 10th platoon got these goodies, because when they wanted to eat, the cafeteria was half empty. Jin-sung said that they don't have to worry. He didn't steal anything, but the guys should keep this little meal a secret. The boy didn't want to say that he came to Sun-ho and said that he was hungry. The instructor said he heard that the guy was being watched during training, so now he was warmed up enough. Jin-sung said that when he was full, he was ready to work hard. Sun-ho asked how much food he needed to feel normal. The boy replied that he needed enough food to feed 15 people. The instructor was shocked when he heard this figure. He could not even imagine that Jin's son intended to feed his roommates as well. But he decided to help the boy, smiling, and said that he knew where to get food. As An Sun-ho was carrying the bags of food to give to Jin-sung, another student approached him and noticed the contents of the bags. The boy assumed that the bags contained food given to them by the teachers, but Sun-ho explained that the instructors were given a special lunch. The student realized that he had been wrong to push the instructor, so he apologized and retreated from there. Seeing that these packages were meant for Jin-sung, the student walked away disappointed without receiving what he wanted. When the boys had eaten their fill of all the goodies that the student from the 10th platoon had brought, they began to say that they now felt like people again. Jin Sung asked his comrades if they were full, since he had the opportunity to get more food. But the guys said that they were full, after which they began to thank the guy and call him a hero, because thanks to him, they felt much better. The guys said that they were very happy with such a hearty lunch. They promised to definitely repay the guy. After thinking about it, Jin Sung decided that he needed the guys to start playing by his rules. He said that if his roommates wanted to thank him, they had to promise something. They looked at the guy in surprise. Jin Sung said that each of them must give their best in training so that their platoon can rise in the rankings. The boys' eyes widened, reminding the guy that they were the tenants of room number 10, which meant that they were the 15 worst students in the 10th grade. Jin Sung said that it was no secret to him. Then the guys reminded him that they owned terrible ideas and were not capable of much. These words made the boy laugh, since it was unlikely that anyone present had a weaker idea than he did. The students thought about these words. They understood that if Jin Sung could raise his name in the rankings, then they could do it too. One of the guys said that they all noticed a drastic change in the guy. He was completely different from before. The roommates expressed a collective desire to change the same way too. After these words, the guys said that they wanted to see Jin Sung as their leader. The boy didn't even know how to react to this. Jin Sung became excited and asked if they really wanted to follow the path of change and become stronger, and the boys shouted in agreement. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, all the students of the 10th platoon were gathered at the partisan training field. The boys trained so hard that some of them felt ill. A nurse was on duty near the field and was unable to run up to the students in time. Jin Sung and his team of weaklings who decided to gain strength trained hard, and none of them complained about the strain. This persistence began to be noticed by other students, who were surprised by the results of these guys, because before they were completely unremarkable. Ju Ye didn't understand what was going on and why An Sun Ho was laughing, because it was strange that such changes and reshuffles were happening in the squad. The leader explained that, as expected, the members of the physical training club distinguished themselves and showed their best side. Moreover, this concerned not only Jin Sung, but also all the residents of the last room, where the boy himself lived. The brunette was confused. She didn't understand at all what was happening and what pushed these guys to such drastic changes. As the sun was approaching sunset and half of the students were already barely breathing from fatigue, An Sun Ho announced that training was over for today. He told the half-dead boys that the instructors had already posted the schedule, so the leader asked them not to forget to check the notice board. An Sun Ho still had some questions for fighter number 300, so he called him over. The guy stepped out of line and said that he was attending the lesson, after which he approached the leader. Sun Ho asked how the training went. The student replied that it was very productive. The leader said contentedly that, as he had mentioned earlier, all residents of the 10th room received extra points for working hard. The guys didn't even expect that their efforts would not only be noticed, but also rewarded. At that moment, they realized that they had stepped on the right path. They began to hug and support each other like a real team. Some even couldn't hold back their tears, because for the first time in their lives, what they had planned worked out. It was late evening, which meant that the students of Hyundai High School had some time to themselves. Jin Sung decided to go for a walk, because the evening was so quiet that he wanted to feel the peace of walking in the fresh air. He looked at his watch and wondered whether he had left too early, since he had not yet seen his companion. But then a silhouette emerged from the shadows, confidently hurrying towards the place where the guy was standing. The girl's light hair shone in the light of the lanterns. The sight was so beautiful that the guy involuntarily stared. Kim Se-yeon fixed her loose strands of hair and, calling the guy Mr. XS, announced her arrival. The girl approached her classmate and asked how long he had been standing there, since she was just a little late. Jin Sung was a little mesmerized by the girl's appearance, so he sheepishly replied that it wasn't that late yet, so her delay wasn't a big deal. Se-yeon asked ironically if the number 1 and number 300 were really standing next to each other right now. She was wondering when the guy was planning to leave the last place in the ranking. Jin Sung thought for a moment, then said that it would happen right after the guerrilla training. The girl asked if the guy was really that confident in himself. The boy grinned and said that his girlfriend would see for herself, because next week, he was planning to finally get his rank badge. Se-yeon rolled her eyes and asked if he planned on getting his badge or just working his way up to colonel. The boy chuckled. and replied that anything was possible if he put in the effort. He joked that he planned to become a sergeant straight away, and the blonde burst out laughing and said that he could only dream of that. The girl took her friend's hand encouragingly. She wanted him to feel her support, because she was there if he needed help. Si-young said that maybe the way things turned out was the best possible outcome. Jin-sun didn't quite understand what his friend meant, he asked again. But she didn't explain anything. They went for a walk, enjoying the calm, cool evening. The sun rose and the Hyundai High School building began to come alive, with students waking up in the barracks and everyone rushing to get to class on time. The morning turned out to be tense, because no one relaxed their training, and once again they squeezed every drop of juice out of the guys. Byung-gi-young, as always, was among those who complained that they were tortured from the very morning. They had just gotten out of their soft beds, and already had to run somewhere. His mouth closed only when one of the students ran past him, not complaining at all about the training, but doing the exercise as well. The blonde couldn't believe his eyes. He was once again overtaken by the weakling F-Rank, who had previously barely been able to move his legs along the school corridors. Ju-ye was also surprised, because according to her observations, Jin-sung was 2 laps ahead of the rest of the group. Even the doctor on duty at the porch noticed that everyone except Jin-sung looked like rotting corpses. The boy was running ahead, but his team was not lagging behind either. Everyone was tensely fulfilling the task. They should not lower the bar, because yesterday none of them dropped out. The doctor told Ju-ye that yesterday those guys didn't use medical treatment or stamina recovery. She asked the brunette if she understood what that meant. Ju-ye was simply shocked that after such a wild training, no one had recovered their stamina. These guys were truly dead, since they didn't need doping. The guys from the 10th room ran in a steady stream, led by their leader Jin-sung. They didn't even look tired. An Sung-ho laughed and said that it was a whole bunch of dead people. He thought that such a name was perfect for this team. When the morning bonus points were posted on the notice wall, the first 13 places in the ranking were occupied by the residents of the 10th room. Jin-sun was in first place among them. The boys gained confidence in themselves and their abilities. They walked and felt that they were now capable of much. A powerful energy began to emanate from them, which could be felt by anyone who approached them. Even the instructors looked at them and did not understand how the weakest team could transform and gain strength so much. The assistant instructor noticed that these guys had a simply murderous look. He was so deep in thought that he didn't even immediately hear how some student called him. Jin-sung tapped the attentive senior student on the shoulder, and he jumped in surprise. The assistant turned around and saw in front of him the student who was number 300. He asked what he wanted from him. Jin-sung said that he was curious about something. The senior student seemed quite adequate, and since his guys were already out of sight, he decided to have some fun by talking to this guy. The guy in the cap said importantly that since the instructor was not nearby, all questions could be asked to him, especially since this was the first such training. Jin-sung thanked him and said that he was interested in how to quickly get through the obstacle course. The assistant instructor grimaced and said that he would not advise rushing this task. The boy asked why he was saying that, because shouldn't he be given extra points for completing it quickly? The assistant said that he would get points, but after completing the training there would be something else. Instructor on. Soon-ho will meet the fastest student in physical training class and give them extra time tasks while the others complete the obstacle course at a leisurely pace. The assistant added that Jin-sung's group had already been doing very quickly, which meant that they would have to train for a long time. But the boy just smiled and told his guys that they should finish the task as soon as possible and practice with the instructor. All the boys agreed that the faster they finished, the higher the score they would get and the longer they would be in training. Assistant Sun-ho realized that he had run into the wrong guys who were shirking their work, and that Jin-sun was leading these psychopaths. The guys began to secure the carabiners and fix the mount that would help them pass the test. The instructors and their assistants watched carefully to make sure the students did everything correctly, because they could get injured if they slid down too quickly. One of the instructors asked her colleague if he had instructed the students correctly, because they were going through the obstacles too quickly. The guy said to look at the progress report. When she opened the report, she saw that all the residents of the 10th room passed the tests perfectly and smoothly moved up the rankings. The assistant instructor said that the girl did not see these guys at first because they were almost nothing special. But now, When the 300th student said to jump, all 14 of these people jumped. If he told them to climb, they climbed. If he told them to run, all these guys obediently ran. They were a well-coordinated team with a clearly defined leader. The girl remembered that the 300th student was the same guy who always ran away when it was time for the battle of the squads. But now Jin Sung was a completely different person. He coped well with the tests and still managed to support the other guys. He clearly had leadership qualities that were not even a hint of before. One of Jin Sung's friends felt that fatigue was already beginning to overcome him, but he still continued to stubbornly climb down. He made one last push and found some strength in himself to finish what he started, and in the end, he managed to successfully pass the test. As soon as he jumped to the ground, his friends immediately ran up to him and started hugging him. They were all happy that they were able to achieve success. The guys felt a real team spirit. The instructor's assistant asked the girl if she had managed to see them successfully complete the course. She was pleasantly surprised. The guy said that now these students would go to another training session. Jin Sung said that they were now going to do extra strength training, and his friends shouted happily. It seemed like they weren't tired at all. The instructor's assistant suggested that the girl switch groups. She laughed, patted her colleague on the shoulder, and wished him luck. It was the third day of Idea's training, and it was also led by An Sun-ho, who wanted to achieve a simply perfect result with the group entrusted to him. The instructor explained that the class was scheduled for another day, but due to extreme heat, management had made a change, adding that after the training all the students would go to rest. The guys started looking at each other. They understood that if they were going to have a rest, then they would get the most out of them. An Sung-ho thought that the disruption of the training schedule due to the weather was not critical, but there was one plus. In this heat, the limit of endurance became more obvious. The main goal of the training was to ensure that all the students could continue to fight using Idea even when her abilities were at their limits. Previously, the guys only used the soul essence in a normal state, but during training, they will be able to reveal their secret potential. An Sung-ho knew that after the training was over, students with good willpower would be more interested in their Idea's abilities. The instructor announced that they would be starting a class that would focus on honing their skills in using their soul essence. The guy pointed out to the boys the huge boulders that stood behind him. He said that their task was to break them using all their strength. Some of the boys were extremely shocked by this turn of events, because they had no idea whether they would be able to do such a thing with the help of their Idea. Sun-ho explained that each student would test their strength based on their ordinal number, and he advised them to give it their all during Idea's reveal. When the boys heard that if they failed to reveal Idea, they would have to let the next student through, they began to argue loudly about who would surpass whom in terms of ability. Sun-ho stopped the argument by saying that he knew that many of the students felt unworthy. He said that many had heard about the essence of his soul. Jin Sun remembered that the guy had a special combat, Idea, which was called, "I will definitely catch you." Everyone understood that if the instructor tried his hand at the boulder, it would be quite difficult to break it. But nevertheless, An Sun-ho activated his Idea, "I will definitely catch you," and decided that he would show by his own example how it is to cope with difficulties. He quickly moved to the huge stone and grabbed it with such force that the veins in his arms stood out from the strain. The instructor began to thrust his hands into the stone, and surprisingly it began to give way. At the place where his fingers touched the boulder, many cracks appeared. Jin Sung looked at his older comrade with admiration, because he did simply impossible things and all thanks to hard work, and not innate talent. The stone became increasingly covered with cracks, and no longer looked so huge and frightening. Sun-ho lifted it from the ground, and it impressed everyone who could see this spectacle. The boulder was several times bigger than the guy, but he was able to hold it in his hands. His eyes lit up, and it was clear that he was summoning more and more strength to finally deal with the boulder. As a result, there was a bright flash, after which the earth shook. It was a surge of power that helped break the stone, and it crumbled into pieces. An Sun-ho was satisfied with the work he had done, and now calmly walked towards the 10th platoon. He was not even out of breath, his breathing was even, and his gaze was calm. Jin Sung used his ability to see the essence of the soul, and noticed that the boy's Idea had actually improved, although it seemed impossible. Also, the instructor's movement speed increased significantly. As it turned out, the skill can be trained regardless of human limits. Jin Sung realized that the senior disciple was able to ignore the weight when he used Idea. Some of the students whispered in horror that Sun Ho had put his hand through the stone. The instructor turned to his students and said that they should do the same as he did, only with their own skills. When he did not hear an answer, he sternly asked if everyone understood the task that was given. Then the boys came out of their stupor and shouted in unison that they would immediately begin to carry out the task. Ju Ye, who was standing nearby, said that they would start with the student who was number 1, and she asked him to come forward. It was Kim Se-yeon, or as she was now popularly called, the White Jade Goblin. She activated her idea and pulled out her sword, then confidently walked towards the boulder to finish this task. The girl slowly ran her finger over the cold metal of her weapon and felt a tremor of power inside her, bursting out. Jo Ye announced that the student could begin as soon as she was ready. Se-yeon didn't need to be told twice. She immediately used a skill called Goblin Sword Art and began calculating which side would be best to strike from. Having chosen the right angle, the student delivered a powerful blow that split the huge boulder into many small pieces. Satisfied with her work, the blonde hid her sword in its sheath and, waving her scythe, left the training field. The students began to say that the girl was simply incredible. Some believed that it was all due to her family name Idea, who summoned the Jade Goblin. Ju Ye watched the 10th grader leave and thought that, as expected, her potential was of a completely different rank. She possessed impressive strength, and it was difficult to deny. She cleared her throat and invited student number 2 onto the training field. Time flew by very quickly, but the flow of students did not stop, each of them trying to cope with the task in their own way. Byun Gi-young's time came. He used his strength to knock down a tree, and this impressed many of the students and instructors present. His strength was extraordinary. The guy tried to complete the task to the maximum. He clenched his teeth from tension and thought that one day he would prove his strength to every person standing here. He lifted the tree above his head and decided that the time would come when he would kick the asses of everyone who doubted his abilities. Then the blonde began to hit the boulder with the tree with all his might, but so far he had not been able to break off even the smallest piece from the stone. Ju Ye patiently watched these desperate attempts. But when she realized that there would be no use, she told the guy to back off. Gi-yong broke the tree in half and said that he chose the rotting wood that was unable to help him. Anger rose up inside him, and he was ready to throw himself at the stone with his bare hands. An Sun-ho said that the guy doesn't have to worry. He showed himself well, and when evaluating him, idea will be counted. The instructor shouted that it was now the next student's turn, and Gi-yong walked away from the training field in disappointment. Time passed. Some were able to split the stone, some were able to crush it into pieces, some were not even able to damage the smooth surface. An Sun-ho carefully assessed each student and tried to take into account the characteristics of each student as fairly as possible. When the next student was called, Jin-sun stepped forward. He was the last one to try to use his strength against the huge and very strong boulder. The boy stopped in front of the stone and examined it. This strong, natural rock could withstand so many attacks. He himself began to wonder if he could leave even a scratch on it. The students were surprised that the guy chose such a block, because there were smaller stones. They whispered that only Se-young or Sun-ho could handle such a specimen. But then everyone remembered that he was the leader of the 10th room. In that dwelling lived such desperate guys who were capable of the most insane acts. It immediately became clear to everyone that Jin-sun was a tough nut to crack and would be able to surprise them. The boy activated his idea and pulled out a dagger. This spectacle was quite disappointing to the sophisticated spectators, because they expected something much more grandiose than this penknife. Jin-sung turned to An Sun-ho. It was important for him to see the support in his mentor's eyes, because the guy was still only working on his self-confidence. An Sun-ho gave the boy a look that showed him that the situation was completely in his hands, and if he wanted, this boulder would give in to him. Jin-sung closed his eyes and concentrated. He felt pure energy flowing through his veins. All that was left was to release it and let it do its job. The red haze began to wrap around his hand like a snake. The guy felt a slight tingling in the area of the palm with which he held the dagger. Seeing the guy's idea activate, both Byun Ki-young and Kim Se-young were scared, because this was exactly what they saw in the bank building during the terrorist attack. But An Sun-ho was completely calm. He guessed why the guys were so alarmed, but he still told Jin-sun to start the task. Covering his mouth so that his classmates wouldn't see his crazy smile, the boy rushed into the attack. He had complete control over his mind, so he was sure that everything would work out. His swings of the dagger were simply frantic. He cut the stone so that one could only be glad that this force was being received by the stone and not by a living creature. The boulder began to fall apart into small pieces, which flew off at great speed in different directions across the training field. It was becoming increasingly difficult for Jin Sung to control his bloodthirsty nature. His smile grew wider, but for now the guy kept himself in check. But at times he still lost control of his mind, and a mad laugh burst out of him, which only a few heard, and it frightened them very much. Juye looked at the guy and tried to understand what was going on, because the student was behaving very strangely and unusually. Some changes had clearly occurred in him. An Sun-ho looked at his watch with concern, and thought that there was still some time left before Jin Sun would return to normal. The guy was kneeling in the middle of the ruins and trying to control himself. The red haze did not disappear, and the thirst for blood was in no hurry to leave him. Jin Sung squeezed his hand, which was about to stab someone with a dagger, and thought that he knew he wouldn't be able to turn off his bloodthirsty idea so easily. Sun-ho came closer and told the guy to call him if he needed help. He smiled madly and thanked him. It was clear that Jin Sung was walking on the edge of the abyss. He bit his lip hard and thought that he couldn't rely on other people to help him every time. He needed to learn to cope on his own. His hand was simply twisted from the desire to stab someone with a dagger. The guy wanted to be able to at least partially turn off his idea so as not to harm anyone. Suddenly, it was all over. His hand stopped shaking, and Jin Sung heard the sighs of his classmates, who were asking each other where the lump had gone and how it was possible to do such a thing with a small dagger. The instructor smiled proudly at the boy and said that this time he succeeded. Jin Sung stood up and said that he couldn't have done it without his mentor's help. He hadn't fully used his skill, which was now called partial murder instead of absolute murder. Control over this skill was in the boy's hands, but the more body parts were involved, the harder it became to control idea. The boy jumped up to say young and happily said that he did it. Maybe not perfectly, but still did it. The girl nervously said that he made her worry. Before she could finish speaking, Jin Sung's friends and roommates ran up to him and started shouting that they had always believed in their boss and his incredible abilities. The guys started tossing the boy around, and Se-young thought with a grin that Mr. Excess and his charges were birds of a feather. The blonde was happy to see that the guy had finally made friends, and now he was not being bullied but supported. She decided not to interfere with this boyish idol and leave him alone with his friends. Evening came and lights began to come on in the windows of the barracks. Despite the late hour, the students had no plans to go to bed yet. Jin Sung decided to go to the doctor, so he stood outside her office door and knocked, asking if the woman was there. It was strange that no one answered him. The woman was usually in her office, but now it was clearly empty. The guy was worried, because the guys from his room had not dropped out of a single test, which meant that they were not sent to restore their stamina. Jin Sung was proud of them, but their strength also had a limit. Continuing to stand under the office, the boy noticed a teacher walking down the corridor with bags in his hands. They were both extremely surprised when they saw each other in this wing of the high school building. The teacher looked very unhappy. He asked the guy what he was doing there. The man was outraged that he had not been informed that he was not allowed to come here without permission. Jin Sung found this behavior very strange, because he had just come to the doctor's office, and the teacher was clearly agitated by his appearance in this part of the building. The teacher began to approach and say in a threatening tone that the student should not have appeared here. The boy was very tense, because it looked like he might have problems. He couldn't find a better solution than to scream loudly, hoping that someone would help him. The teacher became even more furious and explained that if the student was caught here, he would be severely punished. The man began to look around and say that Jin Sung needed to urgently return to the room before the teachers saw him. The guy did not understand the reasons for such strange behavior. The door of the office opposite which they were standing opened, and a stranger came out and asked where the noise was coming from and what was going on. The teacher was scared. Jin Sun realized that the teachers were in a meeting, but the question still remained. Where was the doctor? The unfamiliar man asked the guy with interest who he was. Before the boy could answer, recognition flashed in the stranger's eyes, and he exclaimed that before him stood a unique F-rank student, unique not only in his school, but in general. This strange stranger asked in a mocking tone if the student had come here to complain to the teachers that the training was too difficult. Here the teacher intervened, telling the boy to quickly return to the barracks and not wander the corridors at such a time. But the stranger was not yet willing to let go of Jin Sung. He put his arm around his shoulders and told the teacher that he had been too harsh, which was why the students had to deal with the plague alone. The strange man literally shoved the boy into the office and said that since everyone was here, they could finally have a drink. The teachers were sitting in the office and arguing about whether to call for food delivery or whether it would be better to go to the nearest restaurant. A stranger interrupted them and loudly introduced Jin Sung. The stranger, who was clearly not very sober, hugged the guy tighter and said that he didn't have to be shy because his instructors weren't there. Jin Sung politely thanked him, but was already thinking about how to get out of here. The annoying man suggested that the training was very hard because An Sung-ho was so strict. The boy thought that it was too much to discuss the instructors, but he did not show his irritation, but said that he really liked the training that the instructor gave them. The teacher made another attempt to intervene, telling the boy to go to the barracks immediately and that he would take care of everything. His colleague was again outraged by this order. The stranger asked what urgent business had brought student F-Rank to this wing, and he replied that he was simply looking for a nurse. The man laughed and said that this guy's bar was clearly not F-Rank. He went to teacher Ayan and said that a patient came to see her. She jumped up and asked if Jin's son was injured. The guy said he came to talk to the guys from room 10 about restoring their stamina, because they didn't get any after training. While the student and the nurse were talking, the man glanced at the current guerrilla training grades and was shocked to see Jin Sung in first place. Other teachers started running to him and saying that there must have been some kind of mistake because the student number 300 simply couldn't be in first place in the ranking. Jin Sung found it funny because if the teachers were so surprised, it meant that for 3 days they had not looked at the current grades and did not know about the success of their students. The teachers began to accuse the boy that An Sun-ho was giving him preferential treatment because he went to his classes. They were amazed that even Se-young was second, with her abilities. They said that the guy bribed his instructor. This was the last straw. Jin Sung couldn't hold back and shouted that An Sung-ho was not the kind of person that could be bought with money. The teachers didn't calm down. One of them said that it was possible to believe that despite his rank, he was physically stronger than others. But how to explain the fact that he was also first in Idea's training? Jin Sung was simply torn apart by the injustice. He tried to prove that he and his guys had honestly won their places, but no one believed him. The leader of the 10th platoon tried to take him out of the office. But the teachers also attacked the professor, saying that he was protecting the boy only because he was his student, and they began to mock him, saying that it would be better if he defended him from the terrorists. The leader of the 10th platoon gritted his teeth when he heard that the students from the 10th room would be under surveillance from tomorrow, after which he led the guy out of the office. But Jin Sung didn't stop being angry. He hadn't felt such rage for a long time. He wanted to show everyone what he was capable of. Stopping right in front of the doors, the boy shouted that he had one question for all the teachers present there. The high school staff were outraged by such impudence, because in their eyes he was a deceiver who was only trying to justify himself and his instructor. The boy asked how they would react if, before their very eyes, all the inhabitants of the 10th room took places in the top 30 of the rating. The teachers had nothing to say in response, because they had not expected such a proposal from the F-rank deceiver. They laughed loudly and asked how the guy could talk such nonsense while keeping a calm face. The teachers even suggested that he become a comedian. Jin Sung told them that he was completely serious and that he wasn't making any jokes, and the man patted him on the shoulder and advised him to calm down. The man said that if such a miracle happened, he would react accordingly and promote the boy to corporal. One teacher suggested demoting everyone in rank if at least one person did not make it into the top 30. Jin Sung smiled and said that he hoped the teachers would keep their word, and as he left, he heard them already placing bets on whether he would succeed in his plan. Dr. Ayan rushed after the boy. She was worried about what the student was going to do. She caught up with Jin Sun already on the street. He apologized for causing such a fuss. The woman said that it was her who should apologize because she was not at her proper place. Ayan said she was sorry that the guy heard that nasty conversation. The guy said that everything was fine, but he would need her help as a nurse to carry out this deal. The doctor remembered that he wanted to restore his roommate's stamina. The guy said that if she did this, they would easily enter the top 30. The woman was surprised by this amazing confidence in his own strength and the abilities of his friends, and she said that she would help him in this matter. At this time, some strange events were happening in the barracks. If you listened closely, you could hear someone screaming and talking in raised tones. Some guys burst into the 10th room and started beating up its inhabitants. They wanted to know where their leader had gone. They were sure that he had conspired with the instructor. The guys couldn't put up a decent fight because they were exhausted after training and their stamina was almost at zero. But even in their deplorable condition, they tried to prove that there was no collusion and that they had achieved such success on their own, for which they were beaten even more severely. The attackers said it was in the boys' best interests not to cross them, and they were surprised by the proud nature of these losers. Jin Sung watched this scene from a place where he couldn't be seen. He wanted to intervene, but he knew that now was not the time, because the hooligans were specifically looking for a fight. It was obvious that if he called the teacher, the little blondes would no longer come, so he thought about calling An Sun-ho. When the boy heard that his friends were being beaten even more severely because they did not call their leader, he could not stand aside. Suddenly, one of his roommates came flying around the corner, kicked so hard that he flew back to where Jin Sung was standing. The boy's hands were shaking and he could barely utter a warning. Even in this state, he didn't want his leader to get hurt, so he asked him not to come out of hiding. Jin Sung was furious. He didn't want his friends to go through bullying and physical abuse for following him and sharing his ideas. When the guy came out from around the corner, the hooligans began to exclaim joyfully, saying that the deceiver himself had finally appeared. Jin Sung asked in a reserved tone what kind of a mess they were making here, and the students began to laugh at him for pretending to be a leader when he wasn't even with his friends at the right time. He did not fall for these provocations, and said that if the guys got out of there right now, he would keep quiet about what happened. The hooligan asked if he would really make a fuss and call the teachers. The guy who attacked began to mockingly say that Jin Sung could run after An Sung-ho. Otherwise, the one who took first place in the rankings was losing ground. The other hooligans laughed loudly when they heard this phrase. They believed that the inhabitants of the 10th room were not capable of anything without cheating. Jin Sung's insides were seething from these accusations. His idea was starting to burst out. He barely had time to cover his mouth, which was already beginning to distort into a mad smile. Byun Ki-young was passing by this mess, and watching his classmate being provoked into being called a liar, he thought that these guys didn't even realize how wrong they were. The blonde told the guys not to make so much noise, because he didn't want to get into trouble because of this showdown. He said that if they wanted to test their strength so much, then let them do it during training, after which the guy loudly slammed the door of his room. But the hooligans did not listen to the blonde's words. They encouraged their green-haired comrade, telling him to show this loser the power of his rank. Jin Sun began to think about what he should do, because getting into a scandal with the students meant putting his entire team at risk. But he also couldn't watch his friends get beaten up. Deep down, he knew he had to keep his cool, because there was much more to lose than gain from this fight. The guy remembered his agreement with the teachers and realized that for the 10th room, this was a chance to be noticed. But even if he holds back, soon a nurse will come here and see all the mess that his enemies have made. The green-haired guy saw the doubt on his opponent's face and took it as a call to action. He said that he was not going to spare the deceiver. He decided not to delay and immediately activated his idea. His limbs began to stretch sharply and increase in length. The green-haired boy, who had the nickname Stickman, gloated, saying that his opponent had not acted fast enough to save himself from him. His limbs became so flexible that they stretched like a rope, and he wrapped them around his opponent's body, gripping him in a death grip. Jin Sung turned his head to his enemy and told him to look at himself. The nickname Worm suited him better than Stickman. The bully asked if the guy really had enough strength to open his mouth. He promised to fix it, after which he squeezed his hands even tighter, and Jin Sung had to clench his teeth to keep from screaming in pain. The stick insect asked why the boy didn't cheat the same way he did in training, since he could simply break his arm if he didn't get out of his grip soon. He even offered Jin Sung the chance to choose which bone in his body would break first. The boy could barely breathe because the enemy's arms were wrapped right around his neck, and his access to oxygen was extremely limited. The stick insect continued to mock, asking if Jin Sung would do nothing. It was obvious to him that the boy would not be able to pull off any trick. Jin-sun understood that this guy had a very hot temper, and if he let him do whatever he wanted, he would be satisfied and leave, especially since the doctor would be here soon. The stick insect began to tell the inhabitants of the 10th room that their leader was simply nobody without his tricks, but the boys tried to protect their friend and shouted for the worm to let him go and get away. The green-haired boy looked at the boys and, seeing that they couldn't even get to their feet, asked if they weren't going to save their leader. His manipulation worked, and the guys from room 10 jumped up from their seats and started running to help their friend. Jin-sun thought that it was not worth doing, because sooner or later the bully would let him go. A fight was not the best option, especially since the teachers were now closely watching them. The stickman's arm extended even further and reached out to the approaching boys, and he hit them so hard that they scattered like bowling pins. After that, he squeezed his hand around Jin-sung's neck with even more intensity and said that if he was weak, he should keep his head down. One of Jin-sung's friends stood up and said that they had lived by this principle their entire lives, but their leader was different. He said that his leader probably didn't remember it, but on the day Byung-gi-young called Kim Sae-yeon to the roof, he was also among the blonde man's fighters. Jin-sung was surprised by this news. The guy shared that back then he was stupid and full of strange beliefs that prevented him from being effective in combat. Even when Jin-sung managed to stop Gi-young, they still considered him inferior to them because he had a very low rank. Another guy from the 10th room stood up and said that he also shared Byung-gi-young's ideas, but now he realized how wrong he was. He remembered that unlike them, who only supported Gi-young's cruelty, Jin-sung was the only one who tried to stop the fight. Jin-sung was truly touched by the words that this was why he became their leader. The guys called him amazing because they believed that it was he who motivated them to take the right path. The green-haired stickman asked what kind of scene the inhabitants of the 10th room decided to play out. He decided that the guys needed to be taught a lesson, and this should be done using a specific example, namely, using the guy who was in his hands. The boy understood that he was wrong when he told his friends that they should never give up and should fight to the end. He felt guilty for dragging his friends into this adventure with the teachers, because if they got into a fight, he could say goodbye to his rank. Jin-sung remembered how, while walking with Kim Sae-yeon, he told her that he would get a rank next week. Now it seemed less possible. He also recalled a conversation with the doctor when he was arguing that they would be in the top if they recovered. The guy realized that just because he wanted the badge so much, it didn't mean the crowd wanted it. After all, the guys just wanted to achieve success in physical training and train their idea. Perhaps only he wanted to rise in the rankings. Jin-sung realized that the crowd did not want to give up in this battle, and it was he who was their leader who convinced them to make changes. Now he must match his team. He decided it was time to take action, so he activated his idea and pulled out his dagger. The stick insect laughed and said that it was the first time he saw such a weak soul essence. It was funny for him to watch these attempts to do something, being captured and helpless. Instead of responding to his enemy's barb, Jin-sung turned to the guys in room 10 and asked them to listen to him carefully. He looked his opponent straight in the eye and told his friends that if they fought with only Idea's help, they would not be able to defeat even such a vile insect as the stick insect. These words seriously angered the bully. He squeezed Jin-sun even tighter and said that if he had wanted to spare him before, now those thoughts had faded into the background. The leader of the 10th room told his opponent that he was acting too important and careless, relying only on Idea. The stick insect wanted to ask what he meant, but he didn't have time because the guy had already broken free from his grip and jumped to the side. Jin-sung clenched his dagger and said that in order to win battles, you don't need some amazing Idea. The green-haired hooligan was shocked. He could barely ask how the guy got such physical strength. Instead of answering this question, Jin-sung said that among other things, his opponent had weak legs, after which he rushed to attack. The boy moved so quickly that the bully could not track his movements, and this led to the fact that wounding him turned out to be a very simple task. The stick insect screamed and doubled over in pain. He squeezed his leg, trying to stop the bleeding, and said that it hurt a lot. Jin-sung raised his eyebrows and told the guy that he couldn't even stand the pain, and yet his dagger barely touched the bully's skin. Seeing the leader of the 10th room approaching with his dagger at the ready, Stickman began to ask him to stop and say that he was very sorry for everything he had done. Jin-sung realized that in front of him was just a pathetic schoolboy who envied someone else's success because he himself could not achieve anything worthwhile. The stick insect finally realized that in front of him stood not some kind of crook who bought himself a place in the ranking, but a real leader who could stand up for himself and his team. Now, Jin Sung had decided to become the one to teach the lessons, so despite his opponent's shouts, he moved even closer. He tied up his enemy with his own hands and told his friends that they too could deal with him without using idea. The boy smiled at the stickman and said that he had become a concrete example of how to deal with an enemy without using the essence of his soul. These words incredibly insulted the green-haired hooligan, who considered himself a good fighter. The stick insect began to try to wriggle free, but it had no effect, because it was twisted by its own limbs. Watching his opponent go into hysterics, Jin Sung said that he was putting in too much effort to prove his strength to someone. After this, the boy clapped his hands and asked where the worm's friends had gone, because he was ready to deal with them too. Smiling, he turned to his friends and asked them if they could help him get rid of this pile of rubbish, meaning the stick insect. It was morning, and the classrooms of Hyundai High School were ready to welcome students into their classrooms. But not everyone was lucky enough to sit in the classrooms. Byun Ki-young was again indignant about the fact that they were kicked out to train outside. Once again, a figure rushed past him, in which he recognized his overly diligent classmate. The blonde thought with displeasure that Jin Sung was trying too hard to get ahead, since he had overtaken him in almost every lesson. But after a couple of seconds, he noticed another oddity that left him stunned. There were about 10 more guys running behind Jin Sung, who had also previously been losers, but were now successfully rising to the top of the rankings. Ju Ye watched the students and was amazed at how the former losers were becoming stronger fighters with each passing day. The brunette asked how student number 7 was feeling, since he was not visible during the lesson. Nurse Ayeon replied that she had difficulty restoring his condition, and since he had suffered an emotional shock, it would not be easy for him to return to training. The woman rubbed the bridge of her nose and said that she had barely healed the guys from room 10 after the fight. Because of this, they were not able to fully restore their stamina, so today might be difficult for them. An Sun-ho listened to this information with a gloomy expression on his face, feeling uneasy that the guys were being attacked because of their success. He decided to talk to Jin Sung, so he called him over and asked if the guy knew why he called him, and he answered in the affirmative. As sad as the instructor was, he had to take 1 point from the guy because of what happened last night. Jin Sung was shocked when An Sun-ho said that before he took a point from him, the guy was in first place, but after the subtraction, he ended up in 300th place. At this point, the instructor ended the lesson, and the boy thought that despite being last again, he had managed to avoid being expelled from school. He knew that someone must have stood up for him. He didn't have many friends, so it could have been either An Sun-ho or the nurse. His roommate started to get upset and asked if the teachers hadn't heard about what happened, since the kids from the first room started it first, and they reported it to the instructor. An Sun-ho couldn't cancel this punishment, so he advised the guys from room 10 not to show up and go to the dining room. But the boys couldn't calm down, because it was unfair that their leader was being punished for trying to protect them. Jin Sung tried to calm them down. The instructor added menacingly that if the boys did not quiet down, they would all receive penalty points for refusing to follow the order. But these words also did not have the desired effect, because the student said that he had had enough of such injustice. He tore off his badge with his ranking number and said that no matter how hard they tried, they were still doormats for everyone else. Such rebellious behavior greatly surprised the instructor, since he had not encountered open resistance and discontent among his subordinates for a long time. But then Jin Sung intervened, and after that all his friends fell silent, giving the leader the floor. An Sun-ho turned towards him and was already prepared for him to start getting indignant too. But the guy exceeded all expectations when he said that the inhabitants of his room were ready to accept punishment for disobedience, after which he took a prone position and began to do push-ups. His friends realized that he must have been angry with them for making things even worse. The boys accepted the punishment and all carried it out in unison. An Sun-ho watched them and periodically asked if they had any dissatisfaction left. The instructor announced that on Friday afternoon, there would be a competition using idea between the best fighters in guerrilla training. The coach advised the boys to show everything they are capable of there and prove that they are not just doormats. Jin Sung gritted his teeth and realized that they had to try their best, because to get into the top 30, they would have to sweat. An Sun, Ho glanced at his watch and realized that lunch was starting in 20 minutes. He ordered room 10 to get up and go to the dining room. The boys barely got up. They were sweaty and tired, but with a sense of duty accomplished, they trudged off to lunch. The instructor noticed that they were still able to move, and took this as a very good sign and proof of the students' perseverance. The boys walked along the corridors and sadly said that they probably only had dry rice and kimchi left. Jin-sun suggested sharing what they got among themselves. The teacher who had dragged Jin-sung into the classroom yesterday, where the teachers had accused him of cheating, was coming out of the cafeteria. The man asked if the F-rank student was really leading his team to lunch. The guy smiled and nodded affirmatively. The teacher said that he didn't like the food today, and that he thought ramen would be a much better snack. Jin-sung laughed politely when he heard this joke, but his friends did not share this amusement, because they wanted to quickly throw at least something edible into their mouths. The teacher said he was aware that he and his friends were last today, and he thought it was because the boy didn't use his tricks. Jin-sung ignored these words and said that they simply had no strength left from hunger, so they needed to hurry to lunch. But the man wasn't going to let the guys go that easily. He asked if they really knocked out the guy nicknamed Stick Man yesterday. Jin-sung realized that this insect must have been in the classroom of the teacher standing in front of him, otherwise he wouldn't have known this information. The teacher laughed when he said that he heard that his student was injured by F-rank. He started laughing loudly and asking if it wasn't funny that people were spreading such rumors. The man couldn't believe that the fighter who lived in the 7th room could lose to a newcomer who was ranked 300th in the current rankings. Jin-sung smiled when he heard that the injured boy should have come up with a more plausible excuse. The boy was amused that the man found it so difficult to believe in his superiority. The teacher announced that from now on in the mornings, teachers would train together with the students to prevent cheating. The boy didn't care. He just wanted to have lunch. The leader of the 10th platoon intervened, reminding them that lunchtime was about to end and the students would go hungry if they didn't hurry. The man finally left the guy alone and said that they would definitely see each other a little later. The boys rushed into the dining room, praying that there would be food left on the tables, since they only had 10 minutes to eat. Jin-sung stopped at the door. He had some kind of bad feeling about further training that he couldn't explain. The next morning arrived, and it was a little different from all the previous ones. These morning training sessions were attended by teachers who followed the same curriculum as the students. All the men were a little out of shape and ironically stated that they were too old for such loads. Only the leader of the 10th platoon silently did everything that was required. A colleague approached him and said that, as expected from a physical education teacher, he had done an excellent job with the exercises. The man looked at him indifferently and said that he was flattered. Ju-ye watched the training with dissatisfaction and could only say that everyone was not in the best mood today. The teachers tried to keep an eye on them, but because their training was going poorly, the general mood had deteriorated and now everyone was unhappy. The brunette also understood that many students were sitting on the sidelines because they were unable to regain their stamina. This was especially true for the 10th room. Today they looked like zombies and trembled with every step. This demotivated the others as well. Ju-ye never expected that these guys could be so useful and important to the overall mood of the 10th grade. She glanced at An Sun-ho, who was also watching the training, and wondered what the leader would do with this atmosphere. The instructor stated that he understood the children's desire to save their strength for the competition. Therefore, one person from each room would be selected to participate in the training competition. Jin-sung listened carefully to the information that the room with the highest score would be going to rest. The boy decided without hesitation that he would represent the 10th room. The physical education teacher wanted to go on behalf of the teaching team, but his colleague stopped him, saying that he needed to take pity on the children, and volunteered to go instead of him. The physical education teacher remembered that the other day this man had bragged about being part of a partisan detachment, but decided not to interfere with him. All the volunteers who decided to represent their teams came forward and lined up in several rows. Jin-sung knew that getting first place and then taking a rest was a good prospect, but if he spent all his energy here, he wouldn't be able to show his worth at the trials. An annoying teacher came up to him and said that they would finally be able to compete for real. An Sun-ho announced that students who had completed one exercise could move on to the next, and those who were unable to do so would be eliminated. It became clear to Jin-sung that he couldn't hold back any longer if he wanted to regain his strength. The instructor's task was still the same, to evaluate students and monitor the accuracy of each exercise. Many of the kids looked at the teacher, who was completing all the assignments too quickly and was clearly in the lead. The students were clearly unhappy with such a competitor, because he made victory simply impossible, but they couldn't fall behind, because they could drop out of the race and be left with nothing. Gradually, the guys started to drop out. First the 6th room, then the 4th and 7th. Even the second one couldn't last longer than a few minutes. The teacher began to tease, saying that these students only needed muscles to show off, and the students continued to actively drop out of the race. The only one who could surprise the teacher was Park Jin-soon, who turned out to be incredibly resilient and fast. The man focused on the task at hand and decided that he could easily surpass F-rank if he tried hard enough. Jin-sung announced that he had already done the exercise 4 times. The man was surprised by such speed of execution, because he did not expect this from F-rank at all. Their interaction was observed by Kim Se-yeon, who realized that this competition would not end quickly, since the teacher was determined to put a spoke in Jin-sung's wheel. The girl decided to give in and not try to keep up with the Lord of Excess. An Ho-yeon announced the elimination of the candidate from the first room. The man and the boy were standing in a plank position. The teacher was watching his opponent tensely and decided that he couldn't lose to some F-rank. Jin-sung was confidently overtaking his opponent and looked clearly more alive than the teacher, who was already barely breathing. When they did squats, the man had already lowered his head and hoped not to fall without strength, because his legs were already giving way. The next exercise seemed like real torture to the teacher, because he could no longer feel his limbs. But Jin-sung felt very good. With the last of his strength, the man shouted that he couldn't allow Jin-sung's room to rest. The boy thought that this rude teacher was worthless. The competition went on for what seemed like an eternity, with neither boy nor man willing to let go of their desire to win. The teacher was so exhausted that sweat was dripping onto the ground and running down his forehead. In the end, the teacher couldn't take it anymore and fell to the ground. He said that Jin-sung was just a monster for being able to withstand such stress. An Sun-ho announced that Room 10 had won, which meant that the boys could go into the shade and rest until the end of the training. When Jin-sung approached his friends, they asked how he was feeling. The boy said that the teacher lasted a little longer than he expected. The instructor advised the children to relax their muscles, as this would help them restore their energy. After some time, the guys were gathered in the hall to announce the start of the competition. The instructors announced that they and their students had reached the final stage of guerrilla training, which was called the idea competition. They said that some students would be unhappy with the outcome because they had nothing special. An Sun-ho emphasized that there would always be surprises on the battlefield, and the students could only guess what that meant. The instructor expressed his hope that the students would be able to pull themselves together and find the strength to get rid of their shortcomings. The guy wanted to tell his charges about the details of the competition, but he was unceremoniously interrupted. The principal walked onto the stage, surrounded by teachers, and the head of the school thanked An Sun-ho and said that he had done a great job. The man announced that since this was the final stage of preparation, he, as the battalion commander, wished to personally attend the competition. An Sun-ho bowed his head respectfully and said that he was glad to see the director at such an important event. But still, the guy reminded the head of the school that he had said that he completely trusted the partisan training to him. The principal of Hyundai High School said that he hadn't interfered with the training anyway, but since he was the battalion commander, he decided that he should at least come to the final stage. The guy looked at his assistant Ju Ye with disappointment and asked her to give him the necessary documents. He handed them to the director and said that these papers contained a plan for the competition and a schedule. The man was glad that all the work was done for him. The head of the high school looked through the documents, and when he saw how clearly everything was executed, he realized that it was not in vain that he entrusted this matter to An Sun-ho, because he was so diligent. But the man decided not to act according to this complex and confusing plan that the 11th grader had drawn up, but to do everything much simpler and more reliably. The principal's deafening voice came from the speakers hanging on the walls, saying that every student had done a good job. Jin-sung realized that the director's voice was a bad sign, but he listened carefully as he said that the final stage of preparation had been opened. The man walked leisurely around the stage and said that he would now begin a short briefing before the competition. He announced that the competition would be held both with and without idea, and that the boys must strictly follow the instructions of the battalion commander, that is him. There were several rules. Fighters who take even a step beyond the battlefield are eliminated. Those who raise both hands are also eliminated. Those who are even more unlucky and lose consciousness during the competition are also eliminated. At this point, the briefing ended, and the director said that he wanted to see what the students had learned during their partisan training. An Sun-ho listened attentively to the instructions and had a question. The guy asked on what principle the director was going to divide the students. The head of the school cleared his throat and picked up the microphone again. His voice sounded in the speakers, and the man announced that he forgot to say something important. The principal said that all 10th grade students would take part in the competition, 300 students at a time. The guys listened in surprise as each participant would be assigned their own rating in the royal battle. The man added in an ominous tone that the longer the participants last, the more points they will earn, and if someone helps eliminate their opponents, they will also receive points. Dr. Ayon recalled that the headmaster had not mentioned the safety bracelets and the rule that applied to those who broke them. The man announced that each school child would receive a bracelet from the nurse, which was designed in such a way that it could absorb damage, after which it would break. Normally, breaking the bracelet meant defeat, but this time, if the student wanted to continue fighting, the principal was willing to let the student show his perseverance. Ah-yeon was shocked by this new development, because it was too dangerous. Ju-ye was beside herself with anger, because all the plans of the squad leader were shifted to the side for the sake of stupid ideas. Jin-sung knew he had no choice but to hold out as long as possible and gain enough points to get into the top. He admitted that in his current state, it might be difficult for him to contain his idea, even though he had her under control yesterday. The principal laughed and said that the students looked too surprised. He said that the children should learn to remain calm in any situation. The clock read 13 hours 58 minutes. The director said that this was the perfect time to begin the battle. The man exclaimed that the first competition would involve the use of idea. The boys began to get indignant, saying that the head of the school wouldn't even give them a little time to get used to the dirt they had gotten themselves into. With such rules, they were simply doomed. Jin-sung looked at instructor An Sun-ho, and from his displeased face, he realized that everything was not going according to plan. The 11th grader pretended that everything was fine, but in reality he was simply seething with anger at the principal, who decided to arrange a dangerous fight for the school children. At exactly 14 o'clock the signal sounded, which announced that the students were to begin the competition. Real chaos began on the battlefield. The guys split up and began to neutralize each other, paying attention to the most vulnerable classmates. One of the groups decided to attack the unarmed Byung-gi-yong, but the blonde heard this insidious plan in time and was already ready to fight off the attack. But this did not help him much, because there were more opponents and they planned to attack as a whole crowd. The guy decided to flee. The red-haired classmate promised that he would deal with Gi-yong before he found an object for Idea to use. The guy realized that he needed to come up with some more cunning plan, because he was too vulnerable against a whole crowd. He touched his hand to the stonework that was embedded in the wall, and it began to glow under the power of his idea. The blonde smiled slyly and asked his opponents if they were blinded by his power. He began to tear off this masonry and ask who in this company decided that they could look down on his idea. The guys realized that they should run away before it was too late, because Guy Young was known for his hot-tempered nature, which could destroy someone. The blonde finally tore off the rocky masonry and used it as a weapon. He decided that there would be no forgiveness for anyone if they decided to laugh at him. Kim Sa-yeon watched this fierce battle with interest. She asked the other guys if they wanted to join Gi-yeon and the others. She wanted to know if her classmates were planning to keep her trapped until the end of Idea's competition. When the girl did not hear a clear answer to her question, she realized that she needed to start acting. She activated Idea, and a small white goblin horn appeared on her forehead. The blonde jumped up and shouted cheerfully that if the guys wanted to trap her, they should try to catch her first. Jin-sun stood and listened to the questions of his confused comrades. They did not know what to do, because the director did not like people with unusual abilities. He understood that An Sun-ho would first give them time to get used to the territory, then divide the competition according to the format, and then assign each student a score based on their skills. He was going to score a lot of points in the competition without Idea, thanks to the guys in his room, and then he would keep up the good work in the rest of the challenges. It was clear that the students with the advanced Idea would simply draw attention to themselves. The guy was distracted from these thoughts by the shout of his comrades, who were pointing at something nearby. Some guys approached them and said that the 10th room should leave before the competition without idea. Jin's son prepared for the fight. The guy took out his dagger and called on his comrades to also take out their weapons, because now they would have to defend themselves. The opponents rushed to attack them, shouting that they needed to take the guys out before the competition with idea ended. Jin Sung shouted to his team that they had to do everything they could to hold out until the competition started without idea. The principal watched all this chaos with a chuckle. It was funny for him to see how the students turned into predators and did well on the battlefield. An Sun-ho became nervous, so he told the headmaster that the boys hadn't even warmed up yet, which was giving the owners of idea too much of an advantage. But the teacher approached the boy and told him to keep his mouth shut. Even if he was an instructor, he had no right to give orders to the battalion commander. The director told the leader of the 6th platoon not to worry, because An Sun-ho had worked hard to prepare for the competition. So now he had the right to express his thoughts. The teacher began to suck up to the head of the school and say that he was absolutely right in his arguments. The man thought about giving the students extra time, because Sun-ho's words made sense. He picked up the microphone and announced that in 30 seconds they would move on to the competition without idea. This statement brought some comfort to Jin Sung, who was barely able to fend off the attacks of his numerous opponents. Sweat was dripping from his face, but he found the strength to shout to his comrades that they only had to hold out for 30 seconds. Meanwhile, Kim Se-yeon was having fun in her own way, surrounded by about 30 people, trying to encircle her and not allow her to use force. She smiled ominously and asked the boys if they understood that now they couldn't just up and leave of their own free will. The girl began to run straight towards her opponents, fear shining in their eyes. She used the goblin sword mastery skill and attacked. The blow was so powerful that it literally knocked her ill-wishers off their feet, and they scattered in different directions, screaming. Byun-gi-young was also having a lot of fun, swinging a huge beam and thinking that he still had to deal with a few more people before the competition was over. The blonde was very aggressive and was not afraid to seriously injure someone. He hit indiscriminately girls and boys, those who attacked and those who simply stood aside. The director stood and admired how Se-yeon handled her problems so well, and he said in delight that he wanted to watch the competitions using idea for longer. An Sun-ho wasn't used to competitions being treated as some kind of contest. He wanted to express his dissatisfaction, but the man interrupted him. The director ordered all participants to immediately turn off their ideas, as the time for using them had already expired. Some of the participants were extremely upset, as they saw no point in fighting their opponents during the competition without idea. Jin Sung and the boys were extremely exhausted, but they were happy that they managed to survive, which meant that they could move on to the next stage of the tests. The guy understood that his endurance was running out. He didn't know if he would be able to hold out until the very end. A real commotion began among the 10th graders. They shouted that they would not be defeated in hand-to-hand combat. Someone expressed their thought that it would be extremely difficult to win. Some of the guys started to run away so as not to get involved in a battle in the first seconds of the test. A small number of classmates chose to form a group that they believed would be more effective on the battlefield. The leaders of the 2nd and 3rd rooms told their charges to prepare themselves and keep their word. Whatever it meant, the boys understood the meaning of what was said and rushed forward, while the leaders remained standing behind. This behavior confused the other 10th graders, because they did not expect that someone would attack in the first seconds. A fight broke out. Someone had already been thrown at with mud, and one of the guys was indignant about how one could go against his own comrades. The room leaders stood and grinned. They talked among themselves about how they first needed to get rid of the competitors. The guys said loudly that while everyone was sleeping, they had managed to come to an agreement with the other rooms. One boy said that he never even thought that all the 10th graders would be drawn into a huge brawl. This word was an accurate description of what was happening, because the students were already fighting and even drowning their competitors in the mud. The guys from the 10th room anxiously asked their leader what to do next, because the competition had already begun without idea. Jin's son understood that his guys' bodies were already at their limit, and if they started competing with idea again, they wouldn't be able to hold out for long. The guy began to think hard about what he could do to hold out a little longer. His team members noticed that the leader was deep in thought, but they did not panic and waited patiently. But suddenly, one of the guys screamed loudly and began to call the leader of the 10th room. His voice was full of fear, but there was also determination and courage heard there. The boys told him that they knew he was wasting his stamina because of them, But there was only one thing their squad could do now. Jin-sung didn't understand what his boys meant, so they said that the leader must prove everyone around them wrong about their abilities. They began to encourage each other and say that their zombie squad could not take a single step back. Their classmates began to look at them with interest, because it was generally accepted that these guys had no powers and did not pose a threat. But the guys from Room 10 exceeded all expectations. They rushed at their enemies like crazy, shouting that they were tired of holding back their forces. They grabbed their classmates and pulled them out of the crowd. They ran away in horror, screaming that even the look of these guys was uncontrollable. They understood that if they were caught, they would not escape their grip. And so it was. The guys were terrifying. They advanced on their enemies with crazy smiles and were determined to win. Jin-sun himself didn't expect that his comrades were capable of such power. To say that he was confused was to say nothing. Byun Ki-young approached him and asked what happened to his roommates. He suggested that they were imagining themselves filming a zombie movie. But then, Kim Se-yeon suddenly approached him and asked if the blonde was really putting off his tricks for later. She approached so unnoticed that the guy jumped aside and, calling her a goblin, ordered her to get away. Only then did the blonde notice that he was surrounded by more than a dozen classmates who were slowly moving towards him. Ga-young asked irritably why the girl brought so many people with her. Se-young asked frivolously if he was jealous of her popularity. But the guy wasn't laughing. He assumed that she had brought them all with her on purpose to deal with him in public. But Kim Se-yeon surprised everyone once again. She extended her hand to the squad leader and said that it was time for them to go since he had scored enough points. The crowd around them erupted in shouts, asking each other if the two were in cahoots, because if so, they were a threat that made victory impossible. Byun Ki-young and Kim Se-yeon began to make their way through the crowd, which was trying to grab them and prevent them from using idea, even though it was forbidden. The director watched this spectacle as if it were his favorite show. He enjoyed watching the interaction of these two students, who were able to stand out even without idea. Just as the headmaster relaxed, he was suddenly shocked by the news that Kim Se-yeon and Byun Ki-young had dropped out of the competition. The man couldn't believe that this had happened. He thought that the guys had done it on purpose. The director turned to An Sun-ho, hoping that the instructor would at least clarify something for him. Sun-ho said that the two of them could easily go against the crowd during the competition with idea, but in a normal battle, it was very difficult for them because they were used to relying on the soul essence. The instructor explained that this was why the boys decided to group together to get rid of the two owners of the strongest Idi in the class. An Sun-ho said that when it came to a competition without using idea, the two of them became the main target for all the participants. The headmaster said that was exactly what he thought. He expressed hope that this lesson would help them become better in the future. The boy said reservedly that he hoped so too. The director and the teacher began to panic, because before the press had even arrived, the most promising fighters had already dropped out of the race. An Sun-ho didn't pay attention to the men. He was thinking about how Se-yeon looked energetic and strong enough to fight back, but she was still eliminated. The instructor chuckled and dared to suggest that it was all because of Park Jin-soon. The director was furious. He thought it would be a quick fight where only the strongest would remain, so he told the reporters to come later. But in the end, he found himself looking like a fool, so he had no choice but to pull the microphone towards himself and make an announcement. The head of the high school said that in 30 seconds, the participants would return to competing against Idea. All the 10th graders stopped because they hoped that this nightmare would soon end, but the school administration decided otherwise. Jin-sung analyzed what his friends had done for him and realized that he thought he would be their helper, but it turned out that he was the one who was saved. Some classmates were like vultures who sensed fresh blood. They ran to Jin-sung and said that they would come for him as soon as they could activate Idea. The boy was worried that his soul essence would go out of control due to his lack of stamina. He was not sure that he would be able to contain his Idea in such a state. The guys around him grew in number. They mocked and asked what F-Rank was muttering under his breath. Suddenly, one of the guys shouted loudly for everyone to immediately move away from Park Jin-soon. The 10th grader said the boy was extremely dangerous on his own, a conclusion he came to when his company attacked him in the barracks. Then he beat the stickman half to death. The guy decided that if this was the true potential of the F-Rank, then it was better to stay away from it. This student wanted to force the leader of the 10th room to spend all his strength trying to protect his neighbors, so that he himself would be eliminated. But in the end, all the guys disappeared somewhere, and the 10th graders were distracted from these thoughts by a voice from the speakers. which announced that they could now use their ideas. The dark-haired senior laughed and said that it was time to introduce the F-Rank to their abilities. But before he could take a step towards the guy, a fist flew into his face, literally knocking the brunette out. Jin Sun's attack was so powerful and unexpected that it completely confused the enemy and left him with no chance to defend himself. The boy took the brunette out of the game with just one blow, and that was taking into account the protective bracelet, which prevented him from inflicting fatal damage. Jin Sung hit again, and the guy was finally knocked out. All the other 10th graders looked at this spectacle and couldn't move. The dull sound that the brunette's body made before falling into the mud pounded in their ears. The guys were so angry and aggressive that they decided to catch Jin Sung as a crowd and avenge their comrade. But the boy was so calm that he didn't move even when the weapon literally whistled a few centimeters from his head. Attacks rained down on him one after another, but he masterfully dodged each of them, leaving his opponents with nothing. When his opponent stopped attacking him and stood still, he was very surprised that not a single one of his blows hit the target. The 10th graders decided to attack again. One of the boys said that they should not let him get away. But just as one of his enemies was about to jump in to attack, he suddenly saw that his weapon was broken. He looked at Jin Sung and saw his sinister smile. It was unclear how his small knife could do such a thing to his weapon that was higher in rank. The leader of the 10th room was already feeling so exhausted that he just wanted to rest rather than fight with every person who was in the same class with him. The 10th graders seemed to hear these thoughts, because in fear they began to raise both hands up and capitulate, loudly shouting to the instructor that they would no longer fight. Some of the guys who didn't participate in the fight with Jin Sung began to move away, because they didn't even understand what happened. Jin Sung's eyes were burning with murderous intent, and the red haze around him created an even more sinister effect. Everyone had a full understanding that the guy was dangerous. The boy decided to deliberately scare his classmates. He still controlled his idea and did not intend to kill anyone. The two guys were talking animatedly. One of them said that they had agreed that the brown-haired man and his girlfriend would deal with the high-ranking guys. In exchange for this, his team would not touch them. Shaitan asked, since when was a student who was at the very bottom of the rankings considered a high-ranking opponent? The brunette asked if his interlocutor hadn't heard that Jin Sun had won first place during guerrilla training. A girl ran up to the brown-haired man and asked why he was shaking, because it was a battle with Idea, and they were much stronger than the guy who was in last place in the ranking. The guy asked his girlfriend if she hadn't seen what Jin Sung had done yesterday. Still shaking, he said that their opponent was extremely dangerous and had to be watched out for, even though he was ranked 300th. The boy and girl tried to find comfort in each other, but they were distracted by the 10th graders who surrounded them all the time. Jin Sun began to slowly approach them, and in a threatening voice, he told the guys to stop wasting time and come to him. They didn't know which way to run. It seemed to them that the whole world had frozen, and now even a miracle wouldn't save them. Shaitan activated his idea and decided to use a whip that increased with cunning. The strength of its blow depended on the thoughtfulness of the plan of action. The boy wanted to try to knock the dagger out of his enemy's hands, so he took aim and attacked Jin Sung's right hand. The leader of the 10th room repeated the words like a mantra that he was not allowed to kill anyone. This behavior seriously frightened his enemy, because it was strange that he was whispering something to his dagger. Shaitan decided to hit before fear ruined everything. But Jin Sun deftly parried his blow, and the whip did not cause him any harm. The guy was extremely disappointed by the attack, because he planned to use Idea to save himself and his girlfriend from this madman. Shaitan didn't give up. He hit again and put in more and more effort, but none of his blows even came close to the target. Jin Sung stood safe and sound. The guy didn't understand what kind of nonsense was going on, because he attacked the same way as always, but there was no effect. Jin Sung asked if this was really all his opponent was capable of. When the leader of the 10th room realized that his opponent was not going to give up just yet, his idea began to burst out in the form of a mad smile that foreshadowed reprisal. Jin Sung covered her with his hand, and while dodging the attacks, he told himself that he had to hold on, because he couldn't lose control. The progress of the battle was closely watched by a brown-haired girl who did not understand how it was possible to parry all the blows while in such a strange stance. Her boyfriend started shouting for the other students to come help, since he clearly couldn't cope alone. but no one was in a hurry to answer the call. The director watched this spectacle and tried to remember the name of the guy who fought with Jin Sung. He only remembered that he was ranked 5th in the current rankings. Ju Ye couldn't help but admire the F-rank disciple, because just yesterday he was chaotically hitting the cobblestone, and now he was perfectly dodging the whip. The brunette noticed that the squad leader was not at all surprised that Jin Sung had grown so much in his skills. Meanwhile, F-rank continued the battle and managed to make jokes and ask his opponent why he was waving his whip to the side. Jin Sung decided to take the initiative into his own hands and approach the brown-haired man himself, since he did not plan to approach at a distance acceptable for hand-to-hand combat. But suddenly, a brown-haired girl jumped forward, who wanted to protect her lover. She activated the Shield of Love, which increased strength when protecting the objects of affection. The guy wanted to stop her, but she said that she could handle it, because she was able to show the strength of her love. Jin Sung slashed at the Shield of Love with his dagger and hoped that this trick would work. The hopes were not in vain, because a couple of seconds after the impact, the pink shield began to crack. The girl was shocked that her idea could be defeated so easily, because this had never happened before. She believed that she was almost invulnerable, possessing such a soul essence. She wanted to scream, but her boyfriend came up to her and covered her mouth, because there was no need to attract unnecessary attention. The brown-haired man could barely restrain his beast, because it wanted to rush at their enemy with bare hands. The girl was furious that her love was destroyed with an ordinary dagger, which, among other things, was F-rank. But then another unpleasant surprise happened. The protective bracelet broke into small pieces right on the girl's hand. She and her boyfriend stared in horror at the empty wrist, because if the bracelet broke even under the protection of the barrier, it meant that there was a huge energetic impact on it. The brown-haired man took off his bracelet and said that they should surrender, because he did not want to risk their lives. The guy shouted to Jin Sung that they would not continue the battle. His girlfriend stood silently next to him and wondered if her love could really be broken so easily. They left the battlefield and the 10th graders looked at them in surprise. They did not approve of the fact that the guys surrendered so quickly. When Jin Sung had a free moment, he noticed that he was able to control himself much more easily today. He assumed that it was because the name of his idea had changed. 2 members of the team, which included a brown-haired man and his girlfriend, were arguing and angry that this couple did not lay a finger on their opponent. Jin Sung was already tired of this long wait, so he asked his enemies to attack a little faster, since there was very little time left. The principal was already at his limit, he shouted, asking if these school children couldn't handle F-rank. The 2 brunettes thought that they could confuse Jin Sung with their numbers, so they decided to rush at him at the same time and attack. The boy noticed that these guys had a cloned idea, which was quite rare to see. Since the soul essences of the boys were similar, their weapons were also not much different from each other. One of the brunettes prepared to attack using an expanding pike that grew to the extent that the user could withstand. But Jin Sung managed to avoid the blow from this dangerous weapon again, dodging it as easily as if he weighed nothing. But still, he suffered a little from this peak. It splashed dirt in different directions and a few drops fell on the boy's face. He slowly wiped away the drops and said that if this was the only harm his opponents could do to him, then this fight was simply ridiculous. The brunette did not comment on this insult, but only ordered his idea to make the pike even bigger. It became so long that it could reach a person who was standing at a fairly far distance. As the weapon pressed against Jin Sung's back, he realized that dealing with this idea would be quite difficult. But he still took out his dagger and began to cut the enemy's weapon, which did not want to give in to his efforts. His opponent was so surprised that the boy managed to parry the blow without even turning around, that he could not utter a word. Jin Sung asked if the owner of the pike was sure that it could withstand anything. When the brunette tried to snatch his pike from his hands, Jin Sung squeezed it even tighter with his hand. The brunette tried to escape from the hold, but all his attempts were unsuccessful. Jin Sung looked angrily at his enemies and decided that he would also start playing by their rules. These words seriously scared the boys. They didn't know what to expect from their opponent anyway, and now he was completely unpredictable. Jin Sung swung his dagger harder and hit the pike of one of the brothers, which broke with a crack and flew off to the side. Everyone who was near the scene stood with their heads raised and looked on in shock as yet another student's idea failed to deal with an F-rank dagger. The astonished crowd could only watch as the pike fell into the mud with a loud squelch. Jin Sung approached the guy and asked him to lend him his pike. He tried to object, but it was all in vain. Attempts to interfere with his plans only amused the boy, who already knew that these twins were no match for him. Jin Sung grabbed the end of the pike and swung it around, the owner of the weapon dangling from the other end and shouting loudly. One of the brothers watched his twin fly across the battlefield and wondered why this idiot couldn't think to turn off his idea. In the end, Jin Sung threw one brother at the other, and now they were lying together in the corner, unable to move. The leader of the 10th room said that his opponents gave up too quickly, and he really wanted to have more fun. Looking at the remaining enemies, he asked if he should prepare for another fight, but they looked at him silently. Jin Sung said that he doesn't know when the director will make his next move, so he is prepared for any outcome. The guy's opponents realized that he was up to something. One daredevil shouted that they needed to surround the 300th fighter because there were more of them, which meant they could defeat him. The leader of the 10th platoon watched all this and thought that he had no idea that Jin Sung would go so far. The man knew that his student had been training a lot lately, but he ignored all his efforts. Anne didn't pay any attention to him at all, thinking that F-Rank would soon leave this school. The teacher couldn't understand how the boy managed to become so strong with such a low rank. He didn't know if it was due to effort or hidden talent. He remembered a conversation that had taken place not so long ago, when Jin Sung had asked if it was possible to divide souls by rank. Then the teacher laughed loudly in his student's face, but now he regretted it, because a teacher should help children become better. Even after all those conversations, the man did not give up his prejudices and did not believe that the boy was capable of anything. Now the leader of the 10th platoon regretted that he didn't even think about helping Jin Sung. He simply wrote him off. The coach was very ashamed of his unprofessional behavior because when his student needed him, he was not there. The director looked indignantly at his employee, who was now rooting for the guy with the F rank and shouting for him to show what he was capable of. The head of Hyundai High School ordered the leader of the 6th platoon to do something to his colleague to keep him quiet. The man began to pull the leader of the 10th platoon away and ask him to stop, because the battalion commander was unhappy, but the coach shouted for Jin Sung to prove to everyone that souls cannot be divided by rank. The principal gritted his teeth and thought about why this had happened, since the outstanding students who should have been the center of attention were instantly eliminated. Now, with some F-rank upstart stealing all the attention, the headmaster knew he had to make sure Jin Sung left before the reporters arrived. The man knew that for some students, competing with idea brought more advantages, and it was difficult for the guys who wielded melee weapons to deal with everyone at once. Therefore, the director decided that it was necessary to introduce a regime without idea. No matter how high Jin Sung's endurance was, he would not be able to defeat everyone at once. An Sun-ho watched what was happening with interest, because he had never seen the head of the school so nervous and excited. Jin Sung chuckled when he heard that the members had to turn off idai. He had expected that this might happen. The guy began to analyze the room he was in. He realized that the wall from which the squad leader pulled out the pike was quite thin. He didn't know if it had been hastily built or if the builder had simply decided to save money, but it would be much easier to break than the boulders on the driving range, so it was decided to act. The wall really couldn't withstand the intensity of his blow, and cracks appeared, which spread along the entire perimeter. Jin Sung looked at the work he had done with satisfaction and knew that he would be able to handle this challenge. Soon the wall began to collapse even more extensively. Pieces of it flew off and fell straight into the mud. The guys started running away from the place of destruction, shouting that F-Rank had completely lost his mind. They thought that he wanted to break through the wall to blind them for a couple of seconds and escape. But they misinterpreted his plans, because the leader of the 10th room did not even intend to run anywhere. Walking away from the huge hole in the wall that led to the schoolyard, he said that it was his classmates who were backing out. The boys looked in amazement at the wall, which now opened the way for them to escape. A few seconds later, inexplicable things began to happen. The 10th graders began to be sucked into a hole in the wall, as if into some kind of funnel. Ju Ye wasn't even surprised by what was happening anymore. She watched indifferently as the building that had just been built collapsed due to the students' strength. During the competition, 104 students who had good abilities and could have lasted longer had already left the battlefield. But instead of them, there was still an F-rank guy on the battlefield who managed to resist not only his classmates, but also the effects of the various ideas that they possessed. He began to advance on the remaining opponents, who decided to gather together in order to immobilize the enemy. But just as they were about to rush into the attack, many of them realized that they literally could not lift their feet because their shoes were full of water. Gritting his teeth, the principal muttered that some kind of nonsense was happening. He didn't understand why the 10th graders couldn't handle one guy. An Sun-ho knew that guerrilla training was supposed to teach the boys how to make decisions and work as a team, but because of the individual evaluation system, everyone began to put their own safety first. But the system chosen by the director reduced the ability to get out of a difficult situation with a numerical advantage. The head of the high school didn't realize that his unconventional change of competition modes was causing even more chaos. Moreover, the students were recklessly trying to get rid of only Jin Sung, but that was not the main thing in the competition. In this battle, all the students were judged based on their individual contributions, and trying to collectively get rid of Jin Sung was a mistake. The prejudices that were so deeply rooted in the 10th graders' minds about Jin Sung prevented them from making the right decisions, since his past abilities did not match his current ones. These training sessions can end in a complete nightmare if you don't come to your senses in time. But An Sun-ho was confident that Jin Sun would not cause serious harm to anyone, and thanks to what was happening, the 10th graders would be able to learn an important lesson. At this time, the students could not decide who would be the first to attack the guy, because none of them wanted to take a decisive step. Jin Sung already felt like his stamina was running out, as his vision suddenly became blurred and he almost fainted. The guys noticed that their enemy had lost his vigilance, and decided that there was simply no better time to attack. They pounced on the guy as a crowd, so that this time he would definitely not be able to escape from them. One of the students noticed that Jin Sung was barely able to stand, and he suggested that he should push even harder to put an end to F-Rank's games. The boy was still holding on despite the fact that he was supporting the weight of 5 people, and this despite the fact that his idea was inactive. His classmates didn't want to accept that Jin Sung had outdone them, so they started calling on the other students for help. The crowd grew larger and larger, and it was simply inexplicable how the boy could bear the weight. The principal laughed joyfully, because he thought that the 10th graders had finally gathered their courage and defeated the common enemy. Then he received a call from the editor-in-chief of IDEA, who had already arrived at the school to film a report. The man was upset that Jin Sun had not yet dropped out, but he was sure that he would not last long in this state. The headmaster thought about whether to answer the editor and let him into the school, but then decided that the boy would still lose before the journalists arrived, and answered the call. He said that reporters can come in and freely film everything that happens at the competition. The journalist said that it would be more effective if the guys use IDEA. The principal turned off his cell phone and ordered the students to turn on IDEA and use their abilities. The man said over the loudspeaker that from now on they would begin the second part. He expected amazing results from the remaining students. But the guys didn't pay any attention to the voice coming from the speakers. The director was very embarrassed by such a dismissive attitude towards what he was saying. One of the students shouted that they needed more people. Someone suggested that their opponent had held out until the start of the competition with IDEA. But no one listened to the gray-haired guy who was shouting for help. The crowd became so enraged that they were ready to destroy him along with Jin Sung. The leader of the 10th room, in turn, did not lose his vigilance and noticed that the attacking guys had loosened their grip. He understood that if the enemies were as friendly as his zombie squad, he would have been out long ago. Someone shouted that Jin Sung needed to be held tighter because he was about to rise. The guy thought that the strength of his right hand alone would not be enough for him. So he decided to activate his idea more strongly, and at that moment, black smoke began to billow around his hand. He felt more strength and energy inside himself, and was finally able to escape from the captivity of his enemies. Jin Sung knew that he had to be very careful, because if he couldn't control himself, there could be serious consequences, since he was being closely watched. He gripped the dagger tighter and told his classmates that they were just a bunch of trash. When the director saw that Jin Sung was able to escape, he literally boiled with anger, because no one can fight so many opponents alone. But then someone caught the man's attention, and when he saw these guests, he could barely restrain himself from rolling his eyes. An editor entered the competition hall, introduced himself, and greeted the principal of Hyundai High School. The man shook the director's hand and thanked him from the bottom of his heart for giving him the opportunity to capture such a significant event. The journalist promised that he would try to capture the outstanding abilities of the high school students. The headmaster didn't know how to behave because his plans were collapsing right before his eyes. He tried to lead the reporters away, offering them some tea first. But the journalist saw how many people dropped out of the test and ran to film the material. He wanted to film the event from the very beginning, but then he realized that the students would be distracted by the camera. The editor admired how selective the principal was with his students. The head of the school smiled awkwardly, and the journalist enthusiastically told his assistants that they must film every moment of the second part of the competition. The editor's attention was drawn to the instructor, who was standing and closely watching the progress of the competition. He jumped up to An Sun-ho and was surprised that he was there as a mentor. The man reminded the guy that he interviewed him last time. The journalist asked the instructor if, in his opinion, there were any worthy participants left on the field. The principal decided that he had to stop this conversation since An Sun-ho might reveal something incriminating, so he intervened and said that all the students were doing well. The man told the editor that all the outstanding students had already dropped out. The editor blinked in surprise and asked how that was possible. The director realized that he needed to distract the press until Jin Soon was eliminated. The headmaster began to look intently at what was happening on the battlefield. He noticed that the students had become more confident during hand-to-hand combat. It remained to be hoped that this battle would help the advanced students look at themselves from the outside and become even smarter and more resourceful. The editor applauded the principal and expressed his respect for the lofty educational values he espoused. But suddenly, the journalist's attention was drawn to the employee who was sitting behind the camera. He said that he had filmed a simply crazy student, thanks to whom a cool recording was ensured. The director tried to stop the editor, but he had already rushed to his assistant to see everything with his own eyes. The journalist wanted to see for himself that they had captured an outstanding moment, and when he saw the frame, he realized that they had a sensation on their hands. One of the 10th grade students fought against a horde of classmates alone, and he was doing quite well in dealing with the difficulties. One of the school children shouted that those who had a tame idea should go and fight him off, but the kids with these abilities flatly refused to approach the guy. The journalist's eyes sparkled when he realized that he was dealing with a new star. He asked the director what rank the boy was. He guessed that Jin Sung was a B rank. The headmaster laughed sheepishly when he heard this guess. He didn't know how to formulate the answer. But the leader of the 10th platoon came to his aid, who said that Jin Sung was F rank. The editor thought the teacher was trying to make fun of him, but he said it was not a joke at all. The man loudly declared that Jin Sung had achieved everything through his own efforts and was now able to fight at a high-ranking level. The principal was fed up with everyone trying to elevate this F-rank guy, so he told the teachers to stay out of the editor's face and go away. The leader of the 10th platoon shouted at the editor that he should pay attention to Jin Sung. His colleague tried to silence him, but the journalist had heard enough, and now asked the director with curiosity about this student, because he wanted to find out as much as possible about him. The headmaster of Hyundai High School didn't know what to answer because he was afraid of damaging the school's reputation, where it was ever seen that an F rank had defeated stronger opponents. At this time, the competition continued. Jin Sung already felt that his spirit was running out, and his body seemed ready to break down at any minute. He continued to fight off his opponent's attacks, but he did it reflexively, feeling that his luck was about to run out, and he would not be able to dodge or parry the blow. He waved his dagger and thought that it was strange that even after expanding the area of violence, his idea was acting unusually. The strange thing was that the essence of the soul allowed the guy to control the desire to kill, which was not typical for her before. The 10th graders, who were being reached by the blood-red fog, began to feel the approach of something powerful and very dark. Now it finally dawned on them that the guy standing in front of them was extremely dangerous, but it was too late to run. Jin Sung smiled and with a hint of madness in his voice, asked where his so-called friends were going. Suddenly, the guy felt a slight tingling in the hand that held the dagger. It seemed like new energy was flowing there. The weapon glowed bright red and began to burn his hand so that it was impossible to hold it. But the guy did not let it go. Everything ended as suddenly as it began. When the light went out, the guy saw that the dagger had transformed. Now it could absorb the victim's blood and move her body. These skills were D rank. Jin Sung chuckled as he realized that if his body's stats met the minimum requirements, he could use this skill an infinite number of times. He threw his head back and laughed loudly, because he was able to not only take control of his idea but also become stronger. He finally succeeded in it. His classmates looked at the boy in surprise and did not understand why he was standing in the middle of the field and laughing like crazy. An Sun-ho understood what had happened, so he smiled slightly and began to watch the competition with even greater interest. Se-yeon also guessed that her friend had finally managed to take control of another aspect of his power. She was proud and happy for the guy. The girl could wish only one thing to the Lord of Excess: to finish off all her enemies and emerge victorious from the competition. Jin-sun looked at the girl, and as if hearing what she said, he smiled and promised to deal with all the ill-wishers. He moved around the field with incredible speed and agility. The first seconds the guy did not attack, but only assessed the situation. After he understood what to do and what strategy to use, Jin-sung smiled and took action. The students didn't even have time to blink before the protective bracelets on their hands crumbled into a multitude of small pieces. The boys looked in shock at the remains of this defense and could not believe that it was so easy to destroy. They saw a small trickle of blood running down their wrists. The 10th graders understood that if they were wounded even with bracelets on their hands, they had to give up because they couldn't cope. Amidst the shouts of his classmates, Jin-sung thought about how he now had such a suitable idea. The director couldn't sit still. He had never seen anyone's idea transform like that. He realized that this guy was a real nightmare that had fallen on his head. The editor couldn't take his eyes off the screaming crowd. It was hard to believe that one student could single-handedly deal with 60 opponents. An Sun-ho told the reporter that if you counted everyone the boy had defeated before, it would come to more than 150 people. The man was shocked to hear the total number of 10th graders defeated. It seemed like a lie. But the instructor was not the type to embellish someone's abilities. He said that the battle would end with the number of guys defeated by Jin-sun exceeding the 200 mark. As if proving the truth of An Sun-ho's words, the boy began to actively attack his classmates, and they simply could not withstand his blows. It was late evening. The darkness made the tall building look very ominous. It seemed that not the most pleasant things were happening there. A dark-haired man wandered through the corridors, looking for the right office, and after he found it, he went inside. There was a man sitting in the spacious hall. It was clear that he was really looking forward to the upcoming conversation. Even in such a dire situation, Kim Il-jung did not lose his audacity. He told the man that he had not seen him for a long time. The brunette grimaced, because it was unpleasant for him to be in the same room with this cruel killer, whose main purpose of existence was murder. He said that the North Korean military leader could say whatever he wanted, but the brunette had every authority to take his life immediately after he finished. Il-jung said that the man could have spoken less rudely, because he was already sad to remember the old days. The brunette grinned and said that the bandit was the first to provoke him. The leader of the bandit gang, Chuma, said that it seemed that he meant little to the man who boiled over and ordered him to drop the jokes, because he knew about the escape plan through the East Coast. Il-jung smiled meaningfully and asked defiantly what kind of fool would plan such a ridiculous attempt to escape. He said he just needed an excuse to call the brunette after so much time. The so-called pretext was numerous explosions, several of which damaged one of the warships. When the brunette caught one of the bandits on the coast, he called him Comrade Li Shin and said that the leader was calling him. Li Shin listened in surprise to the message that this leader wanted to see him at Panmunjom at dawn. Now the brunette asked with a menacing look what Il-jung wanted to say after he got rid of a dozen of his own subordinates. Instead of any clear answer, the gang leader said that when he was in the south, he met some very interesting guys. Li Shin guessed that he was talking about the students of Hyundai High School. Il-jung said that he received information that the guys were being trained, so he decided to check it out, but when he got there, he got his ass kicked. Li Shin tensed up and asked with interest what exactly the gang leader meant. The criminal spread his arms wide and said that he was forced to run away from the child, who turned out to be incredibly strong. The brunette couldn't even answer when he heard this information. The news was clearly a revelation for him. He knew that Il-jung had stormed into the bank and then retreated. It was hard to believe that he had been cornered and forced to flee, and it wasn't even some kind of trick or ambush. Li Shin's fists clenched, and he demanded that the bandit tell him in detail which of their students had distinguished themselves so much. Seeing the brunette's reaction, Il-jung burst out laughing. He realized that the man was not aware of what was happening, and this ignorance made him nervous. Li Shin asked what exactly he didn't know. The plague leader said that he initially thought that this kid was the brunette's secret weapon, but it turns out that his abilities were a surprise to everyone. The man got tired of playing these games, so he demanded that the bandit enlighten him immediately. But Il-jung said that he had lived long enough not to be a fool, so first they would talk about why he came here. The criminal's eyes flashed predatorily, and he said that it seemed like an unexpected harvest was in the offing. At the Hyundai school, everything was going on as usual. It was already the evening of the 5th day of partisan training. Se-yeon stood next to her friend, who had finally managed to open his eyes and begin to come to his senses. Jin-sung lay on the girl's lap and listened to her request that next time he should warn her about how long he was going to sleep. The guy tried to grasp the meaning of these words, but his aching head simply refused to perceive anything. He touched the blonde's cheek and tried to understand if this was still a dream or a return to reality. Se-young didn't know how to react to her friend tugging at her cheek and telling her that it was too soft. The girl grimaced, but did not scold her friend, who had been through too much lately. When she got tired of being soft and sweet, she hit the boy on the forehead. He jumped up and said that it hurt. The blonde shrugged her shoulders and replied that at least he woke up from his sleep. Jin-sung began to look around and say that he didn't remember how he ended up in this room because his last memory was of the competition. The girl said that after he dealt with all the opponents, he looked at her and said that he had succeeded and then began to jump. The guy narrowed his eyes and said that he himself remembered that moment very well. Se-young said he passed out right after it was over. She tugged his cheek and asked how he was going to get married if he was such a softie. Jin-sung began to complain about the fact that he had just woken up and the blonde was already making fun of him, but his friend did not stop pulling his cheeks. The guy started to brush her off and say that he wasn't going to marry anyone. Se-young laughed and said that he would have a happy life with her. Jin-sung replied that it would only happen over his dead body. The blonde laughed even louder, then asked if he now believed that he was no longer sleeping. Jin-sung didn't immediately find an answer, because he realized that Se-yeon was very beautiful even in her sleep. He dreamed that she would stop making fun of him. The girl extended her hand to him and said that since he was awake, he should receive his rank, after which she gave him a chevron. The boy literally beamed with happiness, because he couldn't even believe that he had finally received a rank and was no longer a newbie. Se-yeon added that the teacher would give him a certificate later. The guy didn't understand what she meant, so the blonde smiled broadly and congratulated him on first place in guerrilla training. Jin-sung didn't know how to react to all this. His friend noticed his strange behavior and asked why he was acting so indifferent. The guy started looking at his chevron and was outraged that he was a private and not a corporal. Se-yeon wanted to think that her friend was upset because he was promoted only 2 ranks. But the guy said that he had an argument with the teacher. The blonde looked at him with interest. Jin-sung said that if he and the zombie squad got high scores, the teacher promised to make them corporals. The girl asked if they really broke up because of a deal. The guy said yes and wanted to explain everything, but the girl irritably slapped him on the hand. After that, Se-yeon said that the guy didn't have to worry. The teacher made everyone corporals except him. Jin-sung couldn't believe what he heard. It was just the height of injustice. Se-young said that because of him the nurse had a lot of work. She reminded him to thank Ah-young for her work. The guy realized that he hadn't thought about the nurse at all, because it was probably hard for her to sort all this out. The blonde said that they could thank the woman a little later. But Jin-sung said that he wanted to go to Ah-yeon alone and thank her himself. Se-yeon tried to hint that she wanted to go with him, since she mentioned going to the infirmary together. But the guy stood his ground. He said that his girlfriend had done nothing wrong. He just wanted to go alone. The blonde was incredibly stubborn. She started tugging at his cheeks, trying to annoy him so much that he would let her go with him. Jin-sung asked her what was the matter. His friend angrily asked why he didn't want to spend time with her. The guy saw the situation differently and didn't understand why they had to go to the medical center together. But the boys weren't the most interesting characters today, because a high-ranking guest arrived at the school who was met by the leader of the 10th platoon, since the battalion commander had withdrawn. The bald man in the military uniform clicked his tongue and said that it seemed the rank system was not yet fully organized. The teacher dared to ask what he meant. He said that the commander of another battalion contacted the Hyundai school, but for some reason the lieutenant answered. The teacher said that he was very sorry, but he was the only one on shift today. The guest laughed discontentedly. The bald man said that he had expected in vain that the school, where military training had just been introduced, would have the same ideal system as in 988. The teacher himself understood that they were very far from the level of the 988th Special Training Brigade. This brigade was created by the Korean Army to train future fighters. It was an alternative to higher education military special training program. They recruited students with combat ideas. The teachers at the base were gathered into educational elites, and the students absorbed their many years of military wisdom. It was the strongest military base specializing in idea and was an alternative to the higher education institution. A bald man in military uniform who was from the 988th Brigade asked when the principal of Hyundai High School would arrive. The teacher replied that he would be there soon, and he thought to himself whether he was really waiting for the head of the school so that he could humiliate him and boast of his own successes. The soldier said that the teacher had a displeased look on his face. The man replied that he thought the guest was a little disrespectful, as for a representative of another block. The representative of the 988th Brigade laughed and asked for forgiveness with irony in his voice. But it was obvious that these words were not at all sincere. He said that since he was an enemy who had come to declare war, he allowed himself to feel a little sad, and the leader of the 10th platoon stared at him in surprise. But the man only said that he was sure that it was nothing new, although he guessed that Hyundai High School's information network was so weak that no one had heard of it before. The teacher began to play the director's behavior over in his head and came to the conclusion that it was obvious. The bald man continued to rant about how there were students like An Soon-ho and Kim Si-young in the high school. He agreed that there were a couple of big names, but who cared? The teacher said that it seemed like the 988th Brigade hadn't heard the recent news about the strength of one of the students. Taking a magazine with Se-yeon's picture from the table, the soldier said that he probably meant the guy from the guerrilla training. He called him F-Rank's killer and said that he had heard certain information about him. Throwing the magazine aside, the man said that the boy simply couldn't be F-Rank. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived in a high school that specialized in idea. The teacher listened in surprise to the advice that it was better not to overdo it with details if you wanted the story to look believable. It seemed that the 988th team had not received detailed information. Before the teacher could answer, the director returned to the office, apologized for being late, and smiled broadly at the guest. The soldier immediately jumped up and said that everything was fine. The teacher was surprised that he called the director the battalion commander, although he had not shown any respect before. The teacher walked out the door and leaned his back against it. He felt tired because it seemed that the main troubles were only just approaching. What he saw shifted his attention, and for a second he put thoughts about the coming war for later. From the window he saw that the second recruitment for the team was taking place. The man was surprised that this was happening today. It was already getting dark outside, and lights were burning in many windows, but the students' meeting was not over yet. The 10th graders stood in the middle of the hall and breathed heavily. It was obvious how tired and exhausted they were. Jin-sung approached An Soon-ho and asked how well he thought they had done today. The rest of the students listened to this conversation without much enthusiasm, but still tried to catch every word that flew out of the instructor's mouth. An Soon-ho smiled and said that it was so obvious that there was no need to ask. He loudly announced that he congratulated all the students from the zombie squad on successfully joining the club. Now enthusiasm appeared in the eyes of the boys, because they stared at their leader in surprise, not believing that this was even possible. Jin-sung didn't say anything. He only had enough strength to smile contentedly. He believed in his friends, and every time they justified this trust. The gym exploded with joyful shouts, because the guys could not contain themselves and were simply shocked by such good news. The teacher was watching all this. He smiled and thought with a hint of sadness that he was rooting for Jin-sung. He was sorry that he hadn't helped him earlier. The man walked down a long, dark corridor and thought that this guy would still show himself and beat the faces of all these idiots. Events took place in the principal's office that could have left their mark on the lives of all the students. The soldier said that he heard that everything was approved in advance by the commander of the 988th Brigade. The head of Hyundai High School was flipping through some documents and listening to the representative get a seal after reading the contents. It was like a mock invasion training. The director understood that the contract had unfavorable conditions for their side, but he could not refuse, so he signed the documents and gave them to the guest. When the office became empty, the director sat and thought about the consequences of his decision and how it would affect the future of the students. He angrily slammed his fists on the table and told himself that he would definitely pay his enemies back for such humiliation. The school definitely had a trump card, which suddenly appeared in the form of Jin Sung and turned out to be incredibly powerful. The editor sat in his office and carefully looked through the records that he managed to make during the competition. He paid special attention to the leader of the 10th room. The man thought about how it was even possible that such a skilled fighter could only possess F-rank. It was sensational news that could captivate people. The journalist looked at the stack of papers that had recently been brought to him and thought deeply. The higher-ups told him that if he showed an F-rank guy in such a light, it would be taken as suppression of an A-rank, so he should forget about such an article. The man didn't understand how such a video could not be accepted. It was stupid, because no one was going to suppress higher ranks. He knew very well that the days when you could only engage a reader with pictures and text were long gone. Most people would say that the video was filmed according to a script. The reporter understood that this story might not be believed, since a student with such a low idea simply could not have killed 200 people. He himself would not have believed it if he had not seen it with his own eyes. It was all very complicated, and the journalist understood that such material could be considered an advertisement for Hyundai High School, saying that even such a low rank was capable of miracles. The journalist also did not understand why the school administration was hiding this student's talent. Since educational institutions have military support from the state, perhaps they were protecting the boy. But this theory was not very plausible, because if it were so, they would have gotten rid of the interview of Kim Se-yeon, who dealt with plague. A sudden thought crossed the reporter's mind. He began to think about this whole story with the plague gang. He ran to his computer and decided to dig a little into this story. Perhaps everything was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. The man began to scroll through information about the guys who were involved in what happened at the bank. When he saw the right name, he joyfully exclaimed that he knew his guess would be correct. There was a knock on the editor's office door, and he told the person to come inside. An employee came in and said that he had secret information that 988 School and Hyundai High School were in an extremely difficult relationship. The editor was delighted with this news, because he saw in it a great opportunity for another sensation. The evening at school was quiet, but somehow a little creepy and disturbing. Black clouds gathered over the building as if foreshadowing something bad. The boys were returning to their room after training. Jin Sung told his friends that they did a great job today, as always. The guys replied that their leader was no slouch either. They were glad that now no one bullied them because of their rank of corporal. The guys thought that it was all thanks to their boss. One of the guys asked Jin Sung if their training with An Sun Ho continued when they left. The leader of the 10th room said that all they were doing was just warming up. One of the guys said that he hadn't seen the favorite during training today. At first, Jin Sung didn't understand who they were talking about, but then he began to guess. His friend confirmed these guesses, saying that Se-young claimed that if Jin Soon was the boss, then she was his favorite. The guy began to say that everything was not so at all, but the friends only quietly laughed. Jin Sung said that the blonde waited for him until he informed her that he was going to do another approach, so she left early. The guy started saying that he shouldn't behave like that with his beloved. Some admired the girl's beauty, and some asked if they were going on a date. Jin Sung grabbed his head and didn't know what to do because explaining to the guys that this was all untrue seemed like a stupid decision. He sat down on the ground and tried not to listen to his friends, but when he opened his eyes, he saw a man standing next to him. The boy immediately rose to his feet and saw a handsome brunette in front of him who asked if it was Private Park Jin Soon standing in front of him. The leader of the 10th room and his friends were extremely embarrassed that this man knew who they were. Li Shin noticed that the students were very surprised by his sudden appearance, so he smiled amiably and apologized for the intrusion. Jin Sung said that everything was fine. He tried to speak as respectfully as possible, because it was Aide Li Shin himself standing in front of him. Chuckling, the brunette said that he was glad that the guy recognized him. Jin Sung replied that someone who did not know him could be considered a spy, although in his opinion, a spy should know a man better than anyone. Li Shin said the guy was very funny. He asked if the guys behind him were his friends. One of the boys proudly said that Jin Sung was the leader of their room. The boy was a little embarrassed that they exalted him so much. He felt very awkward when the guys started praising him in front of such a respected person. Li Shin said that he needed to talk to their leader, so he asked the guys to step aside for a while, and they obediently agreed. The man also asked them all to keep quiet about the fact that they saw him within the school grounds today. The boys nodded their heads in agreement, and the brunette couldn't help but notice that they were very smart young men. As they ran away, he decided that a bright future awaited them. Li Xin thought that it would be more convenient to move to a more closed space for conversation. When he and Jin Sung were alone, the brunette apologized once again for appearing so suddenly, and the guy asked what business such a respected person could have with the schoolboy. The man explained that he had come to look at him after watching the recordings of the competition. The boy sheepishly said that it was strange that such a busy man decided to look at an ordinary student. Li Xin began to wonder whether the guy was really that humble, or if he was just pretending to hide his true strength. Then the man decided to ask a question that meant a lot. He was interested in how the guy thought it was possible to divide souls by rank. This question made Jin Sung quite worried, because the answer to it was very important, so it was strange that such a high-ranking person decided to ask him about it. Seeing the boy's confusion, the man said that it was just a random question. He preferred to return to the point, saying that it was he who chose this school to carry out military training. He knew it was cruel, but he had hope that students like Jin Sun could become stronger even in the most difficult conditions. The man had placed his hopes on An Sun Ho, but things didn't go as planned. The boy objected, saying that if it weren't for the instructor, his team wouldn't be here now. The brunette laughed and said that the guy misunderstood him. He hoped that the students would start working even harder, looking at An Sun Ho's efforts. But now it was clear that it was Jin Sun who had lured them in, proving time and time again that even with a low rank, one could rise in the rankings. Li Xin was pleased that students like him were finally starting to come out into the world and show off their abilities. He was glad that his naive assumptions were confirmed after meeting Jin Sung in person. While the boy was saying that he felt awkward, the man was thinking that in front of him stood the very secret weapon that Il Jung had spoken of, and all this time, he had not even suspected of its existence. The brunette understood that by looking at the students and their aspirations, one could understand whether they would become stronger, and this guy was exactly what he was looking for. Li Xin hadn't felt such a strong energy for a long time, which made him shudder when he came into contact with the guy. Seeing that the high-ranking guest was acting a little strange, Jin Sung asked if he was okay. The man immediately pulled his hand away and apologized for going off topic. The man wondered if Il Jung was trying to outsmart him, or if this was another plan of the bandit, but he couldn't figure it out yet. Li Xin said that he was finished, then thanked the student for his time, who replied that it was all nonsense. The guest turned around and began to quickly walk towards the exit of the school, saying that he asked to be excused. He turned around and said at the end that it would be great if the guy won. Jin Sung didn't understand the meaning of this phrase at all, because it was unclear who and when he should defeat. Hearing these questions, the man laughed loudly and said that everything would soon become known. He told the guy to be careful on the way home. Jin Sung stood in the middle of the schoolyard and thought about what this strange guest meant and how to perceive his words about some kind of victory. But with the arrival of this man, nothing changed in the life of the school. Everything went on as usual, especially in the training hall. An Sun Ho, as always, was working out with a barbell. It was important for him to maintain his personal fitness, because keeping himself in good shape was necessary for discipline and the correct use of force. He looked at the time and saw that it was only 11 o'clock. When he was studying, time flew by completely unnoticed. The squad leader realized that he began to fulfill his daily physical activity requirement much faster. He reached for his shirt and thought that it was most likely all thanks to Jin Sung and his zombie squad. The intensity of his training increased significantly. The guy's muscles had not been in such excellent condition for a long time. An Sun Ho chuckled and thought that he was very lucky to meet such an amazing person like Jin Sun. The boy left school and finally went home. It was already dark outside, and he had to go through more than one poorly lit alley. He was thinking that he should train even more if he wanted to be an example to others, when suddenly he was distracted by someone screaming for help. Sun Ho started walking towards the sound, and soon heard a group of guys brazenly asking someone to play with them. They pestered a defenseless, trembling girl who clearly needed help. The scoundrels said that she was being too dramatic, and no one was going to kill her. The man came closer to her and pressed her against the wall, saying that he just wanted to play a little. An Sun Ho decided that he needed to act quickly, so he came out of the shadows and told them to stop immediately and let the girl go. After the scoundrels did not react in any way, the guy said that he advised them to get out of there immediately, otherwise they would answer for their behavior. He said that he was giving the guys a final warning, after which there would be no turning back for them. The man chuckled nervously and asked if he was really protecting the girl just because they were from the same school. The bandit thought that he was some kind of hero who was protecting everyone. Sun Ho's patience was running out, so he began to activate his idea. He found himself next to the bandit a second later, and grabbing his hands, he decided that he would no longer allow them to touch anyone against their will. The man was amazed by the speed of approach. It was like teleportation, and he was seriously scared. Sun Ho squeezed the scoundrel's hand tighter and tighter. He was literally hanging. Only the wrist that the guy was squeezing was holding him. Finally, the girl came to her senses a little and recognized her savior as Sergeant Sun Ho. He turned his head in her direction and said that he would deal with these idiots, and that she should take care of herself and go to a crowded place. The girl started running as fast as she could. She thanked the sergeant and kept looking back as she left the alley. But then another man arrived and tried to grab the schoolgirl by the hand. He began asking where she was going. Sun Ho decided that these scoundrels had absolutely no common sense because they had not yet realized that they would have to answer for such behavior. The rest of the bandits began to come to this noise and told the sergeant that he would not get away with such impudent behavior. But the guy didn't care at all about their words. He grabbed the two men and said that he warned them about the consequences, but they chose not to listen. Sun Ho used his strength and began to swing his opponents with all his might, then threw them like a bag of bones. The guy looked at the result of his work and was pleased, because now these vile men were lying in a common pile and mumbling something incoherently. In such a state, they would not hurt anyone. Sun Ho told the men to stop their nonsense, as he had guessed that they had originally just intended to lure him into this alley. When he finished speaking, several shadows began to emerge from the gateway and move towards the guy. One of the men, who was half hidden in the shadows, asked if the sergeant had found out about their plan. Another guy came out after him and said that Sun Ho didn't even bother to hide his idea. The sergeant immediately realized who was standing in front of him. He called this guy by the name of Kong Jin No and noted that they had not seen each other for a very long time. Finally, two guys came out of the shadows completely. One of them was smiling broadly and was pumped up and tall. The second was plump and looked quite downtrodden and unsure of himself. Sun Ho noticed that now there were only the three of them left in the alley. All the other men had simply disappeared. The one named Kang Jin No looked Sun Ho up and down and said that the boy had grown a little since their last meeting. The instructor asked his old friend why he was going so far to cause trouble. He smiled broadly and said that he didn't understand what the guy was saying. He was just walking with his friends and chatting with a pretty schoolgirl. Sun Ho remembered that this acquaintance belonged to the 988th Brigade. It was clear that Jin No was surprised that his friend knew such details. He said that the sergeant had become very smart, and then asked how Sun Ho was able to tell. The squad leader said that firstly, that student was from the 10th grade. She was wearing the Hyundai school uniform, but she called him sergeant. Jin No didn't get the connection, saying that the guy already had that title. Sun Ho said that their school had only recently switched to the military system, so the students weren't used to being addressed that way yet. The squad leader said that in such a situation, the only thing that would come to mind would be what his old acquaintance was most accustomed to. He laughed and said that he thought Sun Ho had guessed everything because the girl was a terrible actress. He called all of Senior Hyundai's students real scum. Sun Ho ignored this provocation, instead continuing his analysis and saying that his acquaintance called that idiot a comrade instead of a friend, which meant he was used to army nicknames. Jin No shrugged and said he was just used to being treated that way. The sergeant said that other than their school, military training was only in the 988th. Sun Ho was 100% sure that if there were any students using the military language, they were obviously from school 988. Jin No ran his hand through his hair and said that his acquaintance was indeed quite good at his guesses and was also quite insightful for someone who crawled around in middle school. After that, the guy said that Sun Ho was still annoying and he wanted to flatten him again like he did before. But then his plump friend intervened in the conversation, asking with delight in his voice if it was really Sun Ho in front of him. The sergeant nodded affirmatively and asked who was talking to him. The boy beamed and was about to introduce himself, but his so-called friend harshly cut off this attempt. Jin No said that his friend should be called by the nickname Heek, but the guy still managed to say that his name was Yuk Dong Ho and that he was very happy to meet him. Sun Ho politely asked how the friendly guy was doing, and he smiled even wider and said that everything was fine. After that, Dong-ho said that he would feel even better after he punched the squad leader. Jin-no was clearly glad that he didn't have to get his hands dirty himself, and he told his comrade to deal with Sun-ho. After the chubby guy said that his opponent couldn't handle him, Sun-ho narrowed his eyes and realized that he was clearly being underestimated. Jin-no said that the guy would never defeat this big guy. Dong-ho was indignant, saying that he was not the only one gaining weight. Sun-ho no longer listened to this squabble. He activated his idea and prepared to catch his opponent. Seeing the boy accumulating a large amount of energy within himself, Dong-ho backed away, thinking that easy prey awaited him. But it was not to be. Sun-ho had already rushed at his opponent, and grabbing him by the sweatshirt, began to drag him around the alley. Dong-ho began to admire the strength his enemy possessed as he easily grabbed him and moved him from place to place. The fat man laughed evilly and said that he was indeed not the only one gaining weight. Sun-ho didn't want to delve into the meaning of what this guy was saying. Right now, he had to deal with him, and that was all that mattered. Morning came, and the academy building once again opened its doors to those who wanted to gain new knowledge and combat experience. Sleepy school children slowly gathered in the classroom and discussed their problems with their classmates. Jin-sung entered the classroom and immediately noticed that there was a strange, tense atmosphere in it. The guy sat down in his seat and asked Se-yeon what happened. The girl looked at him strangely and asked if he hadn't seen anything. When the guy looked at her with even more confusion, the blonde said that she assumed that he already knew everything, because the news channels simply exploded with this news. The girl called her classmate who was sitting in front and asked her to show Jin-sung what they had recently watched. The classmate also looked at the guy in surprise and asked how he could not know, since he goes to Sun-ho's classes. Jin-sung didn't understand what was going on here and what his mentor had to do with it. The blonde said that now he would see everything for himself. The guy took the tablet from her hands and began to wait impatiently for something that would open his eyes to what was happening. On the screen was a recording of his coach fighting in some alley with two strange guys. Sun-ho attacked the bigger guy and grabbed him, moving him around the alley. When he wanted to throw him over his shoulder, he could not do it because the stranger's weight was too enormous. But Sun-ho didn't give up and activated his idea at full power, hoping that it would help in the fight with the enemy. But it was all in vain, because with every second the squad leader's strength was diminishing. He clenched his teeth and began to collapse under the weight of the enemy. Jin-sung couldn't believe his eyes, because his mentor was someone he thought was practically invincible. After Sun-ho's legs buckled and his enemy's massive bulk pinned him to the asphalt, Jin-sung realized that every person was vulnerable in their own way. The fat man stood up and looked at Sun-ho. The video didn't show the instructor moving. It soon became clear why, because a few seconds later the video showed the 11th grader lying motionless in a pool of his own blood. Jin-sung couldn't get his head around the fact that his coach had lost the match, and he worriedly asked who those guys were. Kim Se-yeon responded that the video showed a squad from school, N998. The blonde said sullenly that this was the same military school with which they would have so-called friendly training in 15 days. After a while, Ju-ye entered the classroom. When all the students arrived at their seats, she said that she was sure that everyone had heard about what happened to the squad leader, Sun-ho. The brunette announced that the 9 people gathered here represented the best students from each class. Most of the questions were answered by 11th graders, but the girl expressed her hope that the others would also be able to share their thoughts. Jin-sung raised his hand and asked what Sun-ho had said and how things were going for him now. Ju-ye replied that the leader had been given a suspended sentence, so no one from the squad had access to the ward, and in any case, he couldn't be visited for security reasons. Jin-sung looked down and said sullenly that he understood everything. He was very upset that he didn't even have the opportunity to talk to his friend. One of the 11th graders asked how their leader had gotten to this point. Another wondered what they should do, since Sun-ho was supposed to take everything on himself, but ended up sadly. Another student wondered if there was anything they could do until Sun-ho fully recovered. Ju-ye replied that because of the suspended sentence, he would not be able to see anyone even after being discharged, and she gathered everyone together to determine a plan for further action. One of the guys sitting there said that he was the only one putting forward his candidacy for the leader's position. The brunette looked at him sternly and asked if he really thought he could pull the whole school. Byung-gi got tired of listening to this squabble and asked if they were really gathered here to argue about who was better. but the blonde reminded them that the 10th graders were just supposed to get instructions. Kim Se-yeon asked the older boys if they were strong enough to give orders, because in her opinion, they were not very bright. Such speeches greatly angered some of the 11th graders, who were ready to fight with this upstart. One of the guys approached her and asked if she was the White Jade Goblin. Se-young shook her head affirmatively, after which she said that the guy in turn was nobody. These conversations made the high school student even more angry. He was ready to pounce on the girl who had such a sharp tongue. Ju-ye was already tired of this squabble, so she shouted loudly for them to stop, because if the room wasn't quiet in a second, she would report it to the director. These words calmed her classmate's ardor a little, because he exhaled and sat down in his seat without saying a word to Se-young. The brunette asked the 10th graders to also calm down and listen carefully to what was said at this meeting. After that, Ju-ye took the remote control and said that she would first share the information that the school had received. A map appeared on the screen. The girl explained that at each end there was a container with a button. The rules were quite simple. The one who gets to the opponent's button and presses it wins. The brunette emphasized that, as everyone knows, the Hyundai school has approximately 900 people. But their opponents from the 988th school had about 3,000 people in reserve. Some of the school children screamed, saying that this was 3 times more than they had. They did not understand how they could win with such numbers. But Ju-ye told the 9th graders to calm down, because she hadn't finished speaking yet. Showing the map again, she said that there were indeed 3 times as many opponents, but the Hyundai school had a more advantageous position for defense. In addition, the brunette added that if they held out for 5 hours, they would win, which meant that they could simply defend themselves and not go on the attack. Next, she decided to tell about the fight of An Sun-ho. The student who failed their leader was named Yuk Dong-ho. He was from the 11th grade of the 988th school. His exact idea was unknown, but judging by the video, it was related to weight. The girl noted that this fat man did nothing outstanding, but nevertheless defeated their leader. Jin-sung added bitterly that this was An Sung-ho's worst fight. Ju-ye agreed with this statement. She analyzed that the leader used his idea to catch the opponent, but was unable to roll over him and collapsed under the weight. But Jin-sung was not sure that this was the real reason for his mentor and coach's defeat. The girl then spoke about the student who stood behind them, Kang Jin-no. He was the 988th school's trump card and their main target. He was an enemy with high combat value. This guy went through a special transfer process to 988 High School right before the start of 11th grade, and he also won 2nd place in the National Sports Festival in middle school. Hearing that An Sun-ho had 5 wins and 5 losses in middle school, Jin-soon thought that Jin-no was the one the coach couldn't beat before. The boy asked what was known about idea Kang Jin-no. The girl said that it was known that it enhanced physical abilities when its owner was angry. Jin-sung felt like he was electrocuted when he heard this. This guy's idea was terrifyingly similar to his own. Jo-ye once again outlined their 2 main targets, which were Kang Jin-no and Dong-ho. Through these main characters, 988 school manipulates the press to rise in the rankings. Jin-sung clenched his hands in anger when he heard that they did this to convince everyone that An Sun-ho from Hyundai High School was just a nobody. The girl also added that there is information about the person who posted the video. On the screen, she showed the place from which the material was filmed. After a little investigation, it was found out that it was an empty building. Jin-sung asked why someone would hide in an empty building, then answered his own question by saying that it was a trap. Ju-ye confirmed this guess, suggesting that they had sought out their leader in order to lure us into their net, a conclusion they could come to based on all the information they had received. Clenching her fists, the brunette said that even if it was a trap, it would be impossible to tell from the video. The media only paid attention to the most interesting things, and this was their leader's defeat. Jin-sung guessed that no one would know what tricks they used to disable Sun-ho. Maybe there was another reason why he couldn't show his best. One of the 11th graders was indignant, telling F-Rank to stop reacting so furiously to any news about their leader, because it was slowing down the work. The boy began to say that he was sorry, when suddenly a student recognized him and said that it was Private Park Jin-soon. The private turned his gaze to the student, but he continued to say that he did not recognize him at first, and kept sitting there wondering who was protecting their leader like that. This student said that he completely agreed with what Sergeant Na Chang-rak said. Perhaps there was no need to attach so much importance to An Sun-ho's defeat. Jin Sung's eyes widened when he heard this guy talk about how their leader was nothing special other than a surprise attack. The guy told the ninth grader to watch his words more carefully because he would have to answer for them. The ninth grader laughed loudly and expressed his opinion that the leader's strength was only in his ability to block a blow. He believed that they all overestimated Sun Ho. Jin Sung insistently repeated his request to watch his words, but the guy told him that he was just a private and couldn't tell him what to do. The ninth grader proudly said that he was a corporal of B rang, so he saw no point in listening to students like Jin Sung. The guy looked gloomily at this upstart and asked the ninth grader to introduce himself. The boy continued to mock, saying that it was strange that a private was allowed to address a corporal like that. He thought that he shouldn't do anything, since he was higher in rank. But Jin Sung stood his ground, demanding that the junior student introduce himself. The ninth grader finally stopped laughing and looked seriously at his opponent. Now he wasn't feeling very funny. Jin Sung was the epitome of cold anger, his eyes literally drilling a hole into the younger boy. He was so angry that he could barely contain himself. A red mist began to swirl around him as he repeated that the ninth grader needed to introduce himself, and Byun Ki-yong, who was sitting next to him, visibly tensed up. The ninth grade boy felt some kind of sudden pain and only managed to utter his rank of corporal. Jin Sung even found it funny that in such a state, the boy had enough pride to put rank above his name. The 10th grader approached Sergeant Na, saying that he felt like he had taken what happened to An Sun Ho too seriously. His face showed absolutely no emotion as he asked the sergeant to be understanding. The 11th grader did not notice this change in the guy's mood. He said that he did not consider his actions a serious offense because everyone makes mistakes. After these words, a heavy silence hung in the audience, which no one wanted to break. Jin Sung was the first to speak, asking Ju Ye if An Sung Ho had made any plans in advance. The girl said that there was a sketch of the layout. She brought the picture up on the screen and said that 3 people should be positioned in the middle, 1 on each side, but there were no details. What one of the students didn't like was heard, and he asked what they were going to do if the sides were pushed out. Jin Sung said that the sides were already in the middle, but the guy wasn't convinced. He said that the enemy could use the advantage in the middle to focus on the sides. Then the middle would be attacked from the flanks after the sidelines were pushed out. Jin Sung thought about it. He guessed that An Sung Ho chose this position because he thought the enemy would strike at the center. Ju Ye asked why the boy thought so, but instead of answering, he asked if the 988th school really requested the competition. The brunette confirmed this information. Jin Sung said that it turned out that their opponents were trying to force them to focus on defense. The enemies wanted to lower their morale by defeating Sun Ho. Their goal was to publicly humiliate the Hyundai school. The guy believed that instead of following Sun Ho's plan, they should concentrate the power in the middle and fill the sides minimally, according to the single principle. One of the students absolutely disagreed with this approach, so he decided that the 10th grader was crazy, since he suggested putting even more people in the middle. He said that even if we assume that the opponents will attack the middle, they can close in on the enemy through the sides, so it was necessary to place people on the sides. Jo Ye agreed with Shin Myung-yoon's assumption. She believed that changing strategy because of the assumption was too risky. Deep down, Jin Sung knew they were right, but taking risks was sometimes very useful. But the guy noticed one feature of the enemy. Judging by idea Kang Jin No, he loved to destroy the enemy. He knew this because he himself had a similar soul essence, so it was clear that this guy was not guided by common sense. Jin Sung decided not to argue with the guys and expressed his hopes that An Sung Ho would stand at the back of the defense. Ju Ye was indignant, but the boy sitting next to her said that this was a good idea, because if the person who had disgraced the entire battalion were to lose on the front lines, then they would completely lose their fighting spirit. The brunette asked Jin Sung if he really thought that the squad leader would lose again. The guy said that there was no need to worry, An Sung Ho would not lose again. The girl asked why he should put him back then, to which the boy said that Sun Ho was the strongest. Ju Ye stared at the 10th grader and no longer understood what he meant. Her classmate said that no matter what the reason, he agreed that An Sun Ho should be put back, and another 11th grader supported him. Se-yeon said that the squad leader was indeed the strongest, but she was sure that Jin Sung had some kind of plan. Ju Ye was clearly tired of listening to them all, so she said that today's task was completed. She had passed on the information, and the next time they would only gather to confirm the plan. She told the boys to share any ideas with her if they had any. The boys sighed because they really didn't want to strain their brains. Jin Sung was already planning to leave the office, but he was stopped again by that 9th grader. The boy turned around and asked what this young corporal wanted from him. Jin Sung guessed that he had scared the student with his aura, and now he wanted to speak out because his pride had been hurt. Ju Ye approached them and asked why the boys were gathered there. Jin Sung replied that it seemed like the young upstart needed to be taught a lesson. The girl didn't care. She just told them not to overdo it to the point where someone got hurt. The 9th grader shouted that he would not allow himself to be looked down upon, especially by an ordinary private who did not shine with the abilities of his idea. The younger comrade declared that he would become the strongest in Hyundai High School. He was determined to surpass even Sergeant An Sun-ho and Corporal Kim Se-yeon. Jin Sung listened to this and could barely contain his anger. He understood that the boy was really asking to be taught a lesson. They went outside, and the 9th grader kept ranting about how, since he was a corporal and the best among his peers, he saw the difference in level. The boy laughed and said that he would make a noble gesture and let Jin Sung strike first. The 10th grader almost rolled his eyes when he heard these arrogant statements. The junior disciple used his idea, which consisted of focusing on a target within sight, and determining kinetic energy, as well as determining the reserve of strength and accumulation potential. Jin Sung realized that his opponent wanted him to attack first because his specialty was avoiding punches, so he agreed to start the fight. The guy activated his idea, and in a matter of seconds flew up to the enemy, who did not expect such a lightning-fast approach. However, the boy did not lose faith in himself, because he knew that he definitely had an advantage. It consisted in the fact that he could anticipate the actions of his opponent, and this was very useful during battle. But for some reason, it was impossible to predict Jin Sung's movements, because his speed was different from what the 9th grader saw. Jin Sung managed to change the trajectory of his movement by overcoming inertia. It was simply an amazing ability that the 9th grader had never seen before. The enemy calmly assessed the situation with his eyes and clearly planned his next steps. Jin Sung casually twirled the dagger in his hands and decided that it was high time to use it. But the younger student could still see his every move, although periodically, what he saw was different from reality, which took away his advantage. This is exactly what happened when Jin Sung stabbed his opponent with a dagger. The 9th grader was surprised by the power of this blow, which was dangerous even without a dagger. He realized that his enemy's movement did not correspond to the energy trace he saw. The junior student wondered if he had concentrated too poorly. The boy decided that this time he needed to take a good look at the enemy. Jin Sung noticed that the enemy was dodging well. And again, the 10th grader's movements did not correspond to his energy trace. This was extremely unusual and strange. The boy decided that if he just looked more closely, he could dodge the subsequent attacks. But it wasn't that simple, because now he saw 3 energy traces and couldn't figure out which one he should dodge. The 9th grader realized that his enemy's movements were 3 times faster than his projections, and he froze when he saw Jin Sung swing his dagger. The guy squinted and prepared to feel a flash of pain, but the blow never came, although by now it should have been delivered. Jin Sung said that since the 9th grader started a fight, he shouldn't ask him to pay for everything. He didn't intend to harm him no matter how evil he was. The boy looked at the numerous cuts that remained on his clothes and tried in panic to understand what he should pay for. Jin Sung only said meaningfully that the guy himself said that he wanted to be the strongest. He told him that people who only rely on their idea without putting in the proper amount of effort into training would never be able to defeat An Sun-ho, or even him. The 10th grader leaned even lower and asked in an ominous voice if the junior corporal understood everything. The next day arrived, which meant that a new battle with enemies was coming, which would once again exhaust the students and force them to work at the limit of their strength. Jin Sung said that they had no choice but to give it their all. The day before, there was a meeting at which the guy still managed to convince his comrades of the correctness of his opinion. The strategy chosen was Shin Myung-kyung's defensive plan, with the 11th grade placed on the left, the 10th grade in the middle, and the 10th graders and the zombie squad left on the right. The 10th and 9th grades were on defense, and the 11th grade would try to wear out School 988, as they consisted of the best fighters. Jin Sung knew that since there were more opponents, it would be more rational to prepare for an all-out attack, but the problem was Kang Jin-no. It was obvious that this guy would sneak up behind the third line, not paying attention to the location of his school's main forces, and he wanted to defeat and completely destroy An Sun-ho. To face such a powerful enemy, they didn't have many people. Only Jin Sung and his zombie squad. Jin Sung tensed up when an overly friendly ninth grader approached him and asked him what the student was hiding up his sleeve. He didn't answer, but he acted as if he and the leader of the 10th room were real friends. It was strange. The junior disciple said that he had been foolish and had been unable to distinguish between false rumors and truth. But now he realized that Jin Sung deserved his respect. The guy stood there trying to figure out what rumors they were talking about. Maybe he had missed some important news again. The ninth grader explained that there were rumors that he was sucking up to the squad leader Sun Ho in order to get first place in guerrilla training, and there were many more such rumors. Jin Sung laughed and said that he thought no one believed such nonsense. The junior disciple said that after he learned the truth, he wanted to become like Jin Sung, who was able to achieve success so quickly. His friends started to come up to the guy and ask who this young corporal was trying to get into their zombie squad. When the ninth grader saw the other members of the squad, he began to greet them and say that he was glad to meet them. The guys started laughing and saying that now their team would also include ninth graders. They joked that it was all due to their boss's amazing charisma. Jin Sung really didn't want to deal with the new team member, so he didn't know what to do. He told the boy that if he wanted him as his boss, he would have to join the squad and visit An Sun-ho's club, which he despised so much. The boy said that he was still ashamed of those words and asked Jin Sung to guide him on the right path. Jin Sung had nowhere to go, so he told the boy to behave according to his instructions during training, and then they could work together. The boy said enthusiastically that as soon as the boss gave an order, he would immediately carry it out, as would the entire 9th grade that was under his control. The 10th grader patted the new recruit on the shoulder and said that it was all very good, so he was accepted as a temporary zombie into the squad. The guy's happiness knew no bounds. He said that he would try his best and would not disappoint his mentor. Jin Sung realized that the chances were getting better. Maybe he could turn his luck around. At the very end of their territory, there was a small clearing where a guy stood. He was guarding some small barn. His eyes were full of pain and sadness. He was in deep thoughts that tore him away from reality. An Sun-ho was ready to fight his opponents despite what he had just experienced. His aura was filled with a power that was capable of defeating his enemies. A small tent was nestled among the trees, inside which some of the team members were located. These guys coordinated all the movements of their comrades. They also suggested when to start an attack and when it was better to retreat. The connection was not very good, so it was very difficult for the signalmen to transmit orders to the soldiers. The girl in the tent asked what was going on and was told that there were suggestions that the enemies were using a dea, which affects electromagnetic signals. The signal appeared as suddenly as it disappeared, and the signalman tried with all his might to catch the moment and transmit instructions. Finally, the connection allowed the voice of Private Jin Sun to be heard, who greeted the signalman and named the squad and company of which he was a member. The signalman with the call sign Alpha said that he had heard this name before, after which he remembered that it was this guy who had spread the fake news that he had defeated about 200 people. One of the team members said that today was the last day of work on the front line, so the enemies could quickly disrupt communications with the help of the high-speed idea. The girl told him that the guys from Hyundai High School were very good, but if one of them sneaked into the enemy camp alone, there could be trouble. The group of people who were in the tent began to think about their next plan of action. The girl heard on one of the communication devices that it was very noisy. Perhaps they should send reinforcements to that area. Her comrade said that the most important thing was to assess the situation soberly, so they needed to contact Delta 2 to confirm the information. The guys began to fuss while waiting for an answer, because they didn't know what to do and whether they should send help. Another girl received reports that an attack by Idea had been recorded among the 9th graders at Honda High, even though no one there had any strong abilities. But what was happening on the battlefield proved otherwise. In the middle of the huge stone boulders stood Bayun Gi-young, who had activated his Idea and was trying to move the boulder from its place. When he finally managed to do it, he raised a huge stone above himself and said that it was time to make the decisive move. The blonde activated his Idea, which made everything he pulled out of the ground weightless and could be used as a weapon. The opponents scattered in different directions when they saw another batch of huge stones flying at them. They tried to dodge as best they could. After all, If such a block hits someone, that unfortunate person will immediately go to the hospital and no protective bracelet will help him. Byung-gi Young watched with satisfaction as his enemies scattered, and Ju Ye, who was standing next to him, said that she was sure that someone like Idea would be useful on the battlefield. Brunette said that there was a protective structure in the form of debris on this field, but its usefulness depended on proper use. Ji Young reminded the girl that she kept complaining about him being put with the 9th graders, but he added that he could turn a blind eye to it because he had seen enough of the suffering of his enemies. The blonde chuckled and said that they wouldn't have managed at all without his help. The brunette rolled her eyes and said that it was time to show what Hyundai High School was capable of. She activated her shining armor, which increased the morale of all the players, and began to give orders, indicating to the guys where they needed to stand in order to take the correct position. The opponents began to shout in terror that the Hyundai High School advanced squad was approaching them, so everyone was ordered to take their places. But it didn't help them much when Ju Ye jumped up and blinded them with the shine of her armor. Taking advantage of the fact that the enemies were disoriented, the girl decisively attacked them. The guys from the 988th school shouted that they needed to roll up the combat company and strengthen the forward line that En Sun Ho had broken through. One of the seniors from Hyundai High School gave the order to the long-range company to go behind Byung-gi Young's shelter, where they should prepare to help the others. Ju Ye ordered the first platoon of the first squad to take the 3rd position. She was determined to show the cowards from school No. 988 the full power of their school. The girl gathered the team members around her and said that the enemy school had retreated to the previous lane, while a drone was flying above them, filming what was happening on camera. The brunette argued that they needed to straighten out their front line and move forward, going on the offensive. Suddenly, she felt someone's persistent presence behind her. Someone was definitely approaching her. Before she could turn her head, Kang Jin-no, who was so big that his back blocked her view, was already standing in front of her, saying that retreating in the first battle was shameful. The guy asked if his guess was correct that the girl was from a company where there was a fighter with the nickname Stumbling Block. If so, then she should get out of here immediately. Jin-no swung his fist at her and insistently told the brunette to bring the real stone. The blow was so powerful that Ju Ye was sent flying back several meters, and she didn't even have the chance to try and block the blow. She hit her head hard on the rock and left a mark on it. Byung-gi Young worriedly asked if everything was okay, but the girl replied that this attack was nothing against her armor. Kang Jin-no noticed the blonde guy and realized that this was the one he was looking for. He laughed and thought that it would be interesting to compete with this guy. Ju Ye approached Jin-no and said that he was indeed as aggressive as the report said. The guy said that the girl was actually pretty if you look at her up close. He smiled charmingly and asked if such an attractive brunette had a boyfriend. Ju Ye felt like she was about to vomit from these words, so she said that she understood everything about the guy just from his conversation. Jin-no said that he shouldn't say that because he treats girls well, so he advised the brunette to think about his proposal. Ju Ye said that her ears would soon rot from these speeches. She firmly ordered all the fighters to take their positions because it was time to avenge the defeat of the squad leader. Jin-no said that since all these fighters are working for the Stumbling Block, they should bring him here. After all, their attempts to appear cooler than they actually are simply drove the student of school number 988 crazy. He activated his idea and allowed his opponents to sense his ominous aura, which spread like mist across the battlefield. Jin-no possessed an idea called Unreleased Wrath. He could materialize wrath that grew like heat, and the longer the boy was angry, the stronger his abilities became. Byung-gi Young saw trouble coming and said that it was better not to joke with the heat because they would simply burn if they touched it. The girl said that it was better to bend down until the steam dissipated. Jin-no was loudly surprised that his enemies backed away because of such a trifle, and they began to irritate him even more. In the blink of an eye, the steam cleared, and someone assumed that the guy simply needed to recharge before attacking again. The classmates looked at each other, and an idea flashed in their eyes. They were clearly planning to do something unpredictable. Ju Ye shouted for everyone to stay in their places, as they needed to better assess the situation before acting. But the guys didn't listen to her. They said that the enemy needed time to recover, and if they attacked now, they could cause damage. But their behavior only caused a new wave of anger in Jin-no, and as we already know, this emotion also increased his strength. He grabbed his enemies and an electric charge ran through their bodies. So powerful was this guy's aura. The surrounding world exploded with bright fire. It became so hot that it was simply impossible to stand next to Jin No. The brave men who rushed to attack the guy lay and quietly whimpered in pain, because such an attack did not pass without a trace for them. Ju Ye was shocked to realize that even the bracelet that absorbed pain shock could not save this pair of daredevils from fractures. It seemed that the enemy had accumulated the released steam in his hands and used it to attack. She watched as Jin No concentrated all his strength into his hands and walked closer to her comrades. She couldn't believe that he was going to do this. The girl, as if mad, began to run towards her friends and shout that all the company's soldiers should try to save the wounded. Ju Ye understood that the enemy didn't care whether you were wounded or eliminated. He would attack anyway. Jin No noticed the girl and asked with interest if she was really going to be a rescuer. When she didn't answer, the guy said that in that case, she should try her best if she wanted to see her friends safe and sound. A real nightmare began. Jin No shot steam from his hands at the girl, and she, in turn, tried to run through this minefield. As Ju Ye ran past him, the guy once again asked her if she wanted to become a couple with him. She rolled her eyes and asked if she really had to answer those dirty words. These words angered her opponent because, in his opinion, he pitied the brunette and did not fight her with full force. But the girl was no slouch either, so she activated her idea at full power and her armor began to shine. The light was so bright that she managed to temporarily blind her opponent. She ran to the wounded and said that they needed to be transported to the rear. Jin No's anger became more and more intense and all-consuming, especially after her opponent used such a vile attack. The girl understood that the enemy was now extremely dangerous, because predators did not like it when victims fought back, but she did not consider herself a victim. When the guy finally opened his eyes, he smiled a wide, crazy smile and asked if his opponent wanted him to beat her to death. The battlefield shook from his blows, but the brunette steadfastly withstood them all, because the armor allowed her to create a barrier that did not let the enemy get close to her. But despite all the power of her idea, the girl felt that her strength was already running out. She was surprised at how strong and tough her enemy was. He didn't seem tired at all. Ju Ye understood that because of this cruel man, all members of her team were in great danger. She needed to hold out until the wounded were evacuated. Jin No aggressively asked how much longer the girl would block his blows. He threatened that if she didn't stop, he would bring An Sun Ho here. The brunette didn't remove her armor, but instead asked if he really thought their leader should mess with a freak like him. These words made the guy even more aggressive. He screamed, demanding that the girl close her mouth. After some time, Ju Ye was informed that the evacuation was complete. Now she could stop blocking the enemy's attacks. She removed the protective barrier and happily said that she would no longer have to look at that ugly face. She was no longer going to be near that madman. But as soon as the girl was about to run away, she realized that she simply physically could not do it. Her legs felt like they were being swallowed by the ground. The enemy laughed and asked if she really thought he would let her go just like that. Ju Ye felt like her legs were cramping, but she didn't pay any attention to it. Jin No asked with unusual joy in his voice what would happen to his opponent if he started to hit her. Ju Ye endured the blows steadfastly and did not lower her defensive barriers, but the attacks were so powerful that it was very difficult to withstand them. She understood that her feet were stuck in the ground, so her position was compromised, and the girl simply might not be able to withstand new attacks. The 11th grader hoped that she could cope with this, but her barrier began to crack. Jin No noticed that he had finally managed to break through her defense. He saw how the barrier was slowly weakening. He brought his face close to his opponent's face and, looking into her eyes, said that everyone except her had run away. The guy looked like a madman when he asked Ju Ye if he thought she would die faster if she was buried in the ground, or if this barrier was broken. She couldn't find an answer because for the first time she was truly afraid of her opponent, who looked like a patient in a mental hospital. She remained silent for too long, and Jin No slammed his hand with all his might into the place where the cracks in the barrier were, saying that if she didn't answer him, he would get even more angry. He was so absorbed in his conversation with his opponent that he didn't even notice that a huge boulder was flying towards him. The guy barely managed to jump back and save his skin, because the stone block could have simply flattened him. Ju-ye heard a familiar voice telling her that she should leave while she had the chance. She looked back, but saw no one, only for the stone boulders to start flying towards their enemy, opening the way for her to escape. Jin-no clicked his tongue in annoyance, as he had almost succeeded in pulling his opponent out of her defensive structures. But now she was in a hurry to escape, while stones of all sizes were flying at him. The clearing where this fight took place was already literally covered with cobblestones. Just a little more and Jin-no would be crushed under them. Ju-ye ran up to Byun-gi-yeon, who had arranged this madness, and thanked him for the opportunity to escape. The blonde chuckled and asked where the courage of the 11th grade had gone. The girl noticed that the 10th grader was too tired. He said that he had thrown all the boulders that he had managed to find in the area onto the battlefield. Now he was in a lot of pain. The brunette looked at the boy strangely and said that he was the best she had ever met on this path, after which she told the boy to rest. Byun-ki-young didn't know how to respond to such praise, so he said that he did what he had to. Ju-ye quietly laughed and said that the guy needed to improve his character a little, and then he would simply be priceless. Other team members began to approach them, asking if the girl was okay. The guys reported that the path was blocked. Someone suggested gathering the rest and joining the center. But this was a bad idea, because there was no guarantee that the enemies would not cross this barricade. Thanks to Gi-yong's attack, 988th High would have to work hard to get past it. But right now, their main plan of breaking through the left flank had reached a dead end. Someone suggested that Jin-no might remain under the rubble, but the girl doubted it. Their main enemy was convinced that the leader was not here, so he would probably go another way. Her classmate asked where he could have gone. Ju-ye said that if he couldn't determine the leader's location, then there was only one way left. She made eye contact with the team members and said that this path was the center. Jin-sung sat listening to the new member of the zombie squad say that the enemy could come to even the weakest squad. He replied that he doubted that the enemy would need to come here. The guy thought exactly what Ju-ye had said, that the enemy most likely went to the center because it was not far from there. The 9th grader asked what they were going to do next. They managed to move forward a little thanks to the attack, but reinforcements arrived from the other side, so they were at a dead end. Jin-sung was thinking about the best way to handle this situation, because really, they had very few options to maneuver right now. One thought came to his mind. He asked the boy if they could break through this dead end and move the battle line with just the freshmen. The guy wanted to take advantage of the fact that the support of the 988th school would head to the center and get out of the impasse. They will succeed only if the 9th graders withstand the onslaught. The leader of the 9th graders looked at his guys and began to think about whether they would be able to cope with the task at hand. He said he wanted to try and promised that he and his comrades would do everything they could to make the plan work. Jin-sung thought that if even this idiot was trying so hard, then he should also try his best. In another area that was entrusted to Hyundai School, Se-yeon listened in surprise to the story of Byun-gi-yeon's deed. It was hard for her to believe that the blonde knew what noble deeds were. She said that if the plan failed on the left path, then everything should work out in the center. In other words, they need to try hard. The blonde wanted her and the guys to defeat a bunch of enemies before Kang Jin-no arrived. The opponents clearly began to fuss and began to tell Don-ho to come up with some kind of plan that would allow him to disarm the girl. But the fat man said that this was too much for him. After all, he was already about to attack, but she changed her position and struck. Now the guy was afraid that if he used his idea, the blonde would use twice as much force and cut him into pieces. A student from school number 988 said that if they reported that the case was stuck on one person, Jin-no would simply kill them. The fat man understood that everything was exactly like that, but the situation was changed by the fact that this girl single-handedly destroyed 200 people. Activating her idea, Se-yeon revealed a white goblin, then said that their enemies were fighting the strongest student from Hyundai High. Don-ho even trembled when the girl spoke. He suggested retreating for a while and then attacking again, but this time together with Jin-no. Well then, as if out of nowhere, Jin-no appeared and menacingly asked the fat man where he was going. Se-yeon immediately noticed that the guy who came was the leader, which meant that the one in front of her was Jin-no. She thought it would take him a little longer to get here. The guy began to slowly approach the blonde and ask if she was really that famous white jade goblin. He smiled because he was looking forward to a fight with a stronger opponent. Jin-no decided to test and practice whether the girl was as strong as everyone said. He concentrated all his strength into his fist and said that he was infuriated by upstarts who called themselves the most dangerous. After that, he released his energy straight at the girl, striking with such intensity that the attack was impossible to parry. Se-yeon barely managed to stay on her feet. She thought she could block his blows, but in the end she just flew to the side. After such an intense attack, she realized that this guy had A-rank combat ability. Se-yeon decided to resort to a method she didn't want to use because of the cameras. She allowed the essence of her soul to come out and be embodied in armor that looked like the face of a white jade goblin. Jin-no barely refrained from rolling his eyes. Since this was already the second girl in armor today, he asked ironically, did all the students in their school have to wear armor? The guy said that he had just destroyed a girl in similar gear a few minutes ago. Se-yeon realized that he meant Ju-ye. She took off and ran so fast that dust rose up and stones flew behind her. The girl was about to attack the guy, saying that they might both be wearing armor, but she was on a completely different level. Jin-no said that her level meant nothing since her armor would still bend when he hit it. Se-yeon really wanted to bring this arrogant bastard down to earth, so she said that she warned the enemy about her abilities. The enemy struck again, but the girl waved her cloak and blocked the attack, remaining safe and sound. When Jin-no's fist came into contact with the fabric of the girl's cloak, it was thrown aside by an unusually strong energy wave. Se-yeon took advantage of this moment and used the dagger. When her enemy landed on the ground, he said that it was very resourceful to fight back with the hood and then attack with the blade. But the blonde didn't need this bastard's praise. She said that she hadn't developed this technique to surprise him. The guy angrily clenched his teeth and said that the girl knew how to piss off everyone around her. He literally flared up with anger, saying that she made him so angry that he was ready to burn everything around him. He began throwing streams of fire at her and ironically asking why she didn't try using her cape against such a blow. Se-yeon calmly assessed the situation. She realized that this attack was a large radius and released a steam cloud. If she was able to dodge it, the guys behind her would be hurt. She couldn't let that happen, so she straightened her cloak and decided that she could take the blow. The blonde herself was surprised when her trick worked, and she was able to stop the fire with the help of an ice wall. Se-yeon mockingly said that he could use such tricks to bully ninth graders, but it wouldn't work against her. The guy was already seething with anger. His jaw ached from the intensity with which he was clenching his teeth. He decided to try to rush at her and defeat her in hand-to-hand combat, so he swung his fist and ordered her not to irritate him. Jin-no was pouring out his energy, and clouds of smoke were rising around him and the girl. He was ordering the blonde to surrender. But Se-yeon didn't even think of doing that. She realized that his idea was powered by the energy of anger. If he kept that momentum, he would be able to attack without wasting his strength. It became clear to her that in such a case there were only two ways to destroy the essence of his soul. She could try to stop his anger, or destroy the guy with one blow, and she liked the second option much more. Se-yeon activated the clone skill and attacked. Jin-no blinked in surprise, because he didn't understand why there were now three of his opponents. The girl used this tactic very wisely, so she managed to pacify her enemy a little. Se-yeon cheerfully said that her opponent was seeing triple because he was possessed by a goblin. Jin-no didn't understand how this girl managed to knock him down. His chubby friend ran up to him and started asking if everything was okay. The guy growled at him and asked how things were with the rest of the opponents. He replied that they needed to be dragged around a bit before attacking. These words sent Jin-no into a state of rage. He wanted his subordinates to immediately destroy the enemy team. The fat man realized that he had to comply with the demands, or they would be fried. So he said that he needed to contact the ambush team, after which he would do everything possible. Hearing this conversation, Se-yeon was very surprised, because if they had a whole ambush team, it would make their situation very difficult. The girl understood that for a ranged team, the wall they were on was too far away. But if someone was sitting in ambush, it meant that they could be in serious trouble. The blonde guessed that their enemies were using the difference in the landscape, using a dia who could control nature so they could separate them from the center. The red-haired girl also realized this, so she shouted to the 10th graders that they needed to run and not let the enemies get to the rear. Se-yeon determined that the speed at which their enemies were descending was too great. If they sent all their forces to the rear, their team would run out of steam and they would end up in the red. Taking advantage of the blonde's deep thought, Jin-no attacked, asking what she was looking at, since he so wanted to be played with. The girl did not lose her composure. She immediately created clones that rushed to attack. Jin-no said that being distracted on the battlefield was a very careless act that could be regretted. The boy noticed that the enemy's attack was weaker than before. He smirked and assumed that the armor was absorbing too much power. Jin-no lit a fire in his hand and began to advance towards the girl, asking what she would do since he was in front and the ambush team was behind him. Se-young said that she could handle everyone, but the guy just laughed and said that judging by the expression on her face, she wouldn't last even a couple of minutes. The blonde thought that this was to be expected from a military training squadron. She decided that she should at least finish off this idiot. But some loud screams distracted her from the battle. She turned around, wanting to see what kind of crazy guys were shouting so frantically. It was a squad of zombies who selflessly defended their area and told the enemy that they would never pass by them. Se-yeon smiled when she realized that the guys would really cope, and now it was just a small matter. Her opponent asked who these weaklings were. The blonde turned around and said angrily that the guy should be careful with his words, because these guys were her potential groom's friends from the front line. Jin-no grimaced and asked with disgust if a high school girl had decided to play at being an adult. The guy's body was literally smoking with anger. He decided that he had enough and needed to quickly deal with his opponents. Jin-no said that he initially thought the blonde was nice, so he felt sorry for her, but it turned out that he was just wasting his time. The guy said that they had no choice but to finish what they started and figure out which of them was stronger. After that, he activated a skill called Forgotten Wrath. This skill gave him even more strength. The girl noticed that the atmosphere around her suddenly changed and became more oppressive and gloomy. After that, she noticed that the steam began to turn into ice. It was clear that this did not bode well. The blonde didn't even notice that Jin-no was literally a couple of centimeters away from her, because he had approached so unnoticed that it was impossible to track his movements. But when she finally noticed him, she did not lose her head and covered herself with her cloak, which helped her to repel the enemy's blow. The girl realized that the guy had changed his tactics, because he had not kicked her before, and his strength and speed were also significantly different. She prepared herself for a battle that promised to be very intense, because the enemy decided to use all his skills. Jin-no was no longer burning with anger. It seemed as if all his feelings had frozen. He said that he would soon end all of this. The guy attacked again. All these blows felt different. If the previous ones were heated with rage, then these were like cold anger. Jin-no decided that there was no point in him messing with the girl's robe. It was better to try to block the blade, which was much more dangerous. Se-yeon was able to jump away from his blow. She moved carefully, because now she didn't know what to expect from her enemy. The girl said that she really should train more in armor, because then she would be able to defeat the enemy from the 988th school faster. The guy slowly approached her, asking if she wanted to admit defeat, because no one would allow her to escape. The girl said irritably that she did not plan to ask anyone's permission if she wanted something. After these words, she made a very unexpected move. A flash burst around her and the armor began to disappear from her body. A blue haze began to envelop her dagger and fill it with additional energy. It seemed that she decided to transfer her power from the armor to the dagger. It was a stunningly beautiful sight, a fragile-looking girl holding a blade in her hands, which was filled with a huge amount of energy from her idea. Even her opponent couldn't help but stare at this picture, because it was simply impossible not to admire it. But then Jin-no came to his senses and asked ironically if she was really going to make a full blow. In his opinion, it was naive to think that such an attack would affect him. Hearing this, the blonde smirked and said that it seemed like the guy hadn't learned anything at all. She asked if he had seen her blade in action before. After saying these words, she used the cloning skill, and now her enemy had not one problem, but three. It seemed that Jin-no also realized that troubles were literally multiplying before his eyes, but he was still confident that he could not be defeated by any tricks. The guy kept wondering why his opponent was so confident. Now he realized that it was because she had an ace up her sleeve in the form of this trick. Se-yeon shouted that the enemy could prepare to get hit in the neck right now and go to the hospital to rest. She and her two clones simultaneously used the blade's powers and, combining the energy into a common flow, directed it straight at Jin-no. A column of dust rose up around, blocking the view. But the successful attack was indicated by the cries of a self-confident boy who considered himself an invincible warrior. Such a huge surge of power turned out to be very exhausting for the girl. It took a lot of her strength. The guys from the zombie squad began to happily run up to her, saying that she was able to deal with the trump card of the 988th school and his friend with one blow. The blonde looked towards the battle site and said that unfortunately, the guys were wrong. She understood that if Kang Jin-no had blocked the blow, the guys behind would not have been harmed by the shockwave. But this guy wouldn't worry about his buddies. He would rather just jump to avoid the blow. And given his physical attributes, a jump from such a height wouldn't do anything to him. The guys from the zombie squad said that he was just a scumbag. They were sure that their leader would never put the lives of his team members at risk. Seon turned to the guys and finally asked where the leader of their squad was, because she hadn't heard anything about him for a long time. The girls' guesses turned out to be correct. Jin-no really jumped off the cliff. He was safe and sound, but he was dangerously close to trouble. His team members were also with him. Their leader said that they just needed to deal with An Sun-ho and press the button as they had planned earlier. He approached Don Ho and asked what he was doing here. The fat man didn't think at all about the time the leader was able to buy for them. The guys were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't even notice that the enemy was sitting quietly not far from them. Jin Sung said that he had already thought that his main opponent would not show up until the end of the competition and he would have to be bored alone. Jin-no did not lose his head and immediately attacked. The guys met in a duel. Their forces clashed like two opposing elements. The boy from the 988th school asked in surprise if Jin Sung was the F-rank killer. He assumed that the enemy wanted to avenge his friends. Jin Sung smiled widely and said that his wishes would remain a secret, after which he took out his knife and prepared to attack. His opponent said that he was surprised that he was able to guess that his team was going to attack through the gorge. The opponent noted his good instincts. Jin Sung noticed that his opponent was talking too much, which meant that he was not tired yet. These words seriously angered the guy. Jin-no said pointedly that the noise wouldn't reach the bottom of the gorge, meaning that it would be a good idea to get rid of it now and then, just make it look like an accident. The boy was not frightened by these words. He grinned and said that first his opponent should try to kill him. Jin-no smiled evilly and muttered that this was exactly what he wanted to do right now, since his hands were just begging to hit the guy. After saying these words, he concentrated his power in his hand and ran towards Jin Sung to finally deal with this source of trouble. The boy didn't even flinch from fear. He just raised his hand slightly and easily parried his opponent's blow, into which so much strength and energy had been invested. Jin-no didn't expect such a turn of events, so he couldn't dodge and ended up flying away from the guy a decent distance. But he quickly regained his balance and managed to dodge so that he was able to attack again, this time swinging his leg. Jin Sung took out his dagger and arrogantly said that his enemy was so self-important, but in fact he was worthless, because his skills were very mediocre. His opponent had no wittier words than baseless insults. Well, this guy was incredibly rude not only because of his physical strength, but also because of his character. Jin Sung told his enemy not to slack off, because he probably had a secret skill that he didn't want to reveal yet. The guy said that the student from Hyundai High School was incredibly annoying, and he decided that he would make the guy regret his words. He announced to his classmates that he was going to move on to the 4th stage, so he ordered them to get lost. Dong-ho reminded them that they needed permission from the instructor to move on to that stage. Hearing this, Jin-no just laughed. He said that this guy was just a pawn that no one would make a scandal over. Dong-ho realized that his commander was not going to retreat, so she ordered all the students to run, because if he moved on to the 4th stage, they would all be blown away in the blink of an eye. Jin Sung said that if 988th school was going to escape, then could they please head to where he pointed, then pointed his finger at a stone staircase that was carved into the mountain. The guys from the 988th detachment said that this was the way to the rear guard. The guy calmly said that if they did not want to go there, they could fight with him. Don Ho decided that it would be better for them to climb the huge staircase carved into the rock than to fight this strange enemy. Jin-no was irritated by the way his subordinates reacted, so he said that he would do his best to ensure that Jin Sun would stay in this place forever. The eyes of the leader of the 988th school lit up with an ominous purple fire. It was clear that he was about to use a skill that he had not used before in this battle. He activated the 4th stage of madness, which conveys anger and reflects the state of consciousness. At this moment, there was a huge release of energy. Anger could consume the mind of the user of this skill to such an extent that it would take complete control of the user, causing the user to lose their memory. Jin Sung knew that it would be difficult for him to fight a man who possessed such a crazy idea, but he, like no one else, could understand true madness. Jin No laughed loudly and rushed to attack his opponent. His movements were simply lightning fast, so it was necessary to watch him carefully so as not to die. The guy from Hyundai High School noticed just in time that his opponent was going to attack him with his foot, so he already knew what to do. He swung his dagger and tried to hit the enemy in the pain point, which was located near the ankle. This blow was not very powerful, but it helped him push the enemy back a little and move to a safer distance so that he had the opportunity to maneuver. Jin Sung realized that his opponent's strike level had changed greatly, indicating that he had activated Idea more strongly and forced her to work at her full potential. Only a couple of seconds passed, and Jin No already rushed into the next attack, not giving the guy time to even get up from the ground after landing. When Jin Sung saw his enemy begin to concentrate energy in his hands, he gripped his dagger tighter and hoped that he would be able to block the blow. The attack was so powerful that the battlefield shook with this unbridled force, leaving one to wonder who could survive under such circumstances. There was no need to guess for long, because a second later, Jin Sun emerged from the thick layer of raised dust, who, at first glance, was safe and sound. His enemy was also feeling just fine. He was smiling like crazy and was already choosing the right angle for a new attack. The dust settled, and it was clear that the two guys were not going to give in to each other, which meant that the battle was just beginning. The enemy forces caught up with Jin Sun and took him into a kind of capture, and he realized that he had fallen into a trap. Madness had already completely taken over Jin No's mind, and there was no hint of common sense in her eyes. The student from the 988th school attacked, but his opponent found the strength to restrain his ardor. The battlefield looked like hell, with columns of dust and scorched earth everywhere. Jin Sung realized that the opponent's energy was presented as a physical impulse. If this trick was used on Se-yeon, she would not be able to resist. Jin No didn't give him a second to catch his breath. He was already approaching again with the intention of incinerating his enemy. This guy liked to dominate through violence. The Hyundai student thought that his opponent wouldn't want to fight like that if he was in his right mind. But the crazy part of the personality that lived inside Jin Sung himself rejoiced, because it had finally found a worthy opponent. The boy activated his bloodthirsty idea and allowed the brutal killer inside him to come out, as red smoke began to billow around him, causing his opponent to stagger back. Now a crazy smile was on Jin Sung's face too. Finally, he could let go of control a little and walk the monster that lived inside him. The guy laughed loudly and began waving his dagger threateningly. He looked like someone who could cause real trouble. Even Jin Sung's voice changed. He hoarsely said that he found someone who wanted to play with the leader of the 988th school. Meanwhile, Dong Ho led his men along the route that Jin Sung had indicated. He wanted to get out of this place before their leader got into trouble because of the fourth stage. One of the guys thought it was strange that Jin No didn't send a defense team up. Maybe their opponents didn't have the best strategy. But their own situation was even worse. They came out into a clearing, in the middle of which stood a small structure, the entrance to which was patrolled by one of the opponents. An Sun Ho didn't receive the news that the front line had been destroyed. As expected, the students of the 988th school got ahead of everyone and came up with a secret passage. The opponents were shocked because they saw An Sun Ho, who was the strongest fighter. At the very end, one of the guys ordered to inspect the area because there could be an ambush. Sun Ho calmly announced that there was no ambush here. He was patrolling alone. The guys from the other school said that they were not fools who would take his word for it. The guy grinned and, flexing his hands, said, "Let them decide for themselves whether to believe him or not." He added that he had been waiting for his dear opponent, whose name was Don Ho, for a long time, because retribution for what he had done was already awaiting him. At this time, one of Dong Ho's friends said that there really was no one in the area. The fat man said that then they had no problem at all, because An Sun Ho would not defeat him. The leader of Hyundai High School said that he was not going to win, but to catch his enemy, and after that, he would pay for everything he had done. An Sun Ho moved so quickly that Dong Ho's eyes simply didn't have time to catch how his body moved in space. The guy was determined to prove to everyone, and first of all to himself, that he was not so easy to defeat. He decided to deal with Don Ho's retinue first. It was even easier than one might think. A couple of seconds after his attack, the three guys were lying motionless on the ground. Don Ho said that Sun Ho might have dealt with his comrades, but he wouldn't lay a finger on him. The guy thought that it would be better to put that crazy guy with the dagger in that position. The leader of Hyundai High School immediately understood who they were talking about and felt proud of Jin Sung. The fat man shouted that if he beat Sun Ho, their team would win, and the 11th grader found it very funny to listen to this stupid and arrogant plan. Don Ho used an ability that allowed him to increase his own weight and the weight of all of his opponent's equipment by 20 times. The fat man was very tense because his enemy didn't even flinch when he approached him. An Sung Ho said that ever since the day he lost to him, he couldn't stop thinking about why it happened. While the guy was lying in the hospital bed, he was oppressed by thoughts about whether he was too exhausted from training or whether he was not up to par with his opponent. These thoughts drove him crazy because Sun Ho felt like there was something he was missing. But then he realized that he was simply hoping to find an excuse for his own weakness. And now this mistake would not be repeated. After these words, the boy grabbed Don Ho, lifted his huge body above his head, and realized that now control over his power had returned to him again. Dong Ho was simply shocked that An Sun Ho was able to lift him, because in his opinion it was impossible. But the leader of Hyundai High School didn't even strain himself when he held his opponent. He was so focused on his energy that he didn't notice the weight. Sun Ho decided it was time to stop messing around with his enemy, so he threw him hard onto the rocky ground of the clearing. At this time, the duel between Jin Sun and Jin No was in full swing. The two madmen found each other and could not just let go. The 10th grader at Hyundai School knew that in this fight he could not restrain his inner killer because he was fighting with exactly the same bloodthirsty creature. He realized that even if he wanted to lock the crazy maniac somewhere inside himself, he couldn't do it. His eyes were already looking for a victim whose blood could be let. The boy saw his target and, not noticing the obstacles, rushed into the attack because his thirst for killing grew with every second. The two forces clashed and the battlefield shook once again. It was good that there were no witnesses to this battle, because they simply would not have been able to withstand what they saw. Jin No gritted his teeth and was ready to howl from the anger that filled every vein in his body, and did not allow him to assess the situation sensibly. He couldn't hold back and screamed so loudly that it seemed like even the mountain was shaking. All the pent-up anger demanded that his master release him. Hearing this, Jin Sung only smiled even wider. He knew that he shouldn't hold back his bloodlust. After all, if he doesn't let his inner killer out for a walk, he won't be able to defeat such a strong opponent as Jin No. So the boys rushed at each other, each hoping to tear his opponent to shreds. One wanted to release his anger, and the soul of the other demanded to shed blood. The flashes of energy that were released outward were so bright that they were probably seen far beyond the gorge. Unable to withstand such intense attacks, Jin No flew up, raising clouds of dust behind him. The guy was just furious. He thought that his enemy was an easy target, but it turned out to be completely different, and this F-rank fighter could easily beat him. Deciding that it was worth trying a few more techniques, Jin No began to spread his idea's energy throughout the area. Jin Sung watched his opponent carefully. Even though he was under the control of his shadow personality as a killer, he did not lose his common sense. Such powerful attacks awakened something even darker within him, something that craved violence in any form. And his opponent could satisfy this need, because it seemed he himself needed to splash out on someone all the dirt that had accumulated inside him. The guys bumped heads, and Jin Sun, smiling, asked how he could amuse his enemy without taking his life. The two forces collided again, creating a small explosion of energy that caused the ground to shake. This force threw Jin No several meters away and slammed him into the ground. The blow was so powerful that it even left a crater in which the guy was now lying. Jin Sung, on the other hand, landed calmly not far from his opponent, and it felt like he was in control of the situation. The Hyundai High School boy asked if his enemy was already exhausted. If so, then this battle was going to be very boring. These words deepened the madness of the leader of the 988th school. His eyes no longer showed his own consciousness, only all-consuming anger and fury. Jin Sung approached his opponent and asked why he was crawling away, because in theory, he should be begging him for mercy. The boy held his knife at the ready and said with a smile that his enemy could no longer even use his pathetic tricks to amuse him. Jin Sung looked at the guy lying in front of him and said that it was time to end this fight because everything was already clear. He gripped the handle of his dagger tighter, the blade glowing red, and swung. Jinno screamed when he saw that small knife, and for the first time he felt truly afraid because there was a risk that he could lose his life. The battlefield once again shook from the force of the blows that fell on Jinno. This power was simply astonishing. When Jin Sun finished, smoke was coming out of his dagger, and the crater around the enemy became even deeper. The leader of the 988th school lay there and did not move. The guy didn't hit Jinno's body. He chose places that were as close to the flesh as possible and aimed at them. But even so, he managed to get rid of the enemy's idea. Jin Sung said that he couldn't do anything about the essence of his soul when his opponent was agitated. If he hadn't lost the will to fight, he would have been dead long ago. Jinno finally opened his eyes. He realized that he was not dead, and not even seriously injured. This realization surprised him greatly. The angry guy asked why his idea had passed out and where those small cuts on her body had come from. Jin Sung guessed that at the 4th stage, memory is lost. He even envied, because in his case, the memories were preserved and tormented him every night. While he had the chance, the 10th grader decided to talk a little and said that he had heard that the guy sitting in front of him had once defeated An Sun Ho. Because of these rumors, the guy was looking forward to a juicy fight with Jin No, but after it happened, he was disappointed. The leader of the 988th school shouted, asking how dare the opponent compare him to some losers. The guy felt anger, but now it was not generated into energy that fed his idea. It was very strange to feel it. He asked fearfully why he felt this tremor. Jin Sung said that it seemed that despite the memory loss, his opponent still remembered something, albeit on a physical level. The boy said that he was finished with the leader of the other school for the day, so he ordered Jin No to get out of here. This kind of disdainful attitude was unfamiliar to the leader of the 988th school. He was used to being feared and respected, but not belittled, which is exactly what his enemy was doing now. But he still grabbed his place and ran towards the stairs that were carved into the rock. The guy promised that F-Rank's killer would still regret not finishing him off now. Jin Sung only smiled when he heard these words. No one could know how the future would turn out, so there was no point in talking about it. Jin No was simply beside himself with anger and humiliation that he experienced due to the unsuccessful battle. He was climbing the stone steps when he noticed that there was a guy walking in front of him, whose figure was very familiar to him. The boy turned around and Jin No recognized him as An Sun Ho, who looked at him with a look that did not bode well. The leader of the 988th school looked around the clearing and noticed that Don Ho was lying on the ground and not moving. He asked what happened here and why his comrade was lying unconscious. An Sun Ho said emotionlessly that everything was obvious. He fought with Yuk Dong Ho and won. Jin No was stunned to say that the leader of Hyundai High School was unable to do this and demanded that he tell him what kind of trap he used. Sun Ho calmly said that he didn't use any tricks. He was simply stronger today than he was last time. That was the whole secret recipe for his victory. Jin No shouted that the guy was cheating. He was sure that his comrade had made some mistake and paid for it. He said that in any case, Sun Ho's hand was already injured, so even if the guy wanted to, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Jin No desperately wanted to let off some steam and take out his anger on someone, so he shouted at Sun Ho that he couldn't defeat a fighter like him. An Sun Ho knew that it would be a little difficult to confront the enemy in such a state, but he still did not refuse the duel. Jin No noticed something strange under his opponent's jacket, and upon closer inspection he realized that he was wearing a bulletproof vest. An Sun Ho took off his shirt and revealed that he was wearing a sand-filled training vest. The leader of the 988th school said that if he took off this item of clothing, nothing would change. Jin No asked why there were some strange sounds coming from the vest. He assumed that the enemy had taken over his comrade's idea with the help of that vest. An Sun Ho didn't answer directly, but only said that they were both injured, so it could be considered that the fight was on equal terms. Before the leader of the 988th school could begin to complain, his opponent was already approaching him at incredible speed. Jin No didn't even have time to react. Everything happened so quickly. An Sun Ho grabbed him and threw him with all his might to the other end of the clearing, so that his opponent could not even try to defend himself. The leader of the 988th school realized that his old friend wanted to test what he was capable of, so he activated his idea and decided that he would give the guy what he wanted. Jin-no reacted very quickly and attacked his opponent with his knee. He really wanted An Sun-ho to die. But not all wishes are destined to come true, because the 11th grader managed to repel this powerful blow. An Sun-ho grabbed his enemy's leg and said in a completely even tone that he was very interested in one thing: why Jin-no did nothing during their last fight. But now, looking at the guy's skills, everything became clear to him. Over the past 3 years, Sun-ho had worked hard on himself and become stronger, while his opponent was stuck at the same level. Jin-no growled, asking if Sun-ho meant to say that he didn't intervene because he was scared. His anger was so unbridled that the essence of his soul burst forth, generating rage into energy once again. An Sun-ho realized that his opponent was not himself, because his eyes reflected nothing but anger and hatred. The leader of Hyundai High School decided to jump back and take a more advantageous position in this battle. The boy landed behind his enemy and said that he had solved the key to his idea, a combat technique that deprived him of awareness and increased his strength. As Kang Jin-no rushed towards him to destroy him, Sun-ho calmly said that the boy was making a mistake. After all, first of all, he should get acquainted with the skills that An Sun-ho had acquired. After these words, the 11th grader grabbed his old enemy by the arm and twisted it tightly so that he screamed. He threw Jin-no over himself and slammed him into a wall nearby, and the sound of stone cracking and a groan of pain could be heard. Jin-no tried to hold back, but he didn't succeed very well because the blood rose to his throat and he started coughing. An Sun-ho explained that he used a judo technique that deprived the opponent of all strength. Jin-no relied only on his strength, and this sealed his death sentence. The leader of the Hyundai school approached the lying opponent and said that he had won. It was even a shame that the fight was so boring. After that, the boy loudly asked Jin-sung to come out of his hiding place. Jin-sung was embarrassed to be noticed. He asked how the mentor knew he was there. Sun-ho said that it was easy to guess that the boy would follow Jin-no. The squad leader said that the guy had a very interesting plan. He asked what was supposed to happen in the end. Jin-sung laughed and said that everything was obvious. His mentor had to press the opponent's button. Sun-ho said that judging by his actions, the guy could immediately tell that he didn't plan to do that. Jin-sung replied that it was expected. The squad leader reminded them that according to the rules of the game, he should have dropped out due to the injury that Dong-ho left him with. And if Jin-no had come here with the bracelet intact, they would have had to let him through. After these words, Sun-ho said that he was retreating and would not do what everyone expected of him. He turned around and looked at the boy, smirked over his shoulder, saying that he would let Jin-sung finish this battle. The leader of the zombie squad saluted and said that he simply had no choice. He promised to quickly finish everything and return. Meanwhile, the zombie squad was still fighting the opposing team, not letting them get a step ahead. The guys said that they wouldn't move from the spot until all the enemies died like flies. The opponents were beside themselves with anger. They understood that if they dealt with these zombies, then only all sorts of midges would remain. But still they could not do anything. Suddenly, the guy from the 988th school team felt some kind of powerful energy that was quickly approaching the place where they were standing. It was none other than Jin-sung, who waved his dagger and announced that the small fly had arrived at its destination. The zombie squad beamed, glad that their boss had come to their rescue and not abandoned his fighters like the leader of the 988th school. The guy praised his squad and said that it was amazing that the guys were able to hold out for so long. They really worked hard. He asked what had happened here. The guys explained that Se-young had retreated, so they were moved back a little. They reminded that they had to hold out for another half an hour, and then victory would be theirs. Jin-sun began to think hard about whether they would be able to break through the enemies and hold out for another half hour. The guys from the squad asked if they really needed to go ahead. Jin-sun said that the leader had given him this task because they needed to complete the competition. The guy felt sad to realize that if they had more time, everything would have worked out. But they only had half an hour left, so doubts crept into his heart. He understood that without a thirst for blood, nothing could be done, so he needed to think about what else he could do. Perhaps it was worth expanding the range of control, but the question remained whether it was necessary to speed up in doing so, or whether to use his left hand to increase the power of his strike. Jin-sung had to make a decision as soon as possible. The guy closed his eyes and focused on his own emotions. It seemed to help him understand what needed to be done now. Jin-sung realized that he needed eyes that could foresee the outcome of a battle. This skill would allow him to obtain information about the best way to defeat his opponent. Their enemies began to discuss why the Hyundai guys weren't moving, and one of the girls said that they would win if they just waited another 30 minutes. She also added that without the help of Jin No and Dong Ho, they would lose, and since defeat was inevitable, they should at least try not to get hurt themselves. A student from school number 988 noticed that some crazy person was approaching them, running towards them as fast as he could. At first, they didn't recognize who it was. The only thing that caught the guy's eyes was that this guy was simply furious. While all sorts of madness was happening on the battlefield, two men sat in a quiet room, calmly drinking tea and reflecting on the events that were gaining momentum. The gray-haired old man took a sip of aromatic tea from his cup and asked his interlocutor what he thought of this talented young man. The young man sitting opposite replied that he was confident that he could win if it came to a fight. The guy added that the weapon that Jin Sun used was very primitive, and he could not lose to someone who attacked with a small dagger. The old man said that he had to be 100% sure that he could trust him with his daughter, because in his opinion, one sword was not enough, and the armor was just stupid. The old man was sure that Jin Sung was not at all suited to the White Jade Goblin family. The boy smiled and said that the gentleman should not worry, because he would be able to see its value when the opportunity arose. At this time, Jin Sung managed to capture the enemy's red flag and pressed the button, which meant that the 988th school point had been captured and the Hyundai High School squad was the unconditional winner. The boy hoped with all his heart that they would succeed, but when they actually won, he was able to smile and feel that he had done everything right. The young man who was drinking tea with the white-haired old man said that he would take full responsibility for Miss Se-yeon. Analyzing the outcome of the battle, it could be said that the 988th school began their training to infiltrate the school circle by attacking An Sun-ho. During the battle, many students distinguished themselves. Byun-gi Young was among them, as he demonstrated his abilities to the fullest extent. Ju Ye once again proved that she had excellent defensive skills and the ability to boost the morale of her squad. The 9th grade students were able to repel the enemy attack despite the unequal forces. Kim Se-yeon demonstrated the unique power of the White Jade Goblin and proved that her abilities were incredibly dangerous. An Sung-ho proved to himself and the others that he was the strongest leader in the school as he was able to defeat his longtime enemy in a rematch. It was a complete and clear victory for the students of the Hyundai school, although the enemy forces were 3 times greater than them. But what attracted the public's attention the most was the zombie army, where the average ability level of the students was equal to the D rank mark. But the main discovery of this battle was Jin Sung, or rather his low rank, which did not prevent the guy from doing simply unimaginable things, because of which he was nicknamed the F-Killer. An F-rank student, who was considered the weakest, single-handedly broke through the encirclement of several hundred B-rank people. He became an example for the low-ranking students who had already given up on their future, and seeing him carry the victory flag lifted their spirits. Now Jin Sung had to endure being shown off to everyone as the pride of the school, but he felt like a show monkey. The director showed the guy to the press and said that he was the best fighter who gained his strength and became who he is now, thanks to the excellent training of the Hyundai school. Jin Sung really didn't like the behavior of the head of the school because he believed that the man took advantage of the situation, since before that, he only did what he did, discriminate against students because of rank. Certain changes also began in the school itself because the kids finally realized that ranks were just a framework into which they were trying to force them. The high technology department also initiated the changes and contributed to the development of the school. An Sun-ho, who was the first to experience all the new things, thought that Jin Sun was able to create problems out of nothing, but thanks to this, the school began to receive a lot of support. Jin Sung walked with Se-yeon and told her that he wanted to stay away from the press. The girl sighed and replied that he now understood her pain. She said that now they were equal, and all that was left for them to do was get married. The guy froze in place. He didn't even understand how they even got to the point where they were discussing such things. Se-young saw that she was embarrassing her friend, so she deliberately continued to tease him, saying that she would be a good wife with whom they could run away from reporters together. The guy said that he would agree to this only if he wanted to walk around beaten every day, the blonde retorted, saying that if he didn't want to live, then she could finish him off. She grabbed her friend by the shirt and jokingly asked him what decision he had made. But this friendly squabble was interrupted by the school students, who began to shout that F-Killer and White Jade Goblin were standing in the yard. Jin Sung wanted to howl with irritation. Seeing the boys' reaction, Se-young laughed and decided to finish off her friend with the phrase that her hubby had become too popular. A couple of guys approached Jin Sung, and he asked them if he had taken the exam. The red-haired classmate said they had just left the classroom after taking the test. His companion said he was about to go crazy. Red said that he was confident in his abilities, but in the end he didn't even make it to the second round. He said that everyone was whispering that Jin Sun passed on the first try. Both boys began to apologize to their classmate, who was bullied in the past. Seeing his current success, they realized what he is worth. Not daring to look up, the red-haired man said that after all the bullying, it was impudent to ask for forgiveness. But he and his friend wanted to become like him and persuaded him to give them a chance. Jin Sun didn't even know how to react to this confession. The guys said that even though they failed the exam, they wouldn't give up trying to pass it. They were ready to endure what they themselves did to the guy, only he trained them. The zombie squad leader said that he understood the intentions of his classmates, and they raised their heads and looked at Jin Sung with hope. The guy made a decision. Smiling, he announced that he would personally watch how these guys train. He suggested that they try to reach a new level together. For some reason, the guys' faces did not reflect joy, but some strange anxiety, as if they had seen something terrible. They started apologizing for making him angry and started running away, shouting that Jin Sung was smiling. The boy was in a stupor, because he didn't understand why his facial expression caused such a reaction. Se-young was just bursting with laughter. She said that in the end, only she was left next to him, so the guy needs to give in and become her husband. Jin Sung said that his girlfriend was the most annoying person on earth, but he was not allowed to finish because someone called the guy's name again. He saw a shy girl, who was slightly younger than him, approaching him. She asked what kind of relationship the guy had with Se-young, because it looked like they were dating. Se-yeon listened with displeasure as Jin Sun told this curious young girl that she was just joking and there was nothing between them. The girl was happy and said that she was glad of such an answer. The blonde regretted that she couldn't throw lightning with her eyes, because now she would gladly incinerate the girl. But this stranger did not cease to amaze. A moment later, she expressed her desire to start dating the guy. Jin Sung looked like he was about to faint. Se-young couldn't take it anymore, so she grabbed her friend and told the girl that they were very busy right now, and the guy couldn't give his answer. With tears in her eyes, the girl began to tell how she had been waiting for Jin Sung all day and was afraid to talk to him, because she wanted to tell him that she liked him. The blonde stared into space in shock. She certainly didn't expect to hear that. She let her friend go and decided that she would not interfere with him, because she realized that she was really trying to protect the guy from everyone in the world. The boy looked at her in confusion, but she didn't explain anything, but only said that the girl wanted to talk to him, so Se-young would leave him to deal with his problems on his own. Jin Sung wasn't used to seeing his friend in such a state, so he immediately realized that something was wrong with her. He was so deeply thinking about this that he didn't even immediately remember that he was not alone in the middle of the schoolyard. There was a girl standing next to him who wanted to tell him something. The stranger surprised him when she asked why he was standing there. She ordered him to immediately follow Se-yeon. The guy could only blink his eyes in confusion. Jin Sung didn't understand what these girls wanted from him. One told him to stay, the other told him to leave. He was completely confused. The girl was left alone, and sadly thought about how Jin Sung said that he was not dating Se-yeon. But he had such an expression on his face that she could not confess her feelings. All these love affairs faded into the background when classes began and it came to training. The guys from the zombie squad cast frightened glances in the direction where Se-yeon was training. They asked Jin Sung what was happening to her, but the guy said that he himself would like to know. Watching his girlfriend aggressively train her idea, he told the guys that he caught up with her and asked what happened, but still didn't understand anything. When he asked why her mood had changed so abruptly, the blonde only asked why he hadn't stayed to talk to that cute schoolgirl. Se-yeon became even more angry when Jin Sung said that he was sorry that the conversation with the cute schoolgirl didn't work out, but he still wanted an answer to his question. The girl was simply the embodiment of cold anger. She was so irritated by the guy's words that she was ready to destroy both him and that girl. She screamed, asking why he came, because she needed to hear how they confessed their love to him. The guy could only say that this would not happen, because it was like a dream. Se-young blurted out that she talks about it every day, but no one notices. She began to say that she had a neat appearance, was attractive and sweet, and also very strong. She did not understand why the guy did not pay attention to such a bride. Jin-sung laughed nervously and said that judging by these jokes, she wasn't really angry, so he decided to go to training. The girl was literally going crazy with anger. But the guy didn't understand what he had done wrong, and he told his friends, who remained silent but thought that, if you judge, the commander was really guilty. While planning to kill her rival, Se-young was distracted by the sound of a notification on her phone. She saw a message from her grandfather and thought that she would be nagged at again. What she saw on the screen of her mobile phone not only surprised her, but shocked her. She ran up to her friend in a panic and said that someone she didn't want to see was coming. Jin-sung had never been particularly quick-witted, so he asked who exactly was heading to school. Se-young was so excited that she didn't answer, but only asked if she could stay with the guy for a while since she heard that he lived alone. After these words, there was a dead silence in the training hall. The guys from the zombie squad looked as if they had heard a confession to murder, and not a request to live together. Jin-sung didn't take this offer as anything extraordinary. He just said that he only had one bed. After these words, the guys from his squad were not just amazed, they were shocked. One of them even dropped the barbell and almost lost his leg. Se-young asked her friend for help. She said that a strange man would come here soon and would be looking for someone. These words confused her friend even more. But then, the blonde heard a voice that she would prefer not to hear for the rest of her days. The guy asked what strange person she meant, because he could be offended. She instantly hid behind Jin-sung's back and said that the guy had misunderstood everything. The stranger asked if she really wanted to hide from him behind her classmate. The fair-haired boy, who had been talking to the blonde's grandfather the other day, asked if it was really Park Jin-soon in front of him. He said that he had come here for Se-yeon, so he considered it a real stroke of luck to meet him as well. The leader of the zombie squad was quite surprised that even strangers knew him. The stranger said his name was Bratislav Pate. He shared that he had heard a lot about the guy from the Jade Goblin family. Jin-sung felt strange knowing that he was the subject of discussion in the Se-yeon family. It was clear that this Bratislav Pate was not entirely friendly towards the guy. And partly it was true, because he said that he understood that it was impolite to say such a thing at the first meeting, but still asked if Jin-sung wanted to fight him. This proposal, to put it mildly, shocked the 10th grader, because he did not expect that his life would be invaded by those who wanted to measure strength. The guys from the zombie squad started whispering about whether this was the same Pate who won the European youth competition. It was strange to see him in the Hyundai school uniform. Jin-sung asked his friend why this guy was here, since it seemed like he was her acquaintance. The blonde narrowed her eyes and said that it was not like that at all. She said that Pate was something like a hired gun. These words surprised her friend, but she said that this was practiced in her family. Jin-sung suggested his new acquaintance to calm down, because he didn't think that they had any reason to fight each other, especially since they could always try to resolve everything through conversation. Bratislav Pate said that he really did come for Miss Se-young, but he would like to take advantage of the opportunity to test his strength and fight with the F-killer himself. This noise brought An Sun-ho, who had no intention of allowing a fight to occur during training. It seemed like the leader of Hyundai High School recognized the new arrival. Perhaps he had heard of this young man somewhere. Bratislav stepped forward and introduced himself. He shook the instructor's hand and said that he came from Slovakia. Sun-ho said that he knew who was standing in front of him. The leader asked what the guest wanted, because it was obvious that he had something to say to the future leader of the training unit. Hearing these words, Jin-sung wanted to faint for several times today. Pate said that he would like to fight the guy, to which he received the answer that using Idea inside the unit was prohibited. For this, it was necessary to obtain permission from the senior. The guy from Slovakia said that the elder was in that room hinting at An Sun-ho. The leader thought about it because the guest's words made sense, and theoretically, he could give permission for the duel. An idea flashed through his mind, so he grabbed Bratislava and Jin-sung's hands and said that they would do the following. Sun-ho announced that it would be a one-handed fight, which would be less dangerous and more fair. Their foreign friend laughed, saying that he never imagined that An Sun-ho thought so differently from the others. The leader of the high school said that he would consider both boys to agree to such conditions of the duel. Jin Sung looked anxiously at his mentor, who said menacingly that he had to win because the honor of their unit was at stake. The instructor grabbed the boy by the ear and said that a lot had been at stake in this fight, so he shouldn't screw up. Then the blonde decided to come up and whisper that her friend had to defeat this impudent Bratislava, who liked to come where he was not invited. Jin Sung grabbed his head and realized that he had a very bad feeling. This feeling became more acute when he saw his opponent's determined attitude. Bratislav Pate called Se-young, who clearly did not want to talk to him or even look at his side. He told the girl that he would definitely win for her sake, so he advised her to watch the progress of the battle carefully. These words really confused Se-young. She didn't want to have anything to do with this guy, but he was pushing his company too much on her. An Sung-ho said it was time to start this battle. He announced that there would be only one round. There were no other restrictions. Jin Sung didn't know what to expect from this fight, especially because of the strange glint in his opponent's eyes when he said he would show Se-young his abilities. The head of the high school opened the timer on his phone and prepared to start the countdown. When he gave the command to begin, Bratislav immediately began to think about what strategy to use in this battle. The unexpected guest decided to act rudely and sharply, so he immediately attacked and pushed back his opponent's hand. Jin Sung realized that his opponent was very serious because the blows were faster and unstoppable, which meant that their guest was not afraid to show his strength. Suddenly, Bratislav Pate asked a very unexpected question. He asked Jin Sung if he believed in the existence of ranks. The boy tried to brush the question off. Since it wasn't a topic he wanted to discuss with a stranger, Pate began to say that in the world there was such a thing as rank, even in a fight like this. The 10th grader asked in surprise if his opponent really thought that souls also had ranks. Bratislav immediately said that he does not consider all those who have weak idea to be weak. But the guy also arrogantly added that one must not forget that the elite had their own special path. Jin Sung realized that after hearing such nonsense, he simply couldn't lose to this arrogant upstart. Bratislav noticed that his words had seriously angered his opponent, so he tried to calm the guy down, because he was already reaching out to him with his hand, in which powerful energy was gathering. Jin Sung didn't stop, but instead hit the talkative, arrogant man so hard that he blinked his eyes and flew back a few steps. The foreign guest was very surprised when he felt such power and unbridled strength that the enemy's blow transmitted. The 10th grader was already on edge. His idea was breaking out, demonstrating her cruel inclinations. He said that the enemy should not underestimate others. Bratislav asked if his opponent really owned such a dirty idea. Jin Sung said that if Pate did not surrender, his palm could fly into pieces. These words seriously angered the guest. He decided that he would never allow this F-rank with such a bloodthirsty soul essence to win. An Sung-ho realized that the experimental fight was starting to cross the line and could escalate into a real brawl, so he interrupted the fight. He explained that if the two of them overdid it, they could all end up in serious trouble, which he would have to solve. Bratislav asked Jin Sung if this incredible power was his idea. The boy had not yet fully recovered from the fight, and his inner monster had not fully returned to its cage, so he said nothing, but only smiled madly and flashed his eyes, in which red lights were visible. His new acquaintance thought further, saying that this dirty energy also belonged to the guy. He knew that Jin Sung was a difficult opponent, but he did not expect it to be so much. Pate understood that he didn't particularly want to absorb this energy, which was positively oozing with a thirst for murder and violence. The blonde boy turned around and said that they would finish today, after which he began to head towards the exit of the training hall. An Sun-ho called him and asked him to wait a little, since he still had something to say to their guest. The instructor asked Bratislava if he had a place to train in Korea. The guy winked and said no, but if the leader wanted to invite him to join his unit, he wouldn't be against it at all. Sun-ho said that if he had no place to train, he could use their exercise machines, after which he allowed him to come here at any time and train. Pate thanked him for his concern, but said that this behavior was strange, because he really looked like someone who needed training. The high school leader said that if Pate's grades were the only thing he was looking at, he was a genius who had incredible idea and combat sense, so he probably didn't need any training. However, school grades are not something you should pay too much attention to. After that, the leader said that even geniuses need to try, and he liked it when fighters did just that and strived to constantly improve their skills. As he left the classroom, Bratislav said that Ansun Ho was a very interesting person. After that, he smiled and added that he was now sure that it was definitely not in vain that he came to Korea. The next day arrived, which meant that the classrooms were already waiting for students who wanted to absorb new knowledge. The class was half empty, but Bratislav still chose to sit next to Se-yeon and pester her with questions. The girl wanted to disappear into the ground, but fortunately, Jin-sun entered the room. The blonde immediately said that Paek should vacate the seat next to her because her friend was sitting there. Jin-sung was very embarrassed when the girl tried to use him to discourage Bratislava. He said that he was going to training, so he would not stay in the class. These words clearly did not please Se-young, and out of anger she hit the desk so hard that it cracked. Jin-sun realized that it was better not to anger his friend, so he asked Paek to vacate his seat. The foreign guest asked if he was not going to go to training. He replied that he really wanted to listen to the lecture. Bratislav turned to Se-yeon in an exaggeratedly cute voice and said that this guy was very difficult to understand. The blonde couldn't take it anymore and screamed that there was no need to talk to her in such a sweet voice before she beat someone up. Jin-sung had never wanted to train as much as he did now. Suddenly, an announcement was heard in the classroom that Corporal Kim Se-young of the 2nd Company, 10th Platoon, was being asked to report to the hospital. The girl beamed because she was saved from the obsessive attention of a foreign guest sent by her grandfather. She immediately rushed out of the office and said that she needed to go because she didn't want to make those who called her wait. Jin-sung decided that he could finally go practice, but Bratislav asked if he could talk to him. The boy wanted to roll his eyes in annoyance because it looked like he wouldn't make it to the training hall today. At this time, Se-yeon knocked on the hospital door and asked if she had been called here. Nurse Ayan apologized for calling her during lunch, so she suggested they have dessert and talk at the same time. Hearing the word dessert, the blonde couldn't help but smile. It seemed like a tasty reward was waiting for her for enduring the presence of her new classmate all morning. Ayan told the girl not to be shy and to eat whatever she wanted. Se-yeon didn't even think about being shy, especially when it came to delicious things. The doctor said that if she wanted anything else, she just needed to say so, because the woman had other treats. Se-yeon asked in surprise if Ayan always ate such a big meal. The woman laughed and said that she bought more food to chat with the girl. Usually she ate no more than 30 donuts. The nurse began to examine her dessert, after which she asked if the girl had thought about her offer. Se-yeon's hand froze in place. She still didn't know how to answer the nurse who was waiting for her decision. Yeon saw how her interlocutor's face changed, so she asked her for forgiveness, because she didn't think that the girl had received such an offer for the first time, and it could put pressure on her. Se-yeon said that everything was fine, and that she should be grateful for the honor bestowed upon her. But the blonde's face said something completely different. It was gloomy and overly thoughtful. The doctor said that the 10th grader could become an excellent master. That's why she made her such an offer. The woman extended her hand and said once again that she was inviting Se-yeon to join the Maestri. The Maestri were a group of masters in Korea that only the best and most capable fighters with unique abilities could join. Unlike other unions, where representatives of one clan gathered, the White Goblin lured capable masters of different directions here. Korea's greatest figure, Lee Sin, who was called upon to respond to emergency situations, created a so-called special squad, which included the best masters in each of the areas. These were the Maestri, the squad that Dr. Ayeon suggested joining, because she believed that Se-yeon would make an excellent master. The blonde said sullenly that, as she had said earlier, she had only managed to achieve an intermediate level of swordsmanship. But the woman still strongly advised her to join the Maestri because of her outstanding defensive abilities, skills she valued more than ball handling. But Se-yeon stood her ground, saying that she had to succeed as a swordswoman. Yeon said that she realized something when the girl asked for advice on the aura. The woman was sure that they could make her better, but Se-yeon had to want it herself. The blonde once again said that she was a goblin who was connected to the ball. She just needed to become the best swordswoman. Ayan said that no one was suggesting that she stop improving in this matter, but it would be good if she became a swordswoman who could perfectly repel attacks. The girl sadly lowered her head and thought that the woman did not quite understand what was going on. As a child, she had really wished that she had no ability in fencing. She didn't want to be the best at hurting others, but even when she wasn't trying hard enough to swing her sword, Idea still grew. She managed to reach the expert level without much difficulty, but she was not at all happy with these skills. The blonde wanted to try to tell the woman about this, but she interrupted her, saying that she understood that the Kim family was very worried about her because the people from the White Goblin clan were not quite ordinary. A yawn suggested that the girl was nervous about having to act secretly. The woman said that she could join the maestri, learn the most necessary things, and then return to her clan. Se-yeon was so gloomy and upset that all these words drove her into a depressed state. She determined that the doctor was a maestri master who had reached the top. Usually, such people have a sense of self-worth and a desire for self-improvement that is not the same as others. The woman probably always wanted to be the best, so she will not understand her feelings. Se-yeon felt sad thinking about whether Idea wasn't changing. She wanted to talk to Jin-sung about it, so she got up from her chair and told the doctor that she needed time to think. The girl walked down the corridor and thought that the guy was trying to prove his abilities to those around him with the help of Idea, which everyone considered pointless. But he still succeeded, even though he put in a lot of effort. Se-yeon was so happy when she first got the aura cup, which manifested itself as a cloak and armor with a white jade goblin design. During the fight with Kang Jin-no, when she saw her opponent running away, she realized one thing. She could have dealt with her enemy with a simple aura counter, but the attack filled with aura power caused him to flee and helped to defeat the army of the 988th school. The girl realized that if the strongest masters of Korea could not change anything in their education, then even defense would turn into a technique that harms others. She stood in front of the classroom door and didn't know what to do, because she really didn't want her power to harm people. Meanwhile, Jin-sun and Bratislav Pate were talking about a very interesting topic. The foreign guest was saying that the guy should give up Se-young because she is not right for him. Jin-sung was completely confused, because he didn't understand how he could give up something that had never belonged to him. New classmate said that he found his powers amazing, but that a representative of the Kim family should not be closely associated with people like him. The guy said that it seemed like his new classmate had misunderstood everything because Se-young was just joking and teasing him, and he thought that there were no feelings behind it. But these words did not convince his interlocutor. He repeated once again that the elite had its own special path. Bratislav said that Jin-sung wouldn't be able to make the girl happy, but he didn't even think about all the things that his interlocutor talked about. Jin-sun began to roughly understand what Bratislav meant. He said that he should have guessed about it earlier, back when he started talking about abilities. He looked at the blonde guy again and realized that his instincts had not failed him. For Pet, it was not the person who was more important, but his skills. For Jin-sun, it was always the person who came first, not her abilities. The guy decided to ask a very important question. He asked Bratislav what he thought. Do souls have ranks? The blonde, without hesitation, said that they do. Then Jin-sun asked how a person of a lower rank should act. Should he really spend his entire life groveling before others? Pecht said that origin obliges one to act in a certain way, because behind high social status and power there are circumstances. He believed that it was necessary to take care of the elite, because they were the upper class of society, its backbone. Jin-sung thought completely differently. Being born into a rich and famous family was not enough to earn respect. The guy added that souls have no ranks, because how can a part of the rating system with a long name speak about a person's future? Bratislav said that Jin-sung, with such abilities, would never be able to get such a noble person as Miss Se-young. His interlocutor replied that there was no need to limit the possibilities of others. The boy was very angry. He didn't care what Pate Edie thought defined people, especially since it wasn't worth attributing or limiting individuals like Se-young. Jin-sung simply couldn't stand by while people like him and Se-young, who were trying to change on their own, were forced into a box or labeled with a rank. Bratislav said that the role of Se-young's boyfriend should be given to a person who has the same outstanding abilities and background as she does. Jin-sung asked in a threatening voice if it was really worth ignoring a person's own preferences with all this. Pate replied that the girl's aura achievements were simply amazing, but she shouldn't waste her energy on a person who was of a low rank. Jin-sung said that his friend has her own life. Whether she wants to become a swordswoman and use Idea or be a cook, it all depends only on Se-yeon herself. But Bratislav thought differently. He said that abilities are predetermined from birth, and the blonde was chosen to become the strongest swordswoman. Jin-sung turned around and started to walk away, saying at the end that he and the blonde thought completely differently, Pate said that he thought the same when he saw the guy in the video. These words made the boy turn around and say once again that souls have no ranks. The foreign guest asked if the schoolboy was speaking too rudely to him. Bratislav took a defensive stance and said that Jin Sung was very strong, but his strength was imperfect, as it would be difficult for him to reach the level of those with innate abilities. The boy activated his idea and took out a dagger. He didn't know what kind of idea his opponent had, but he was sure of one thing: it wasn't fully launched yet. The 10th grader understood perfectly well that his new acquaintance completely underestimated him and did not know what he was capable of. The guy decided not to think too long, but to immediately check the strength of the elite, about which the blonde had been jabbering all the time. Pecht did not expect such a sharp attack. Bratislav was extremely surprised and barely had time to react to repel the enemy's attack, but then he noticed that the guy was hitting with the handle of a dagger and not with a deadly blade. He put his hand forward and with just one palm stopped the blow that would have hit him straight in the shoulder. But still, it was obvious to the blonde that the enemy was not hitting with full force, so he asked where the guy's previous mood had gone. He wondered if Jin Sung thought he could defeat him using only half of his strength, while tightly squeezing the boy's hand, not allowing him to escape from his grip. Then Bratislav pushed his opponent hard and he flew back a few steps. Jin Sung realized that Pate had thrown him away using only normal force, which was a very unexpected discovery for him. Bratislav said that since the guy tried to attack him with the hilt of the dagger, it seemed that he had not yet realized that he risked getting hurt if he did not use all his strength. Jin Sung replied that he didn't think his opponent's physical abilities were that developed, since he didn't look very athletic, and Pate shared that he never trained much. He thought that he didn't need it. Such words really irritated his opponent, but the arrogant blonde said that such was the difference in their skills. The boy understood perfectly well that his opponent was significantly superior to him in terms of physical ability, despite the fact that he trained for several hours every day. But this didn't stop Jin Sung from trying to attack again, so he took off and decided that he would take his opponent with speed. The boy told Pecht that if he was taken to the hospital, there was no need to complain, and he replied that it looked like they were finally going to have a real fight. Bratislav asked if a 10th grader was really trying to use D-rank power with abilities that barely reached B level. It seemed he was beginning to understand what attracted Se-yeon to the guy. Such arrogant, judgmental words were not at all pleasant to Jin Sung. The only thing they awakened in him was a thirst for reprisal. The boy said that the foreign guest need not worry, because after he beats him up, he will immediately take him to the hospital. Bratislava did not fall for this provocation and calmly replied that there was no need for this because he could stand up for himself. The blond boy said he waited, hoping to see the power that the 10th grader demonstrated in the hall. But it seemed like Jin Sung didn't intend to do that, so he suggested ending the fight with this one. On the field of Hyundai High School, a battle was once again taking place between the guys who wanted to find out whose strength was more impressive. Bratislav Pate hoped that his opponent would finally show all his power, but instead he saw only part of his strength. He asked if a normal duel would not happen after all. Jin Sung silently assessed the enemy. He concluded that Pate was excellent at blocking attacks, and his attack tactics were perfect. This die-hard fan of Se-yeon said he was disappointed that the legendary F-killer didn't fight him for real. After these words, Bratislav swung his dagger and hit the guy with all his might, but he was able to jump back, not wanting to enter into a direct confrontation. Jin Sung did this because he realized that the enemy was copying his attack technique, and he was able to catch and immediately apply what he saw. Pate put his blade forward, and slowly approaching the guy said that he wanted to end this fight as soon as possible. Jin Sung ran his hand through his hair and realized that it would be nice to win with just a dagger. He was sorry that circumstances forced him to bring out the heavy artillery and use his bloodthirsty idea. Seeing some wild and slightly crazy gleam in the eyes of his opponent, Bratislav realized that from that second the jokes were over, and now there would be a real battle, which he wanted so much. The blond boy prepared for the fight he expected from such a famous F-killer. Jin Sung activated a skill called Partial Kill, a vicious aura that manifested the ability to kill in the user's eyes. Bratislav Pate realized that this aura was even more poisonous than the one he had seen last time. The guy with eyes that screamed with murderous lust said that the only poisonous one here was Pate, because he was the one trying to repeat other people's techniques. The foreign boy said that he thought that if he did just that, he could stir up his opponent and force him to use all his strength. Jin Sung asked if Bratislav thought he was too arrogant, but he said he didn't have that quality. After saying these words, he activated the skill Karaborg, which allowed him to use the magical sword of Fergus from Irish legend. It completely embodied the enemy's movements, but limited the range of action. Jin Sung realized that their skills were completely incompatible. He said that with such skills, the opponent could afford to be a little overconfident. Moreover, Pecht had such physical data that allowed him to control such a special skill. Bratislav looked at the guy in surprise and said that he spoke so confidently, as if he knew all the techniques in his arsenal. Jin Sung has actually seen through all of his tricks, especially the one where he can absorb the opponent's idea and make it his own. The boy realized that his enemy possessed noble strength. Judging by the fact that Pecht was not affected by his killing power, the blonde's life was not so simple. But Jin Sung had no intention of backing down. He was determined to end this fight with his victory and prove that even with a low rank, one can achieve what one wants. Bratislav said that he took into account that the enemy did not like that he was copying him, so now he will show his personal abilities, which were called Navanhu. He swung his weapon, and the sword seemed to have an energy tail that struck Jin Sung without the blade even coming close to his body. The boy jumped back, but was surprised by such an interesting ability, because it was the first time he had seen something like this, and it made the battle even more interesting. Jin Sung was surprised that his opponent was late in taking an attacking stance, but was still able to push him away. Bratislav Pate began to playfully wave his sword, demonstrating the deadly blade and saying that this was only the beginning. He had even more impressive skills in his arsenal that he was determined to demonstrate. This time, the guy used a technique called Schlüssel, in other words, the key. Jin Sung noted in his mind that the enemy had simply taken a different position, but the situation immediately changed. At first glance, he had taken a stance to strike with a sword, but he turned to lower the vulnerable area and took up a position to parry blows rather than deliver them. And the attack zone that Idea Peta showed was much narrower than usual. Jin Sung was amazed by this incredible ability. Bratislav asked why his opponent was hesitating to attack, because if the guy didn't attack, he would take the initiative into his own hands. When there was no answer, Pate decided that he was being provoked to attack first. Well, he didn't mind at all, so he didn't hold back his impulse and struck first with his sword. Jin Sung expected this turn of events, so he managed to put out his dagger, which was able to hold back the enemy's onslaught. The boy didn't even have time to fight off one attack before a second one immediately followed. Pecht wasn't going to give him a break for even a second. Due to such speed, Jin Sung was unable to block his sword because he simply did not expect such maneuvers, so now he flew across the entire field and hoped that when he landed, he would not be finished off on the spot. The boy crashed into a brick wall and hit himself hard. It was hoped that all his bones were intact and at least partially unharmed. Bratislav slowly approached Jin Sung and asked in a strange voice what the guy was hiding. He was interested in why that nasty, crazy smile kept appearing on his opponent's face. But Jin Sung didn't enlighten his opponent about his idea. He only said that it was the first time he saw a person who was superior to him in all directions. Releasing his cruel, murderous soul essence, the guy said that he was even a little ashamed of himself for looking so impudent. Blood-red shadows began to swirl around him, wrapping themselves around his body like snakes. Jin Sung said that he thought he could handle it without using this power. But then he realized that he was far behind his enemy, so he had no choice but to let his inner monster out for a walk. He waved his dagger, indicating that he would soon use it, and said that Bratislava was simply an amazing fighter. Pate was glad that his opponent was finally using the same power he had seen before. The blonde said that the last time they fought in the training room, he was distracted, but now he would not make such an irreparable mistake. Bratislav decided to attack first, because he couldn't let the enemy take advantage of the moment of surprise. So now Jin Sung has nowhere to go and uses his dark skills. But Pecht's attack was not as strong as he had expected, because his opponent easily parried the blow. It seemed he did it so easily that he did not even strain his hand. The blonde was amazed not only by the fact that an F-rank fighter had withstood his onslaught, but what was most incomprehensible was that he had done it with one hand. Jin Sung said that he thought Pate would do well, but in reality, without his amazing strength, it was no fun to fight. So the boy decided to use the partial kill ability. the area of effect of which was his right hand. Now he will force the arrogant elite to answer for their words and actions. F-Rank will show what people with his level of abilities are capable of. Jin Sung smiled madly and said that he would give his opponent exactly what he really wanted when he first challenged him to a duel. Bratislav couldn't understand what was happening, because the guy continued to maintain his strength, but at the same time his right hand became stronger. He thought that the enemy's skill allowed him to focus on only one point. Jin Sung laughed when he heard this suggestion. Of course, the elite representative always underestimated the lower status people. All Pecht could do was take a defensive position and wait for a new attack in order to at least roughly understand the range of the guy's strength. But when he saw that his opponent was too serious, anxiety began to scratch him from within, calling him to run away from this field. Jin Sung's body was glowing red, indicating that his aura was at its peak. The guy said that he was going to show something very interesting now. Despite the inner voice that told Bratislava to leave, he was not going to give in to fear. Instead, he resolutely stood up to the enemy, repelling his attack. He used a move called Naven Hu, hoping that the energy tail would help him deal with such a strong attack. Jin Sung predicted that Schlussel would pull off his trick next, so he didn't let him do it. He took the initiative and pointed the knife right at the face of the blonde guy who was so ardently proving that the elite to which he belonged was much stronger than everyone else. Now Pate looked at the tip of the sharp dagger and thought about how it happened that the boy who possessed F-Rank was able to deal with him like that. Jin Sung used his skills, which allowed him to see the points for attack, which would once and for all incapacitate the enemy. He decided to show what he was capable of, so he attacked the blonde with such speed that he could not avoid the blow. But in the end, Jin Sung stopped, because he did not intend to cause serious harm to Pecht, who asked how he managed to reach such speed and be able to stop before the blow itself. He considered it incredible. The boy smiled, but not a crazy smile, but his usual smile, and asked if Bratislav really wanted to repeat this trick. The blonde said that his opponent was much more capable than he thought. Pate asked if that fierce right hand was the basis of his idea. Jin Sung said that he could also imitate some of the dagger attacks, but not as skillfully as his opponent. Bratislav said that he was amazed by his right hand technique because it was impossible to keep up with. The boy became curious about something, so he asked the foreign guest if he hadn't swallowed his idea because she was dirty. Bratislav guessed that the guy had the ability to analyze the idea of other people. He apologized and said that he only eats real delicacies as nourishment for the essence of his soul. Jin Sung decided to lighten the mood and joked that if Bratislav ate his idea, he would be upset. But the boy's cheerful mood suddenly turned to surprise when he heard that the soul entities that Pate was supposed to absorb were already predetermined. The blonde added, completely seriously, that before he absorbed the idea he needed, he would definitely empty his stomach first. Something so evil flashed in his eyes that Jin Sung felt a little uneasy. The boy once again let his inner monster off the leash to warn the enemy not to approach him or his friends in order to absorb the essence of their souls. He rudely warned Bratislava not to dare touch Se-yeon, because then he would face serious consequences that he would not like. Pate just shrugged and said that it was not his choice. He would act as the head of the clan ordered him. Jin Sung gritted his teeth and said irritably that he couldn't interfere in someone else's family's affairs, because he respected other people's personal boundaries. Pate surprised the boy when he said that he could intervene, because the head of the clan wanted to see him, and they fought only because the old man wanted to see the 10th grader's abilities before his visit. Bratislav said that since Jin Sung had won, he would give him one piece of advice. Don't try to persuade old man Kim, because it was even more difficult to negotiate with him than with Pate himself. The boy's blood ran cold. It was hard to believe that there was an even more arrogant person on this planet than his blonde opponent. Jin Sung asked why Bratislav listened to the head if he was not from the Kim family. The blonde said that the head of the family would teach the guy this personally, and today. The boy literally froze in place when he heard that the head of the Kim family, who was also Se-yeon's grandfather, wanted to see him today. Meanwhile, some strange events were happening at Incheon International Airport. The brunette who arrived at the scene was simply furious. He loudly slammed the door of his car and said that he simply had no words to comment on everything that was happening. A huge monster, which resembled a bear but was 10 times larger, destroyed planes and everything that came under its clawed paws. This creature turned to the young man who approached and said that he himself ordered her to eat as much meat as possible, and that is what she did. The man stopped and froze in place because only now did it dawn on him that Idea could speak, and not just make sounds, but construct structured sentences. The brunette knew that there were people who were able to summon Idea, who was incarnated in the form of a monster. But this specimen was simply huge, and even spoke as if it had consciousness. The man immediately thought of Pekta, but perhaps it was some other group, so there is no need to rush to conclusions. He began to approach the huge bear. It was necessary to hurry to save the people who were still nearby. Those who saw the brunette began to say that military advisor Ishin had arrived. The bear stopped destroying everything for a moment and raised his huge, furry muzzle with interest to see who had arrived. The man introduced himself, saying that he was Ishin. The bear suddenly sat down and leaned towards the brunette, sniffed him. The animal said that he smelled strange. Ishin could hardly contain his delight. It was the first time he saw Idea speaking, so he immediately asked who his master was. The bear growled loudly again and said that his master had ordered him to wake up and go eat meat. The man realized that although Idea could speak, she clearly lacked intelligence. Ishin laughed and said that the beast had bad breath and advised him to rinse his mouth with seawater after he had eaten. His gaze became serious, and looking into the bear's eyes, he said that he would be able to do this only if he was still alive. After that, Ishin decided to attack the huge furry monster. So he activated his Idea. The bear put out his paws, trying to close himself off from the blinding light. Like the white jade goblin, the man put a lot of effort into creating a special Idea that resembled various heroes from legends and tales. But most of his attempts ended in failure. Only a few individuals were able to keep the legend in their souls. Among these people, there was one who possessed a unique hero soul. His Idea was called Chungmugon Lee Sun Sin, and was even C-rank. It was embodied as beautiful armor and helmet, and also allowed the use of a dragon sword. That famous sword that General Yi Sun Sin used to control minds was now in the hands of Yishin. All he had to do was swing this unique weapon once, and rivers of blood would flow. The bear looked in surprise at the transformed man in armor and did not understand who was standing in front of him. The animal growled loudly and was ready to tear its enemies into small pieces. Ishin used a skill called Double Dragon Left Sword, which lit up the rivers and mountains with blood with just one swing. The man asked the furry monster to stop growling so loudly, because his ears were already starting to hurt. But the bear did not stop howling, saying that he did not want to eat the poisonous meat, after which he ran to the sea as fast as he could. Having reached the water, the huge carcass of the beast rushed into the reservoir and disappeared from sight. Ishin thought bitterly that he would like to have another conversation with such a unique creature, especially since he still hadn't managed to find out anything about the owner of this Idea. The longer the monster remained in the sea, the less dangerous it seemed, both in other countries and in Korea. The man raised his sword up and said that he was taking an oath to the sky, while the mountains and rivers were moving. After these words, his weapon began to shine. When he finished speaking this strange spell, the sky suddenly split into huge bolts of lightning. They brightly illuminated the space above the sea, and when they found their target, they struck the huge beast that was trying to hide in the depths of the sea. The sword allowed one to control the climate conditions, and it was this power that was right now incinerating Idea the bear, who was loudly screaming that he was hot and promised never to eat meat. But the beast did not die but suffered lightning strikes, so Ishin decided to go there and deal with the beast once and for all. His sword shone as if calling its owner to use it for its intended purpose and bathe it in the blood of enemies. The bear noticed that he had fallen into a whirlpool of water that was slowly pulling him to the bottom. He did not understand what it was or how to get out. The water around him was boiling, and the beast screamed even louder, because no one wanted to be boiled alive. It was very difficult for him to swim further, but he still tried. Ishin was amazed at the endurance of this wonderful creature, because according to all the laws of nature, he should have been dead long ago. He began to compare all the factors in his head: Idea's speaking and amazing endurance, the clumsy attack in the Korean Sea. All this did not give the man peace. He wanted to take the creature prisoner. But the man saw no point in fighting him any further, since the creature's fate had already been decided. He crossed his swords and summoned the Jeobukseon, the legendary ship that saved the Joseon dynasty from destruction in the past. This ship, the memory of which remained only in legends, appeared on the horizon. It was beautiful, shining with gold, and was ready to carry out the instructions of its captain. Following him, 12 more improved ships appeared with a turtle nose and a hard shell. At sea, they were simply invincible due to the fact that the turtle head spewed fire. The ships attacked and shot flames straight where Ishin pointed. The poor bear did not know how to protect himself from these painful attacks. He screamed and roared because he could not get rid of the annoying enemies that caused him so much suffering. He was hot, very hot. He was literally burning alive, but it was clear that his enemies would not stop until they destroyed him completely. Ishin looked at the beast and did not understand why it had not yet drowned in the sea. He was amazed by such endurance because he had not met such opponents for a long time. The bear begged them to leave him alone. He shouted that he should live a long life and eat his favorite meat. Ishin said that he himself would decide when the beast would eat meat, but now it must disappear. The ship surrounded the bear, and the man used a skill called crane wing. Once the flotilla had formed the correct wing shape, the fire coming from the turtle heads increased tenfold. All the ships fired at the bear in unison. It was obvious that the poor fellow would hardly survive such an attack. The beast spun in a whirlpool of water, which grew stronger due to the explosions, and roared that it did not want to die. When Ishin realized that he had finally finished with such a strong opponent, he hid his idea and his armor instantly dissolved, and the flotilla disappeared. He had expended a lot of energy, so now he felt very exhausted and had a headache. But despite all this, the man was pleased with the work done, because he was able to destroy a simply unique specimen of idea. Now it was interesting what the owner of this bear would do. It was deep night, but some people could not sleep, because in one of the huge buildings, every window was lit up, indicating that there were night workers who did not go home. A man walked along, his boot heels loudly slamming on the stone floor, but he was not in an ordinary corridor, but in some kind of dungeon. He asked the empty air whether the locals' eyes hurt from such darkness. It was none other than Kim Il-jung, the sinister leader of the plague gang. Still speaking into the void, he said that he was glad that the leader liked the surroundings here. Finally, a man in a cloak, to whom the bandit addressed, came out of the darkness. The mysterious stranger asked if Il-jung had really returned. The leader of the criminal group said that thanks to his interlocutor, everything went smoothly. The stranger grumbled that he had something to say about this. The mysterious man said that the second one had disappeared in the place that Il-jung had spoken of. The bandit answered frivolously that this was entirely possible, since his interlocutor had sent the monster to fight Ishin, who objected, saying that if the bear had died, his body should have floated up, but it had disappeared. Il-jung frowned and suggested that Ishin might be keeping the body. The other man objected again, saying that in that case his presence should be felt, but the bear had completely disappeared. The bandit threw up his hands and said that he didn't even suspect that Ishin had such abilities. The man in the hood said that the first one would soon appear in the south. The stranger was worried that the disappearance story would not repeat itself, because then his plans would be disrupted. Il-jung scratched his head absent-mindedly and said that they couldn't just go and fight Ishin, although the former's appearance should be a great distraction for him. The man in the cloak asked if there was no way to bring the bear back. The bandit replied that it was no use, because the monster didn't even remember that he was ordered not to go into the sea. The mysterious man looked down from the mountainside where they stood and admired the pentagrams carved into the rocks, hoping that the rest of the monsters would be successfully born. Meanwhile, Jin Sung was about to faint from excitement after the battle with Bratislav. A man came in after him and took him to the head of the Kim family. Now they were standing at the door, and the guy was trying to force himself to go inside. But these were not just doors, but gates that led to some unimaginably luxurious mansions built in the national style. The guide led him through a beautiful, well-kept estate, but the boy could not force his heart to beat at a calmer rhythm. When they finally reached the building, the man who was leading him said into the darkness that he had escorted Jin Sung to his master. From the darkness came a commanding old voice, ordering them to go inside. The boy could barely suppress his trembling. But inside it turned out to be much more comfortable than Jin Sung had expected. Among other things, he noticed a generously laid table, at the head of which sat the head of the Kim family. If the atmosphere seemed friendly, Old Man Kim ruined the overall picture by telling the boy that he was a real fool for coming here so quickly. Jin Sung decided that perhaps the man had always had this manner of communication, so he decided not to jump to conclusions. He asked if he could sit closer, since they were too far apart. But the old man called him a fool again, and now the boy was almost sure that the head of the family was hostile towards him. Jin-sung sat at the other end of the table and waited for Grandpa Se-yeon to tell him. Several minutes had passed, and the old man still hadn't spoken. He was just devouring the guy with his eyes. The boy decided to ease the tension a little, so he asked if he could eat something. The man nodded his head. After that, Grandpa Se-yeon said that he wanted to ask directly whether it was because of Jin-sung that his granddaughter had empty hopes. While chewing his food, the boy asked what kind of hopes were being discussed, since he understood absolutely nothing. The old man was irritated by such lack of insight. He banged the table and said that because of the guy she went down the wrong path. Jin-sung began to guess that it was about the Aura Cup. He said that Se-yeon received this ability through her own efforts, so he did not understand what could be bad about it. The man shouted that the guy didn't understand anything at all. It was obvious that he was the one who pushed her to do this. Jin-sung tried to calm the old man down and asked him not to be angry. He had already asked him a question, so it would be fair if the guy also asked something. The head of the Kim family thought that the boy sitting in front of him was very unpleasant. He said that he would let the boy speak his mind as soon as he finished the conversation. Jin-sung decided to stop pretending to be a polite, obedient boy, so he seriously asked what the old man wanted to know since he called him to his place. The head of the Kim family said bluntly that he did not like him hanging around his granddaughter, but the man also heard that the boy was also at the scene of the attack. He asked what Se-yeon was doing there. Jin-sung replied that his friend was trying to save people. Everything was as it was said in the news. The man once again called the guy a blockhead and asked if he really thought that they were asking him about common knowledge. The old man was interested in whether Kim Il-jung's granddaughter had pinned him down. Jin-sung blinked in confusion when he heard the phrase that the best always prove themselves, so Grandpa was wondering if her victory was worthy of the title of Sword Goblin. The boy asked if the old man hadn't heard that Se-yeon and Il-jung's battle was the longest. Jin-sung could barely contain his irritation when the head of the family began to command and demand that he answer the question properly. He remembered that Se-yeon had indeed fought the bandit properly, and that the fight had been long, but only his friend Byung-gi-young and Lee Sun-hwa knew that he had defeated Il-jun. The guy understood that if he told the truth now, Se-yeon could have serious problems. So he said that the blonde drove away the leader of the plague crime group and saved him and everyone else from danger. The old man looked his interlocutor in the eyes for a long time, as if trying to recognize the lie, but then said that he understood everything. Jin-sung relaxed at first, and then almost opened his mouth in surprise when he heard that if the girl lost, the old man would no longer be able to call her his granddaughter. The boy asked if his grandfather's words were going too far, since his own family member could have died in that battle. Jin-sung indignantly reminded that even though Se-yeon possessed the A-rank idea, she was still a schoolgirl. Grandfather said that his granddaughter was not just a schoolgirl, she was a member of the strongest family, and was different from other people. The guy could no longer contain his anger. He couldn't understand how a person could treat his own blood so disdainfully. The man reminded his interlocutor that the best are always and everywhere the strongest, no matter what the circumstances. Jin-sung couldn't believe that such a mature and seemingly wise man could think so absurdly. He asked if the old man would not have been affected in any way if Se-yeon had died in that fight with one of the strongest criminals. The head of the Kim family asked how the guy dared to say that his granddaughter could have died at the hands of some rabble. The man showed off his idea, who was incarnated as a huge white tiger, and told the boy to stop talking nonsense. The huge animal slowly walked across the table and approached Jin-sung, who froze in his place. This idea was beautiful and frightening at the same time. The white tiger came right up to the boy's face and growled with all his might. The boy thought that his heart would stop right that second. But his face showed absolutely no emotion. His composure could only be applauded when he told the tiger to move away, because he couldn't see his grandfather. The old man was very surprised, because his white tiger made the strongest warriors run away like little children. But this 10th grader did not even flinch. It was amazing to see how bravely this low-ranking guy acted. He was so young, but the old man clearly caught the pungent smell of blood from him. Jin-sung called the huge tiger a cat and asked him to move away from the table and give him a clear view of his interlocutor. The proud animal looked at its owner in confusion. It was the first time the tiger had behaved so strangely. The old man realized that his pet was afraid, Despite the fact that he had created him so steadfast and unbending to anyone, the man decided that this little guy was not bad. The tiger jumped and returned to his owner. Jin's son asked if his grandfather was okay. When he looked at him with confusion, he explained that there were rumors about him that he was very annoying. The man replied that the boy's energy was not consistent with his age, but could he really have thought that he would scare the head of the Kim family? After these self-confident words, the guy's eyes became bloodshot, and his idea began to ask to get out. The old man grinned and asked why the boy was looking at him as if he was planning a murder. Jin Sung realized that the man possessed idea, which allowed him to bring any drawing to life, and the more detailed it was, the better the summoned creature would be. The guy wondered if he could really fight with such a good idea, and if there was any point in using something that had been created with such great effort in battle. The head of the family said that by looking at the boy's face, one could immediately understand what he was thinking. He explained that the Jade Goblin clan had a duty to create stronger goblins. He explained that since he was male, he was not a goblin, but as the head of the clan, he had reached his current level. Jin Sung asked what interested him more than the legends of their family. He was worried about whether Se-yeon was dear to them as a person. Grandfather said that he no longer saw the point in continuing the conversation. But the boy asked even more insistently whether his granddaughter or the best goblin in the world was more important to the old man. The man did not give a direct answer, but only said that his interlocutor was too sharp-tongued. Jin Sung continued his interrogation, asking if Se-yeon was not a sword goblin. Would the old man have loved an ordinary girl? The head of the clan said angrily that his family existed precisely to possess a creature called goblin. A stranger would never understand what had been accumulating for years. The guy understood that this was an abnormal attitude towards close people. He thought that his girlfriend had everything, but it turned out that she was treated like a thing. He remembered their conversation when they were in the gym. Then he asked if she was being scolded for coming home so late. Her friend said that she didn't want to be at home. The old man noticed that Jin's son was funny. He offered to clash with him once. The boy said that he could arrange 2 or even 3 clashes. The man clearly liked this attitude. But first, he wanted to ask one more question to the head of the Kim clan. He asked why the man brought Bratislava Pate to Korea. It was unclear why a man from Slovakia was subordinate to the Kim clan. The old man laughed and said that his interlocutor was asking too many questions. He could not call Pecht's loyalty submission. The man showed the guy Edie his granddaughter and offered to marry her. Jin Sun knew that no one even asked his girlfriend's opinion. He asked why the choice fell on Bratislava. To make matters even stranger, there were rumors that in order to maintain the purity of the clan, the Jade Goblin clan does not accept outsiders. That's why the guy immediately remembered the capabilities of Idiapeta, who could absorb the essence of another person's soul. Jin Sun asked how long the old man would wait for Bratislav to use his idea. The clan leader laughed and asked if he knew about Pate's abilities. The man said in a calm voice that if his granddaughter did not reach the desired level before graduating, then he would feed Goblin Se-yeon to the chosen groom, but there was still hope that she would be too much for him. Now the guy understood why his friend didn't want to return home. He asked if that was why his grandfather was so angry about the Aura Cup. The man said menacingly that by protecting others, the girl would never achieve the status of the strongest, and their clan had been waiting for the appearance of a powerful goblin for so many years, he was sure that his granddaughter was him. Jin's son rubbed the back of his head and said that it seemed like the old man couldn't be persuaded. If he were in his friend's place, he wouldn't have returned home either. Hearing these words, Grandpa Se-yeon growled and said that the boy was getting closer and closer to trouble. The room was filled with a powerful energy, and the man said that their conversation had dragged on because he felt an unusual aura in the guy. But in the end, all he wanted to say was that Jin Sung should leave his granddaughter alone. He argued that the boy was a member of the lower class who would be of no use to their family. In turn, Jin Sung activated his idea and released some power onto the surface, saying that he had no intention of helping the Kim family. The essence of the old man's soul, which was embodied in the form of various animals, hissed. This menagerie was ready to pounce on the guy right now. The man realized that the boy was now demonstrating idea, which he had not shown before. A pathetic kid with no abilities, with an incomprehensible origin and essence of the soul, was brazenly rude to him. Now the old man was even more convinced that this low-level commoner was not suitable for a girl like Se-yeon. He ordered one of his pets to pounce on the boy, so the huge snake was already rushing towards the 10th grader. Jin Sung's eyes turned red. He didn't want to fight his grandfather, but his grandfather left him no other choice. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open and Se-yeon burst in, shouting for this whole mess to stop. The old man's idea instantly stopped heading towards the guy, and a second later she began to dissolve into thin air. Jin Sung followed suit, and the red haze around him dissipated as if it had never been there. The girl walked angrily towards her grandfather and asked why she was with Pecht and the patrol squad. Not a muscle moved on the old man's face when he said that all this was happening because he decided so. His granddaughter boiled over, saying that she warned him that she didn't want this. She looked at the guy sitting nearby and completely stopped understanding what was happening. Jin Sung felt very awkward in front of his friend, because he didn't even have time to warn her that he was heading to her house. The blonde asked in horror what her friend was doing there. All the boy could say was that this was how the circumstances worked out. She walked up to him and put her hands on the guy's shoulders, then told him not to make excuses. She smiled sweetly and said that if he wanted to propose to her and meet her family, he should have taken his bride with him. The guy said that now was not the time for jokes. Se-young instantly became serious and told him not to be offended, because she would sort everything out now. The girl screamed loudly at her grandfather, saying that it was okay that he had forced Bratislava Pate on her. But why had he invited Jin Sung to their house? This scream was interrupted by the calm but harsh voice of a woman who had quietly crept up behind him. Such a powerful energy could be felt from her that the guy froze in place. The woman who came into the room told Se-yeon to stop being hysterical because she was a next-generation goblin, so she had to remain noble in any situation. Se-yeon awkwardly greeted the woman she called her aunt. Jin Sung was surprised that the woman wasn't his friend's sister, as she didn't look a day over 20. The old man said that he had just finished a serious conversation with the two of them, and they only had to draw conclusions, so the man asked his daughter to take them out of the estate. The woman told the boys to get moving right now, because they heard what the clan leader said. Se-yeon knew that the conversation was over, and there was nothing more she could do, so she whispered to the guy that they should leave quickly. When they went out into the corridor, the woman asked if it was that same Park Jin soon standing in front of her. The guy bowed and replied that it was him. Aunt Se-yeon told him that he didn't have to be nice since they would never meet again, and the boy thought that she was acting just like his grandfather. He took a closer look at the woman who was the previous goblin of the White Jade family. She could reproduce the power of the creature the owner had created. Aunt ordered her niece to go and change her clothes quickly, because she had to watch the 3rd district with Bratislava. Se-yeon immediately said that she didn't want to patrol with this guy. The woman said seriously that now was not the time for jokes, because an hour ago, the strongest idea destroyed Incheon. It was dealt with, but a national alarm was declared, and the government asked them for help. These were the duties of the White Jade family. Jin Sung only now digested this information and asked again if Incheon had really been attacked. The clan leader's daughter said that there had indeed been a large-scale attack, causing extensive damage and some people going missing. But the combat advisor had sorted everything out. Jin Sung listened that a psychiatric hospital was also destroyed, and some patients were still missing. The woman noticed that the once self-confident guy suddenly turned pale after this news, and she asked if he really had a family living near Incheon. The boy immediately hesitated and said that no one had died, but it was clear that he did not want to answer this question fully. The clan leader's daughter said that she would not interfere in the boy's personal affairs, so she turned her attention to her niece and told her to silently follow the instructions. Se-yeon obediently lowered her head and said that she would do everything as needed. Jin Sung had never seen his friend so quiet and humble before. The boy told his aunt that he needed to talk to her about something. Se-yeon immediately became worried and tried to take him away from the house. The woman said harshly that there was no place for extra people in their house, because the matters that were discussed here concerned only the White Jade Goblin family. This was a hint that it was time for the guy to leave. Jin Sung was very angry and could barely restrain himself from being rude to the arrogant elite. Se-yeon took his hand, trying to somehow calm him down so that he wouldn't say anything stupid. He announced in an uncompromising voice that from that day on, he would personally patrol the 3rd district and that his girlfriend would be with him. It seems that his action impressed the head of the Kim clan, because now he was allowed to do what he said. Together with Se-yeon, they walked along the dark streets of the city. She said that the guy surprised her a lot, after which she asked him for forgiveness. Jin-sung was confused and said that there were no hard feelings between them. The girl blushed and immediately turned away, saying that she didn't expect the guy to stand up for her in front of her aunt. The boy smiled and replied that he thought it would be right, since they did not take her own wishes into account at all and ignored her dislike for Pecht. The friend laughed and said that her relatives do not pay attention to such a trifle as the wishes of other people. Suddenly, Se-yeon remembered that she wanted to talk to Jin-sung about something that was bothering her. The girl asked if her friend knew that the army doctor was connected with Maestri. He said that it was not surprising, because the woman was very skilled. Se-young said that she received an offer to join them. The boy said that it was very cool, because the Maestri are real professionals. But his friend did not share his enthusiasm, because she was offered to become a specialist in a field other than the one in which she specialized. She knew that she could master the art of swordsmanship perfectly, but she didn't want to use talents that could harm people. Jin-sung saw that the girl was very deep in her thoughts, so he asked why she was thinking about it so hard. The guy seemed to respect her thoughts, because he said that when you learn a skill that can harm others, you also learn to protect at the same time. The main thing is to understand what you are doing. Se-yeon's eyes widened in surprise when she heard that she could do what she thought was right. No one had ever said these words to her. All the decisions were made by her older relatives. The blonde was so touched that she was ready to burst into tears like a little girl, because it turns out it's so nice when your opinion is important to someone. She grabbed the boy's hand and hoped that this gesture would help her express all the gratitude she wanted to convey. Jin-sung was very surprised by his friend's reaction to the fact that he simply said the words that he thought were right. The way she thanked him showed that she lacked a normal attitude towards herself. After all, Se-yeon was touched by the words that her opinion had weight and value. It seemed that her relatives only valued the goblin inside the girl. The boy began to feel a little embarrassed by how intently and tenderly his girlfriend was looking at him. A week has passed since then. It was a quiet evening, sitting in the park under the dim lanterns. You could enjoy the fresh air and silence. Ishin, who had come to this place to clear his head, looked at his tablet and realized that the article about Hyundai's school that they had worked so hard on had barely been used. Who would have thought that such an incident would happen in Incheon on the same day? Now his article about Hyundai School versus School 988 was simply included in the general news. Also, the man could not relax because digging up information on one person was such a difficult task. Usually, he spent much less time and resources on it. He realized that the boy who survived the incident at the bank had a very turbulent life, and now his only relatives, his uncle and his wife, were missing. Ishin looked at the illustrations in his notebook, hoping that they would help him put all the events together. He assumed that Idea in the form of a bear could have belonged to Pecht, but there were still many nuances. The man lowered his head and rubbed his eyes tiredly. He thought that he had gone too far and had gathered a lot of information, among which he was now very confused. He was distracted from his thoughts by an old woman who was walking through the park in his direction. The elderly woman apologized and began to come even closer. Ishin looked up and tried to understand what she wanted from him. When he asked what was the matter, the old woman handed him some book. The woman did not explain anything. She just gave him some kind of weighty book, which seemed very creepy to the man. He thought that this volume was connected with some religion. Ishin decided that it was worth accepting it and then getting rid of it. On the cover, he saw a cross. The man was surprised that the palette was very high quality. Basically, such books were not given away just like that. Out of pure curiosity, he opened the book and was surprised to see illustrations there. On one of the pages, there was a picture of a winged lion. Now there were even more questions about this edition. The man analyzed it and decided that everything was very detailed and well drawn, which once again proved that such copies would not be handed out on the streets. Ishin froze when he saw on the next page an image of a huge bear that looked exactly like Idea, who had destroyed the airport. The military advisor began to get nervous that he had gotten his hands on this publication. He understood that if he could translate what was written in the book, he would understand what was happening. Ishin didn't notice that the shadows were thickening around him, because he was so absorbed in thoughts about the need to study what was written in these letters. He closed the book only when he realized that something huge was standing behind him, and saying what a pity Ishin couldn't read what was written. The man slowly turned his head, and what he saw made his heart skip a beat. Someone's huge paw froze right above them. Huge, sharp claws were about 1/2 meter long. Such a sight will not leave anyone indifferent. From that day on, street patrols began every day for 3 hours. Jin Sung attracted a lot of attention, but he took it calmly. Se-yeon was stressed by the behavior of those around her, and she was counting the minutes until they could go home. But today, everything was just beginning for her. It was already about 8, so she would have to suffer for a long time. She began to wait for the man with whom she would patrol this district. He was supposed to arrive any minute. From the dark alley came the voice of a man she did not want to see or hear at all. Bratislav Pate walked smugly towards her. Perhaps the guy didn't deserve her hostility, but he was her grandfather's pawn, which automatically made him an enemy. Se-yeon asked why the guy came to the district that she was guarding, since it was unknown whether he was the one who was supposed to replace her. Bratislav said that he was very glad to meet her and announced that she would be patrolling with him today. The girl growled in anger and asked where Jin Sung was. Then she guessed that her aunt must be involved in all of this. Pate raised his hands in a conciliatory manner and said that her aunt had nothing to do with it. He asked the blonde to calm down, but she wanted to know what was going on. Bratislav said that he himself should ask Jin Sung for a favor, because he wanted to say something very important. He had already tried more than once, but the conversation never worked out. But Se-yeon didn't really want to listen to all this, because Bratislav came to Korea in order to absorb her idea. She offered to share the essence of the soul in exchange for the guy going home. The guy seriously said that he was not going to go to Slovakia in the near future because he had business in Korea. The blonde still expressed her desire for him to get out of this district and country, but Pate said that for the sake of a girl like her, he was ready to endure anything. As the guy started to get closer to her face, Se-yeon tensely said that they had never even met before, so there couldn't be any sympathy between them. Bratislav smiled tenderly and said that he fell in love with her after watching a couple of videos, because even they were able to convey the girl's charisma and fighting spirit, and there's no need to even mention her beauty. The girl's hands clenched nervously. She could hardly keep from hitting him, because she didn't like such speeches, especially from a man who was so interested in her idea. But luckily, a notification came on her phone, which saved Pecht from a broken nose. The blonde said that she needed to check her messages and turned away. The guy also received a message. They looked at each other and read that there was an outbreak of terror in the city center. Everyone was ordered to immediately gather for further instructions. Bratislav said that they would reschedule their conversation for another time. The girl rolled her eyes and said that now was not the time to think about it. They jumped up and ran to where all the patrol members were supposed to be gathering. Meanwhile, at Hyundai High School, the students were busy with their usual activities, and the training hall was not empty as always. Jin Sung entered a familiar place that allowed him to unload his thoughts. Those who trained there said that they were glad to see the captain, because they had not met for a long time. When the guy entered the hall, all the members of the zombie squad began to bombard him with questions about how their dates with Se-yeon went, because who cared that they were just patrolling together? Jin Sung grimly replied that he was also glad to see everyone, but if anyone made even one more joke about it, he would add 10 repetitions. But the guys didn't even think about shutting up. They were interested in what it was like to hang out with the idol of all time, and the especially brave ones asked what they were doing so late at night. The boy said they were patrolling the city, and to dampen their interest a little, he added another 20 repetitions, but his friends were too curious. The boys realized that teasing their leader was dangerous, since they were already numb from the tension. But what caught their attention was that Jin Sung's face changed after reading the notice. The boy was extremely annoyed, so he said that it was no surprise that his training had been disrupted again. An Sung-ho seemed to have received the same message, as he told the boys that training was over for today. The school leader read the notice again, and said that it was time for them to move out to the parade ground. There was real chaos in the city. The military surrounded the center and evacuated residents, because a huge winged lion was walking through the streets, destroying everything in its path. From experience, the city that was attacked by a huge bear realized that this was Idea, who would be very difficult to deal with. The creature said that he needed to go north, and that he did not intend to harm anyone here, but to trust the words of such a monster was madness. The soldiers shouted for the rank and file to keep formation and prepare for a long-range interception, They had to stop the monster's advance at any cost. The lion growled and said that he just needed to get to the north, but no one was going to listen to him and let him go unhindered. One of the commanders announced the beginning of the assault operation. After these words, the archers released their huge arrows. Sharp arrows rained down directly on the lion, who became increasingly enraged, because who would appreciate such hospitality? But the animal's skin was so tough that the weapon flew off it without causing any harm to the animal, and arrow fragments lay all over the central street. The lion stopped and thought, because if he was not at all welcome in this place, why should he restrain his cruelty? The creature looked at these little people who were in such a hurry to hurt him and realized that he could respond to them in kind. His huge clawed paws began to land very close to the soldiers who were walking towards him with swords at the ready. The lion was intent on crushing his offenders like annoying flies. When the commanders announced the evacuation of the assault forces, elite units like the Maestri decided to take up the matter. They were ready to try to destroy this idea. The head of the Kim clan took direct part in the formation of the battalion that would go to fight the winged lion. He called his daughter, whose name was Se-jin, and she came over and was ready to carry out any instructions from her father and the clan leader. The old man ordered her to take on the main job and deal with the monster. Se-jin said that she would do her best, but added that Se-yeon and Pate still hadn't arrived. The man told her not to pay attention to it, because his granddaughter and her future groom were already on their way. The head of the Kim clan organized the work, gave orders, and sent his subordinates into battle. All he could do was wait for the outcome of what could have turned into a complete disaster. The man unrolled some kind of scroll, and his idea immediately began to take shape. It was a drawing that was now becoming a reality, thanks to the power of its creator. A beautiful white tiger materialized and looked like a real animal. The old man turned to him and said that the situation was quite dire. The events that unfolded on the central streets cannot be described in any other word, because the roads were covered with blood and debris from buildings and cars. The lion had no intention of stopping. Having sensed blood, he could no longer keep his cruel nature on a leash. The beast's attention was drawn to people who reeked of strong energy, which could create serious problems for him. The animal became seriously wary because it felt a force that could pose a threat to it. The energy of the woman who walked ahead was very unusual and dangerous, because it carried the power of the white jade goblin. But that wasn't enough to defeat the winged lion, so he told Se-jin to get out of the way. The woman was in no hurry to follow anyone's instructions, so she asked Idea where her master was. The lion said that his master was sleeping in a distant dimension. He was the only one who came to this damned world. The animal asked to be considered first. Se-jin activated her Idea, and she grew a horn just like her nieces. She said that there is a lot of talk about the essence of the soul, but she considered the lion simply a toy of terrorists, which needed to be gotten rid of in order to protect the residents of the peaceful city. The essence of the woman's soul caused a white jade goblin to be born in her body, which reproduces the incredible strength of previous generations. She walked proudly straight towards her enemy and told the animal to immediately stop the mess it was making in the city. The monstrous Idea did not want to follow this plan, so she asked why the woman was so stubborn. The lion growled, asking if she didn't understand him, since he would stop at nothing to achieve his goal. But Se-jin didn't listen to the monster. She shot up and decided not to wait another second, but to attack the monster, which was causing more and more destruction with each passing second. The animal was large and strong, but the warrior decided that without sight he was nothing, so she knew where to attack first. She got as close to his body as she could and jumped to reach his muzzle, then moved along the fluffy fur and ended up near his eyes, which were glowing yellow. The clan leader's daughter was surprised when the monster turned its head towards her right before it struck. She didn't understand how it managed to do that. The lion asked why the woman was so eager to inflict pain. Se-jin thought that this beast must have had its own wild instincts. Thinking that it would be more difficult to fight such an opponent than she thought, she again jumped up and began to choose a new angle for attack. She masterfully controlled her body and moved as if she were lighter than the wind. One could watch her movements endlessly because it was impossible not to admire such skill. Thanks to the fact that the daughter of the head of the Kim clan was able to so deftly disappear from the beast's sight, he did not notice when she crept up on him from behind. The woman reached the monster's huge paw and decided that she could try to hit it there, because if he limped, he wouldn't be able to catch her deftly. But everything didn't go according to plan, because somehow the monster was able to determine the location of its opponent without looking at her. The woman hit her face hard and closed her eye, because fragments of some material had gotten into it. She realized that it would be extremely difficult to deal with the enemy alone. She decided to retreat a little to take a more advantageous position and come up with some kind of maneuver. But the lion struck, and now the woman was flying in free fall. She thought she would fall to her death, but suddenly, someone grabbed her by the clothes. Turning around, she saw a white tiger and realized that thanks to Idea, her father, she survived. The joy instantly disappeared when Se-jin saw that the huge paw of a winged lion was about to descend on her, which could easily crush her. The white tiger reacted earlier and was able to push the woman so that she flew to a safe distance from where the blow would fall. Se-jin watched in shock as a huge paw covered the white tiger's body with a disgusting slap. The lion said that he was very sad, but the tiger was unable to overtake him, and now the body of the beautiful animal lay motionless. The winged monster began to laugh and say that he was very sad that he killed such an unusual creature. It seemed that this animal was very good at mocking others. After this, the monster began to slowly advance towards the girl, who understood that she would hardly be able to escape. The head of the Kim family himself observed this scene and told the men standing next to him that the creature was too vain. He knew he needed to get even with him as soon as possible, so he told the masked man to help his daughter immediately. The man unrolled another huge scroll of drawings and said that it was time for his masterpieces to show their power and protect Se-jin. Ink flowed from the scroll in huge streams, preparing to transform into something more beautiful and alive, something that had a material embodiment. Seeing that a new attack was being prepared for him, the lion arrogantly asked if the old man really thought he could stop him with some animated drawings. The man shouted that all is fair in war, so it was worth trying even such creative methods of struggle as animated drawings. Various creatures slowly approached the lion, intending to attack him, but the winged beast did not attach too much importance to them, because he considered them small fry. But still, one creature managed to impress him. A huge white jade goblin approached his face, whose mouth was so big that it could easily swallow even him. At this time, Maestri warriors managed to find Se-jin, who helped her get up and wanted to send her to the head of the family. The father asked his daughter if she was able to move. He seemed worried, but he was much more concerned about the family's image. The woman stood up and firmly said that she could walk and continue to fight for the interests of the family and the liberation of the city from the monster. The man said that he wanted to give her time to rest, but unfortunately, the situation was critical, and every warrior was worth his weight in gold. The head of the Kim family understood that if the lion was not stopped immediately, he would destroy half the city, if not more. The lion growled that his enemies were creatures of sincerity and tenacity, but for him this obsession was unattainable. After these words, the monster rushed to deal with his painted enemies, who came to life only to harm him. The drawings disappeared without a trace from the parchment on which they were drawn, and the old man realized that it was already difficult for him to resist this monster. Leo said that he was sorry to destroy such beauty, which could have become art, but its creator decided that it was created to fight him. The winged creature said that no matter what, he warned his opponents that he would never leave just like that. After these words, the speaking Idea rushed towards where the head of the Kim family stood. The man froze in place, expecting that he would be blown away by the force of the blow. The daughter saw that her father was in danger, so despite the fact that she could barely walk, she rushed with incredible speed to save him. The beast's heavy paw fell on the concrete surface and destroyed it, but the woman managed to jump up in time and save the old man. Throwing it aside, she assumed a fighting stance and decided that despite her condition, she would fight to the end. Her eye glowed with a blue light and she activated a skill called Jade Ascension. The winged lion watched with apprehension as the girl's Idea, who had incarnated as a blue dragon, approached him, growling angrily and heading straight for him. But the creature that the woman created began to behave very strangely and could not be controlled. It roared and did not want to listen to the orders of its mistress. Se-jin was knocked off her feet by the energy that emanated from the being that was the essence of her soul. She looked at her dragon and did not understand what could have happened, because such incidents had never happened before, and the creature always obeyed her orders and was under control. Leo said ironically that this move of the woman was already better than the previous ones. Se-jin hissed irritably so that the creature would stop fooling around. But the winged monster had no time for talking, because he had already decided that everyone who was preventing him from implementing his plan into reality had come to an end. After this, the beast's heavy paw fell on the woman, and a disgusting crunch was heard, which meant that her bones were crushed. He removed his paw, and the body became visible, which lay in a pool of its own blood. The head of the Kim family felt such a strong bitterness of loss for the first time. He could not believe that his daughter, his poor Sejin, would never speak to him again. The man realized that there was nothing he could do, and that his child could not be saved. This was the end, a horror he could not even imagine. But from all these sad thoughts he was distracted by the cry of the beast, who was already raising his paw and saying that old man Kim would be next. But the man was not at all concerned about his own death. He could not get over the thought that his dear daughter was no longer there. Now she had turned into a flattened body from which more and more blood was flowing. Something still managed to attract the man's attention. He tore his gaze away from the lifeless body and looked at what was happening in shock. Someone's blue idea protected him from the blow of the winged lion with a bright flash. It seemed to be the last gift of his dead daughter. But no, it was Se Young and Bratislav Pate, who arrived at the scene just in time and saved the old man from certain death. The blonde asked her grandfather if he was okay, because he looked like he was dying. Before the man could answer, the winged lion interrupted him and said that he was very sorry that young souls would die because of the head of the Kim house. The old man jumped up from his seat and told his granddaughter to get out of here as quickly as possible, because in front of them was a real monster that they could not defeat. Bratislav helped the man stay on his feet and said that they all needed to calm down, because panic during a battle was the worst thing that could happen. The blonde asked why her aunt was nowhere to be seen, because the girl was sure that a warrior like her would not miss a single battle. But instead of answering, the man told Peck to grab his granddaughter and go away. Because this was his last request, the guy did not argue with the head of the clan and said that he would do everything as needed. Seyon screamed that if they were to run away, they should all run together. But Bratislav grabbed her by the shoulder and said that they needed to leave first. The girl hissed irritably and activated her aura, which manifested itself as glowing armor. She raised her hand threateningly, hinting that it was better not to touch her. Seyoung asked if she looked like a stupid little girl who didn't understand what was going on. It was important to her that those around her learned to understand that she had the right to make her own choices. The old man looked at his granddaughter in shock. He couldn't believe that he was seeing with his own eyes the jade armor that was the embodiment of the girl's aura. He said that all his life he had treated helping others with disdain, and only the death of his daughter helped him understand that salvation is a truly beautiful force. And now, the only thing he can do to atone for his guilt is to confront the monster that could kill everyone else close to him. Finally, the head of the Kim clan turned to Bratislav Pate, telling him to take his granddaughter away as quickly as possible, since it was his duty to protect the girl. The guy really didn't want to leave the old man alone with the bloodthirsty monster, but he promised to fulfill his last request, so he had no other choice. Pate grabbed the screaming girl and started to run away. She screamed, asking the old man how he dared to do this to Se-jin. These words hit the man painfully, who began to draw. Old man Kim looked up at the bloodthirsty monster and said that he would regret coming to this city and touching a member of his family. The lion's face stretched into a smile, and he asked if the head of the family really thought so, since there was nothing human in him, since he began to value someone only after he lost them. The old man looked at his drawing, which depicted a legendary dragon killing all living things. Next to him was a drawing of his beloved Se-jin, a white jade goblin who carried their family's legacy. The evil dragon and the goblin girl were embodied from the drawing, and at least this way, the father saw his daughter once again. The combination of these creatures was very strong, but still it was not worth wasting time. The dragon grabbed the lion's furry body and began to bite into the flesh, but the monster did not even flinch. It seemed that he was absolutely invulnerable. The winged monster looked with sorrow at the incarnation of his daughter in idea of his father. He did not want to destroy what he had already finished off. Leo said that it was not enough to rely on fate and legend, because they were very unreliable companions. After these words, his paw closed around the girl's painted body, and he destroyed her once again. After that, he grabbed the dragon and began to squeeze its paw, sending his claws straight into its ghostly flesh. The winged creature tore and threw everything that was in its path, without stopping for a second. The head of the Kim clan watched in amazement as the monster easily destroyed what he had created with such care and put a piece of his soul into. The brush in his hands trembled. All his life the man thought that he had reached the pinnacle of his skills, but now it turned out that he had not put in enough effort. Looking at the dejected old man, the lion told him not to despair, because now he would go to his deceased relatives. The man muttered under his breath that this rot that was someone's idea had too long a tongue and a talkative nature. The school children, who had been gathered together for safety reasons, were literally going crazy about what was happening in their once quiet town. Jin Sung approached An Sun Ho and asked if he had seen Se Yeon. Since she was nowhere to be found, the school leader said that he would try to contact her. The guy himself wanted to call his girlfriend, but his phone was out of coverage area. Sun Ho looked at his mobile and said that he had exactly the same problem. It became obvious to the guys that all this was happening for a reason. An Sun Ho assumed that the connection was broken on purpose, so that no one would transmit information about what was happening. Jin Sun understood that it was quite possible that a battle had broken out somewhere. That was where the noise was coming from. Probably a battle was going on with some kind of monster. The guy noticed that Pecht was also not there. He knew that Se Young and Bratislav were some of the best fighters he had ever met. He understood it in his mind, but his heart couldn't stop worrying about the girl. The guy was worried that his girlfriend would not have enough strength, and because of this, something terrible could happen, and he would not be there to help. Seeing that Jin Sun was starting to fidget and couldn't sit still, Sun Ho reminded him that he should never leave his post. The guy wanted to object, because the situation was extraordinary. His girlfriend was in danger, and he couldn't help if he continued to waste time at his post. But the leader was adamant, saying that their unit was tasked with protecting the movement of civilians, and this was not an easy task. Jin Sung wanted to argue with his mentor, but when he looked at him, he realized that all these attempts would be useless, because Sun Ho was too responsible. The boy tried to prove that due to the disconnection of communications, several scouts were needed to help figure out what was going on. This task was also important. An Sun Ho understood that Jin Sun would not be able to carry out his missions calmly, so he said that he was well suited to the role of a scout and added that he would warn the higher-ups about his sortie into the city. The boy was immensely grateful to the leader for his understanding. He was ready to do anything, but all he was required to do was return and convey the information he learned. Jin Sung ran as fast as he could towards the city center. All he could do was hope that everything would be okay when he got there. Meanwhile, the winged lion did not stop his terror. He was interested in what was so special about Old Man Kim, if the young ones, one after another, were ready to sacrifice their lives for him. Bratislav Pecht did not keep us waiting. He returned here to settle accounts with the lion and do everything possible to save this city and its inhabitants. The guy understood that even experienced warriors could not pierce the skin of this monster, so he decided to try to use force to neutralize it and save the head of the clan. The old man shouted loudly, asking the boy what he was doing here, since he had been ordered to get away from here as far as possible. The guy apologized to the head of the clan and said that he could not leave his beloved in tears, so he had to do as she told him, because he wanted to protect her from suffering. He looked into the old man's eyes and said that he was very sorry, then grabbed his hand and the space around him began to shine. The boy activated a skill called Kalabolg, which allowed him to absorb another person's idea, improve and develop it into his own. When absorbing a new soul essence, previously acquired abilities would disappear. The size of idea that could be absorbed was proportional to the mental strength of its owner. Leo realized that this was a strange boy doing this, so he said that no matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. After this, the beast opened its mouth, and a blindingly bright red light poured out of it. The space was filled with such powerful energy that even the air became somehow heavy. The winged creature spread its wings and rushed to attack. He did not want to leave his opponents a second to escape from him. Bratislav Pecht could barely breathe. He didn't think that absorbing someone's idea would be so unbearably painful. His head was splitting in half, and he definitely couldn't think straight in such a state. Gritting his teeth, the boy nevertheless rose to his feet and told the lion that he did not deserve any respect, and he asked why, since it was the people who attacked him first. Bratislav told the beast not to talk nonsense, because his wings were given to him not only as decoration. Pecht was sure that the lion had no intention of simply flying past. On the contrary, He had deliberately walked through the city, causing harm to people and destroying the central streets. The beast growled, saying that he understood the hearts of men and that it was precisely his ability to sympathize that made him so deadly. Bratislav said that it was not like that at all. The lion did not show sympathy, but simply used it as an excuse. The beast had already planned to kill someone, but in order to whitewash his reputation, he decided to blame people. The winged creature laughed and said that thanks to the guy's fiery speeches, this city was isolated, and now no one would come to help, so they would all die here. Lev said that he would spare the boy, because he felt sympathy from him, but Pecht replied that he did not need any concessions. He activated his new idea, which could now create weapons with just his imagination. These were the skills that the essence of the soul of the Kim clan leader had transformed into. The boy realized that his personal idea and the one he had absorbed were a perfect match. The only drawback was that it took a long time to assimilate, and it was limited to the right hand. The lion growled. For some reason he didn't want to hurt this guy, so he asked him to leave and not give him a reason to kill. The guy decided to try out new skills. He visualized a weapon in his head, and a second later he felt it appear in his hand. He wanted to create a device that would be deadly for such a powerful enemy. The winged lion realized that the guy would not follow his advice and would not get away in order to save his life, so the monster, without thinking twice, attacked. But as soon as he raised his paw, Longinus's spear flew into it, piercing the flesh through and through, releasing a fountain of blood. But it wasn't that simple, because it took almost all of Bratislav's strength to do this, and now he felt completely empty. He knew he needed to summon some other weapon, but he had no energy left, and the blow hadn't done much harm to the lion. The spear seemed like a slightly annoying toothpick to him. But still there was a certain discomfort from this blow, because despite the creature's regeneration, its paw did not want to heal. Lev picked up Bratislav and brought him closer to his muzzle, saying that the guy's talent was unique. He didn't think that some little man could summon the holy spear. Pate asked with a grin if after these words the monster would once again promise to spare him. The lion said absolutely seriously that it would be so. The winged monster said that he would be very sorry to destroy such a young talent as he. Seyon watched as the monster was about to devour Bratislava. She didn't like him, but she didn't want him to die at all, especially after what he did for her. The girl thought hard about what she should do. Maybe she should run. But she would never leave her grandfather, so there was a chance that today they would all die right here on this spot. Tears involuntarily flowed from her eyes. Today she had already lost a loved one and was not going to lose a second one. She was very scared, but she could leave. Bratislav found the courage to look the monster in the eye and say that there was a person he would like to save instead of himself. The lion asked if it was really the one he had just looked at. The guy said that the monster understood everything correctly. He wanted to save Se-young instead of himself, and then there would be no more resistance from his side. The lion growled softly and asked if he really thought he was in a position to negotiate. Se-yeon was something the monster felt sympathy for, so he didn't want to spare her. Bratislav said that his idea was indeed ridiculous, so the guy decided to try his luck again with a new skill. He activated the new idea and began to pray to the higher powers to help him create a weapon that would be more powerful than the spear of Longinus and would help defeat the enemy. In the end, he ended up with a blood-sucking dagger in his hands, which was painfully similar to Jin Sung's small knife. The guy looked at the weapon in horror and thought that the universe had decided to play a joke on him by giving him such equipment. The lion brought him closer to his mouth and said that he recognized the guy as the owner of an extraordinary talent. Bratislav looked at the dagger and could not even imagine how it could be used against such a monster. The monster said that he would not take Pecht's life. He would only take away from him what was so important and valuable to him, namely his talents. After that, the guy saw nothing more. Through his clouded consciousness, he heard only the crunch of bones and felt how energy flowed out of him in a stream. Lev used a skill called Vanish on the guy. It took away the essence of a person's soul and left him without strength. Se-yeon couldn't bear to watch what that monster had done to Pate. He lay there writhing in pain so deep that she couldn't comprehend it. He only wanted to protect the girl, but in the end he paid for such a noble act and lost part of his talent. Tears streamed down the blonde's face. She couldn't believe that the man had given up a piece of his soul to save her. The lion mockingly said that Pate sympathized with her, and she couldn't respond in kind. It was painful for the girl to hear this, because the monster was partly right. She had felt deep hostility towards Bratislav until the very end, but his actions changed everything, and she never thanked him. The winged creature was intent on mocking her further, as it had told Seyon to speak louder if she wanted to reach an agreement with him. But the only thing the girl really wanted was to kill this vile lion, who was guilty of the deaths and injuries of people close to her. Her horn glowed an unusual red light and became longer than usual. She considered herself guilty, because her strength was not enough to protect everyone. She frantically repeated that she needed strength, because then she would be able to save everyone herself. Her aunt would be alive, and Pecht would have his strength. The lion growled in surprise, and said that he admired the girl's unbending will. Now she was a different person, ready to do anything for the sake of her loved ones. Seyon was able to activate Tuoxini mode, which allowed her to focus all her energy and aura solely on strength, the four tigers' sword enhancing her skills. The winged lion wanted to destroy her, not allowing her to reveal her powers, but the girl was able to quickly jump back, because she would not allow the enemy to kill her until she took revenge. Her eyes were blood red, and when she locked eyes with the beast, she promised to bring him to his knees. The monster was struck by such a strong energy. He never expected that such a small girl would dare to attack him. He began to think whether he could suppress the girl by force, because her potential was growing right before his eyes. Seyon didn't think anymore. She was an absolute force that would stop at nothing. The girl swung her sword and jumped on the lion, hoping that she wouldn't be torn apart. She hit the enemy so hard that the ground around them shook. This power was something new, but Seyon was not afraid of this power, but accepted it. The lion didn't give up either. He tried to hook his opponent with his paw, but this only enraged the blonde even more. She hit and hit, screaming that she wanted to see this creature die. Seyon was seriously irritated by the fact that her enemy was so unkillable. She promised that she would do everything possible and impossible to destroy him. The winged lion watched these strained attempts to kill him, and with a slight grin said that he really felt sorry for the girl. This prompted her to attack again. Seyon won't let anyone feel sorry for her, so she activated her idea to the maximum. She felt like the energy was about to explode inside her, but she didn't notice that her horn was cracking. The monster said that if they had attacked him as a crowd, they might have had at least some chance of surviving, but they were not smart enough to figure it out, and he would destroy each one in turn. Seyon could no longer listen to this talk about how enlightenment comes to people only after cruel treatment. She wanted this creature to close its mouth once and for all, but she had to stop, because she felt that her horn had split into many small pieces. Her head exploded from pain. The girl thought that she was about to lose consciousness. Leo smugly said that they all fell in a useless tournament. Instead of helping each other, they were selfish, and because of this, they suffered a complete defeat. The monster's philosophical speech was interrupted by someone's voice calling the lion, who was extremely surprised, because he decided that he had dealt with all his opponents. A guy was approaching him, walking fearlessly along the dilapidated street and asking if he and Seyon really needed to join forces to defeat him. It was Jin Sung, who asked the lion what the big talk was about, after he had deliberately provoked a tournament that had resulted in casualties and destruction. Se-young couldn't believe that she had a guy in front of her. She didn't want to lose him too, so she would have preferred that her friend stay in high school and keep a low profile. She was so angry at the guy that she grabbed him by the shirt and, without expecting it, asked why he had only come now, because subconsciously she had been waiting for him earlier, even though she didn't want to put him in danger. The situation was much worse than the guy had imagined. There were corpses everywhere, and even Pecht was in such a state as if he was about to kick the bucket. The head of the Kim family also looked terrible, and Se-yeon's hand was shaking convulsively. The guy apologized for coming late. The girl said that he shouldn't have come here. After these words, she clutched his shirt even tighter and laid her head on his shoulder, bursting into tears. Jin Sung realized that he would kill the monster just because he made this girl cry. Lev watched this picture with interest. He said that the boy had a rather interesting smell. Jin Sun asked if all this destruction was really because of the monster. The winged monster said that he had merely given despair to those who could not sympathize. The boy said that he would answer for everything he had done. Jin Sung activated his idea and looked closely at the monster. First of all, it was necessary to understand who he was and what abilities he had. But it wasn't that easy. For the first time, the guy couldn't see Idia's abilities. He strained so much that blood started flowing from his eyes. Leo said that the scent of his enemy had become stronger, and Jin Sung finally saw that it was the beast from the Book of Daniel, but he could not see the ability. The terrifying creature asked what the boy was doing and why he smelled the same as them, referring to the soul entities. Jin Sung had failed to study Idia for the first time, so he started to be cheeky, saying that the monster smelled so bad that he didn't want to have the smell of it. Lev chuckled and retorted that a guy like his opponent had particularly strong breath, especially compared to other people. Jin Sung feigned insult, saying that he had brushed his teeth twice today. Seyeon could barely stand on her feet at that time and quietly called out to her friend. When the boy turned his head towards his friend, he saw a determined gleam in her eyes. Despite the fact that she was making an effort not to fall, the blonde told him to run away. Seyeon made her decision and was determined to put her plan into action no matter what. She would protect her loved ones. Since her aunt was dead, she was now the chief jade goblin of the clan. But all her determination was undermined when Idia began to simply weaken critically and dissolve before her eyes. Her strength was leaving her, and she was only able to reach Jin's son and fall into his arms. The guy knew that this would happen because the girl looked very exhausted. He carefully laid his girlfriend down, leaning her against the car so that her head would not fall on the asphalt. Tears rolled down Seyeon's cheeks. She felt extremely useless and weak, because now she was only good for propping up someone's abandoned car. When her friend started walking towards the beast, she began to scream in panic for him not to go there, because he probably wouldn't be able to cope with such an enemy, and would only add to the number of his victims. The boy activated his Idia and materialized his dagger. He told the blonde that he would be okay. She just had to believe in him. He activated the partial kill skill and looked at the enemy with blood-red eyes, trying to find its most vulnerable spot where he could strike to finish off the monster. The boy concentrated Idia in his right hand and eyes. He did not dare to release his bloodthirsty insides completely, because then he would lose control over his own mind. The winged lion said that he was disappointed, for he had expected to see a more powerful weapon, and the man standing before him was of a lower level of power than those who had fallen before him. Jin Sung knew perfectly well that he would not be able to defeat the monster unless he risked revealing that cruel part of his soul that he had been hiding from the entire world. He knew he needed to open up his Idia even more and release that powerful desire to kill that had been building up inside him for years. The guy was very angry that he still couldn't calculate all the information about his opponent, because without knowing his abilities, it would be difficult to find a weak spot. Jin Sung let his inner monster show his teeth, and now the desire to kill took over his right leg, left shoulder, and stomach. As new body parts were absorbed, the guy was overcome with an unhealthy joy. The crazy smile that hadn't appeared on his face for so long appeared again, and now Jin Sung wasn't afraid of it, but accepted it as a part of himself. He didn't want to show this part of himself to Seyeon, but if he had to choose between them all dying and her seeing his dark side, he would choose the latter without a second thought. The lust for murder consumed more and more parts of his body. Jin Sung was on the verge of going crazy, because now the inner monster controlled his entire body except for his heart and head. Leo said that the boy should let go of control. At that moment, Jin Sung saw a little more information about the creature. It was the beast from the Book of Daniel, who had a human heart capable of empathy. The boy held back with all his might, so that he wouldn't be consumed by madness. He didn't want to lose himself because of monsters like the one that stood in front of him. The lion laughed and said that the guy should do what his soul asked, because he felt this strong thirst for murder that was bursting out of him. The boy laughed like a madman and asked if the beast really felt sorry for him, but what irritated him most was that he didn't see any way to kill the creature. The monster looked at the boy and decided that he would not kill him until he found out why he smelled like that and whether it was connected with the disappearance of his second brother. He raised his huge paw and kindly said that he would help the boy get rid of the last obsessive threads that were holding him back. Jin Sung said that the lion shouldn't do this because the consequences could be bad for all of them, including the animal. But the monster did not listen. He touched the guy with his claw, and a red haze began to spread around him, which indicated that the most dangerous stage of madness was close. The boy laughed cheerfully and said that the lion shouldn't have done this, because retribution would not be long in coming. The lion from the Book of Daniel realized that he had never smelled such a strong odor from a person before. It literally paralyzed his sense of smell. Jin Sung's face looked more like the mask of an angel of vengeance. He said that he could hardly see anything, but added that this small nuance would not prevent him from killing the enemy. The monster laughed, confidently saying that the guy should be applauded for actually believing that he could kill such a superior being as the lion from the Book of Daniel. The monster watched its victim with curiosity. It wanted to play with him to its heart's content before sending him to the next world. It wasn't the lion that caught Jin Sung's attention, but Seon, who was helping the injured man get to his feet so he could get to safety. There was a smile on the guy's face, like a real maniac, because now the desire to kill a person had awakened in him, and it was so strong that it was turning into an obsession. Leo watched as his opponent simply turned around and walked away without saying a word to him. The beast was shocked by such behavior. He asked in confusion where his enemy was going, because their battle had not even begun yet. The question was ignored, and the lion became seriously angry at such a dismissive attitude. He grabbed the nearest car and loudly squeezed it in his paw in an attempt to attract attention. Jin Sung only turned his head towards the monster when its screams and growls became unbearably loud. He barely managed to move away from the place where this hysterical lion threw the broken car. It seems his furry friend didn't have enough attention. Jin Sung asked if the monster was asking him to kill it first. If so, then he simply couldn't refuse it. The lion from the Book of Daniel was not used to being threatened. People ran away from him screaming, and they didn't say they would kill him. This was something new for the beast. The creature growled that the guy was the one asking for a kill, but Jin Sun didn't think it was necessary to comment on anything, so he decided that it would be more appropriate to simply attack. He pierced the beast's paw so hard that blood spurted out like a fountain. The animal did not expect to be harmed, so it pulled in its wounded limb. The monster was surprised that its spite skill, which blocked attacks below A rank, was unable to hold back the D rank dagger. Jin Sung inhaled the scent of his enemy's blood with satisfaction. He liked it so much that the shadows around him swirled wildly, as if excited by this metallic aroma. He held the dagger dripping with blood to his face and said cheerfully that he thought stuffed animals didn't bleed. But it turned out they were like people. Leo was simply furious, and he was especially irritated by the fact that the smell of this boy was becoming even more intense. While the creature was thinking about this, it didn't even notice that Jin Sun had gotten close to its muzzle and was ready to draw blood again. The boy's control was lost with each passing second. At times, his tongue was beyond his control, and then he asked if the beast knew what he had done to his uncle, who was ruining his life. Jin Sung decided to demonstrate this, so he began to repeatedly thrust his dagger into the monster's flesh, wanting to draw blood, the smell of which drove him crazy. Lev saw such people for the first time, because the guy was literally obsessed with murder. He called him crazy, because other words could not describe his nature. But Jin Sun was not upset, but on the contrary, was pleased by such words. He really liked the description of the madman in his current state. But the power had side effects. The guy's head was splitting and spinning. The thirst for death was overwhelming him, and there were so many thoughts that it was simply impossible to think clearly. The lion screamed, saying that under other circumstances he would have even sympathized with the guy, but now he just wanted to tear the impudent fellow into small pieces. Jin Sun asked the lion, who loved to sympathize with others, whether his aunt had cut his shoulders, but his uncle's wife had made him crawl on all fours like a dog. The boy asked if his opponent knew what happened next, because the story did not end with the image of the dog. Jin Sun said that the woman then made sure to cut his hands from his wrists to his shoulders, and that's exactly what he did to his opponent, painfully cutting his huge paw. The boy asked the lion if he knew why this cruel woman did this, and when he didn't get an answer, he asked if the beast wanted to sympathize with his aunt too. The monster was at a loss for words, trying to concentrate on the boy and the bloody haze that was slowly consuming his body. Jin Sung screamed, saying that he wanted his opponent to thrash and suffer the pain that the boy had gone through as a child, day after day, month after month, year after year. The lion managed to throw the enemy back, and the boy flew away with such force that a crater formed at the place where he landed. Jin Sung managed to get up with difficulty, but even such a traumatic fall did not help to quench his thirst for blood and murder. When the beast saw that his opponent was still alive, and even smelled much stronger than before, he became frightened, but then reminded himself that no matter what, his enemy was an ordinary man with a mortal body. The lion growled that deep down in his soul. The boy was very unhappy because he had experienced a lot of cruelty, but now he himself did bad things. Jin Sung suddenly realized that even if he killed the beast, it would not die, but would simply return to its owner. This was very curious. The beast observed a strange picture. The guy's silhouette was literally drowning in a black and red haze. He asked if Jin's son was interested in his true nature. The boy looked up, his eyes full of confusion, and the beast explained that usually the thirst for bloodshed is aimed at one specific person. Jin Sung's sanity gradually returned, and he said that he didn't want to hurt others. Lev said that the guy was not being completely honest with him or with himself, because at the moment he only cares about himself, no matter how selfish it sounds. The boy felt sick when he realized that this creature was partly telling the truth, because when he entered madness, the world around him lost its meaning. Memories of the past threatened to consume him. He remembered how he called his dog, which was brutally killed by his relatives. Back then, he still cared about others. Leo tried to influence Jin Sung's mind, persuading him to sympathize with him and not try to kill him. The beast told the boy, who had lost the line between the present and the past, the real and the imaginary, that he understood his feelings better than anyone else. He urged the boy to look at himself from the outside and understand what a bloodthirsty monster lives inside his soul. Jin Sung saw a vision. His dead dog, Poppy, was so real, as if it was lying right in front of him at that very second. He felt tears in his eyes again, that despair when he couldn't crawl to her, and all he could do was apologize for not being able to save her. His dead aunt and uncle laughed, saying that if it weren't for Jin's son, the dog wouldn't have died, although it wasn't the child's fault at all. But these cruel creatures who called themselves his relatives. The boy was so mired in these memories that blood began to flow from his eyes. It was painful, so painful that he could not describe it in words. He remembered all the horrible things that had been said to him. His aunt and uncle had loved to bully him, telling the little boy that he didn't deserve to live, and that everyone would be better off without him. They wished death on him so often that the boy developed the self-destructive skill, which manifested itself as a desire to commit suicide as soon as he saw other people. Lev saw all this inside Jin Sung. He said that the guy was so mired in cruelty that there was no point in sympathizing with him. The boy did not listen at all to what his opponent was telling him. He looked attentively at his dagger, which seemed to be pushing him to use it against himself. Lev noticed this state. He did not want his opponent to commit suicide, so he called out to the guy, trying to bring him back to reality. Jin Sung blinked, and the illusion passed. He asked the beast if he was really going to kill him, otherwise the monster would die itself. Leo was already tired of these cat-and-mouse games. He wanted to say goodbye to this strange guy and turn him into a pile of bones. He attacked, but Jin Sung was able to deftly dodge the blow, leaving the enemy with nothing. The beast began to look out to see where the boy had gone. Sympathy no longer worked, and now nothing was holding him back from killing. The dust cleared after the impact and Jin Sung's silhouette appeared, moving so slowly that it seemed like he was simply testing the enemy's patience. Jin Sung himself didn't realize how he had used a new skill, and just as he was deciding what he would do to the enemy, a huge bony hand suddenly appeared from under the ground. The earth shook, and there was such a deafening sound as if 1,000 people were screaming at the same time. The bony hand pierced the lion's paw, and he screamed in pain. Jin Sung said that he would die and commit murder at the same time. It seemed like the guy had finally found some kind of strange peace, but that wasn't the case, because now he was incapable of thinking clearly. He rushed at his opponent and shouted that he was using a move called Killer Support, which would help him accomplish what he had planned. The skill the boy was planning to use was C-Rank, and created all the necessary conditions for murder. Anything that went beyond the owner's capabilities was not taken into account and had no significance. The lion began to panic. He could not believe that one of the people had a very real chance of killing him. When the web of bone shackles that belonged to the ghost lord covered the beast, he realized that this soul did not belong to the boy at all. After all, this skill was too strong. It allowed to bind all creatures except the owner, and the resistance of true monsters increased twofold. The lion began to ask the boy to kill him first before binding him with this terrible instrument of death. Jin Sung asked the lion in a completely calm voice why he suddenly became so angry and irritated. The beast began to talk the boy into talking, asking his name, which amused Jin Sung since his name didn't matter now. The lion said that the desire to die and to kill are in conflict. If he said his name, the creature promised to help him direct his thoughts to the desire to die. The bone shackles pierced the lion's body more strongly, and he squealed. The guy said his name, but the monster also demanded the name of Idea. Jin Sung asked if the beast was planning to deceive him, since he felt that some kind of trick might await him. The lion no longer knew how to save himself. The shackles pierced his body and he suffered unbearable pain, so strong that tears began to flow from his eyes. The boy said that his uncle and aunt also once tried to deceive him, and they suffered a very serious punishment for it. The hand, which consisted of only bones, dug into the animal's head. He said that he did not understand what the guy meant at all and asked to spare him. Jin Sung jumped off his head and started to get away. The lion screamed, asking where his opponent was going. He was so eager to die, and now he was just leaving the strongest enemy. When the shackles tightened even more, the beast realized that his end would soon come, because clearly no one was going to let him go. The guy really didn't want to waste his time on this lion anymore. He told him to be quiet and accept his death calmly. Tears of pain flowed down the animal's furry face. He understood that if he managed to get out of here, it would be just a miracle. He needed to focus on the kill, and then this chance would become real. Jin Sung, who was still trapped in his mind, asked if his enemy knew what he once did to his uncle. Then the guy beamed with joy and said with delight that he had finally found what he was looking for, no matter what it was. He held in his hands a huge spine that belonged to the king of all ghosts and, if used as a weapon, could cause serious injury. Jin Sung admired the snow-white bone, which was so smooth and shiny and also deadly sharp and strong. But simply hitting with a fragment of the spine was not all that the guy had in mind. He used his idea and the bone glowed red. The shackles that surrounded the lion's body began to bite into him even more. He screamed, asking what else his enemy had planned, and then decided that he did not want to know and asked to simply kill him. The events turned the city into a horror movie set. Buildings were destroyed, cracks and holes were visible in the asphalt, and huge bones of unknown origin were scattered everywhere. The members of the Maestri looked at all this in horror and did not understand who had the power to do such a thing, because they felt simply enormous power. Only the strongest of people, one whose powers were not subject to any laws, could raise ancient bones from the depths of the earth and use them for their own purposes. Jin Sung stood and admired the huge ribs that were now on the surface and not lying in the damp earth. The Maestri watched in horror as more and more bones appeared in the city, and they wanted to find the one who was committing such horror. The guy didn't waste any time and decided to use his huge ribs as a weapon. He pierced the lion's face, which barely found the strength to scream in pain. This is the picture that Dr. A. Yeon, who was hiding under the mask of Maestri's member, saw. She was shocked by this sight, and her first impulse was to run away from there as fast as she could. But when she realized that the cruel madman who controlled the ancient remains was Jin Sung, she almost fainted. Her team members asked if the woman knew him. She didn't know how to answer, even though there was a famous monster in front of them. It looked like it was the boy who had caused the mess. Who, by the way, was now torturing the lion from the Book of Daniel, trying to get an answer from him as to whether he wanted to die. He was jumping on the bones and laughing as if he had lost his mind. Ah-yeon wasn't sure if the guy was still himself, because what she saw said otherwise. Jin Sung noticed some people approaching and rushed towards them. He felt fresh blood and did not want to miss the opportunity to spill it. Ah-yeon knew that his mind was being controlled by a mad killer, so she shouted that she would help him. As soon as he got rid of the boy's idea, he would become himself again. But the student seemed to have completely lost touch with reality, because he rushed past, and the woman felt someone else's blood splash on her. Jin Sung laughed loudly and shouted that he would save Dr. Ah-yeon from his uncle. The woman did not understand the meaning of his words, but she realized that in front of her was not the 10th grader she knew. The past and present were mixed up in the boy's head. He saw things that weren't really there. For example, his dead uncle, who was now standing next to the doctor. Swinging a huge bone, he inadvertently caused serious injuries to those around him. He told Ah-yeon that he would help her. Only then she would have to kill him. One of the Maestri members realized that the entire mess was Jin Sung's doing. So he activated his skill, Furious Fist, the force of his punch increasing with each new attack. But his attempts to stop the guy who was rushing at him with a huge bone were just ridiculous. The boy asked contemptuously why the man was so slow. Did he really want to die before his allotted time? Finally, the two fighters met in a fight, the winner of which was obvious. But for now, the man did not lose hope that he would be able to stop the schoolboy. Jin Sung laughed and decided to try a new fighting tactic. He simply threw an ancient bone at his opponent because he was curious about what would come of it. Ah Yeon watched in shock as one of the Maestri members was crushed by the force of a blow from an ordinary 10th grader, but as events show, they were ordinary, but not Jin Sun. She didn't know how to react to all this. She needed to neutralize the guy because he was extremely dangerous, but it was still Jin Sung, who would never have harmed the others if he had been conscious. There was complete dissonance in the woman's head. She could not reconcile this killer, who reeked of the promise of death to all living things from a mile away, and the boy she knew. The only thing Ayan knew for sure was that the squad needed to be rescued immediately before something even worse happened. She activated the rebellion skill, which restored a person's body even after a crushing blow, and used it on her half-dead comrade from Maestri. If the heart or brain functioned at 70%, then any wound could be healed. But the owner of this skill lost a huge amount of energy. Her companion quickly recovered and was already rushing into a new attack. The woman wondered if he really didn't feel any pain after such injuries. The man tried to break through the bone that had been raised from the depths of the earth, but the guy simply covered himself with it like a shield and watched with a slight smile as the futile attempts to disarm him were made. But the Maestri member could not be stopped. He decided that he would not give up trying to break through this ill-fated bone, which did not give in, no matter how many blows he dealt. Jin Sun raised his hand and blood began to flow from the ground, after which a bony hand appeared, similar to the one that was clutching the lion in its grip. The guy said that the enemy had better not twitch, but the Maestri member did not listen to this advice, and was now enveloped in a web of bone shackles that constrained all his movements. Jin Sung approached the shocked opponent, and asked if he had forgotten what he had once done. Swinging his fist, he explained that he had once dealt very well to his uncle, who fortunately had not survived his redemption. Again blood. Again that metallic smell that Jin Sung liked so much, because it awakened in him an even stronger desire to kill. The boy laughed and asked his victim if he was crazy too, since his uncle was just as crazy and cruel a tyrant. The school doctor stood and listened to all this in shock. She did not understand what was happening, but she realized that Jin Sung's uncle had once inflicted severe psychological trauma on him. She decided not to hesitate and immediately use her rebellion skill on the man who was seriously injured by the ancient bone. His body slowly began to come to life, but there was no joy in his eyes. They were empty. It seemed that this man did not want to live anymore. That's exactly it. He turned to the woman and said that he didn't want to feel pain anymore, hinting that she should stop healing him over and over again and let him retire. Jin Sung let him go. He was covered in blood from head to toe. The guy asked if his opponent had lost interest in life. The bloodthirsty boy decided that he would gladly finish off his enemy. He activated Idea, and suddenly a club made of rotten wood appeared in his hands, exactly the same as his uncle had. But this did not bother him at all, because he was so out of his mind that he was ready to go and kill, regardless of what weapon he had. But when the guy finally realized what was in his hands, he fell to his knees, right into a pool of blood that flowed from the mutilated bodies of his enemies. Dr. Ayan realized that she had to act right away, so she followed the boy down on her knees and plunged her hands into the river of blood. Jin Sung stood up and began to walk towards the school nurse, not at all embarrassed by the fact that his feet were literally drowning in the red liquid. When he approached her and took her hand, the woman screamed, asking what the guy was even thinking about because he had just killed 2 people and didn't even blink an eye. But the boy didn't pay any attention to her words. He grabbed a yawn and dragged her towards the huge lion, which was still alive. The beast from ancient legends was barely breathing, but was still able to recognize the one who had caused him so much pain, and was now heading straight for him. The lion could hardly speak, because his entire body was bound by bones that pierced his flesh and bit into his insides, leaving no chance for escape. Seeing this picture, the woman froze in place. Such cruelty. It was difficult to even imagine. The beast said that judging by the fact that this miss did not have a scar, the guy treated her well. Not only was Ayan shocked to see the most ancient creature that she had only heard of in legends, but she was also amazed by the power of the student, who was holding back the strongest beast. Leo didn't know for what purpose the guy brought this woman, but he simply couldn't miss the opportunity to convince her to free him, because he no longer wanted to participate in these games. The beast from the Book of Daniel told Ayan that Jin's son was now planning to die by her hand. The doctor did not understand what all this meant, and why she was brought to the lion. The animal said that if the woman wanted to live, then it would be better for her not to resist the guy's will, because he had done so by mistake, and now his condition was too deplorable. The creature lit up and calmly smiled, and said that he hoped that everything would work out for Ayan, after which the lion began to dissolve in this otherworldly light. After a couple of seconds, he disappeared as if he had never been there. It became clear that the cause of his death was the spine of the king of all ghosts, which did its job and destroyed the enemy. Jin Sung screamed in panic, because he was going to discuss with the beast the methods of his death. The woman anxiously asked why the guy had to die and what he had suddenly thought up. With a crazy smile, Jin Sung approached the teacher and said that he was just a crazy kid, then asked if the teacher could kill naughty students. Ayan simply couldn't look at the state the guy had gotten himself into, because there wasn't an ounce of common sense in him, not a trace of the former Jin Sung that she knew. It wasn't the boy standing in front of her, but his shell with empty eyes, which was frantically asking to be killed. Jin Sung decided that he was taking too long to get an answer to his question, so he grabbed the teacher by the throat and squeezed hard, intending to force her to give him what he wanted. She tried to say something, but the student lifted the woman by the throat, and her feet left the ground, making it impossible for her to say anything. He said that his aunt said that useless people are destined to die. The 10th grader smiled even wider and said that this was precisely why the teacher should take his life immediately. Suddenly, a familiar voice that Jin Sung recognized, even when his mind was consumed by madness, rang out. Se-yeon, sword in hand, was walking towards him, screaming for him to stop this nightmare. The guy was surprised to see this girl in front of him, who boldly approached him and told him to let the doctor go. Jin Sung noticed that the blonde sword blade had changed somehow, as if it was vibrating and emitting powerful energy. The boy happily threw the woman aside, because he realized that he had a chance to die from such a powerful weapon. So he met his girlfriend as a long-awaited executioner. Ayan began to scream at the blonde to run away, because her friend had lost touch with reality and had completely stopped thinking sensibly. He was driven by the thirst for murder, and nothing more. Se-yeon understood that her friend could easily neutralize her idea by cutting off her horns, but if she lost her soul essence, she would never get it back. But this was the only way out she found. The young goblin screamed, calling on her power, which made horns materialize on her head. The girl asked her friend to deal with her quickly, but the guy had other plans. He grabbed the blade of the sword with his bloody hand and pulled it towards himself. Jin Sung happily shouted that he had finally found a blade that would be perfect for a pleasant death. Se-yeon didn't understand what was happening to her friend and why he pointed the sword at himself. She tried to persuade her friend to let go of the sword, but he only tightened his grip on it and pulled it towards himself. The boy, with some strange delight, said that he would not be able to handle this sword. So he urged the girl to grab the handle more tightly and plunge the blade into his body. Hearing this, Se-yeon frightenedly kicked the guy with her foot to move him to a safer distance. When she realized that her friend wanted her to kill him, she asked if he had really gone crazy. The boy mockingly asked if it was really that hard for the commander to decide on such an action. He said that the blade was long enough to just stick it into him. He thought that his death would not have any significance. The blonde screamed, calling on her friend to come to his senses because it was time to stop this circus, which had dragged on for too long. But then, Se-yeon's attention was drawn to the members of the Maestri organization, who were getting closer and closer to them. She noticed that they had already managed to surround Jin Sung, intending to attack him together and incapacitate him. One of the men ran up to Ayan and said that she had done a great job. He announced that Shin Lee would arrive soon, but for now they needed to try to gather more information. Seeing the boy talking to himself, the man from Maestri asked if this was their main target, and they needed to start the operation. The school doctor shouted that her friend should stay away from this schoolboy. He did not understand and asked again what exactly she meant. She wanted to answer that the guy was out of his mind, but Jin Sung attracted everyone's attention by loudly greeting everyone and waving his hand. He did not respond to the statement that he was surrounded and he should turn off idea. The boy said, offended, that his new friends greeted him too late, and he asked if they had decided to fight him again. Jin Sung informed him that with their disrespectful attitude, they had made him very unhappy, which meant that he would have to get rid of them. The guy spread his arms out to the sides and used a skill called Killer Support, and he also activated a corridor of darkness. The members of Maestry's group looked around in horror, because it was now completely dark. Someone asked if there really was an idea that could change places. Jin Sung didn't listen to all this chatter. A blood-red cloak appeared behind his shoulders, literally out of nowhere, which was a harbinger of the approaching powerful force of the corridor of darkness. Se-yeon didn't recognize her friend. She was unfamiliar with the skills he used. It all scared her to no end. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to return the guy to his original state. The boy burst into hysterical laughter and said that he no longer needed his aunt and uncle because he had dealt with everyone himself. Se-yeon understood that this madness had to be stopped, because if it continued like this, everyone would die, and her friend would never regain consciousness. Jin Sung didn't even think about coming to his senses. He looked less and less like a human and looked like a fiend from hell when he was covered in someone else's blood and screamed that all his enemies must die. He called on the Maestry members to come to him and play a survival game, but he didn't take into account that someone might come up behind him. Se-yeon plunged her blade into her friend's back. It was difficult for her to do so, but she understood that it was necessary, because Jin Sung had lost the rest of his mind and was dangerous to those around him. The guy finally felt that long-awaited pain that he so longed to feel inside his body. Deep down, he was even glad when he saw the tip of the sword that pierced him through and through. The blonde couldn't believe she had done it. Her hands shook and the sword fell out of them. She looked at the blood that had covered her body and she felt sick. It got worse when her friend turned to her and said that he expected this from the captain because he believed that sooner or later the girl would plunge her blade into him. When he touched her cheek with his hand, tears involuntarily rolled down the girl's face. The guy said that he should have aimed higher to hit the heart right away. After that, Jin Sung fell. Se-yeon also couldn't stand it and plopped down on her knees next to her friend, hoping that he would still be able to survive such an injury. She hugged him and started to cry, saying that she was very sorry that this happened. The blonde begged the guy to forgive her because she never wanted to hurt him. Se-yeon pulled her blade out of his body and couldn't look at the blade because it was covered in her friend's blood. She hugged him until her attention was drawn to the guy's cloak, which began to dissolve and turn into a shining haze. The darkness that Jin Sung had created also began to dissipate, which meant only one thing. The guy's idea had become weaker or had disappeared completely, signaling the death of its owner. Se-yeon was not going to believe that her friend was gone, so she grabbed his face with her hands and asked him how he was feeling. A couple of seconds after the question, the boy opened his eyes. His pupils were no longer blood red. He screamed, not understanding where he was and what was happening. The girl was beside herself with happiness. She began to stroke the boy's face and ask him to say at least something, but he only looked into her eyes and remained silent. He tried to get up, but he was too weak to do so. His legs began to tremble, and then he realized that this was not the end. The guy still had a skill called self-destruction that wasn't turned off. It could be turned off, but then other effects, including bloodlust, would be temporarily removed. He made the skill disappear, and after that, all the memories started to come back to him. His friend started to calm him down, saying that he only had to endure a little bit. But Jin Sung could only think about what he had done. Se-yeon understood that now Jin Sung needed her support more than ever. She tried to hug him, but the guy began to break free and scream that there was blood everywhere. Memories began to roll over him. The past and present mixed into one. Fragments from childhood began to emerge in his memory and haunt him. Blood. There was so much blood. The boy could no longer bear this torment, so he screamed that he never wanted to do all that had been done. But the past came back to him and showed that he was a real monster who feeds on other people's blood and fear, leaving no one around him alive. Se-yeon didn't know what her friend was going through, but nevertheless, she tried to show that she was there and wouldn't abandon him in such a difficult moment. She didn't give up trying to bring her friend back to reality. At this time, in the Sun Palace on Mount Gyeomsu, two people met to discuss very strange things. One of the men asked if the first ones had returned. The man in the hood said that everything was exactly like that. He personally made sure that the first one was there. The second man reported that he received information that their southern enemies had a hard time. One of the men was Il-jung, who, while drinking tea, said that the monster's attack was exactly in the place where he was sent last time for the purpose of robbery. The bandit got angry when he didn't get an answer to his question. He was indignant, because last time he was so humiliated, and in return he received such a dismissive attitude. The man in the hood apologized. He explained that it was necessary to distract attention while he was calling up the Book of Daniel. Il-jung began to become even more indignant, because now he was being exposed as some kind of distraction. The hooded man said that he had chosen the bandit because he had unique experience and abilities. Then he turned around and left, throwing in a parting shot that the descent of the third and fourth was confirmed. The bandit was pleasantly surprised by this news. His mysterious interlocutor said that soon their pets would show themselves in all their glory, and finally their era would come. Some were now rejoicing because the mysterious beast had been defeated, while others were lying in the hospital and could barely move their limbs. Jin Sung looked at the ceiling, and everything he had done during his life flashed through his mind. He couldn't stand such emotional stress, so he could only cry. He remembered Se-yeon's blade that had pierced him through, and regretted that he had ultimately remained alive. The guy closed his eyes and tried to push these thoughts away because if he survived, then it was necessary. But then the image of the lion appeared in his mind, showing him what a monster he really was, and how easily he could be driven to true madness. Then the image of Dr. Aeon appeared before him, whom he almost strangled because the woman did not want to follow the order and take his life. All this was spinning around in his head with such intensity that he couldn't stand it and screamed, and when he opened his eyes, he saw that it was already daytime, and the sun was shining on his face from the window of the hospital room. The boy was all wet from tears and sweat. His body was gripped by tension and the unbearable pain he felt every time his idea failed. When he calmed down a little, he realized that he was not alone in the room. He looked away from himself and was surprised to see the one who was sitting next to him. Sitting on a chair next to the bed was Se-yeon, who looked anxiously towards her friend. Her eyes were just incredibly sad as she asked how the guy was feeling. Seeing that the girl was okay, Jin Sung felt incredibly relieved. He jumped up from his seat and wanted to hug his friend to make sure that this was not a vision. But when the guy tried to get up, a sharp pain shot through his body, causing him to wince and lie back down on the bed. Se-yeon said with concern that it would be better for Jin Sung not to move for now, since he was still too weak to get up on his feet. He asked how long he had spent in the hospital. The girl replied that the guy had been there for 3 days already. After these words, he had an unbearable desire to get to his feet. The girl sternly said that it would be better for Jin Sun to lie in one place. A male voice was heard behind her, saying that it was necessary to listen to the wife, because only then the marriage would be strong. Sir Ide Li Shin, with whom the boy had once talked in the schoolyard, entered the hospital room. He pulled out the second chair that stood next to the bed and sat down next to Se-yeon. The man asked if Jin Sun was feeling a little better, and the boy modestly said that he was already on the mend. Se-yeon stepped aside, leaving her friend to talk to such an important person. She didn't want him to start getting bothered with news right now, but she had no say in this matter. The man announced that the National Disaster Management and Crisis Warning System had assigned the boy a national emergency level of 1. He explained that these structures decided that the schoolboy was a threat to residents, property, security, the economy, and many other aspects. In their opinion, he was more dangerous than a hurricane or a terrorist attack. But only high-ranking officials knew about this. The rest were not aware. Li Shin asked if the guy understood what this meant. Jin Sun asked him to explain it to him. The man crossed his legs and calmly said that he had blocked this information from prying eyes and ears. The boy rose from his bed and asked what all this meant to him. Li Shin said that no one knew about his idea, which was the only one in Korea that was equal to SS rank. Even he was only a C rank. He estimated that the guy had hidden well all this time. The boy crumpled the sheet out of nerves and said that he asked for forgiveness, but he would hardly be able to use idea again. He was almost sure that he would not be able to do it. The man told the student that the whole world was currently in turmoil, with crime and death rates rising every day and problems such as discrimination getting worse. Jin Sung clenched his fist when he heard Li Xin feel sorry for jumping to conclusions so quickly, but it was his duty to tell the boy what to do. The guy heard the news that there was a war not only with North Korea, other countries were also acting quite suspiciously. The man patted him on the shoulder and said that the country needed the kind of strength that Jin Sun possessed. The guy couldn't hold back and burst into tears. He hysterically asked if they really needed the power of a mad killer who was flooding the streets with the blood of innocents. Li Xin gently turned the boy's face towards him and looked closely into his eyes. He asked if Jin Sun remembered their first meeting. The man urged the boy not to betray himself, because they need people who believe in the growth of souls. Hearing this, Se-yeon turned around and looked at them in surprise. She couldn't believe that the theory about the growth of souls was not a fiction. In the White Goblin family, they always taught that one must follow the prepared path of the soul. The girl had to follow her idea all her life. Now she realized that she should have listened to her own desires and needs. Now Se-young decided that she would no longer allow her soul to dictate the terms. Jin Sun repeated Li Xin's phrase about the growth of the soul with a grin. It was clear that he was very skeptical about the man's proposal. He screamed that he had the soul of a maniac. The guy loudly asked what such a gut as his would grow into. Li Xin decided to take the conversation in a different direction, so he asked the guy if he knew the number of casualties as a result of the recent events. Jin Sung silently looked at the man, who announced that about 12,000 people were injured. The damage was estimated at 3.5 trillion won, but the guy was able to stop the disaster. The boy listened in shock to the tirade about how he was the salvation of the country, although Jin Sung himself considered himself more of a curse. This is exactly what he tried to prove to the man, but he stood his ground and did not accept his opinion. The boy said that he was truly grateful for all these words, but he really considered all this absurd because his power was dangerous and unbridled. He wanted to continue proving his point, but suddenly, many people began to enter the room and silently bowed to him, expressing their respect. Tears began to flow down his face involuntarily. Jin Sung couldn't believe that someone respected him so much for what he did with his power as a homicidal maniac. The guy began to shake his head and say that he was not a hero, but a madman who killed the friends of those who stood before him in Bo. Li Xin once again reiterated that the boy's actions led to the city being saved from terrible destruction and the deaths of innocents. The man ordered the boy to stop blaming himself, because he literally saved everyone who lived within the city. Jin Sun didn't know how to react to these words. He was used to considering his idea as something dark and vile, something that in no way deserved an ounce of respect. All these people thanked him so sincerely that the guy did not know how to behave, because for the first time in his life, he was treated like that. He got out of bed and realized that thanking the one who killed your friends was incredibly difficult. But still, these people were now in his room. He could not close his eyes to the fact that despite the damage he had caused, these warriors extended their warm hands to him and were ready to show their respect for saving the city. The boy decided that he would not let the guilt break him. He would move on. But still, Jin Sung firmly told Li Xin that he did not intend to use his idea again. Seeing the man's surprised face, the boy explained that this did not mean that he would stop. His fight would continue for the sake of those people who were killed. Li Xin smiled and shook his hand, saying that Jin Sung was an amazingly strong person. He said that he already wanted to ask him not to use Adia yet, because it was very difficult to stop her. The guy asked what would happen to him after what happened. Li Xin said that he wanted to send the guy abroad for a couple of months, so that the residents would forget about him and he could live on peacefully. Jin Sun said with concern that he wanted to finish school and serve in the battalion, but the man suggested that he consider an educational program abroad where he would be promoted to sergeant. Li Xin strongly recommended that the guy take a rest, and he decided to follow this advice and start from scratch. An Sun-ho came to the airport to see his friend off. He told the guy not to relax while he was not around, because when he got home, he would give him a test of endurance. Se-yeon also did not stand aside. She hugged the boy tightly and told him not to forget to call her. Jin Sung promised to do this at every opportunity. He hugged his girlfriend tightly and said that he would be in touch with her whenever she wanted. In her arms, the guy felt at home. He did not want to break away. An Sun-ho and Se-young watched the plane fly away, and in both of their heads were their friend's words that he would come back even stronger than before. Jin Sung's plane finally arrived at its destination after a tiring flight, and the boy walked calmly through John F. Kennedy International Airport. But he didn't fly there alone. Several other guys were standing with suitcases and waiting for the escorts to come to them. Byung-gi-yong, as always, grumbled discontentedly and called everyone scum. The ninth grader indignantly said that it was impossible to call the leader of his squad that way. Somehow, the wind also brought Yuk-dong-ho here, who waved his hand shyly to the guys and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Jin Sung was extremely surprised by such company, but what surprised him most was that Lee Seon-hwa was also with them. The boy thought that all the problematic and inconvenient school children were sent abroad, but this schoolboy was not one of them. Song-hwa ran up to Jin Sung and shook his hand warmly. He said that the boy looked much cooler than before. A student from So-young's school guessed that it was because he was no longer wearing glasses. Byun-gi-yong started whining, saying that he should have stayed home instead of going to God knows where with such idiots. Jin Sung asked if he could communicate with the guys informally, since he was a sergeant now. The blonde was surprised that the boy had surpassed him in rank, but said that he could do whatever he wanted. Ji-yong asked if anyone knew their schedule. The ninth grader jumped up to him and angrily said that the blonde was the one who should be doing this. But then their attention was drawn to Don-ho, who said that some people had been looking at them since the moment they got off the plane. The guys were indignant, asking why the fat man was only talking about this now. Jin Sung looked at the trio with a grin who just wouldn't shut up and thought that it would be quite difficult to put up with them for more than a month. Then an unfamiliar male voice called out to them and asked when they would stop chatting. The guys turned in unison towards the stranger. In front of them stood a blond man who looked like he stepped out of a glossy magazine cover. He said that the guys could call him Teddy. He was a representative of the protection unit. When the guys got into a big black limousine, the man began to tell them that he had been working in the organization relatively recently, and that he would be helping foreign guests with translation and small tasks. The man said that as long as his idea was working, there shouldn't be any problems with the translation. A couple of minutes later, the car stopped and Teddy announced that they were there. Before opening the doors to the guests, the man said that in this place, the guys should be more careful with their words. When they entered the spacious auditorium, all eyes were on the boys, and the way these strangers looked at them could not be called friendly glances. Teddy led them to the empty seats and walked forward. Jin Sun guessed that the people sitting here were high-ranking officials. There were also people in military uniforms present. The guy really didn't like the atmosphere that reigned in this room. It was ominous and somehow gloomy, as if the people who were here were expecting something very bad. The lights went out and the boys involuntarily opened their mouths in surprise. If they had felt uneasy before, now they felt truly uncomfortable. The commander came to the podium and said that since their guests were there, they could begin. He announced that just 2 hours ago, a 35-year-old woman had died in Manhattan. The official cause of death was considered to be shock from a blow to the stomach. The man added that the case was very similar to the previous murder. One of those sitting in the hall asked what the previous incident was about. The commander said that 4 hours ago, some crazy person in a clown's guise threw the victim's body into the river. He also announced that, according to their calculations, at least a dozen criminals were involved in the murders. The methods of committing the crimes were very different, and because of the different days, it is extremely difficult to find a suspect. However, the staff managed to identify one common feature, and it makes one think that the Thousand Heavens sect from Korea is behind everything. One of the proofs was the use of the Korean language by the group's leader. Lee Seon-hwa said that he heard that the leader of this sect was brainwashing the followers with idea. He thought that the White Goblin family had gotten rid of them a long time ago. Jin Sung was curious about why this cult was operating in another country. He made a mental note to ask the captain about it. The guy felt like these were not just crimes, but part of a ritual. The boy also noticed that they were being watched closely, which was logical, because people from another country were committing crimes in their homeland, and they were sent a couple of teenagers to watch them work. Noticing sidelong glances at the foreign guests, one of the commanders ordered an immediate stop to attacking the children. Some charismatic and rather pretty woman was giving orders to a room full of men. Seeing such a beauty, Dong-ho simply couldn't take his eyes off her. Jin Sung felt like he was about to start drooling. Dong-ho said that it was a shame not to know such people. Jin-sun looked at him with incomprehension. The fat man explained that Vladichep was standing in front of them. The guy didn't know anything about this name. Don-ho said that she was a vampire at the top of power in the United States. The woman owned an SS-ranked idea. The fair-haired woman smiled warmly at the foreign guests and introduced herself. She was very beautiful, but what attracted them most were her blood-red eyes, which stood out strongly against her pale face. Dong-ho almost went crazy with joy when he saw the vampire smile at them. Jin-sung didn't understand what was so special about this woman. Yes, she was a beautiful vampire, but it didn't cause such delight. Fat Man said that at 28 years old, Vladichep was a lieutenant general, and she also controls Delta, the largest U.S. Special Forces unit. Thanks to her fighting ability and charisma, she was recognized as a leader and made Delta the best unit. Suddenly, Vladichep turned to Byung-gi-yong and pointed her finger at him. The guy asked what the problem was. The woman replied that she didn't like his unhappy face. She said that he should understand what was what. Gi-young said that he was sure that scum like them shouldn't do anything at all. The blonde replied that it was great that the guy knew his place. Vladichep said that if any of her people cast an angry glance at them, then she apologized. But if it weren't for Li Xin's request, they wouldn't have had to deal with the school children. Jin-sung realized that the woman wanted to draw a clear line between them, after which he became curious to test the vampire's abilities. He used his skill, but he couldn't see her idea's rank or her overall combat abilities. The guy only learned that she was the descendant of all bloodsuckers. After he saw this information, he felt really bad. The guy's head threatened to split in half. This happened to him for the first time. Jin-sung grabbed his head and felt blood start to flow out of his eyes in streams. This reaction of his body was very strange and frightening. As if she had smelled blood, and maybe that was exactly what happened. Vladichep suddenly jumped up to the place where Jin-sun was sitting and asked what he was doing. The guy decided not to beat around the bush, especially since his bleeding eyes were visible. He honestly said that he was trying to read the woman's idea. She ordered the boy to tell her the truth about what he wanted to know. Jin-sung explained that the difference in strength was too great, so the recoil was not long in coming, and in the end he only read the name of Idea. Vladichep smiled widely, showing sharp vampire fangs, and said that if he was lying, she would suck every last drop of blood out of him. Jin-sung wiped his eyes and calmly said that he didn't have to resist her. He could prove that he wasn't lying by telling Ade the names of the people who were present in the hall. The vampire was surprised by the boy's calmness and said that Li Xin sent her a very interesting character. Perhaps it would not be as boring as she thought. The woman said that since there were different ideas involved in the case, it was not possible to single out one specific suspect. Jin-sun said that he would be able to do it. The vampire looked at the guy with interest, then handed him a piece of paper and a pen, and asked him to prove his words in practice. Jin-sun wrote something intensely on a piece of paper for several minutes. It was clear that he was carefully considering every word. After that, he handed a completely written sheet of paper to Vladichep and said that now she should not have any doubts left. On paper, he described Teddy's abilities. His idea was called Words, the starting point of all events. He also indicated the level of idea and that it allowed him to freely communicate with people in different languages. The woman said that the guy's gift was simply amazing. It could be very useful to them. She was pleased that the student was not afraid to prove his case. Vladichep said that initially she just wanted to teach him a lesson and kick him out. But now everything has changed, and she will do something that even Li Xin could not predict. The boys asked her worriedly what she meant, and the woman announced that from now on the students would help them solve the case, and perhaps someone would even die. After that, Vladichep turned to Jin-sun and asked his name. The guy introduced himself and said that he was a sergeant. The woman nodded and told the boy to come to her at 9 o'clock in the evening. He said that he would carry out the order, but only when the commander left. He thought that it was strange to talk to her alone. The vampire looked again at the group of foreign students and thought that everything was turning out very interestingly. Dark and very scary things were happening in the city again. Someone was strangling another victim who was begging for mercy. The killer smiled widely and showed his sharp fangs. When the victim almost lost consciousness from fear, the vampire added that he did not want to leave her alive. He then made an elegant movement with his hand, and a small blade cut the victim's neck, releasing a fountain of blood. The one who called himself Jack the Ripper did not stop cutting the body of the unfortunate woman, who had even stopped screaming. but the criminal did not stop striking because he enjoyed doing it so much. When it was approaching 9 o'clock in the evening, Teddy came for Jin's son, who said that he would take him to Vladdy Chep, and now the guy was already knocking on the door of her office. A voice came from the room saying that the young liar could come inside. The boy did not like this nickname at all. The vampire, who had changed her uniform to a strict suit and long boots with high heels, looked simply stunning. She said that her guest could settle down wherever he felt comfortable. She told the guy to call her sister, since that's what almost everyone called her. Jin Sung asked why he was invited here. The woman said that she had no idea that he was reading Idea, since the information that Li Xin had sent her didn't mention this skill. The guy said that no one knew about this skill because he didn't talk about it in Korea. Jin Sung realized that even Li Xin didn't know about it. The vampire smiled, showing blood-red lips, and said that the boy was giving her two vague answers. She looked slyly at the guy, and once again calling him a liar, offered to join her. Jin Sung almost choked on the unexpectedness of this proposal. He asked if he had misheard. The woman said that she was inviting him to Delta. The boy replied that he had already been to Hyundai High School. Vladdy Chep said menacingly that she was the head of Delta, and was not used to accepting refusals, so she advised the guy to think again before giving his answer. She thrust some documents into his hands and said that they could discuss the details in their free time, but now they needed to sort out urgent matters. The woman shared information that they had established that the John Wayne impersonator was operating at Kennedy Airport, while the Jack the Ripper impersonator was primarily operating in a brothel. The blonde said that the guy's task was to infiltrate the location and use his ability to identify suspicious EDs that resembled sharp blades. Meanwhile, Kennedy Airport was fairly quiet. People were walking leisurely to their flights, and the building was filled with the usual bustle before a long journey. Jin Sung couldn't remember how many days had passed since the start of their operation. His eyes were unbearably sore from the effort, but when he was offered to sleep, he said that he couldn't fail the mission. Vladdy Chep approached them and said that the leader of the Thousand Heavens sect had been spotted in the slums an hour's drive away. She said that the guys should continue their reconnaissance and not wander too far away. The woman said that she was inviting the translator and the deceiver to go with her. Jin Sung felt absolutely terrible. He hadn't slept properly for several days, but the guy simply couldn't give in and complain because there was an important matter at stake. The guy looked so exhausted that the blonde said he could take a little rest, but Jin Sung convinced her that it was a waste of time and he was perfectly fine. When they got into the limo and Teddy drove them to their destination, the woman asked if there was any news on the case, but the guy had nothing to tell her. He asked how he managed to catch the leader so suddenly. The vampire said that she herself was surprised. She had to personally verify that it was true. It turns out that their second squad successfully barricaded the slums, so they will still cross paths with the guy while he is on reconnaissance. After some time, the guy was sitting in Vladdy Chep's office and learned that there had been an increase in murders and repeat crimes in the city. The woman said that they had an information leak. He learned that most of the killers were spotted at Kennedy Airport. The local police were unable to cope with the situation. Jin Sung jumped up because his guys were there, but he was ordered to calm down. The woman said that she was able to deal with all these problems, so there was no need to worry. She began giving orders over the radio to the first and third squads, saying that they had to catch as many killers as possible, while the second squad was to block the exits so that no one could escape. Jin Sung exchanged glances with the blonde and mentally asked her what to do, since his classmates were at the airport. The woman, as if reading his thoughts, brought the radio to her lips and said that she would be there soon. After that, she waved her delicate leg, and bats appeared from somewhere. Vladdy Chep said that this was the first time she had been stabbed in the back, so she preferred to work alone. Jin Sung jumped up from his seat and asked with a hint of fear in his voice where the bats came from. The vampire asked with displeasure if he really had something against these beautiful creatures. The boy embarrassedly said that he didn't mean that. The blonde said she was glad to hear it, because she personally had a weakness for these winged children of the night. She said that it was time for the hunt and the deceiver must find the leader of the Thousand Heavens sect. The commander promised to send the fourth squad to him. Dodging a swarm of bats, he shouted that he wanted to go to the airport too, because it was important for him to know that his friends were okay. But instead of answering, he watched as the winged creatures surrounded Vladdy Chep and completely covered her body with their membranous wings. Even when she got into the limousine and went on a combat mission, these creatures, like obedient servants, followed her every step. The airport was in chaos. People were screaming and trying to hide in the most inconspicuous corners that were difficult to find. The guys who arrived with Jin Sung were also seriously scared, because it was an attack by terrorist killers and any sane person would be scared. The ninth grader stopped and activated his idea. He focused on one object in his field of vision and tried to determine its speed and direction. At the other end of the building was Byun Ki-young, who had fallen behind his comrades and was now surrounded by shocked people who were either injured or in the hands of the killers right now. He watched in horror as one of the men, who simply wanted to fly away from this damned place, was stabbed to death right in the middle of the hall. The blonde asked the people if they were really going to continue running away instead of grouping up and fighting back. The ninth grader believed his friend was in the wrong, so he yelled at the people to get away while he distracted the killers. Gi-young said that all these people were low-ranking trash, but then Lee Seon-hwa came up and said that it was time for the guy to leave. He promised to cover for him. The blonde was very angry about the whole situation, and especially about the people who waited to be rescued instead of saving themselves. Gi-young understood that there were more opponents, and it was best not to engage in an unequal fight with them, so he shouted to Dong-ho to hurry up, because they needed to find cover. But for some reason, the fat man decided to use his idea, which increases the user's weight by as much as 20 times. It was the first time Gi-young had seen the guy use this skill, so he was very surprised when he saw such a giant who was collapsing the floor with his weight. When the blonde saw the stones that appeared due to the actions of his fat friend, he realized what he had in mind. Without thinking twice, he used his idea, which allowed him to get anything out of the ground and use it as a weapon. Right in the middle of the airport building, boulders began to emerge, breaking through the floor, and could serve as good ammunition for an attack. But the enemies also had brains, because the guy noticed that they were heading in a direction he had not expected at all. One of the terrorists crept up on Byun Ki-young unnoticed and stuck some very sharp object into his stomach. The ninth grader noticed this only when he could no longer do anything about it. Ki-young growled in irritation. He was so angry that despite his injury, he found the strength to push the enemy as far away from him as possible. But still, the pain was so strong that the guy involuntarily stopped because he began to feel hot. He looked at his stomach and saw that there were scissors and a stationary knife sticking out of it. The wound was not fatal, but only if he did not bleed out before the doctors arrived. Dong-ho got really excited. He decided that he would crush his enemies like the little bugs they were compared to him. All the guys rushed to help Byun Ki-young, who could barely stand on his feet due to his abdominal injury. The boy irritably ordered his friends to shut up and stop whining, because he had not planned to die at all, and Lee Sun-hwa, in a panic, asked to examine the wound. Sun-hwa activated his idea, and his hand turned into scissors. This ability allowed him to stitch up any wound except for an internal one. The guy promised the blonde that he would patch him up right away and he would be able to grumble with his former enthusiasm again. Gi-young watched in amazement as his friend's amazing ability quickly stitched up his soft tissues and prevented him from bleeding out. When Song-hwa finished, there was a neat stitch left on Gi-young's skin that would disappear over time. The guy said that even though he had stitched up the wound, there was still internal bleeding, so the blonde man shouldn't overexert himself, because the stitches might come apart, and he would die from blood loss. At this time, the killers continued to commit atrocities. They mercilessly killed people, just for fun. The entire airport hall was flooded with the blood of the dead victims. Byun Ki-young realized that it would be difficult for him not to exert himself, so he used a skill called healing in battle and decided that he would not just stand aside during the battle. The boy laughed and thought that now he would have a lot of fun with these bloodthirsty creatures. He picked up a huge boulder and told his friends they could begin the attack. One of the guys asked irritably why he couldn't just take a break and take care of his injured stomach. Sun-hwa looked at what the once quiet airport had become and realized that the enemies were still there. He realized that there were almost no strong people left who were capable of fighting for their lives. The guy closed his eyes, hoping that at least one idea would come into his head that would help him get out of this situation. And at that very moment, he remembered Jin Sung's words that he said during the attack on the bank. Then he said that there was no point in running away, because the enemies would be everywhere if you ran away from them. The guy also said that idea Song-hwa was much better than his own, so he could improve it if he put in the effort. So the boy clenched his fists and decided that he would fight and go ahead, no matter what it cost him, because he had a great example in the person of Jin Sung. With every step, his determination grew stronger, and he promised himself that he would try to be as brave as his friend. There were bloody fights going on all around, but Sun Hua resolutely moved towards the enemies, because there were crowds of people around who could not defend themselves on their own. Byung-gi-yong summoned one stone after another, but along the way he shouted that there was simply no end to their opponents. Suddenly, the entire airport hall froze as it was filled with bats, and even the killers realized that this was clearly not a very good sign. The locals, who were well aware of the Delta commander's abilities, began to joyfully shout that Vladichep had come to their aid. A blonde vampire surrounded by bats appeared in the building, her specialty being a swarm of winged children of the night, fog and shadows that made up the true form of her body. She said she never imagined that brutal killers would walk under the cover of her shadows. The bloodthirsty criminals began to shout that the woman must be killed immediately because she was the main and most deadly threat to them. Vladichep looked around the building and mentally determined that there were about 300 enemies. Well, that was a lot, but she thought with confidence that there was nothing that she couldn't handle. She sent her little winged friends at the enemies, and the grown men began to scream like little children as these mice bit into their flesh. The woman came closer to these criminals and noticed a frightening emptiness in their eyes, which could indicate that they were all out of their minds. Over and over again, these men repeated that the vampire must die, and it was funny for her to hear these words because it was very difficult to kill her. The men attacked the blonde, throwing various weapons at her, but they did not take into account that she had an inhuman body that could not be injured. She could only be killed by driving a sacred stake into her heart. She grabbed these would-be murderers by the throat and said that simpletons like them would never defeat her. The vampire grinned widely and said that the two of them would make a wonderful dinner. After these words, a scorching smoke began to appear around the men's bodies, as if absorbing their essences. After the vampire finished feeding on their energy, the sagging, emaciated bodies fell to the ground dead. Vladichep said that these worthless men were not even good for a snack, but she had hoped for a good dinner. Seeing what had happened to their comrades, the bandits retreated in horror, but it was too late to regret their decisions. The woman activated her skill, which helped use the absorbed blood to resurrect the dead. The corpses began to come to life and unquestioningly worship her will. She said she had recently worked with the Mexican government and her catch was quite good. The main advantage of her skill was that the dead could be collected until they died. But she destroyed these individuals because they were not good enough to be part of her army. At this time, Jin Sung was tensely asking if everything was okay at the airport. Teddy continued to drive him to his destination, saying that the commander was a real monster. So if she was there, then there was no need to worry. The boy asked if they should join the fight, but the man replied that they should follow the instructions exactly. Jin Sung wasn't entirely relieved, but he realized that arguing wasn't an option, so he stared out the window and watched the city's landscape change. Something caught the guy's attention. He asked if the city was too quiet. Teddy said that he also thought it was strange. The radio picked up a radio signal and Delta Force 4 spoke up, saying that they had located the commander's vehicle and identified the target. The people on the radio said that we should get out of the car and move to the left, because there were only 30 seconds left. Jin Sung listened tensely as they were to meet at the location of the target that had been previously agreed upon. The car moved even faster. It was rushing at such a speed that the guy was literally pressed into the seat. When he finally got out of the car, he told the driver that the radio had not transmitted any response. Teddy yelled at him to go back because he had a bad feeling about this. But Jin Sung said that they had to do something because the others were fighting with all their might. The blond man rolled his eyes and silently followed the stubborn boy, shouting at him to wait for him. Jin Sung also felt that something was wrong. The man said that he wondered how many passages there were in this place. Before the guy could answer, something caught his attention, and he stared ahead with wide eyes. Teddy could barely keep up with him, but when the guy broke away and ran, he wanted to scream in irritation, because you can't walk alone in such situations. Despite the cries of his guide, Jin Sung rushed towards danger, despite the fact that something was wrong. He remembered the conversation with the vampire when she said that they had an information leak. Now he found the messages from the 4th Delta Squad suspicious. After all, they talked about Vladichep and called it their goal. It dawned on the guy that this was all a trap set up to catch the commander. Jin Sun started shouting to the fourth squad to get out of here quickly because they could fall into a trap. The elderly man who led the fighters understood that he could not miss the opportunity to get rid of the problematic organization. These people were already working for Vladdy Chep. There was a man involved in all of this who called himself Jack the Ripper, and there was another man standing next to him who was whispering to him that his experience with the vampire was preventing people from understanding who she was. The Ripper agreed with the man completely. The creature was a serial killer from 20th century England. His influence continued to spawn imitators to this day. Jin Sun looked at all this and understood that the difference in strength was too great. Delta could not cope with it, and there were clearly many more enemies on the way. Seeing the Ripper appear on the battlefield, he realized it was time to retreat. The warriors of the fourth squad fought bravely, but even they could not stand up to such opponents because they could not even attack such a fast enemy. Jack the Ripper took advantage of his advantage and dealt mercilessly with the members of Delta. This killer turned out to be a girl who laughed and screamed that her enemies would die one by one. The warriors tried their best to inflict at least some harm on her, but it was all in vain. The killer laughed and said that she could see right through all the movements of her enemies. This was indeed the case, as it seemed that she could anticipate every move her opponents would make, giving her the ability to successfully repel their attacks. Jin Sung felt like he was in a horror movie, because there was only blood and screams everywhere. The guy realized that if this woman was emptying brothels, then even by rough estimates, she was stronger than 50 people combined, and if she began to absorb the powers of Delta members, she would become even stronger. He activated his idea and took out the blood dagger, which was capable of absorbing the blood from the victim's body and allowed the user to move their opponent. Seeing a dagger similar to hers in the guy's hands, the killer asked who he was, but the guy told the soldiers that there were more enemies on the way, so they needed to deal with them and their leader. The Delta members didn't understand why they were being ordered around by a young student. The guy understood that unknown reinforcements and their leader had arrived. They were the ones who had committed hundreds of murders, and he needed to report everything to the captain. The Delta members shouted that they were retreating immediately to regroup. Jin Sung realized that it was a good thing, since the worst outcome had been avoided. Now his number one target was this strange woman who possessed unimaginable power. When she screamed, she activated the power and placed all the people under some kind of energy dome. The men began to cough and choke. With each kill, the woman's physical strength increased, which meant that if she killed everyone, she would become unrealistically strong. She saw that Jin Sung was still alive and smiled slyly, as if saying that she would fix it now. The boy said coldly that he had not planned to die today, and he thought to himself that it would be better not to delay the reprisal against her. A man was hiding in the shadows and watching the squabble between the woman and the Asian boy who had gotten in the way of all their plans. Jin Sun felt someone's gaze on her and turned in that direction. He saw a man in a cloak standing nearby, looking at him with interest. The old man said that he had seen many maniacs, but this was the first time he had encountered one as bloodthirsty as Jin Sun. He shouted that he would kill him and activated his skill called 10 Commandments Reversal, which contradicted one of the commandments that called for not killing. This power could put people who were dissatisfied with society or all of humanity into a trance. Those who were completely in a trance were under the complete control of the deadly Idea man. The boy wondered what these people had done to develop the essence of their souls so much. But he decided that he needed to deal with the woman first, so he jumped away from the old man and rushed towards the Ripper. Their identical daggers touched and a shiver ran through his body, and it seemed the woman felt the same. He attacked, but his opponent dodged every blow, giving her no opportunity to maneuver. She spun around him like an acrobat, and when she began attacking him with her legs, he almost rolled his eyes in irritation. But she didn't just hit him, she threw the guy back with such force that he thought he had a concussion. Before he had time to land on the ground, he noticed that his opponent was already running towards him to finish off her victim. Jin Sung had barely risen to his shaky legs when a strange old man approached him and asked how he was feeling. The madman laughed and asked if the old enthusiasm had been lost, after which he activated his skill, which put people into a trance.